I have returned. The full moon hangs high in the sky. In a couple's hotel in Yunhai City, Lin Chen lies upon the bed, slowly opening his eyes. Upon gazing at his tender and frail hands, Lin Chen furrows his brow. What is this? But soon, joy erupts within him. Am I back? Have I succeeded? Lin Chen, the most formidable celestial sovereign in the celestial realm, the foremost among those beneath the celestial emperor, cultivated the Tai Xianjin Jing, possessing combat prowess that rivals that of the celestial emperor. Yet, due to the constraints of the Tai Xianjin Jing, upon becoming a celestial sovereign, Lin Chen discovered that he could no longer advance even a step in his cultivation. In other words, he would be incapable of ever becoming a celestial emperor. However, by that time, the three celestial emperors had already set their sights on him. As the saying goes, fame breeds fear. Lin Chen, renowned for his invincibility among peers, posed a threat to the cosmic authority of the three celestial emperors should he ascend to their ranks. Lin Chen understood well that the three celestial emperors would undoubtedly take action against him thus. Why not strike preemptively? Consequently, he orchestrated a grand scheme, a plan vast enough to influence the entirety of the cosmos. To set this plan in motion, he painstakingly prepared for 8,000 years. Now, Lin Chen has succeeded. Time and space have reversed, and Lin Chen has returned to his youth. Only by returning to his younger self and rectifying the flaws within the Tai Xianjin Jing can Lin Chen hope to ascend to the rank of Celestial Emperor. Three Celestial Emperors, wait for me. In this lifetime, let us see who will be trampled underfoot. Recalling the clandestine ambush by the three Celestial Emperors, Lin Chen clenched his fists, his eyes gleaming with an icy light that seemed to lower the ambient temperature. Suddenly, Lin Chen's brow furrowed as he detected a sound of respiration. A feminine voice? Rising from his repose, he followed the sound, his gaze falling upon a disheveled beauty. In that instant, recollection dawned upon Lin Chen, and in that very moment, a blaze of fury ignited within his eyes, for he realized it was a contrivance, a plot aimed at him at the Lin Corporation. The exquisite woman before him, Xia Chuxue, possessed a profound lineage and formidable origins. In his previous life, Lin Chen and Xia Chuxue were ensnared, their drink spiked, rendering them unconscious. Thus, on that fateful night, however, while Lin Chen found momentary pleasure, the Lin Corporation faced its demise. Xia Chuxue, the esteemed heiress of the Xia family, was not to be trifled with by the likes of Lin Chen. Consequently, the Lin Corporation, painstakingly built by Lin Zhongxiao, Lin Chen's father, crumbled overnight, teetering on the brink of collapse. Unable to withstand the blow, Lin Zhongxiao took his own life 3 days later, leaping from a building. Lin Chen, on the other hand, suffered broken limbs, rendering him crippled and forcing him to beg for survival. Yet, fortune favors the bold. Just as Lin Chen contemplated ending his life, he transcended into the realm of cultivation. It was through his ruthless and unyielding nature that he rose to become the renowned Supreme Immortal, the foremost figure beneath the three celestial emperors. As the early summer snow grew bolder in her actions, Lin Chen snapped back to reality. In my past life, I claimed you, and your family brought about my ruin. In this life, I shall see who can bring my family to destruction, even if I possess you. A chill flickered in Lin Chen's gaze as he reached out to extinguish the light. In the blink of an eye, midnight arrived. Despite the beauty beside him, Lin Chen's expression remained impassive. He sat still, his gaze fixed on the door, as if he were anticipating something. At last, it has arrived. Suddenly, Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. At that moment, a faint sound echoed, and the hotel room door creaked open, revealing a slender man who stealthily entered, camera in hand, snapping photos haphazardly. However, as the man reveled in his captured images, an indifferent voice whispered in his ear, "Are you done taking pictures?" Finished, the slight man chuckled. But in the next instant, his laughter vanished. A powerful hand had seized his throat, lifting him effortlessly off the ground. In an instant, the man struggled to breathe, feeling as though the grip around his neck possessed the strength of a bull, likely capable of snuffing out his life within mere moments. "You were sent by the Qin group, were you not?" The indifferent voice rang in his ears once more, and only then did the man discern the identity of his interrogator. He was a young man in his 20s, clad in casual attire, possessing a notably handsome visage. However, the coldness and indifference etched upon his face were utterly incongruous with his tender age. How could a lad of merely 20 exhibit such detachment? I shall inquire once more. Were you dispatched by the Qin group? Noticing the diminutive man remained silent, Lin Chen grasped his neck, hoisting him effortlessly and thrusting him out of the window. The biting cold wind rushed in, lashing against the small man's frame, sending shivers coursing through him. It is worth noting that they were on the 18th floor. Nevertheless, the small man was no stranger to adversity. His temperament was remarkably mature. He quickly regained his composure and let forth a chilling laugh. Do you dare to let go? Do. You dare to kill me? We live in a society governed by law. Should you take my life, your fate would be sealed as well. His words were a blatant threat to Lin Chen. Moreover, I am a trusted confidant of the Qin group. Even your father, Lin Zhongxiao, would not dare to treat me with such disrespect. You, a mere whelp yet to come of age, presume to act thus. Yet before he could finish his tirade, Lin Chen merely shook his head. I intended to grant you a swift demise. With a sudden release, he unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! The small man's body flew forth like a bullet, disappearing into the distant, uncharted wilderness in the blink of an eye. He did not even emit a single cry of despair before meeting his end. Another fragment of Tai Xian true energy wasted. Lin Chen sighed, brushing off his hands. Now, he has returned to his youthful state, having lost all his cultivation. Although a trace of the Tai Xian true qi remains within him, it is alarmingly scant, and this energy is a non-renewable resource. Every fraction utilized diminishes his reserves. It is regrettable that the earth has yet to undergo significant transformation, and the spiritual essence of the heavens and the earth is exceedingly sparse. Otherwise, in merely half a month, I could attain the awakening realm and subsequently restore my Tai Xian true qi. Lin Chen mused quietly. He then ceased his contemplations and turned to behold Xia Chuxue, who had awakened and was now seated on the bed, her countenance betraying sheer terror. You saw everything? Lin Chen inquired with an air of indifference. Xia Chuxue nodded slowly, only to abruptly shake her head, exclaiming, I did not see anything. I saw nothing at all. It was evident that she feared Lin Chen's potential to silence her permanently. It is indeed your honor, yet I saw nothing, absolutely nothing. Xia Chuxue shook her head vigorously, her face filled with terror. Could an ordinary person send someone flying hundreds of meters with a single punch? Surely, even the police would struggle to trace it back to him. Such a ruthless individual. She dared not provoke. Let us see what lies within. Lin Chen bent down, picked up the camera from the ground, and tossed it onto the bed. Xia Chuxue blinked in suspicion and then opened the camera to examine it. However, in the next moment, her expression darkened abruptly. It was a trap. Who could be behind this? She clenched her silver teeth, gripping the camera tightly, wishing to crush it into pieces. For if the photos within were made public, Xia Chuxue would be finished. How could she ever face anyone again? I will uncover the true culprit behind this matter and show no mercy. Xia Chuxue ground her teeth in frustration. Lin Chen quietly observed her without uttering a word. In truth, having lived a second life, he was well aware of the identity of the true instigator. It was indeed the Qin group. The reason he refrained from disclosing this to Xia Chuxue was that he sought to exact his own revenge. The Qin group was a major enterprise in Yunhai City, a rival to the Lin group, with both conglomerates vying for dominance through overt and covert means for many years, each desiring to eliminate the other. However, there is a saying in the underworld, disaster does not extend to family. Who could have imagined that the Qin group would go so far as to target Lin Chen? As for Xia Chuxue, she was the esteemed daughter of the Xia family, one of the 3 beauties of Yunhai City, and one of the top 10 outstanding youths of Yinzhou. In short, she was a paragon of beauty, renowned far and wide. In his previous life, Lin Chen had slept with Xia Chuxue, and the photos leaked, ruining her reputation and tarnishing that of the Xia family. Although the Xia family did not directly retaliate against the Lin group, their influence was formidable enough that they did not need to act personally. Their minions had already driven Lin Chen and his father to the brink. First, the Lin group was on the verge of collapse overnight. Then, Lin Chen's father, Lin Zhongxiao, unable to bear the blow, chose to leap to his death. Finally, Lin Chen was left crippled and forced to beg for a living. Such was the devastation of a family. In truth, when Lin Chen first awoke, his immediate thought was to eliminate Xia Chuxue. After all, if it were not for her, he would not have faced such ruin. Yet, Xia Chuxue was also a victim. Were it not for Lin Chen, how could she have been defamed? Thus, Lin Chen bore responsibility, great responsibility. Though he was ruthless and decisive, he was clear about his grievances and would never indiscriminately harm the innocent. This was the bottom line and principle of the most powerful immortal sovereign. Leave now. Let us pretend today never happened, as if it were merely a dream. At this moment, Xia Chuxue bit her lower lip, her expression somewhat dazed, her voice trembling slightly. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen said nothing further and turned to leave. However, just as he was about to exit the room, he suddenly turned his back to Xia Chuxue and remarked, "Do not feel aggrieved. It is your honor to have slept with me." With that, Lin Chen stepped out of the room. Xia Chuxue was left in shock. She had encountered many self-important individuals, but she had never met one so arrogantly oblivious. It was utterly presumptuous and ignorant. She was the daughter of the Xia family, one of the three great beauties of Yunhai City, with suitors lining up from Yunhai City to the southernmost coastal region of Huaxia. What exceptional men had she not met? Yet how many of those men could she ever find worthy? How had she entrusted her first time to such a conceited, arrogant, and ignorant stranger? With this thought, Xia Chuxue once again hugged her knees and wept bitterly. It was now 2 a.m. Lin Chen strolled along the street. That woman was. I seem to recall the 100 Flowers fairy as well. Lin Chen stroked his chin, a teasing smile playing on his lips. In his previous life, Lin Chen, as the most powerful immortal sovereign renowned across the realms, had encountered countless women. What type of woman had he not seen? Moreover, figures like the 100 Flowers fairy and the Yaoqi saintess, these breathtaking beauties, had sought him out personally. Most importantly, due to the enhancement of the Tai Xinjin Jing. Every woman he had encountered had undergone a transformation in both physique and longevity. Thus, Lin Chen had previously told Xia Chuxue that it was her honor. Then, Lin Chen snapped back to reality, his gaze turning cold and steely. Li Xiaoman, Qin Fengwei, Qin Jianshu. He uttered one name after another. Li Xiaoman, Lin Chen's current girlfriend, the one who had drugged him and brought him to the couple's hotel. Qin Fengwei, the scion of the Qin group, the one who had instructed Li Xiaoman to ensnare Lin Chen. Qin Jianshu, the chairman of the Qin group and Qin Fengwei's father. He was the true mastermind behind this trap. Lin Chen would spare none of these three. Soon, I shall repay the anguish and torment you inflicted upon me tenfold. 100-fold. Lin Chen clenched his fists, a surge of murderous intent rising within him. His eyes glinting with a chilling light reminiscent of a sea of corpses and rivers of blood. As the murderous aura enveloped him, the spiritual energy around Lin Chen seemed to recoil in fear, scattering in all directions. Yet, following the fleeing energy, Lin Chen keenly detected an anomaly. In an instant, Lin Chen turned his gaze toward a small grove to his left. There is something of value there. Lin Chen's eyes brightened, and without hesitation, he ventured into the thicket. Deeper into the grove, Lin Chen arrived at an open area. It was open because the flora was sparse, as if the earth had lost its nutrients, rendering it incapable of supporting their growth. Yet, in Lin Chen's eyes, a glimmer of brilliance sparkled as he smiled. I never expected that the present earth could still nurture such a treasure. Truly, the heavens are aiding me. No sooner had he spoken than Lin Chen stamped his right foot. Boom! A dull thud echoed. Dust and debris flew everywhere. The ground beneath Lin Chen was instantly shattered, creating a deep crater. Crack! A fissure, as thick as a human fist, extended from Lin Chen's right foot for 2 or 3 meters before coming to a halt. From within the crack, a red fruit, caked in dirt, was launched into the air, landing squarely in Lin Chen's hand. It resembled a sweet potato. However, as Lin Chen gazed at the dirt-covered red fruit, he smiled. Indeed, it is a primordial spiritual fruit. No wonder the surrounding flora is so sparse. This must be the reason. With its presence, all the nutrients are monopolized, leaving no sustenance for the surrounding plants. Muttering to himself, Lin Chen weighed the primordial spiritual fruit in his hand. Deep in thought, though this fruit was not yet fully ripe, it should suffice to aid my awakening. Lin Chen stroked his chin, contemplating. Awakening is the first realm of cultivation, the most fundamental threshold of the path to immortality. As the name suggests, awakening entails both a physical and spiritual awakening. The physical awakening involves the enhancement of attributes such as speed, strength, endurance, and agility. The The spiritual awakening encompasses the development of perception, comprehension, and memory. The process of awakening is akin to a metamorphosis. Of course, for an ordinary person, even if given 10 primordial spiritual fruits, they might not achieve awakening. Yet, Lin Chen was not an ordinary person, for he possessed the Tai Xian Jing. The distinction here is akin to that between a fine automobile and a dilapidated one. Both may consume 100 units of fuel, yet the superior vehicle can traverse 200 kilometers, while the inferior one not only devours fuel inefficiently, but also leaks, managing at best a mere 100 kilometers. The Tai Xian Jing stands as one of the finest vehicles in existence. Subsequently, Lin Chen did not hesitate. He peeled the skin of the spiritual fruit and consumed the flesh within in a single gulp. Since heaven had bestowed upon him this opportunity, he would not let it slip away. However, due to the overwhelming energy of the innate spiritual fruit, the moment he ingested it, Lin Chen became engulfed in excruciating heat. Every nerve and cell in his body writhing in agony, as if he were being utterly torn apart. Yet, despite such torment, Lin Chen did not flinch. Instead, he exhaled a deep breath, a fierce grin curling at the corner of his mouth. I have faced the trials of fire and brimstone. What is this fleeting pain to me? Chapter 3, Revenge, begin the following day, at dawn. As the radiant sunlight filtered through the leaves, it scattered softly across Lin Chen's face. His eyes, which had been closed for half the night, finally opened at that moment. Two beams of brilliance erupted from his gaze. Dazzling, captivating. Who would dare to gaze directly? After a considerable time, Lin Chen's eyes returned to their usual state. He then rose to his feet with an exaggerated arc. It is noteworthy that Lin Chen had been sitting cross-legged on the ground, and now, without any assistance or exertion, he stood up steadily from the earth. Such a striking display. Indeed, he had awakened. Standing firmly, savoring the power coursing through his body, Lin Chen smiled with satisfaction. Yes, he had reached the awakening stage. However, at that instant, Lin Chen suddenly wrinkled his nose, for he detected a foul odor. Is it coming from me? Lin Chen curiously lowered his gaze to inspect his attire. To his surprise, his clothes were inexplicably stained with black filth, the stench nearly unbearable. It seemed that the impurities within his body had been expelled to a significant degree. The intensity of the odor signified the extent of his body's refinement. The more pungent it was, the cleaner his body had become. As an experienced individual, Lin Chen could discern the level of his purification merely by the scent. Beyond the woods, a relatively clear river flowed. Upon exiting the forest, Lin Chen leapt directly into the water. Meanwhile, at another entrance to the grove, a man clad in black, appearing to be in his early 30s, strolled leisurely into the area. From a distance, he seemed unremarkable. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice that he walked with his heels raised. Strangely, even when stepping upon the dry leaves, he made no sound whatsoever. Undoubtedly, he was a master. He gradually ventured deeper into the woods, his expression exceedingly indifferent, as if nothing in the world could ruffle his composure. Yet, when he caught sight of a crack in the ground, his calm demeanor shattered. What happened to the innate spirit fruit? He shouted in disbelief. His composure utterly lost. He hastily pulled out his phone and dialed. Master, something terrible has happened. The innate spirit fruit. In his panic, he nearly stuttered. What about the innate spirit fruit? A woman's voice on the other end sounded equally anxious. After all, she had awaited this innate spirit fruit for a full 8 years. With only 2 to 3 months left until its maturity, there could be no room for error at this critical juncture. The innate spirit fruit is missing. The man in black lamented, his expression one of despair. And what? Speak. The woman's voice suddenly turned icy. Even through the phone, the black-clad man could sense her murderous intent, instilling fear in his heart. Moreover, it appeared that the thief had been cultivating here, as all the surrounding flora was withering. The man with a sorrowful expression relayed this news. The woman fell silent. He feared she might hang up. But just then, she erupted. Outrageous. Arrogant. Presumptuous. To steal my possessions and dare to cultivate on my territory? This is utterly intolerable. However, the man in black retorted, Master, this is public land, not our territory. What I desire is rightfully mine. That man is as good as dead. Not even Jesus can save him. Mark my words. As long as he isn't the war god Shin Tianlong from the Southwest Military District, I fear nothing. The woman was furious. Master, what if that man is even more powerful than Shin Tianlong? The man in black timidly inquired. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. There is no such figure in Yunzhou. The woman shouted back. The black-clad man hesitated to speak again. Master. But before he could utter another word, the woman screamed frantically. Silence. 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 Lin Chen emerged from the river, his body dripping wet. The environmental pollution was severe. He recalled that a decade ago, this river's water was drinkable, yet now, it was scarcely fit for bathing. Lin Chen shook his head and sighed. Yet, he understood that this was the law of development. One cannot have both fish and bear's paw. In this world, there are rarely perfect solutions. To progress, one must pay the price of the environment. Only when development reaches a certain stage will there be a return to environmental protection and restoration. When the environment is restored to a sufficient level, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth will revive. Few nations or planets can escape this cycle. The saying holds true. Mountains of gold and silver are not worth as much as green waters and lush mountains. Lin Chen murmured softly. Then, Lin Chen summoned his Tai Xian True Qi, beginning to evaporate the moisture from his body. Under the boiling energy of Tai Xian True Qi, his body dried rapidly, enveloped in a veil of white mist. However, if those in the universe were to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be left aghast. How precious is Tai Xian True Qi? Yet, Lin Chen was utilizing it to evaporate his own body. Such wastefulness. Of course, Lin Chen felt unperturbed because he had already reached the awakening stage, capable of replenishing his Tai Xian True Qi at any moment. Why hesitate? At that moment, Lin Chen noticed a figure approaching him. Clad in black, the man wore an expression of utter despair. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he halted, lifting his gaze to fixate on Lin Chen. A martial artist? He mused inwardly. Then, with a self-deprecating smile, he thought, how foolish of me. How could there possibly be such a young martial artist in this world? I must be too flustered. My thoughts are in disarray. He shook his head and brushed past Lin Chen. Lin Chen also shook his head. A mere tenth of awakening, hardly a threat. Now that he had awakened, his perception had greatly enhanced, allowing him to instantly recognize the black-clad man's meager strength, akin to that of an ant. As he turned back to gaze at the moon over his homeland, the darkness had gifted him with dark eyes. At that moment, Lin Chen's phone rang. He retrieved it, the screen illuminating with two prominent characters, wife. Indeed, the caller was none other than his current girlfriend, Li Xiaoman. Lin Chen initially considered ignoring the call. However, a thought crossed his mind, and he smiled slyly, hatching a plan. Why not orchestrate a scheme? Lin Chen relished in plotting. Just as he had expended 8,888 years orchestrating a grand design, reversing the tides of time, and reclaiming his life anew. Thus, Lin Chen answered the call. Without allowing the other party to speak, he declared, Your sister is arriving at Yunhai City train station at 10 a.m. today. You want me to pick her up, and then we'll meet at our usual spot, right? Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoman fell silent. After an extended pause, she hesitantly asked, How did you know? I know everything. Lin Chen replied, his tone shifting to one of chilling intensity despite his smile. Li Xiaoman attempted to say more, but Lin Chen interrupted. I am aware that your parents passed away early, leaving you to rely on your sister. Rest assured, I shall treat her well. With that, Lin Chen ended the call. Direct, dominant, no superfluous words. This game had begun. Lin Chen grinned, revealing an innocent smile. The true revenge had commenced. He snapped his fingers, producing a crisp sound that resonated through the air. Chapter 4. The absence of results. Li Xiaoman's sister, Li Jiaqing, is a remarkably beautiful woman. In her previous life, Li Jiaqing treated Lin Chen with great kindness. Before Lin Chen's family fell apart, she cared for him deeply and often sought to match him with Li Xiaoman. After Lin Chen's family tragedy, rather than distancing herself, Li Jiaqing frequently looked after him and provided him with assistance. It is no exaggeration to say that without Li Jiaqing, Lin Chen would have perished long before, and he would never have traversed into the realm of cultivation, let alone become the mightiest immortal sovereign. Thus, Lin Chen is immensely grateful to her, and in this life, he is determined to repay her kindness. August. The sun blazes overhead, and the weather is sweltering. Lin Chen drives his Volkswagen to the train station, arriving precisely at 10 o'clock a.m. At this moment, a group of passengers emerges from the station, dragging their luggage. Lin Chen's attention is captivated by a graceful figure among them. She is a woman of enchanting stature, donned in celebrity sunglasses, wearing a semi-transparent white chiffon blouse paired with a form-fitting skirt that accentuates her slender thighs, exuding an allure that has undoubtedly drawn the gaze of many men. Upon seeing this beauty, Lin Chen smiles faintly, his eyes reflecting a hint of nostalgia. Indeed, this stunning woman is Li Xiaoman's sister, Li Jiaqing. Li Jiaqing also spots Lin Chen and strides over, apologetically saying, Lin Chen, I'm so sorry to trouble you to come pick me up. She removes her sunglasses, revealing her captivating eyes, and offers Lin Chen a charming, apologetic smile. Jiaqing, please don't be so polite. It is my honor to pick up such a beautiful woman. Lin Chen responds earnestly, shaking his head. Women relish compliments, and Li Jiaqing is no exception. Thus, upon hearing his words, her cheeks flush, and she shyly retorts, Oh, I'm hardly a beauty. You flatter me, Lin Chen. Jiaqing, I speak nothing but the truth. If even you are not beautiful, then who in this world can be deemed so? Lin Chen praises with a smile. He speaks genuinely. Li Jiaqing's natural beauty is accentuated by her dedication as a yoga instructor, ensuring she remains fit and radiant, even slightly outshining her sister, Li Xiaoman. With such beauty, physique, and grace, how could she not be stunning? You flatter me, Lin Chen, Li Jiaqing replies, her demeanor slightly bashful. Although she is accustomed to compliments, something about Lin Chen's words feels distinctly sincere, devoid of pretense, and utterly soothing. Jiaqing, please get in the car. Lin Chen courteously opens the car door for her. Thank you, Li Jiaqing smiles back, her demeanor graceful and charming as she settles into the passenger seat. Lin Chen, ever the gentleman, closes the door with care. Polite, cultured, and well-mannered, Lin Chen's qualities evoke a twinge of envy in Li Jiaqing. She muses internally, wondering when she might encounter such a remarkable partner as Xiaoman has. The car glides smoothly along the road. Initially, the conversation between Li Jiaqing and Lin Chen flows effortlessly. However, as the dialogue progresses, Li Jiaqing begins to furrow her brow. She realizes that Lin Chen is glancing at her chest. At first, she suspects she has misjudged him, for in her eyes, Lin Chen is a man of integrity, unlikely to harbor such base thoughts. Yet, the evidence is undeniable. Lin Chen unabashedly gazes at her chest, his eyes fixed intently. Li Jiaqing feels increasingly uncomfortable, as though under Lin Chen's gaze, she stands unclothed, exposed to the air. It seems he could even see the small mole on her chest. Suddenly, her expression darkens, anger flashing in her eyes as she scolds. Lin Chen, focus on driving. However, Lin Chen appears oblivious to her admonition. Instead, he inquires, the pendant on your chest, who gave it to you? Li Jiaqing is taken aback by his question, momentarily stunned before replying. This was a precious gift from my best friend, obtained from a master in the Chabai Mountains. It is said to provide protection and ward off evil. Why? Is there something wrong with it? She believes Lin Chen's question is merely an attempt to mask his lewd behavior. Indeed, there is something wrong with that pendant. You should remove it, Lin Chen asserts, nodding in agreement before steering the car onto a secluded side road. Li Jiaqing's expression shifts dramatically. She immediately unfastens her seatbelt, one hand covering her chest while the other grips the car door handle, cautiously asking, Lin Chen, what are you planning to do? I am Xiaoman's sister. You had better behave. We will not have a future together, however. Before she can finish, Lin Chen forcefully yanks the pendant from around her neck. Inspecting it closely in his palm, Li Jiaqing stands frozen in shock. She expected Lin Chen to assault her, yet little did she know. His intentions were solely focused on the pendant. At that moment, inexplicably, a wave of disappointment washes over Li Jiaqing. Lin Chen's right hand opens, revealing the silver pendant, his voice cold as he commands, show yourself. In that moment, he appears to be conversing with the air itself. Li Jiaqing is startled, fearing he has lost his mind, and inquires with concern, Lin Chen, are you all right? Yet, Lin Chen does not respond to her. Instead, his tone grows icily severe as he glares at the pendant, saying, I will give you one more chance. Reveal yourself, or else at this juncture. Lin Chen's voice abruptly halts, a chilling aura emanating from him, plunging the temperature within the car. Li Jiaqing gazes at him with concern. Lin Chen, what on earth are you, however? Her words trail off abruptly. She witnesses a wisp of black smoke emanating from the silver pendant in Lin Chen's palm. To her astonishment, the smoke does not dissipate but slowly coalesces into a single character, Tang. Lin Chen extends his hand, grasping the black smoke, and as he releases it, the wisp vanishes as though it had never existed. Yet, Li Jiaqing knows this is no illusion. She has witnessed it all with her own eyes. Lin Chen, what is this? She gasps, her eyes wide with disbelief, her mouth opening to speak, but she finds herself at a loss for words, utterly astonished. Jiaqing, this pendant is quite exquisite. Take it back. Lin Chen smiles gently, brushing his fingers over the surface of the silver pendant before returning it to Li Jiaqing. In truth, the black mist that emerged from the pendant is a primitive malevolent spell, prolonged where could adversely affect one's health. However, Lin Chen has no intention of divulging this to Li Jiaqing. Having reached a state of awakening, he is not intimidated by such rudimentary tactics. But Li Jiaqing is merely an ordinary person. The more she knows, the worse it could be for her. Thus, Lin Chen wishes to keep her uninvolved in such matters. Chapter 5. Is Lin Chen a fool? Li Jiaqing was filled with confusion. Lin Chen, what on earth is? Yet Lin Chen, with an air of authority, interrupted her, stating, Sister Jiaqing, with me here, no one can touch a hair on your head. He was not boasting. However, to Li Jiaqing, his words felt like a declaration of affection. Such a domineering CEO vibe, wasn't it? For a moment, she was at a loss for words and could only hurriedly accept the silver pendant, putting it back around her neck. However, as soon as she adorned the pendant, she felt a warm current surge through her body. It was so pleasurable that she nearly moaned. In a moment of urgency, she quickly covered her mouth to stifle any sound. Stealing a glance at Lin Chen, she appeared adorable, seemingly fearful of embarrassing herself in his presence. Lin Chen, however, remained unperturbed, as if he had not noticed her unusual reaction. Relieved, Li Jiaqing took a breath. But soon after, a wave of confusion washed over her. What had just happened? Why had she felt so invigorated, as if her energy channels had been opened, leaving her feeling remarkably refreshed? Li Jiaqing was no fool. She could see that this was undoubtedly Lin Chen's doing. She cast a suspicious glance in his direction. Yet Lin Chen showed no inclination to respond. Unbeknownst to Li Jiaqing, moments earlier, Lin Chen had infused the pendant with a trace of Tai Xian's true energy, a power of great subtlety found only in the universe. Though merely a fraction, it was extraordinary. Hence, the comfort Li Jiaqing experienced was unparalleled. The two fell into a contemplative silence, unaware of how long it lasted until Lin Chen broke the stillness. Sister Jiaqing, do you have a friend with the surname Tang? Instinctively, Li Jiaqing wanted to reply in the affirmative, for the one who gifted her the pendant was her best friend, Tang Tiantian. However, she ultimately shook her head gently no. Li Jiaqing could sense that there was something amiss with the pendant, but she wished to solve this matter herself without burdening Lin Chen, hence her denial. Lin Chen's brow furrowed at her response. After all these years, how could he not perceive her deception? Li Jiaqing certainly possessed a friend with the surname Tang, and their relationship was undeniably close. Nevertheless, understanding her intentions, Lin Chen opted not to press further. Sister Jiaqing, let us not dwell on this. Please fasten your seatbelt. We are about to set off. Upon hearing this, Li Jiaqing's cheeks flushed. Earlier, she had undone her seatbelt out of fear that Lin Chen might take liberties with her. Contemplating a hasty escape, embarrassment washed over her as she recalled her earlier actions, causing her to shyly lower her head, unable to meet Lin Chen's gaze. How mortifying! She attempted to rebuckle her seatbelt, but to her dismay, it was stuck. In her haste to unfasten it, the belt had become wedged between the car seat's crevice. And with her hands turned backward, she lacked the strength to pull it free. Allow me to assist you, Lin Chen offered with a gentle smile, leaning over effortlessly to extract the seatbelt. As she gazed upon Lin Chen's chiseled features and sensed his mature masculine aura, Li Jiaqing felt a stirring within her. It was as if a long dormant string in her heart had been gently plucked. Once Lin Chen secured the seatbelt for her, he remarked, all done. Oh, yes, thank you. Li Jiaqing quickly regained her composure, nodding slightly while touching her slightly flushed cheeks, her expression filled with a strange blend of emotions. She cast a furtive glance at Lin Chen, but this time, her gaze held an intriguing nuance. The car continued its journey. Sister Jiaqing, no matter what happens next, please do not be angry, Lin Chen suddenly stated. Why not? Li Jiaqing inquired, puzzled. Some things are better left unsaid, Lin Chen replied with a mysterious smile. Li Jiaqing raised an eyebrow, unable to suppress her curiosity. Lin Chen, after months apart, why do I feel you have become so enigmatic? As if you've transformed into a different person? And where did you acquire these remarkable skills? Having witnessed the preceding events, Li Jiaqing was now certain that Lin Chen was no ordinary man. Lin Chen answered, out of sheer boredom, I learned from an old Taoist on the mountain. Is that for real? Li Jiaqing questioned, skepticism evident in her voice. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen allowed a smirk to cross his lips, a teasing glint in his eyes as he said, Sister Jiaqing, rest assured, I will always use my modest abilities to protect you. Li Jiaqing was taken aback, her cheeks flushing crimson. She lowered her gaze, fiddling with the hem of her dress, hesitatingly responding, Lin Chen, while I may be Xiao Man's sister, you don't need to treat me with such kindness. Xiao Man. Lin Chen scoffed dismissively. Li Xiao Man. What does she mean to me? My protection of you is a gesture of gratitude, not for that wretched girl. What a foolish girl she was, he thought, shaking his head inwardly. Yunhai City, downtown. Xingzhou SCAF. Conveniently located amidst bustling commerce, it was the venue of Lin Chen and Li Xiao Man's first date, a place they frequented for coffee, thus becoming their cherished haunt. A luxurious Ferrari parked at the CAF's entrance, turning heads. Inside the car sat a striking couple, a man and a woman, both conspicuously eye-catching. The man, clad in a suit, was handsome, standing tall at nearly 6 feet, easily noticeable in a crowd. The woman, adorned in a flowing gown with a delicate oval face and cherry lips, had a curvaceous figure, clinging to the man's arm like a fragile bird. With a luxury sports car and an attractive couple, they were undoubtedly the center of attention. The woman reveled in the envious gazes of onlookers, smiling confidently as she asked, Feng Wei, what do you plan to say when we meet my sister? What else? I'll speak the truth. Xiao Man, you must trust your sister's judgment. I am 1,000 times better than that fool Lin Chen. Even if I say nothing, your sister will recognize my superiority. The man, Qin Feng Wei, replied, wrapping his arm around Li Xiao Man's slender waist and caressing her gently, exuding confidence. Li Xiao Man felt a jolt of electricity at his touch, flushing slightly as she playfully swatted at him, chiding, Oh, there are so many people watching, don't be silly. Yet her words betrayed her enjoyment of his caress, her eyes sparkling with delight. After a brief conversation, Li Xiao Man suddenly expressed concern. But is it really appropriate for us to treat Lin Chen this way? A hint of guilt laced her tone. Qin Feng Wei responded with a scoff. The business world is a battlefield. Only the ruthless thrive. Those who achieve greatness do not dwell on trifles. In this silent war, we alone shall emerge victorious, worthy of the spoils, while Lin Chen and the Lin family shall inevitably face ruin. His tone bore no trace of remorse, only disdain and contempt. Lin Chen is a fool. Lin Zhongxiao is a greater fool. Within 3 days, this family of fools will be utterly disgraced, with no hope of redemption. Chapter 6. A resounding slap. Qin Fa Wei remarked, They are destined to be failures. Li Xiaoman nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was Lin Chen's foolishness that led to this predicament. We are not at fault. A useless individual like Lin Chen is bound to fail eventually. We have merely expedited his downfall, nothing more. With this thought, any lingering guilt within Li Xiaoman evaporated. She resolved to sever all ties with Lin Chen. She possessed beauty, figure, and grace. Why should she waste her time on someone so inept? Lin Chen was unworthy even to carry her shoes. At that moment, Qin Fa Wei announced, They are coming. Li Xiaoman turned her gaze to see a car approaching slowly, halting before her. 2 figures emerged, a man and a woman, none other than Lin Chen and Li Jiaqing. The show was about to commence. A smirk played upon Qin Feng Wei's lips, as if he could already envision Lin Chen's demise at his hands. Li Xiaoman beamed and exclaimed, Sister, you finally arrived. I was beginning to miss you terribly. With that, she linked her arm with Qin Feng Wei's and moved forward. Wait, Li Jiaqing interjected, extending her right hand with a furrowed brow, halting Li Xiaoman. She glared at Qin Fa Wei, who was linked with her sister, and queried, Xiaoman, who is this? Li Xiaoman chuckled, Sister, this is my boyfriend, Qin Feng Wei. She nudged Qin Feng Wei, signaling him to greet her sister. However, Qin Feng Wei stood frozen, offering no response. Li Xiaoman frowned, puzzled by his inaction. What was he doing? Why was he not acknowledging her sister? She looked at Qin Feng Wei, only to find him staring at Li Jiaqing with a gaze that was both intense and greedy, his mouth slightly agape, as if he were about to drool. It was evident to even the most oblivious observer that he was infatuated with Li Jiaqing. Instantly, Li Xiaoman's expression darkened, and she scolded, Fa Wei. As Qin Feng Wei's girlfriend, she could hardly tolerate such behavior. Startled by her reprimand, Qin Feng Wei snapped back to reality, blushing slightly, and complimented, Sister, you look truly beautiful. He then tossed his hair back, revealing a self-satisfied grin, and introduced himself. Hello, I am Qin Feng Wei, the sole legal heir of the Qin group, and Xiaoman's boyfriend. He extended his hand, confident that Li Jiaqing would be impressed by his status. After all, who could resist wealth? Yet, the anticipated admiration and surprise did not manifest on Li Jiaqing's face. Instead, she displayed a look of disdain. Li Jiaqing refused to shake his hand, ignoring him altogether. her eyes darting to Lin Chen. As Li Xiaoman's boyfriend, Lin Chen should have reacted to this scene, yet he appeared utterly unfazed, as if oblivious to the conversation. Li Jiaqing's brows knitted together in suspicion. Could it be that Lin Chen was already aware of their relationship? That seemed improbable. If it were true, why would he have come to the station to pick her up and treated her so kindly? While Li Jiaqing pondered this, Li Xiaoman spoke again. Sister, I invited you both here to tell you that I no longer have feelings for Lin Chen. I want to break up with him. As she spoke, she shot a glare at Lin Chen, her declaration of breaking up sounding like a knife cutting through the air. What did you say? Li Jiaqing's expression shifted dramatically. Without hesitation, she directed a fierce slap toward Li Xiaoman. Initially, she had no intention of intervening. After all, they were adults and could make their own choices. However, the fact that Lin Chen remained unaware of this matter was unacceptable. Li Xiaoman was betraying him. It was utterly immoral. She deserved a reprimand. Just as Li Jiaqing's palm was mere inches from Li Xiaoman's cheek, a voice, half mocking, interrupted, Sister, even if you are Xiaoman's sister, you cannot strike her. We live in a society governed by law now. As the voice resonated, a large hand swiftly grasped Li Jiaqing's wrist, rendering her hand immobile. Li Jiaqing glared at Qin Fangwei in anger, exclaiming, Let me go. My sister has done wrong, and I must discipline her. What business is it of yours? Qin Fangwei shook his head gently, smiling as he replied, Sister, your words are misguided. We live in an era of free love. Xiaoman is not married. What is wrong with her dating me? At this, Li Xiaoman regained her composure, her expression turning icy as she fixed her gaze on Li Jiaqing. Sister, you would strike me over this good for nothing? Silence yourself. You refuse to acknowledge your own mistakes. Have you forgotten all I taught you over the years? Li Jiaqing gritted her teeth, attempting to pull away, but as a petite girl, she lacked the strength of Qin Fangwei. Observing Li Jiaqing's helplessness, Li Xiaoman smirked triumphantly. Sister, do not waste your effort. Fangwei is a black belt in Taekwondo. He is not like certain other useless individuals. As she spoke, she cast a dismissive glance at Lin Chen. How amusing. You've certainly grown bold, even beyond reprimanding. Li Jiaqing bit her silver teeth, ultimately managing a rueful smile. Qin Fangwei, I will count to 3. Remove your filthy hand, or I will make you regret it. Just then, Lin Chen spoke up, breaking the tension. Qin Fangwei was taken aback for a moment, then his expression darkened with fury. What did you say? Are you deaf? Lin Chen tilted his head, feigning curiosity. Qin Fangwei's eyes widened in anger as he bellowed, You're asking for death. Without a moment's hesitation, he clenched his fist and swung with all his might, aiming for Lin Chen's nose, intent on flattening it. Lin Chen dodged. Li Jiaqing's expression shifted, concern etched on her face. Li Xiaoman, however, merely smiled disdainfully, an arrogant fool. Just wait to be knocked down by Fangwei. Her expression suggested she was already envisioning Lin Chen's bruised visage. Yet, as Qin Fangwei's fist approached, Lin Chen remained impassive, rooted to the spot without a hint of evasion or defense. Seeing Lin Chen's in action, Qin Fangwei couldn't help but laugh inwardly. With the speed of my punch, how could a useless person like you possibly react in time? Useless. Trash. So weak. As Qin Fangwei's fist drew perilously close to Lin Chen's nose, a moment of crisis loomed. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed through the air. With a resounding thud, Qin Fangwei's body was sent crashing to the ground. Dust erupted around him. Li Xiaoman and Li Jiaqing stood frozen, their mouths agape in shock. My heavens! What just happened? How did Qin Fangwei end up on the ground without us seeing anything? Their lack of understanding was not their fault. The swift action had occurred so rapidly that only a slow-motion replay could capture it. In that critical moment, Lin Chen had raised his hand with an inhuman speed, striking Qin Fangwei across the face. At that moment, Qin Fangwei wore an expression of unwavering confidence. However, he soon maintained that confident smile only to find himself sputtering, his eyes rolling back, and the flesh on his face quivering as he crashed heavily to the ground. He was utterly vanquished. Amidst the swirling dust, Qin Fangwei covered his face with his hands, lying motionless on the ground. Though he had not been knocked unconscious, he was now engulfed in existential doubt. After 8 years of dedicated training in Taekwondo, he had earned a legitimate black belt, having once defended himself against 3 young men who could not even approach him. Yet, in that moment, he had not even perceived when Lin Chen had struck. This was indeed terrifying. Just then, Lin Chen, with a tone laced with mockery, curiously inquired, Isn't Taekwondo primarily about using legs? Why are you resorting to punches? Surely, your black belt isn't something you purchased, is it? Qin Fangwei, already grappling with his shaken sense of self, found himself genuinely questioning for a fleeting moment. Could it be that his black belt was indeed acquired through monetary means? Chapter 7. I am pregnant. Li Jiechi was acutely aware of the significance of the term Taekwondo black belt. It implied that defeating 3 opponents simultaneously was hardly a challenge. Thus, Li Jiechi was utterly astonished, covering her mouth in disbelief. Qin Fangwei, a black belt in Taekwondo, was unexpectedly knocked down by Lin Chen in an instant. This was simply too incredible. Li Jiechi couldn't help but swallow hard. Li Xiaoman also gasped, her expression one of sheer horror. While others might question Qin Fangwei's prowess, doubting the authenticity of his black belt, Li Xiaoman would never entertain such thoughts, for she had witnessed his strength firsthand. In a previous match, Qin Fangwei had faced 4 opponents and not only held his ground, but ultimately defeated all of them. One could only imagine his formidable capabilities. Yet, this immensely powerful Qin Fangwei had just been bested by a seemingly useless individual, and in mere seconds, Li Xiaoman was left speechless in her astonishment. "Xiaoman, help me up," Qin Fangwei mumbled from the ground, his words slurred. Li Xiaoman, jolted back to reality, hurriedly assisted him to his feet, rubbing his swollen face. Qin Fangwei gazed at Lin Chen with an expression tinged with resentment, his voice low as he said, "Lin Chen, I underestimated you. I didn't realize you had martial arts training." However, Lin Chen did not deign to look at him, his voice icy as he retorted, "Not convinced?" Of course. I'm convinced," Qin Fangwei replied, his demeanor calm despite the fear gnawing at him, wary of another blow from Lin Chen. In his mind, a man could sacrifice many things, but dignity and face were not among them. He narrowed his eyes at Lin Chen, thinking, "You're merely a fleeting autumn grasshopper. How long can you remain unscathed? What does it matter if you know martial arts? Can it save your father or the Lin family conglomerate? It is destined for ruin. Let you revel a few more days. Soon, I shall repay today's humiliation tenfold." A sinister smile curled at the corners of Qin Fangwei's mouth as he envisioned a future where he had utterly vanquished Lin Chen. At that moment, Li Xiaoman suddenly interjected, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Chen. "What do you actually want, Lin Chen? Do you intend to kill Fangwei? If something happens, can you bear the responsibility? You're just a muscle-bound fool, utterly useless." Li Xiaoman's words were harsh and cutting. However, before Lin Chen could respond, Li Jiechi furrowed her brow. "Xiaoman, how can you say such things? I, Lin Chen, have nothing to fear." Lin Chen interrupted, his voice commanding and chilling to the bone. In truth, he had already tempered the force of his earlier strike. Otherwise, he would have surely killed Qin Fangwei. The might of the strongest immortal was not to be trifled with. Nonetheless, Lin Chen had no intention of allowing Qin Fangwei to perish so easily. The real drama was only just beginning. And how could the main character, Qin Fangwei, be allowed to die? "Lin Chen, I never realized you could not only fight, but also boast." Li Xiaoman sneered, her tone sharp with mockery. "Lin Chen, you ought to look in the mirror. What do you think you are? Just because you know a bit of martial arts, you think you're impressive? Let me tell you, you're nothing more than a waste of space." Slap. A crisp sound shattered the air as Li Jiechi delivered a merciless slap across Li Xiaoman's face, sending her sprawling to the ground, a trickle of blood appearing at the corner of her mouth. At this, Qin Fangwei fell silent, merely recoiling slightly, not daring to intervene. Sitting on the ground, Li Xiaoman looked bewildered, clutching her face. "Sister, you hit me? For an outsider, you actually..." Xiaoman apologized to Lin Chen. Li Jiechi commanded with a stern expression. "I refuse. I only spoke the truth. Why should I apologize?" Li Xiaoman erupted, her voice filled with hysteria. "Li Jiechi, do not bind me with your thoughts. You are you, and I am I. I refuse to become you. You are 26 and have never had a boyfriend. You're so lofty, so great, so impressive." With that, she mockingly gave Li Jiechi a thumbs up. "You." Li Jiechi, upon hearing this, felt her anger surge, trembling with rage. At that moment, Lin Chen seemed to sense something amiss. He turned to Li Jiechi, his brow slightly furrowing. "This is a harbinger of calamity?" Only those with insight could perceive the ominous signs. Li Jiechi's complexion was darkening, her nose turning pale, and 2 spots of crimson were faintly visible on her cheekbones, a sign of impending disaster. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoman continued her derision. "Why would I want such a useless waste like Lin Chen? And, Li Jiechi, let me be blunt. I am pregnant with Fangwei's child." Upon hearing this, Li Jiechi's expression shifted dramatically. "What? Indeed, you heard correctly. I, Li Xiaoman, am carrying Qin Fangwei's child." Li Xiaoman enunciated each word with deliberate clarity. Initially, She had intended to wait for an opportune moment to share this news with her sister, as they had always been close. With Li Jieqi often acting as a mother figure, Li Xiaoman wished to avoid shocking her too severely. Yet now, consumed by rage, she cared little for the consequences. She simply wanted to provoke Li Jieqi. You. Li Jieqi's hand trembled as she pointed at Li Xiaoman, unable to articulate her outrage, her body trembling with fury. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced her heart. Ugh! Li Jieqi gasped, her eyes rolling back as she clutched her chest, her body collapsing towards the ground. Li Xiaoman was momentarily stunned, blinking in confusion. Just as Li Jieqi was about to fall, Lin Chen swiftly reached out, catching her slender waist and cradling her delicate form. Yet, at that moment, Li Jieqi had lost consciousness, her face devoid of color, her breath nearly extinguished. Sister, what is wrong? Li Xiaoman exclaimed in alarm, rushing to her side. Though she had intended to infuriate Li Jieqi, that was merely a moment of impulse. After all, Li Jieqi had raised her since childhood, sacrificing much for their family, even foregoing the chance to attend a prestigious university. No matter how carefree Li Xiaoman appeared, she could not bear to see her sister in distress. Seeing Li Jieqi unconscious sent Li Xiaoman into a frenzy, shouting frantically, "Call 120. Hurry, call 120. Her shrill voice attracted the attention of many nearby. Qin Fangwei, too, was flustered. Having been raised in luxury, he had never witnessed such a scene. Prompted by Li Xiaoman's urgency, he hastily pulled out his phone and dialed for help. In contrast, Lin Chen remained unperturbed, his expression unchanged. Not the slightest hint of panic crossing his face. Instead, he gently held Li Jieqi's waist, observing her pale visage. Internally shaking his head, so it was merely acute heart disease. I thought it was something catastrophic. What a fright. Lin Chen, put my sister down. She is suffering from insufficient blood flow to her heart and needs to lie flat. Holding her like that could kill her. Li Xiaoman, realizing the gravity of the situation, urgently instructed Lin Chen. However, Lin Chen paid her no heed, seemingly impervious to her words. He inhaled deeply, raising his right hand, his index and middle fingers suddenly snapping into position, a subtle power pulsating at their tips. Without hesitation, he began to tap rhythmically on Li Jieqi's body. With each strike, a dull thud echoed, causing Li Jieqi's delicate form to tremble with the force of Lin Chen's blows. Witnessing this scene, Li Xiaoman's expression shifted dramatically, and she exclaimed, "Lin Chen, what on earth are you doing? Stop." However, Lin Chen paid her no mind, treating her as if she were invisible, and continued to strike Li Jieqi's body. Enraged, Li Xiaoman seized a brick from the ground and hurled it towards Lin Chen's head, simultaneously unleashing a torrent of curses. "You worthless fool. I command you to cease at once." Chapter 8. Lin Chen is my backup. Just as the heavy brick was about to descend upon Lin Chen's head. A moment of peril. At that crucial juncture, a delicate, fair hand suddenly grasped Li Xiaoman's wrist. "Miss, this gentleman is saving your sister. Do not be ungrateful." A cool, feminine voice echoed, laced with a hint of warning. Li Xiaoman was taken aback. Just then, Li Jieqi, cradled in Lin Chen's arms, suddenly inhaled sharply, her chest heaving as she emitted a strange cry. Following that, her breathing gradually steadied, and the pallor of her face returned to a healthy hue. Clearly, she had recovered. Li Xiaoman stood there, dumbfounded. Is it possible to recover so quickly? This is simply unbelievable. Not only was Li Xiaoman astonished, but even Li Jieqi herself blinked in confusion, pondering, what just happened? Did I just flirt with death? And why am I in Lin Chen's arms? Yet, amid this bewilderment, she found comfort in Lin Chen's embrace. "Sir, I observed your techniques earlier. May I inquire if you are a descendant of the Duanmu family?" At that moment, the cool voice resounded once more. Lin Chen continued to hold Li Jieqi, turning to face the speaker, a remarkably beautiful woman, around 25 years of age, dressed in a pale green floral dress, exuding grace. However, her complexion was excessively pale, and her physique was extremely slender, evoking an unsettling beauty. It appears she suffers from such an ailment. No wonder her complexion is so ashen. Lin Chen's gaze flickered as he discerned the woman's condition. "Miss, you must have mistaken him. He is not a descendant of the Duanmu family. His surname is Lin, and he is my ex-boyfriend," Li Xiaoman interjected, disdainfully smirking. As she pronounced the words ex-boyfriend, her chest puffed up with pride, adopting an arrogant demeanor. "Lin? How could that be? His life-saving methods clearly derive from the Duanmu family." The beautiful woman furrowed her brows in confusion. "Are you jesting?" This good-for-nothing saved someone? I assure you, he is my ex-boyfriend and lacks even a medical license. How could he possibly save anyone? Li Xiaoman laughed mockingly. The beautiful woman narrowed her eyes, glaring at Li Xiaoman, and retorted softly, "How do you think your sister recovered? I warn you, the descendants of the Duanmu family are not to be insulted. Should you utter another word of nonsense, do not blame me for being impolite." Though her voice was soft, the chill in her tone sent shivers down one's spine. Li Xiaoman took a step back, unable to suppress a gulp. Clearly, she was intimidated by the beautiful woman. However, unable to swallow her pride, she could only mutter insults. Crazy woman, foolish woman, shameless woman. I, Li Xiaoman, will not stoop to your level. The beautiful woman paid no heed to Li Xiaoman, instead turning her attention to Lin Chen, a smile gracing her delicate features as she extended her hand. "Mr. Lin, it is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Su Mingyao. How pleased." Lin Chen retorted absent-mindedly. Su Mingyao was momentarily taken aback. "This is unexpected. May I inquire how you are addressed?" She continued, clearing her throat to mask her embarrassment. "Lin Chen," he replied softly. Su Mingyao elaborated. "As the ancient saying goes, saving a life is more meritorious than building a 7-story pagoda. This young lady just experienced a cardiac episode. Had Mr. Lin not been present, the consequences would have been dire. However, I have a question. Are you a descendant of the Duanmu family?" Lin Chen shook his head. "No, not." Su Mingyao's expression was one of disbelief. Her beautiful eyes locked onto Lin Chen. Under Su Mingyao's piercing gaze, Lin Chen remained unfazed, his demeanor calm and composed, betraying no hint of agitation. Such a steady disposition. Su Mingyao thought to herself, astonished. This Mr. Lin, so young yet so composed, is certainly no ordinary individual. He must be a descendant of the Duanmu family. But why would he conceal his identity? "Mr. Lin, might I have your contact information?" Su Mingyao inquired softly. Before Lin Chen could respond, Li Xiaoman interjected, her brow furrowed in indignation. "Who are you to ask for his contact information? Miss, if I heard correctly, you are Mr. Lin's ex-girlfriend, are you not?" Su Mingyao asked, her tone calm. And if so? Li Xiaoman glared at Su Mingyao, her gaze hostile. "Miss, you are merely Mr. Lin's ex-girlfriend, not his current partner. What concern is it of yours if I wish to obtain his contact information?" Su Mingyao replied, unfazed. Li Xiaoman found herself at a loss for words. Though Li Xiaoman was also quite beautiful, she paled in comparison to Su Mingyao in both appearance and demeanor. Particularly, Su Mingyao's ethereal grace was tenfold more captivating than Li Xiaoman's. Standing side by side, Li Xiaoman felt her presence diminish considerably. "This is my business card," Lin Chen said, handing Su Mingyao a card with his contact information inscribed upon it. "Thank you, Mr. Lin," Su Mingyao responded, her expression brightening as she accepted the card. Yet, this scene ignited a blaze of fury within Li Xiaoman, who crossed her arms in indignation. "Lin Chen can only ever be my backup. His destiny is to be my backup for life. I, Li Xiaoman, will not permit any other woman to approach my backup, especially not one as stunning as her." However, Su Mingyao then asked, "Mr. Lin, may I inquire when you might be available?" Yet, before she could finish her sentence, Lin Chen coldly waved his hand. "It's fine. Do not contact me. If you need anything, then certainly do not reach out." Su Mingyao was left speechless, her mouth agape, unsure of how to respond. Lin Chen's aloofness stemmed from his realization of Su Mingyao's intentions. She sought his help to heal her affliction. She suffered from a peculiar ailment that neither traditional nor modern medicine could remedy, compelling her to seek the expertise of ancient medical families. For only they possessed the knowledge to cure her malady. The Duanmu family she mentioned was one such family with an ancient medical legacy. Having saved Li Jieqi's life through his healing abilities, Su Mingyao mistakenly believed Lin Chen to be a descendant of the Duanmu family and sought his contact information. Recognizing her ulterior motives, Lin Chen adopted a dispassionate demeanor. Noting Lin Chen's indifference, Su Mingyao produced a golden card and said, "Mr. Lin, a large medical exchange conference will be held in Yunhai City next month. This is an entry card for members. A medical master such as yourself should certainly attend to offer guidance." With that, Su Mingyao smiled sweetly as she extended the golden card towards Lin Chen. However, before Lin Chen could accept it, Qin Fengwei interjected, astonished, "Are you referring to the medical exchange conference, the 18th of its kind in Yunzhou?" "Indeed," Su Mingyao affirmed, nodding her head lightly. "This is unbelievable." Qin Fengwei's eyes widened in shock. The scale of this medical exchange conference was immense. and it was rumored that even high-ranking officials would be present. His father, Qin Jianshu, had long desired to participate in this medical exchange conference, investing countless resources and time. However, in the end, his efforts yielded nothing. He could not even obtain a mere bronze membership card. Yet, the card before him appeared to be a golden membership card? Surely, I am not dreaming. It is important to note that only the president of the first hospital of Yunhai City, a figure of such stature, could possess a golden membership card. Miss, I must remind you that Lin Chen is merely an undergraduate student who has yet to graduate, lacking even a medical license. Is it not rather hasty to grant him this membership card? Qin Fengwei said, his expression dark and his tone tinged with jealousy. I do not require anyone to instruct me on my affairs, Su Mingyao replied, shaking her head. Her voice, though gentle, bore an unmistakably domineering tone. Externally delicate and gentle, yet resolutely assertive within, this disposition captivated Lin Chen. Very well, I shall accept this membership card. With that, Lin Chen accepted the golden membership card. Witnessing this scene, Qin Fengwei's eyes filled with intense jealousy and resentment. Why should this be? I, Qin Fengwei, am the protagonist, the prodigy, the focus of everyone's attention. What is Lin Chen? This good for nothing, compared to me? Why must he bask in the glory that should rightfully be mine? I refuse to accept this. Chapter 9. Threatening Lin Chen with father's authority. As the crowd watched Su Mingyao depart, Lin Chen turned his gaze back to Li Jieqi, who remained nestled against him. How do you feel now? He inquired softly. All is well, thank you, Li Jieqi replied. Her cheeks flushed as she quickly rose from Lin Chen's embrace, clutching the hem of her dress, appearing somewhat bashful. Humph. At that moment, Li Xiaoman let out a disdainful huff, expressing her discontent. Sister, if it weren't for Lin Chen, you wouldn't have had a heart attack. Blame him. Silence. Li Jieqi retorted coldly, sensing the rising tension. Li Xiaoman, taken aback by her sister's tone, recoiled slightly, refraining from further comment. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, perplexed by Li Xiaoman's illogical reasoning. Was it truly his fault? Had she not been pregnant, Li Jieqi would not have been so agitated as to suffer a heart ailment. It seemed this woman was not entirely rational. With a heavy sigh, Li Jieqi lamented her sister's choices. She had always wished for Li Xiaoman to find a reliable and trustworthy man, regardless of wealth or status, as long as he treated her well. Yet, to her astonishment, Li Xiaoman not only disregarded her advice, but now found herself with child. Sister, please sit and rest for a moment. The ambulance will arrive shortly, and we must go to the hospital for a checkup. Li Xiaoman took the initiative to link her arm with Li Jieqi's, guiding her to sit down. However, Lin Chen interjected, Jieqi is no longer in serious danger. Huh? No longer in danger? You saved her? Li Xiaoman scoffed, casting a derisive glance at Lin Chen. Do not presume that merely finding a random actor makes you a doctor. You lack even a medical license. Spare us your arrogance. Qin Fengwei seized the opportunity to chime in. Indeed, sister, Lin Chen doesn't possess a medical license. And that woman earlier could very well have been a random bystander he hired. You should heed Shaman's advice and go for a checkup. Lin Chen, unfazed by their mockery, dismissed their words with disdain. Mere mortals could scarcely comprehend his realm of understanding. Unexpectedly, Li Jieqi shook her head without hesitation. Stop talking, I trust Lin Chen. Li Xiaoman's expression shifted to one of alarm, but sister. Before she could finish, the sharp siren of the ambulance pierced the air, growing louder as it approached. Soon, a flashing blue light heralded the arrival of the ambulance, and a man in his 30s, clad in a white coat and mask, stepped out, beaming as he approached Qin Fengwei. Haha, young Master Qin, long time no see. Dr. Liao, good to see you. Hope all is well, Qin Fengwei replied, patting the doctor on the back while casting a smug glance at Lin Chen. Well, Lin Chen, open your eyes and behold. This is my network. Even in the hospital, I have connections. What do you have to compare? All right, young Master Qin, time is of the essence. Where's the patient? Dr. Liao asked, looking around. Right here. My girlfriend's sister, Qin Fengwei pointed to Li Jieqi. Dr. Liao's mouth fell open in disbelief. His earlier search for the patient had overlooked Li Jieqi entirely, for she bore no signs of a heart attack whatsoever. Dr. Liao, let me explain. Qin Fengwei leaned in, whispering a few words into the doctor's ear. Oh, I see, Dr. Liao nodded, seemingly enlightened. He then cast a disdainful glance at Lin Chen, his eyes filled with scorn. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Though he had not heard what Qin Fengwei said, he had no desire to know, for he could sense it was nothing flattering. Dr. Liao, While this young lady may not have a serious condition, it is prudent to visit the hospital, Qin Fengwei suggested in a low voice. Very well. Dr. Liao agreed with a slight nod. He waved his hand, and several nurses approached Li Jieqi to assist her into the ambulance. Li Jieqi was momentarily bewildered by the sudden attention, only coming to her senses when the doors of the ambulance closed, leaving her at a loss for words. Li Xiaoman climbed into Qin Fengwei's luxurious sports car, turning to Lin Chen with an air of superiority. Lin Chen, Fengwei is hosting a birthday party for me at Height in KTV tomorrow night. Will you attend? Lin Chen, however, seemed oblivious to her presence, treating her as if she were air, and simply turned to leave. Li Xiaoman's brows knitted in frustration. From the moment she laid eyes on Lin Chen, she sensed a profound change in him. His demeanor, actions, and expressions were all markedly different, almost as if he were a completely transformed individual. I've cast him aside and am now carrying another man's child. Should he not be in despair, begging me not to leave, pleading to be my support? Yet, he appears so composed, as if he cares not at all. He was merely my backup. Lin Chen, remember, it was I who ended our relationship. As she watched him walk away, Li Xiaoman called out. Yet, Lin Chen paid her no mind. Okay, he replied casually, his back turned to her, his pace unbroken. Li Xiaoman felt a knot form in her chest. Okay? Just okay? What do you mean? What do you think of me, Lin Chen? You were merely my backup. She wished to protest further, but Qin Fengwei shot her a glare, irritated. Enough. Are you two going to continue this endless argument? With that, they started the car and followed the ambulance, while Lin Chen opted not to accompany them to the hospital. After all, Li Jieqi appeared vibrant and healthy, indicating that she would not face further calamity in the near future, and thus did not require Lin Chen's presence. Nevertheless, Lin Chen remained curious about what thoughts occupied Li Xiaoman's mind daily. How could she, pregnant with Qin Fengwei's child, still have the audacity to invite him to her birthday party? Surely, this woman must be somewhat unhinged. The ambulance traveled steadily down the road. Miss Li, human emotions are complex and must be navigated with caution, Dr. Liao remarked, clearing his throat. That young man, Lin, seems utterly ignorant, yet still claims you suffered a heart attack. I have encountered many who boast without merit. Li Jieqi frowned slightly at his words, but chose not to engage in explanation. Her faith in Lin Chen rendered her dismissive of the need to clarify. Miss Li, once the examination is complete, might I have the pleasure of treating you to a meal? Dr. Liao inquired, flipping his hair and flashing a self-satisfied smile. I'm not available. Li Jieqi replied curtly, her demeanor icy. The nature of men. However, if it were Lin Chen who extended the invitation to her, the circumstances would be entirely different. Sigh. Subsequently, Li Jieqi heaved a long sigh. She understood that this time, Li Xiaoman and Lin Chen were truly finished, irrevocably so. What could possibly be done about it? Though she felt disheartened by Li Xiaoman, she could not simply abandon her younger sister. Thus, she pinched her brow, wearied by her thoughts. An hour later, Lin Chen discovered a place rich in spiritual energy. Nestled in the outskirts, amidst verdant hills, it possessed both auspicious feng shui and abundant vegetation, offering a serene environment. With no one around, Lin Chen promptly assumed a cross-legged position and began his cultivation. At present, Lin Chen had just entered the awakening realm, his powers still unstable. Therefore, he intended to solidify his strength to prevent any shaky foundations from hindering his future development. Time during cultivation always seemed to fly by. In the blink of an eye, a day and night had passed. The following evening, Lin Chen finally opened his eyes. A breath of white vapor escaped his lips, dissipating into the air with a wave of warmth. He had finally stabilized his power. Clenching his fists, he smiled with satisfaction. Indeed, his strength was now firmly established in the awakening realm. Upon checking his phone, he was astonished to find over 20 missed calls and a single unread message. Lin Chen opened the message, but the next moment, his brow furrowed, and his expression turned icy. Boom! A surge of murderous intent erupted, radiating fiercely. The message read, "This afternoon at 6 o'clock. Bring the innate spiritual fruit to High Tea on KTV, room 518, to meet me. If you fail to appear, I shall take his life." Attached to the text was a photograph of a man, his father, Lin Zhongxiao. Chapter 10. Lin Chen's humiliation today. Lin Chen is destined to face humiliation. High Tea on KTV is one of the most luxurious karaoke establishments in Yunhai City. Gaining entry to High Tea on KTV is not merely a matter of wealth. That alone is insufficient. Many affluent individuals exist, and a famous saying goes, "On the wind, Even pigs can soar. 20 years ago, anyone engaging in real estate could amass millions, becoming extraordinarily wealthy. Yet, these individuals believe they can enter high Tian KTV? Such a notion is utterly delusional. To gain entry, two conditions must be met: wealth and influence. A year prior, a local tycoon worth 30 million sought entry into high Tian KTV but was promptly ejected. In his discontent, he returned with over 200 followers and wreaked havoc on the first floor of the establishment. At that time, the tycoon was brimming with arrogance and pride. However, less than a week later, he found himself bankrupt. Moreover, he vanished without a trace. No one knew his whereabouts. Perhaps he became a commoner, relocated elsewhere, or perhaps descended into oblivion. Since then, no one has dared to act recklessly at High Tian KTV. Rumors abound that behind High Tian KTV lies the prominent Xia family, one of the 8 great families in Yinzhou. In short, High Tian KTV is undoubtedly among the elite karaoke venues in Yunhai City. At 5:30 in the afternoon, Lin Chen arrived at the Seaside KTV. However, at the entrance of the parking lot, a security guard halted him. "This is High Tian KTV. Ordinary vehicles are not permitted," the guard declared loudly, extending his arm. Lin Chen frowned slightly. "Why can't ordinary vehicles enter? Just look at the cars inside." The guard scoffed derisively, gesturing towards the parking lot behind him. Lin Chen glanced over. Mercedes, BMW, Ferrari, Land Rover, Jaguar, Bugatti. Every vehicle was either luxury or sports. Not a single ordinary car in sight. "Do you understand now?" The guard sneered, dismissively waving his hand. "Stop embarrassing yourself here. An ordinary car cannot enter. Find somewhere else to park." Before Lin Chen could respond, a red Porsche approached from behind. "Shaoli, what are you doing? Why are you blocking the road? Do you want to get fired?" A rotund man bellowed as he exited the Porsche, visibly irate. The guard trembled and hurriedly explained, "Brother Wang, let me explain. This ordinary car is trying to enter our KTV, and I'm asking him to leave." "What? An ordinary car?" The rotund man burst into laughter, expressing disdain. "How dare he come here to show off in an ordinary car? What an embarrassment. Hey, do you know this place isn't for trash like you?" He punctuated his words by banging on Lin Chen's car window. Lin Chen remained calm, casting a composed glance at the rotund man. "Oh, I thought it was someone important. But it turns out to be the infamous Lin Chen, young Master Lin." The rotund man recognized Lin Chen and raised an eyebrow, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, fully aware of the mocking tone in the man's words. Just then, the rotund man unexpectedly turned and slapped the guard across the face without mercy. "How dare you not recognize young Master Lin? You blind fool." The guard teetered, nearly collapsing, clutching his stinging face, utterly bewildered. "What are you still doing? Quickly let young Master Lin through." The rotund man shouted again, delivering another swift slap that sent the guard sprawling to the ground, showcasing his brute strength. "Yes, yes." The guard, nearly in tears, nodded vigorously and hurriedly entered the guardhouse to raise the barrier. Observing this scene, a chilling smile crept across the rotund man's face. As he turned to Lin Chen, the cold smile vanished, replaced by a congenial demeanor. "Young Master Lin, please proceed." Without hesitation, Lin Chen drove into the parking lot. The rotund man watched him leave, his expression shifting from amiable to sinister, his gaze becoming deep and malevolent. "Brother Wang," the guard said, bowing and handing the rotund man a Chinese cigarette, showing utmost respect as he lit it for him. The rotund man squinted, savoring the smoke with delight. After a moment, seizing the opportunity, the guard inquired, "Brother Wang, I've heard of the Lin Group and Lin Zhongxiao, but I know nothing of young Master Lin Chen. Is the Lin Group truly formidable?" "Formidable?" The rotund man laughed heartily, disdain evident in his voice. "The Lin Group is nothing but trash, utterly inconsequential. I tell you, even his father, Lin Zhongxiao, wouldn't dare drive an ordinary car in here." "What? Then why?" The guard looked utterly perplexed. "I have been commissioned by the Qin Group's young master," the rotund man replied. "The young master of the Qin Group?" The guard nodded thoughtfully, as if beginning to understand. The rotund man dismissed the guard's inquiries and turned his attention back to the direction Lin Chen had departed, a smirk creeping onto his lips. "Lin Chen, just wait. Today, you are destined to be humiliated. I wonder, will you succumb to the disgrace and choose to end it all?" His gaze turned venomous, and he sighed in anticipation as he walked away. He believed he was concealing his true intentions well, displaying a gentle demeanor and tone, leading Lin Chen, that worthless scoundrel, to remain blissfully unaware of the enmity directed at him. But did he truly think he was clever? Who was Lin Chen? The slightest change in the rotund man's expression had already revealed his malicious intent to Lin Chen. Perhaps he was an accomplice of the one seeking the innate spiritual fruit. Nevertheless, Lin Chen felt no concern. Life and death were trivial to him. He would confront any challenge head-on, for the strongest immortal revered nothing. Of course, those who could make Lin Chen regard life and death with indifference. Well, to boast, such individuals would hardly number more than a handful, even across the entire universe. Upon parking, Lin Chen entered Haitian KTV. The establishment was indeed extravagant. Even precious metals and jewels merely served as decoration. It would not be an exaggeration to say that even those who had seen grand sights would be awestruck upon their first visit here. Yet, Lin Chen felt not a hint of astonishment. Instead, his gaze betrayed a hint of disdain. Haitian KTV was undeniably luxurious, but in his eyes, it was simply excessively low class. Who was Lin Chen? Once, a formidable woman had sought to please him, purchasing an entire planet with a single strand of his hair, spending eons transforming it into a resplendent palace. Yet, Lin Chen had not even deigned to notice, let alone this mere KTV. "Good day, sir. May I ask if you have a reservation or an invitation?" A female attendant approached with a smile as he entered the KTV. Though her smile was likely a product of training, it still felt pleasant and comfortable. "Room 518, Lin Chen replied. "Ah?" The attendant's mouth fell slightly agape, astonished at his response. Tonight, someone reserved a private room on the second floor to celebrate his girlfriend's birthday party. Thus, she presumed that the young gentleman before her, who appeared to be in his early 20s, was also headed to the second floor for the same occasion. However, to her utter astonishment, this seemingly youthful individual intended to ascend to the fifth floor. It is noteworthy that the Haitian KTV is stratified, with each level corresponding to a distinct tier. The first floor is ordinary, the second floor is for the affluent, the third floor is for VIPs. The fourth floor is for high-end VIPs, and the fifth floor is reserved for the elite VIPs. There are only 5 floors in total. Moreover, the most significant aspect is that the fifth floor comprises merely 8 private rooms, each designated for 8 individuals, whose mere presence could cause tremors throughout Yunhai City. Yet, here stands this young man, audaciously aiming for the 5th floor? Unbelievable. Inconceivable. Chapter 11. The menace of a single foot in room 518 of the Haitian KTV. A woman sat gracefully upon a lotus platform. Her figure was slender and alluring, yet her face was obscured by a veil, concealing her true identity. Only her cascading, snow-white hair, flowing down to her waist, indicated that she was indeed a woman. With her eyes closed and breath steady, she appeared to be in a state of light slumber or perhaps deep meditation. The reason for her veil was rooted in a vow she had made. In this lifetime, aside from her parents and her beloved, no one else was to behold her true visage. However, her parents had long since passed, meaning that only one person remained who could unveil her face, her man. Behind the woman in white stood 2 figures. "Master, I feel that person lacks the qualifications to enter Haitian KTV," remarked a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s, positioned to the left and slightly behind her. "Indeed. Master Bai, while our Haitian KTV may not be vast, it is not a place for just anyone to enter," added a gaunt man standing to the right of the white-haired woman, his pallor suggesting he was recovering from a severe illness or perhaps suffering from chronic fatigue. With a proud smile, he continued, "It is not for the likes of strays." The white-haired woman slowly opened her eyes, yet she refrained from speaking, only shaking her head slightly. "I see now, Master, your strategy is quite profound," the middle-aged man exclaimed, slapping his thigh and raising his thumb in realization. "Huh." The gaunt man looked puzzled. "What strategy? Did Master Bai just speak?" The middle-aged man clarified, "My master is testing the other person's credentials. If they cannot even enter here, it indicates they possess no reputation and, hence, no skill. My master remains unperturbed." The gaunt man nodded in understanding. Such a clever tactic, truly worthy of Master Bai. However, he still harbored some doubts. How could the middle-aged man discern her thoughts from just a slight shake of her head? Could they communicate telepathically? Yet, he recognized Master Bai's extraordinary prowess, which surpassed ordinary comprehension, and thus did not dwell on it further. Small secrets hide in the wild. Great secrets lie amid the city. At that moment, the white-haired woman spoke, her voice echoing with a serene authority. This was merely a cursory probe into that individual. Many masters possess formidable strength, yet lack prominence. Compared to them, I have been somewhat mercenary. With a slight shake of her head, she sighed softly. "Master, Do not belittle yourself. I have seen the person. He is merely a young, brash fool. At such a tender age, how much power could he possibly wield? With but a flick of your finger, he would kneel and beg for mercy. The middle-aged man flattered. Indeed, Master Bai, you are one of the 8 great masters of Yinzhou. How could you need more than a hair to deal with such an ignorant child? The gaunt man concurred, nodding vigorously. Master Bai, I greatly admire you. Many who gain power become arrogant and self-important, yet you remain humble. Such a disposition truly humbles us. The gaunt man, named Su Hao, was the head of Hai Tian KTV and was adept at flattering those in authority. Upon hearing his words, the white-haired woman smiled gently and declared, I shall protect your Hai Tian KTV. Her voice was soft, yet the tone was undeniably imperious. Really? Su Hao's eyes widened in astonishment, his face alight with joy. Master Bai had been at Hai Tian KTV for over a day, and during that time, Su Hao had diligently followed her, hoping to hear those very words. His efforts had borne fruit. However, just as Su Hao prepared to shower her with further praise, a sudden commotion erupted from outside the room. Sir, you do not possess an invitation for room 518. You cannot come up. Sir, please. Be careful not to hurt your foot. A woman's voice cried out in alarm. Bang! A thunderous roar followed. The door to the room was violently kicked open as if struck by a cannonball. With a resounding crash, the door fell to the ground, and a fierce gust of wind swept through the room. Su Hao, an ordinary man, felt the air pressure surge, rendering him breathless and suffocated. Yet, the middle-aged man acutely sensed the murderous intent emanating from the wind. What is this? His face turned pale with fear, breath quickening as he instinctively stepped back, for at that moment, he beheld a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood at the doorway. Just then, the white-haired woman, seated upon the lotus platform, spoke with a commanding voice that resonated like a great bell. Silence. Her words pierced through the chaos, dispelling the horrific vision before the middle-aged man. Even so, he fell to his knees, trembling in terror, his face ashen. Su Hao inhaled deeply, his heart racing with trepidation. Together, they turned their gazes toward the entrance. What? They were met with a sight that left them utterly astonished. For at the threshold stood a single foot. This meant the door had been kicked open by merely a foot. It was well known that Hai Tian KTV was not only luxurious, but also secure. An ordinary person could not even hope to breach the door, let alone with just a kick. Who could possess such strength to nearly obliterate the door with a single foot? Was it a martial arts master? The middle-aged man's brow furrowed with concern. Yet, neither of them grasped the crux of the matter. Outsiders were captivated by the spectacle of strength, while the middle-aged man questioned the adversary's skill. But only the white-haired woman discerned the true essence behind it all. This was murderous intent. Her expression darkened gravely. Why did Su Hao feel suffocated? Why was the middle-aged man nearly terrified to death? 2 words, murderous intent. The menace of a single foot. Such overwhelming murderous intent could evoke such dread. One could only imagine the terror of the individual behind it. They were likely even more formidable than the military's Shen Tianlong. In an instant, the white-haired woman's spirits plummeted to an abyss of despair. As the 3 of them stared, a young man with medium-length hair, clad in casual attire, resembling an ordinary student, strolled leisurely into the room. As he entered, his gaze locked onto the white-haired woman, and he coldly commanded, in 3 seconds, unveil your veil, or I shall leave you in pieces. Cold, overbearing. Before the mightiest of celestial beings, no one could conceal their visage, not even the 3 great celestial emperors. Chapter 12. Have you really kneeling down? 3 seconds. Remove your veil, and leave your corpse intact. Lin Chen's cold voice echoed through the room, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. It was ruthless and domineering. As soon as Lin Chen uttered these words, the entire room fell into an instant silence. You are the first and will be the last to dare speak to me like this. The expression of the white-haired woman darkened abruptly. Her gaze filled with murderous intent as she spoke softly to Lin Chen. Undeterred by her glare, Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. You are the first to speak to me in such a manner, and you too shall be the last. Seeking death, the white-haired woman exclaimed coldly. Boom. Before her voice faded, her body trembled, and a chilling aura erupted from within her, causing the temperature in the room to plummet dramatically. Su Hao shivered, swallowing hard as he said, Master Bai, I think I should leave. Master Bai was a figure of great renown, and in the upper echelons of Zhanghai City. Her reputation was unparalleled. The young man in black, though seemingly youthful, had demonstrated considerable strength by kicking the door open, indicating he too had a formidable background. As the saying goes, when immortals clash, mortals suffer. Both parties possessed immense abilities, and if a battle ensued, it would be ordinary individuals like him who would bear the brunt. Stand behind me. Today, with my presence, no one can harm you, the white-haired woman declared with a cold snort, exuding confidence and authority. Is that so? Lin Chen's lips curled into a hint of disdain. Listen well, boy. My master is one of the 8 great masters of Yunhai City. If you wish to survive, kneel and present the innate spirit fruit with both hands. The middle-aged man pointed at Lin Chen, speaking arrogantly. Otherwise, you will learn your place, and there is no need for my master to take action. However, before he could finish, Lin Chen suddenly stepped forward, raising his right foot with a swift motion. Swish! In an instant, he was before the white-haired woman. Her pupils constricted as she hastily raised her hand to defend herself, but it was too late. With a flick of his sleeve, Lin Chen removed her veil. Crack! Almost simultaneously, a sharp sound resonated as the middle-aged man behind the white-haired woman was struck, his face contorted in agony as teeth were shattered, his body crashing to the ground. Lin Chen, like a ghost, had already returned to his original position, as if he had not moved at all. Before me, no one can conceal their face, Lin Chen coldly declared, holding the translucent veil in his hand, gazing at the white-haired woman whose expression had shifted slightly. You seek death. The white-haired woman seethed with rage, each word dripping with fury. Boom. As the last word fell, an overwhelming chill erupted from her body. Whoosh. The cold wind howled, and the temperature in the room dropped sharply, even the windows frosted over. A veil formed of frost appeared on the white-haired woman's face, obscuring her features. You dare? She continued, her beautiful autumn-like eyes filled with wrath. Meanwhile, ice crystals began to materialize behind her, hovering in the air like an army. Die! The next moment, with another furious shout, she raised her hand and flicked her fingers towards Lin Chen. Whoosh! The ice crystals shot forth, raining down like a tempest. Their sharp tips aimed directly at Lin Chen, radiating deadly intent. This is simply divine magic. Su Hao watched in awe, nearly kneeling before the white-haired woman, his expression one of utmost admiration. Yet, he then cast a scornful glance at Lin Chen, pity mixed with derision in his gaze. The young man's greatest mistake was to provoke Master Bai. This fool was undoubtedly doomed. The middle-aged man on the ground, spitting blood, also managed a cruel smile, reveling in the impending doom of Lin Chen. He had been by the white-haired woman's side for years and knew well that she was furious. This ignorant young man was in for a world of trouble. Today, there would be no good outcome for him. No one could save him, mark my words. However, amidst the trio's anger, disdain, and pity, Lin Chen stood motionless, displaying no sign of defense or escape, as if he were paralyzed by fear. Yet, at that moment, a smile began to form on his lips. Die! The white-haired woman shouted once more, the ice crystals racing toward Lin Chen. But just then, Lin Chen raised his hand and waved it. Boom! A muffled sound erupted, and all the ice crystals vanished without a trace. What? Master Bai's expression shifted dramatically, but the next moment, her face paled even further. Lin Chen, still with his hand raised, suddenly clenched it, simultaneously uttering a low command. Ice, come. Whoosh! The cold wind surged. Instantly, the temperature in the room plummeted below freezing, and snowflakes began to materialize in the air. Yet, these snowflakes did not fall to the ground. Instead, they coalesced, forming an immense ice python. Hiss! The ice python slithered at Lin Chen's feet, lifting him up, its crimson eyes surveying the surroundings, instilling a sense of dread. With one hand behind his back, Lin Chen stood atop the ice python, surrounded by howling winds and swirling snow, resembling a war deity, exuding an aura of dominance. Swish! The next moment, the ice python darted forward, reaching the white-haired woman in the blink of an eye. Its forked tongue mere inches from her cheek, exhaling icy breath that struck her face. Master Bai's complexion turned pale, her body stiffening, paralyzed with fear. At that moment, she felt a suffocating sense of impending death. She believed that if she moved even slightly, it would mean her immediate demise. Meanwhile, Lin Chen, standing atop the ice python, crossed his arms and sighed lightly. I am truly pathetic, merely managing to conjure a long worm. Feeling embarrassed by the mere presence of the python, he raised his right hand and snapped his fingers, instantly reducing the ice python to a pile of powder scattered across the ground. Spare my life, immortal! Almost simultaneously, Master Bai fell to her knees, trembling in fear. She was not foolish. She realized she had provoked a being far beyond her capabilities. Hiss! Su Hao and the middle-aged man behind her gasped, collapsing to the ground in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. Who could have imagined that the renowned Master Bai would be defeated by a mere yellow-haired boy today? And she even knelt before him? If it weren't witnessed firsthand. Who would believe it? Who would dare to believe it? It was simply too astonishing. Chapter 13. The martial practitioners and the sorcerers. The methods of the silver-haired woman were already comparable to those of celestial beings. However, before this young man clad in black, she appeared utterly defenseless. Shock. Oh. Lin Chen stood firm, exuding no visible aura, yet the intangible force radiating from him rendered those present breathless, creating an atmosphere thick with tension. The three individuals broke into a cold sweat, too intimidated to utter a single word. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, and the perspiration, no larger than a bean, had thoroughly soaked the woman's silver hair. It was only then that Lin Chen finally spoke, his voice slow and deliberate. Did you three, in any way, harm the man in the photograph? Though his tone was soft, it carried a chilling edge. He is but a mortal. We did not lay a hand on him. The silver-haired woman trembled as she replied, kneeling upon the ground. Oh. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, fixating on her, his gaze imbued with a palpable pressure that left her gasping. Really, truly, she insisted, nodding vigorously. You are fortunate to be alive, Lin Chen remarked with a faint smile, then withdrew his imposing presence. He could discern that the silver-haired woman spoke truthfully. She indeed had not harmed Lin Zhangxiu, which prompted him to retract his murderous intent. The woman sighed in relief, having feared for her life, only to be astonished that this formidable figure before her had chosen not to strike. Truly, the thoughts of a master are difficult to fathom, she mused inwardly. At that moment, Lin Chen settled onto the sofa, crossing his legs as he savored a cup of hot tea. The three remained kneeling, exchanging glances, yet dared not speak. Lin Chen leisurely sipped his tea, enveloped in silence, and the three women remained too intimidated to rise. Time dragged on. Eventually, Lin Chen broke the silence, inquiring, I have heard you are one of the 8 masters of Yuzhou? In your presence, I dare not claim such a title. The silver-haired woman humbly shook her head. Lin Chen's voice turned cold as he commanded, answer my questions directly. There is no need for humility. Yes, she stammered, trembling as she nodded. Indeed, I am one of the 8 masters of Yuzhou. 8 masters, you say? Lin Chen took a sip of tea, his eyes narrowing in contemplation. In that case, your power must be considerable, no? As one of the 8 masters of Yuzhou, the woman undoubtedly possessed significant strength. Indeed, I possess some power, but in your presence, it is scarcely worth mentioning, she admitted. Is that so? Lin Chen mused, his eyes narrowed in thought. The silver-haired woman swallowed hard, her hands clenched tightly, her palms slick with sweat from a mix of excitement and fear. After what felt like an eternity, Lin Chen suddenly declared, this time, I shall spare your life. Really? The woman's eyes lit up with joy, only for Lin Chen to interject sternly, however. From now on, you shall be my servant. You will do as I command. And should you dare defy me, you shall meet a dire fate. Before he finished speaking, Lin Chen slammed his palm onto the table, causing it to shatter into splinters. Do you consent? As the fragments settled, Lin Chen once more inquired in a low voice. The silver-haired woman swallowed hard, seemingly startled. Yet in the next moment, her expression transformed into one of elation as she nodded without hesitation. I am willing. The black-clad man before her was incomparably powerful. How could she resist the opportunity to follow such a formidable master? This was an immense stroke of fortune. However, the 2 individuals behind her were left utterly astonished by the scene. What is happening? You are pledging yourself to him as a servant, and you appear so delighted? Am I dreaming? They felt as if their worldview was crumbling. Given this, I shall bestow upon you 2 gifts as a token of our meeting, Lin Chen declared, his tone succinct yet authoritative. Now lift your head. The silver-haired woman obeyed immediately, revealing her true visage, elegantly arched brows, captivating eyes, a refined nose, and a face resembling a delicate, glistening piece of jade, all framed by cascading white hair that lent her an air of icy, commanding beauty. Such a woman would surely enthrall the ordinary observer with just a glance. Yet, to Lin Chen, her beauty stirred not the slightest ripple in his heart. As the saying goes, my heart remains undisturbed. I even feel a hint of amusement. Calm your mind, he instructed, then with a sharp command, he extended his finger, striking her forehead with force, without a hint of tenderness. Ouch! She gasped, her body quivering slightly. Yet, a glimmer of light seemed to flow from his fingertip into her brow, and her eyes rolled back, as if she had lost her soul. Approximately half a minute later, Lin Chen withdrew his finger. The silver-haired woman gradually regained her senses, a mixture of emotions crossing her face. Do you understand the gifts I have given you? Lin Chen asked. Yes, she replied, nodding slightly, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. The first gift brought her joy, for it was a high-tier cultivation method, vastly superior to her current practice. The second, however, brought sorrow, as it was a contract, a slave contract. From this moment forth, Lin Chen would be her master, and she would have to comply with his every command, even though she might find distasteful. At this thought, Bai Rushue stole a glance at Lin Chen, noting his youthful yet striking appearance, particularly the blend of strength and gentleness in his demeanor that could easily captivate a woman's heart. At least he is not unappealing, she thought, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. However, she pondered, how old could this man truly be? With such formidable sorcery, he must possess considerable age. Perhaps he had employed some form of youth-preserving technique, allowing him to appear so young. It is well known that in the land of Huaxia, countless extraordinary individuals exist, primarily categorized into two types: martial practitioners and sorcerers. Martial practitioners, known as wuxiu, cultivate through martial arts, appearing no different from ordinary people before their enlightenment, save for slightly enhanced strength, speed, and endurance. In contrast, sorcerers, referred to as shuxiu, are different from the outset, adept at employing mystical arts that can both enhance beauty and strength, as well as eliminate foes from afar. Bai Rushue, for instance, was a sorcerer of the ice attribute. It is highly likely that the individual who sought to harm Li Jiaqing was also a sorcerer. Martial practitioners stand in stark contrast to sorcerers. They are characterized by a gradual accumulation of power, remaining indistinguishable from ordinary people prior to their enlightenment. In combat against a sorcerer, a martial practitioner would almost certainly face defeat. Only after achieving enlightenment do martial practitioners reveal their true might and terror, which is the essence of their gradual accumulation of strength. Bai Rushue previously believed that Lin Chen was a formidable martial artist, for he had kicked the door open with a force so terrifying that it seemed beyond the capabilities of a mere spellcaster. However, her doubts began to surface, as Lin Chen subsequently displayed an extraordinarily powerful mastery of ice and snow magic. Thus, she pondered, was he a martial artist or a spellcaster? Or could he be one of those legendary figures who seamlessly blended both martial and magical arts? Chapter 14. Laozi's flattery. However, it is of little consequence whether this man is a martial artist or a sorcerer. What truly matters is that he has likely attained enlightenment. Consider that Bai Rushue, among the 8 masters of Yunzhou, is already distinguished, yet she has not reached this level. She has waited for a full 7 years, yearning to enter the realm of enlightenment through that innate spiritual fruit. Who could have predicted that, at the final moment, the fruit would be snatched away? It is easy to imagine her fury. May I inquire about your age, celestial being? Bai Rushue asked, her curiosity piqued. Then, with a hint of trepidation, she voiced her greatest doubt. The art of facial rejuvenation can preserve one's appearance, yet it cannot conceal a person's aura. Still, Bai Rushue could sense Lin Chen's youthful vigor, his vitality brimming with passion. It was as if this elder truly appeared as young as he seemed. I am 22, Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. How is that possible? Bai Rushue laughed incredulously, initially thinking Lin Chen was jesting. 22? Are you playing with me? Even the renowned war god of the military district, Shun Tianlong, attained enlightenment only at 28. You cannot possibly be more gifted than him. Yet, upon seeing Lin Chen's expression, her heart sank slightly. He was not joking. His words were the truth. In that moment, Bai Rushue swallowed hard, her mouth agape in disbelief. But Lin Chen wasted no time, producing a piece of paper and coolly stating, procure these 9 materials for me. As he handed her the note, Bai Rushue examined it closely. However, her brow furrowed as she glanced back at Lin Chen, asking, I have heard of the first 7 materials. While they are difficult to obtain, they are not entirely out of reach. But the last 2 at this point, a look of concern crossed her exquisite features. For the final 2 materials were dragon scales and Qilin blood. Such legendary items, how could they possibly exist? Is that so? Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. Given the current state of Earth, Finding Qilin blood and dragon scales was indeed akin to climbing a mountain. After a brief contemplation, he added, "You need only procure the first few materials. I have my own methods for the last two." "All right." Bai Rushue exhaled, her chest rising with relief. Thankfully, she was not put in a difficult position. Curiosity overcame her once more as she asked, "But may I inquire, celestial being, what purpose do you have in gathering these 9 materials?" "Do not ask what should not be asked." Lin Chen's voice was cold and authoritative. Bai Rushue's complexion paled, her body trembling. She hastily bowed her head, replying, "I shall not dare to inquire further." Afterward, Lin Chen exited the room. The trouble had been resolved, and he had inadvertently gained a little sister, a considerable harvest that left him quite pleased. Whistling softly, he strolled leisurely down the stairs. As he departed, Su Hao wished to follow, eager to curry favor with Lin Chen. Yet ultimately, he hesitated, daunted by the prospect. Even the esteemed Bai Rushue, with her reputation in Yunzhou, appeared subservient before this young man, too intimidated to utter more than a few words. How could he dare to approach him? In the presence of such a formidable individual, a single misstep could cost him dearly. Nevertheless, Su Hao silently vowed, such an existence was one to avoid enmity with, yet it was imperative to forge an alliance, no matter the cost. As Lin Chen intended to leave Haitan KTV, a female voice called out from the second floor, "Oh, is that Lin Chen? What brings you here?" Turning to the source, he recognized a woman in her early 20s, with a face that could only be rated a 6, albeit enhanced by heavy makeup that lent her a certain allure. Chen Duan. Lin Chen immediately recognized her. She was known for her domineering nature, bolstered by a boyfriend skilled in martial arts, and her character left much to be desired. As a close friend of Li Xiaoman, who had betrayed Qin Fengwei, Lin Chen harbored no fondness for her, even feeling a tinge of aversion. However, before Lin Chen could respond, Chen Duan spoke in a mocking tone, "Lin Chen, today is Xiaoman's birthday, and we are hosting a birthday party for her. You should come along." "Not interested," Lin Chen replied decisively, shaking his head without hesitation. "Don't go," Chen Duan exclaimed, rushing forward to embrace Lin Chen, her voice rising. "I know why you are here. Although Xiaoman didn't invite you, you like her. So you followed secretly, right? Am I wrong? Since you're here, why leave? Let us celebrate together." Her loud voice echoed through the floor, seemingly intended for others to hear. Lin Chen frowned slightly. Just then, the door to a nearby room swung open, and several burly men emerged. The leader, a muscular man with a bare torso displaying his chiseled physique, towered over Lin Chen, looking down at him and commanding, "You are Lin Chen, correct? Brother Fengwei has summoned you to sing a song. Come along." His tone was undeniably authoritative. In his eyes, Lin Chen appeared frail and weak, an easy target. "Hey, Lin Chen, you're finished. Soon you will know the true meaning of humiliation," Chen Duan thought with a smirk, reveling in the moment. Yet Lin Chen remained unperturbed, glancing at the muscular man, then at Chen Duan, before returning his gaze forward with a mysterious smile, saying, "Very well." To their surprise, he began walking towards the nearby room. Not only was he smiling, but he was also taking the initiative. The muscular man and Chen Duan exchanged bewildered glances, then burst into mocking laughter. This fool was about to embarrass himself and remained blissfully unaware. "Lin Chen, today will be a day you will never forget," they thought, grinning as Lin Chen stepped into the room, envisioning the public humiliation that awaited him. However, Lin Chen harbored no such thoughts. He merely contemplated, "Foolish beings, I had intended to let you off easy, but since you have chosen to provoke me, I shall indulge you in this little game." On the 5th floor of Haitan KTV, in the private room 518, the door creaked open as a server abruptly entered. Bai Rushue and her companions were startled, their bodies trembling as they turned towards the entrance. To their relief, it was merely a server, and they sighed in unison. They had feared Lin Chen might have changed his mind and returned. However, Su Hao was furious, pointing at the server and yelling, "Do you have no manners? Do you not know to knock?" The waiter was berated mercilessly, and only after Su Hao had calmed down a bit did he stammer, "Su Go, I just saw that person enter room 208. "What?" Upon hearing this, Su Hao was initially taken aback, but soon he was overwhelmed with joy. Without a moment's hesitation, he bellowed, "Prepare the drinks immediately. No, fetch every exquisite beverage in the KTV, every single bottle, leave none behind." The waiter was taken aback. It is well known that Su Hao is notoriously frugal, never indulging in fine wines, let alone depleting the entire stock of premium drinks. But now, The waiter even began to question whether he was dreaming. At this moment, Suhao had only one thought: that young man, I must ingratiate myself with him. Chapter 15. You are unworthy to engage with me at the High Tian KTV, room 208. The moment Lin Chen pushed open the door, nearly every gaze in the room converged upon him. Oh, I wondered who it was. It turns out to be our esteemed guest, Lin Chen. Let us give him a warm welcome. Qin Fengwei's voice, laced with a smirk, echoed through the speakers as he stood on the elevated platform, microphone in hand. His eyes squinting with a mischievous grin. Lin Chen remained silent, unfazed. Young Master Lin, you arrived the latest. Why not take a seat and sing later? Qin Fengwei continued. Lin Chen, however, ignored him, surveying the room until he settled into a secluded corner. Seeing this, Qin Fengwei's grin widened. Unbeknownst to Lin Chen, he deliberately selected the song Happy Breakup. Happy Breakup, wishing you well. As the melody filled the air, Lin Chen felt the weight of disdainful, mocking, and pitying gazes directed at him. Yet, he remained indifferent, his expression calm and unchanging. However, a moment later, Lin Chen's brow arched as his attention shifted to a girl not too far away. She possessed an appealing countenance, but was somewhat introverted, lacking friends, and thus isolated. Unlike the others who mocked or reveled in his misfortune, she offered Lin Chen a genuine smile, devoid of pretense. What intrigued Lin Chen was the girl's unique constitution, one that seemed ill-suited for the current earth, a pity it would lead to her early demise. Lin Chen recognized the source of her predicament, but soon averted his gaze, deciding against intervening. Everyone has a distinct fate. He had no right to interfere, especially since he was not well acquainted with her. Yet, despite his disinterest, she approached Lin Chen. Smiling sweetly, Lin Chen, I'm Mu Lianqing. Shall we exchange contact information? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Wasn't this girl quite shy? Why would she seek his contact? However, he found no reason to decline and provided his phone number. All right, Lin Chen, let's keep in touch, Mu Lianqing replied with a charming smile before returning to her seat. Very well, Lin Chen nodded slightly. Unbeknownst to him, Li Xiaoman had observed their interaction, a flicker of resentment crossing her face. Lin Chen can only be my backup. He is destined to grovel before me, and I will not allow him to flirt with other girls. Clenching her fists, Li Xiaoman seethed inwardly. I must drive this woman away. Lin Chen came to High Tian KTV for me, to fawn over me, not for her. With this thought, Li Xiaoman's gaze sharpened, evidently plotting to remove Mu Lianqing. Just then, Chen Duan patted Li Xiaoman on the shoulder, saying, Xiaoman, come with me to the restroom. Girls like to go in groups, even for that. All right, you can give me some advice, Li Xiaoman replied, retracting her gaze from Mu Lianqing as she followed Chen Duan out of the room. The cacophony of KTV music filled the air, and Lin Chen, disenchanted by the atmosphere, felt bored. Ding dong. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. Glancing down, he saw a text message from an unknown number. Lin Chen, this group intends to humiliate you. You should leave now, don't stay here any longer. Lin Chen paused, momentarily taken aback. Yet, the corners of his mouth lifted in amusement. For it was evident that Mu Lianqing was the sender of this message. This girl possesses some intriguing qualities, Lin Chen mused, casting a glance towards her. Mu Lianqing, however, was not looking at him but discreetly gestured towards the door, urging him to leave quickly. At that moment, a tall man stood up and approached Lin Chen directly. Brother Lin, I hear you practice martial arts. Care for a friendly spar? He confronted Lin Chen, arms crossed, peering down at him with an air of arrogance. Isn't this Zhou Jian, the youth martial arts champion of Yanhai City? What brings him here? Don't you know? Zhou Jian and Qin Fengwei are close friends. Qin Fengwei dislikes Lin Chen, so he invited Zhou Jian. Understanding dawned upon those present. Zhou Jian's girlfriend had taken Xiaoman out earlier to prevent her from witnessing Lin Chen's impending humiliation. As the crowd murmured, the atmosphere thickened with disdain and pity directed at Lin Chen. Brother Lin, have you given it some thought? Zhou Jian taunted, his smile widening in delight. Yet Lin Chen did not respond, not even bothering to meet Zhou Jian's gaze. Are you deaf? I'm speaking to you. Zhou Jian's dissatisfaction simmered. You are unworthy to engage with me, Lin Chen replied coolly. What did you say? Zhou Jian's anger flared. Dare to repeat that? I said you are unworthy to engage with me, Lin Chen reiterated, his impatience evident. The surrounding crowd gasped, their mouths agape. Lin Chen's words were audaciously bold. Zhou Jian was the champion. He could easily handle 3 opponents at once. Lin Chen, you may boast, but do you truly believe you can back it up? They thought, shaking their heads in disdain for Lin Chen, who, despite appearing gentlemanly, revealed himself to be rather foolish. At that moment, Qin Fengwei descended from the stage, microphone in hand. A grin plastered on his face. Ah, no wonder Xiaomin once dated you. Your words are quite audacious. How about this? I'll be the host. And you two can engage in a friendly match, keeping it light? Lin Chen remained unmoved, for he believed Zhou Jian was beneath him. Yet, to the onlookers, his indifference was interpreted as fear. Qin Fengwei continued to stoke the flames. Friendly match, just for fun. What do you all think? Yes. The crowd responded in unison, eager for the spectacle of Lin Chen's defeat. Kid, if you're scared, I'll give you a chance. Kneel and call me grandfather 3 times, and I might consider sparing you. Zhou Jian sneered, his lips curling into a malevolent grin. At this, Lin Chen's brow furrowed. Kneel and beg for mercy? Not even the 3 great celestial emperors could demand that from him. Clearly, these mere mortals had no comprehension of the word death. Very well, allow me to enlighten you. Lin Chen declared, rising to his feet. Qin Fengwei saw this and smirked, a sinister glint in his eyes. You claim to be skilled in martial arts? Soon, you will realize that in the face of absolute strength, you are but a humble insect. Crack. Just at that moment, the door was suddenly flung open, and Li Xiaoman rushed in, leaning against the wall as she gasped for breath. With a voice tinged with tears, she exclaimed, No, it's terrible. Dujuan has been molested. Chapter 16. What are you? Brother Hai, I truly have a boyfriend now. Please, show mercy and let me go. Chen Duwan exclaimed, her face a mask of terror, her body trembling with fear. Beside her sat a rotund man in his 40s, a cigar dangling from his lips and adorned with gold chains, exuding an unmistakable air of a street thug. Upon hearing Chen Duwan's plea, the man known as Brother Hai smirked coldly and retorted, What if you have a boyfriend? I particularly enjoy women who are already taken. Brother Hai, you. Chen Duwan's complexion turned pale, yet she feigned courage, mustering all her strength to suppress her fear. My boyfriend is Zhou Jian, the martial arts champion of Yunhai City. He knows many people. However, before she could finish her sentence, the man struck her with a resounding slap. The sharp crack echoed in the room as tears streamed down Chen Duwan's face, a bright red mark blooming on her fair cheek. Are you threatening me? Brother Hai bellowed, his eyes wide with fury. Don't think that just because Zhou Jian is a little brat, or even if his father were here, I would show any respect. If you dare threaten me again, I will have your hand. Cut off your hand. Cut off your hand. Brother Hai's gang of lackeys echoed in unison, their voices booming in agreement. You. I. Sob. Chen Duwan, merely a student, had never encountered such a scene before and broke down in tears upon hearing those words. Suddenly, a series of loud knocks resonated from outside the room, accompanied by an angry shout. Open the door, whoever you are. If you dare to lay a finger on my girlfriend today, you will pay dearly. Upon hearing this, Chen Duwan's eyes lit up with a glimmer of hope. Brother Hai frowned, a flicker of annoyance flashing in his eyes as he pointed to the door, instructing, Open the door. A group of lackeys hurried forward and swung open the door. I am Zhou Jian. Who dares to touch my girlfriend? The moment the door opened, a towering figure stormed in, his hair standing on end with rage. It was Zhou Jian. Following closely behind him was a throng of supporters, led by Qin Fengwei, creating an imposing presence. Oh, so many people. Is this a reunion of classmates? Brother Hai observed the scene, unfazed, reclining on the sofa with his legs crossed, a smile playing on his lips as he took a puff from his cigar. Zhou Jian, ignoring Brother Hai, turned his attention to Chen Duwan. Upon noticing the handprint on her face, his eyes widened with fury. How dare you hit my girlfriend? He shouted, pointing an accusatory finger at Brother Hai. Indeed, I did. What of it? Brother Hai replied with a slight tilt of his head, a mocking grin on his face. Regardless of who you are or what background you come from, today, I, Zhou Jian, will ensure you pay the price. As the last word left his lips, Zhou Jian charged forward like a leopard, hurtling towards Brother Hai. What incredible speed. No wonder he is the martial arts champion of Yunhai City. That Lin Chen was fortunate. Otherwise, he would likely be dead by now. The students watched in awe as Zhou Jian sprinted ahead, murmuring amongst themselves, admiring his prowess. However, Brother Hai remained calm, seemingly oblivious to the approaching Zhou Jian. Just as Zhou Jian's fist was about to collide with Brother Hai's forehead, a black-clad man standing behind Brother Hai suddenly stepped forward, his right fist shooting out like lightning. Before Zhou Jian could react, the black-clad man's fist struck his abdomen with devastating force. Zhou Jian doubled over, expelling bile mixed with blood, his body soaring 3 meters before crashing heavily to the ground. After falling, Zhou Jian lay there, unable to rise, groaning pitifully like a wounded animal. One blow, and he is utterly defeated. The black-clad man slowly retracted his fist, uttering those 4 words in a low, clear tone that resonated in the ears of everyone present. The students were left dumbfounded. Some rubbed their eyes in disbelief, but the reality was irrefutable. Zhou Jian, the martial arts champion of Yunhai City, had indeed been effortlessly subdued. What? Qin Fengwei's pupils constricted in shock. Unlike Zhou Jian, who was brawn over brains, he was astute enough to realize they had encountered insurmountable opposition. Suddenly, Brother Hai, who had been smirking on the sofa, began to applaud, the sound echoing sharply in the silence. All eyes turned towards Brother Hai, and a few students swallowed hard, instinctively stepping back, eager to distance themselves from the brewing trouble. But the door slammed shut. Brother Hai stood up, his smile unwavering. Students, this is not a school. It is not a place where you can come and go as you please. Therefore, today, you cannot leave. Panic ensued among the students, chaos erupting as Brother Hai continued. Here's the deal. I will give you a chance. If one of you can defeat my brother here, I will let you go. He paused, gesturing to the black-clad man beside him, then raised his voice. Otherwise, every one of you will lose a hand. At this declaration, the students erupted into chaos. Brother Hai, allow me to introduce myself. I am Qin Fengwei, and my father is. But before he could finish, Brother Hai waved his hand dismissively, interrupting. I know your father, Qin Jianshu, chairman of the Qin group, and you, Qin Fengwei, are his son, correct? Yes, exactly. Qin Fengwei nodded eagerly, his spirits lifted, believing that if Brother Hai recognized his father's name, he might show leniency. Haha, I, Qin Fengwei, am the savior. The other students felt reassured, their tense nerves relaxing as they believed aligning with the son of a powerful man would secure their safety. However, as everyone looked at him with hopeful eyes, Brother Hai raised 3 fingers, declaring, you have 3 seconds to leave. Out of respect for your father, I won't harm you, but you must leave within 3 seconds. 1. Brother Hai lowered 1 finger, starting the countdown. Wait, Brother Hai, they are my classmates. I hope you can show me some consideration. 2. Brother Hai continued counting, ignoring Qin Fengwei's pleas. Brother Hai, Qin Fengwei's brow furrowed in desperation. 3. Boom. With the final count, Brother Hai smashed a bottle in his hand, the sound resonating ominously as glass shattered and liquid spilled, causing several students to scream in fright. Chapter 17. The Reckoning Bang. The wine bottle shattered, startling Qin Fengwei. However, the next moment, his expression darkened slightly as he squinted and asked, Brother Hai, are we not going to negotiate? As soon as Qin Fengwei finished speaking, the 2 bodyguards behind him stepped forward, flanking him. Clearly, Qin Fengwei intended to take a hard stance. Yet, upon witnessing this, Brother Hai merely sneered dismissively. What? Do you wish to fight me? Brother Hai, these individuals are under my charge. I have a duty to escort them out. If you cannot show leniency, then I, Fengwei, will have no choice but to offend you. Qin Fengwei said in a lowered voice. At his words, the crowd was moved to tears, feeling as if Qin Fengwei were their savior. However, Brother Hai, upon hearing this, burst into raucous laughter. Ha! After his laughter subsided, Brother Hai's expression turned icy, and his voice became frigid. Very well, since you are so loyal, I shall grant you a favor today. Really? Qin Fengwei's face lit up with joy. Brother Hai, however, replied with a cold chuckle. Then you shall stay here with them and not leave. Just as Brother Hai's words fell, the 2 bodyguards beside Qin Fengwei charged forward like cannonballs, hurtling toward Brother Hai. Die, you fat bastard. It was only then that Qin Fengwei regained his composure, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. The reason for his tough demeanor was not out of loyalty, but because these 2 bodyguards were trusted aides of Qin Jianshu. Unmatched in strength, Qin Fengwei sought to teach Lin Chen a lesson, but worried that Zhou Jian would not be able to contend with him. Hence he brought them along as backup. Little did he anticipate that these 2, originally intended to deal with Lin Chen, would now be engaged in this confrontation. But it mattered not, as long as he could protect everyone and maintain a grand image in their eyes, earning their admiration. It mattered little where he employed their strength. Qin Fengwei wore a confident smile. Yet, in the next moment, that smile abruptly froze, for he witnessed the black-clad man standing behind Brother Hai, appearing like a specter, suddenly materialized before the 2 bodyguards. With a single punch each, he effortlessly sent the 2 bodyguards flying. Ah, ah, accompanied by their cries of agony. One bodyguard was flung a meter away, the other 2 meters, ultimately collapsing to the ground, clutching their stomachs and moaning, unable to rise. Unworthy of a fight, the black-clad man remarked, retracting his hands and exhaling a breath of frustration. What? Qin Fengwei's face turned ashen. How could this be? The strongest 2 bodyguards of Qin Jianshu were utterly powerless to retaliate? Just how formidable was this black-clad man? Am I dreaming? Qin Fengwei was now completely dumbfounded. Clap, clap, clap. At that moment, Brother Hai clapped his hands again, nonchalantly stating, Young Master Qin, it seems you've made a miscalculation. Brother Hai. Qin Fengwei swallowed hard, his words becoming somewhat stammered, yet he persisted. Brother Hai, I apologize for the rudeness earlier. She is my girlfriend. I only wish to take her away. As for the others, you may dispose of them as you see fit. I shall not interfere. What do you say? As he spoke, Qin Fengwei bowed slightly to Brother Hai, then pointed at Li Xiaoman, respectfully inquiring. What? Qin Fengwei, how could you be like this? I truly misjudged you. Qin Fengwei, had you not insisted I accompany you, I would never have come here. Qin Fengwei, you are a petty man, a coward. Upon hearing Qin Fengwei's words, those who had previously looked up to him erupted into chaos, vehemently denouncing him. Yet, Qin Fengwei ignored their complaints entirely, his sole focus now being to take Li Xiaoman and escape this perilous place, for he understood he had entangled himself with someone he could not afford to provoke. However, amidst the uproar, Brother Hai suddenly roared at the crowd. What are you clamoring about? It's deafening. I never said he could leave, so why the urgency? If he wishes to leave, then wouldn't that be a loss of face for me? Qin Fengwei's expression shifted slightly as he furrowed his brows and asked, Brother Hai, what do you mean by this? I already offered you a chance, but you failed to appreciate it, Brother Hai said impatiently, then added, but fear not. Out of respect for your father, I won't chop off your hand, just a finger. All right, let us begin. With that, Brother Hai clapped his hands and settled back down, smiling. Swish. As soon as Brother Hai's words fell, his underlings brandished their knives, glinting menacingly. A few onlookers, upon witnessing this, trembled in fear, with some even bursting into tears. Wah, I want to go home. The scene descended into chaos. Yet at that moment, someone approached Brother Hai and whispered something. Oh, a flicker of surprise crossed Brother Hai's eyes. There's another ally. Following this, Brother Hai grinned widely, waving his hand and commanding loudly, bring everyone from room 208 to me. Meanwhile, in room 208, the spacious room was sparsely populated, appearing quite empty. Lin Chen, hurry and leave while they are out. Otherwise, when they return, you will be in serious trouble. Mu Lianqing sat opposite Lin Chen, anxiously pleading. No worries. However, Lin Chen merely smiled faintly and shook his head. Mu Lianqing, exasperated, stamped her foot, ready to speak again, but at that moment, bang, the door was suddenly flung open, and a swarm of people barged in, brimming with aggression. You lot, come with us. This is... Lin Chen scanned the surroundings, his brow furrowing deeper. He noticed the pale faces of the boys and the sobbing girls, clearly shaken. Then, Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze on the arrogant figure of the rotund man in front. So it is. Seeing Brother Hai's expression, Lin Chen could roughly surmise the unfolding events. It was evident that Qin Fengwei and Zhou Jian, these 2 fools, had tried to show off but ended up slapping themselves in the face. Clap, clap, clap. At that moment, Brother Hai sat on the sofa, observing Lin Chen and the others, clapping his hands and saying, You little brats have quite the discernment. But since you failed to stop them from coming, you 2 are accomplices. Pausing his applause, Brother Hai pondered for a moment before continuing, I am not unreasonable. I shall grant you an opportunity. You will work together. Each of you will chop off one of their hands. Once completed, I will let you leave. What? That is a crime. I refuse. As soon as Brother Hai uttered this, a boy screamed in terror, his voice high-pitched like a woman's. Enough of your nonsense. Brother Hai's expression darkened, his voice impatient as he bellowed. Will you do it or not? If you do, I will let you go. If not, do not blame me. Chapter 18. You all go together. Stop with the nonsense. Are you going to do it or not? The commanding voice of Brother Hai echoed throughout the room, penetrating the ears of everyone present. Many girls were frightened to tears, while the boys, though braver, turned pale, their legs trembling with fear. It's all Lin Chen's fault. If it weren't for that jinx, we wouldn't be in this predicament, let alone face such a situation, Li Xiaoman muttered in annoyance. As soon as her words were spoken, nearly everyone in the room directed accusatory glances towards Lin Chen. Yes, indeed, this fellow was undeniably a jinx. In their disarray, they believed whatever was said, leading them to conclude that Lin Chen had brought them misfortune. Hearing this, Lin Chen furrowed his brow, yet before he could respond, Mu Lianqing voiced her discontent. Li Xiaoman, how can you speak like that? Lin Chen is our friend. How can you say such things about him? He is my ex-boyfriend. I can say whatever I please. Who do you think you are to interfere? Li Xiaoman retorted, crossing her arms and scoffing coldly. In a battle of words, even 10 Mu Lianqings would not stand a chance against a single Li Xiaoman. Consequently, Mu Lianqing's face flushed with anger, her desire to retort faltering as she struggled for words. Oh, this is quite interesting. Brother Hai observed the scene with a smirk. He turned to Mu Lianqing and said, Little girl, I can't stand by and watch. Today, I offer you a chance to take your revenge. Chop off that woman's right hand. How does that sound? As soon as Brother Hai finished speaking, one of his subordinates handed a knife to Mu Lianqing. Upon seeing the gleaming blade, she instinctively swallowed hard. However, even in her fear, she shook her head defiantly. I will not harm my classmates. Are you refusing to give me face? Brother Hai's expression darkened. I cannot harm my classmates. Though frightened, Mu Lianqing's stance remained resolute. You insolent wretch. Brother Hai roared, his fury boiling over. No one dares to defy me. You are the first and the last. You ungrateful wretch, attack her. Before he could finish, Brother Hai's subordinate lunged at Mu Lianqing with a swift slap. Without mercy, Mu Lianqing, though terrified, closed her eyes but stood her ground, embodying unwavering resolve. Not far away, Li Xiaoman watched with a wicked smile on her face, reveling in the chaos. You shameless woman, daring to tempt my backup. It's best if you perish today. However, just as the situation reached a critical point, bang! A dull thud resonated, followed by a pained cry as Brother Hai's subordinate was sent flying, crashing against the wall with such force that it left a crack behind. What the heck? Almost everyone was taken aback. What just happened? How did that man suddenly fly out? Who did this? Brother Hai's pupils constricted in disbelief as he glanced at Lin Chen, who had appeared in front of Mu Lianqing without anyone noticing. Meanwhile, a man in black behind Brother Hai's gaze brightened, exclaiming excitedly, a master. At that moment, Brother Hai's gaze sharpened, piercingly fixated on Lin Chen as he asked in a low voice, Who are you? Lin Chen ignored Brother Hai's question, instead turning to Mu Lianqing with a reassuring smile. Silly girl, as long as I'm here, no one can harm you. Huh. Upon hearing Lin Chen's voice, Mu Lianqing furrowed her brows in confusion, wondering what had transpired. She hesitantly opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was Lin Chen's chiseled face. Then her gaze shifted to the man who moments ago had intended to strike her, now lying convulsing against the wall. Mu Lianqing was momentarily stunned. Huh, no one can harm her? Just then, Brother Hai sneered mockingly, Kid, you're quite arrogant. But today, I'll teach you a lesson. Arrogance requires backing. Chen Guanju. With those last 3 words, Brother Hai waved his hand. The man in black stepped forward with determination. Chen Guanju, within 3 moves, teach him a lesson. Brother Hai's sinister smile revealed his confidence. Chen Guanju was one of the top 10 masters in Yunhai City, the so-called Yunhai City Youth Martial Arts Champion. The so-called Qin Group bodyguards all paled in comparison to him. They were utterly insignificant. Lin Chen was doomed. Qin Fengwei, witnessing this, shook his head slightly, his heart filled with disdain. Even the 2 personal bodyguards of Qin Jianshu could not withstand a single move from Chen Guanju, highlighting his formidable prowess. A mere Lin Chen, barely in his 20s and having trained for just a few years, could hardly be his opponent. I'll relish watching you meet your demise. The very essence of a false hero, Lin Chen was the type he most despised. Yet, just moments ago, he had indeed sent that man flying. It was just luck. A mere coincidence. You surely don't think he is formidable, do you? What a joke. Other students murmured among themselves, their expressions varying, most doubtful of Lin Chen's capabilities. However, under everyone's watchful gaze, the man in black did not attack immediately. Instead, he looked at Lin Chen and asked, Young brother, you seem skilled, so I must prepare. Would that be acceptable? Huh. At this remark, nearly everyone was taken aback, thinking they had misheard. What? Qin Fengwei's pupils widened in shock. What was going on? How could this be possible? Was Chen Guanju attempting to lull Lin Chen into a false sense of security? Surely not. Lin Chen was merely a young man in his 20s. Did he really need strategy to deal with him? Brother Hai's expression shifted slightly, his eyes narrowing in disbelief. for he knew that Chen Guanju was a man of integrity who never spoke falsely. In other words, this seemingly young and somewhat handsome lad was indeed a master. Yet, just then, Lin Chen spoke up, his tone calm. I prefer not to complicate things. You all can come at me together. I will deal with you all at once. His voice was clear, his demeanor unruffled. Yet, to Brother Hai, this dispassionate tone sounded like sheer arrogance, an affront to his authority. In an instant, Brother Hai's anger flared, and he slammed the table, shouting, All right, since you seek death so eagerly, I shall fulfill your wish. Everyone, listen up, join Chen Guanju and eliminate him. I will take responsibility for whatever happens. Chapter 19. A shocking revelation. I will take responsibility for killing him. The voice of Brother Hai resonated powerfully throughout the room, robust and commanding. Qin Fengwei wore a smirk, his expression brimming with malicious delight. How could Lin Chen be so foolish? Did he not realize the immense power of Brother Hai? What an undeniable fool to provoke someone like him. Li Xiaoman's expression shifted slightly, a flicker of concern igniting in the depths of her gaze. Despite her disdain for Lin Chen, he was, after all, her ex-boyfriend. Conscience compelled her to wish for his safety. Yet, ultimately, she shook her head, thinking, Lin Chen, you have only yourself to blame for your lack of foresight. To challenge someone like him is a grave mistake that warrants dire consequences. Mu Lianqing appeared anxious, yearning to aid Lin Chen, but found herself utterly powerless in this situation. Among those present, only Lin Chen remained composed, a faint smile gracing his lips, as if unfazed by the unfolding chaos. Go. Brother Hai's expression darkened as he waved his hand. Immediately, Master Chen led dozens of Brother Hai's subordinates to encircle Lin Chen. Many averted their eyes, unable to bear the impending brutality. However, 2 minutes later, Lin Chen still stood unfaltering, seemingly untouched. In stark contrast, Brother Hai's gang lay sprawled on the ground, nursing broken limbs and moaning in agony. Master Chen, though still upright, was panting heavily, drenched in sweat, hunched over and clutching his knees, clearly exhausted. What? Almost everyone was left in a state of shock. Qin Fengwei gaped in disbelief. Li Xiaoman's eyes widened. Her breath seemed to freeze in her chest from astonishment. Others exchanged incredulous glances, eyes tightly shut, as if they couldn't fathom the scene before them. One punch, he had taken them all down with a single strike. Brother Hai, not far away, could no longer maintain his calm demeanor. He swallowed hard, his lips twitching uncontrollably. Indeed, Lin Chen had single-handedly dispatched them all with effortless grace? At that moment, Lin Chen spoke, his lips parting slightly as he regarded Master Chen. You did quite well, enduring my punch without collapsing. It seems your combat prowess exceeds my expectations. As he spoke, Lin Chen gestured with his fingers, measuring an invisible distance between them. His words plunged the room into an eerie silence. Who on earth was this individual? Master Chen gasped for breath, managing to ask, Are you a martial artist? Lin Chen offered no response. Master Chen's voice grew louder as he pressed, Why are you so strong? Who exactly are you? Still, Lin Chen remained silent, leisurely striding toward Brother Hai. Master Chen, save me. Brother Hai's face paled at Lin Chen's approach, retreating in terror as he shouted frantically. Master Chen furrowed his brow, wishing to intervene, but in his current state, even standing was a monumental effort. Thus, Master Chen could only utter, Young man, mercy begets mercy. Though you are formidable, remember there are always those stronger than you. Silence if you wish to live. Lin Chen cut him off, his tone devoid of warmth. Master Chen's complexion paled, a chill running down his spine. Lin Chen's calm demeanor belied a lethal intent. This youth was not merely boasting. He was entirely capable of murder. Realization dawned on Master Chen, and he let out a bitter laugh. What a formidable individual. At such a young age, possessing such strength and resolve, he had truly encountered an immovable obstacle. Seeing Master Chen's inaction, Brother Hai's heart sank. Stammering, he declared, Don't come any closer. If you do, I will call the police. Lin Chen chuckled at this proclamation. The illustrious Brother Hai, the ruler of the underworld in Yunhai City, feared the police? If word got out, it would surely incite waves of laughter. Yet, Lin Chen continued forward, approaching Brother Hai with unwavering steps. He delivered a resounding slap. Smack. With a sharp crack. Brother Hai screamed as he was sent sprawling onto the sofa. Lin Chen smiled gently, innocently inquiring, What is this? Are we to converse with you seated while I stand? And no, you sit. I'll stand. Brother Hai hastily replied, covering his stinging cheek in fright. Lin Chen, however, chose not to sit. Instead, he extended his hand, gently patting Brother Hai's face, the crisp sound echoing in the air. Brother Hai did not flinch, enduring the humiliation, regardless of the pain. After an indeterminate number of slaps, Lin Chen finally spoke, a grin on his face. Brother Hai, you are quite impressive indeed. And no, not at all. Brother Hai quickly shook his head. Did you call for help just now? Lin Chen retracted his hand, a playful smile gracing his lips. Yet, at this question, Brother Hai's expression darkened. Indeed. He had just called for reinforcements. A wise man knows when to yield, and Brother Hai, cunning as he was, feigned submission to disarm Lin Chen's vigilance. Once his men arrived, would it not be Lin Chen's demise? What could a martial artist achieve against 100 or even 1,000 men? Surely, this young upstart could not escape unscathed. But how did he know I just called for help? Brother Hai faltered, unable to meet Lin Chen's gaze. Beads of sweat cascading down his brow. Quite bold, aren't you? Lin Chen smiled, his expression remaining serene and untroubled. Brother Hai braced himself for another blow, instinctively closing his eyes. Yet, Lin Chen did not strike again. Instead, he sat on the sofa, crossing his legs, and declared, "Go ahead and call. I shall await your arrival." With that, Lin Chen peeled an orange, tossing a slice into his mouth, savoring the sweetness. Upon hearing this, Brother Hai's smile faltered, his heart seething with rage, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. This insolent brat would soon learn the depths of his folly. Just wait. You will soon realize how insignificant you are in the face of my power. Brother Hai ground his teeth in frustration. Yet, Lin Chen remained oblivious to Brother Hai's changing expressions. In fact, he paid them no mind at all. Instead, he beckoned to Mu Lianqing with a smile, saying, "Don't just stand there, come over and try this orange. It's quite sweet." Mu Lianqing stomped her foot in exasperation. The man was calling for help. And instead of fleeing, he was leisurely enjoying an orange? How could he remain so unfazed? Chapter 20 Together, I'm in a rush ultimately. Lin Chen and Mu Lianqing sat together, engrossed in enjoying the oranges. How's the orange? Is it satisfactory? Lin Chen inquired with a smile, offering a peeled orange to Mu Lianqing. Yes, it's quite sweet, she replied, accepting the fruit and nodding gently as she savored it. Observing their interactions, one might easily mistake them for a couple deeply in love, were it not for the underlying tension. Nearby, Brother Hai clenched his fists, his gaze darkening with resentment. How dare they eat oranges so brazenly? Soon, I shall turn you both into pulp. Brother Hai seethed internally. Not far off, Qin Fongwei chuckled coldly, casting a look of pity and disdain at Lin Chen. Does he truly believe that a modicum of skill grants him the right to ascend? Brother Hai is not one to provoke. He should prepare for his demise. Li Xiaoman glared daggers at Mu Lianqing, while others cast disapproving looks at Lin Chen. Finally, one individual spoke up. Lin Chen, this matter between you and Brother Hai is yours to resolve. I hope you do not involve us. However, before Lin Chen could respond, Mu Lianqing's brow furrowed in disapproval. Is this person foolish? Does he not realize that without Lin Chen, he would have long since lost a hand? Lin Chen saved him. And yet he speaks such ingratitude. Determined to speak out for Lin Chen, Mu Lianqing opened her mouth, but Lin Chen interjected calmly, "The legs are yours. If you wish to leave, then do so. Am I hindering you?" Enraged, the individual retorted, "What audacity! Who do you think you are to speak to me like that?" He lunged forward, intending to strike Lin Chen. "Enough. Do not stoop to the level of a dying man. Let us depart." A companion urged, restraining him. "Humph. Considerate luck on his part." The agitated man scoffed, turning to lead a group of students out of the room. However, as they reached the door, bang! A sudden, thunderous noise reverberated as the door shook violently before being kicked open. A horde of individuals wielding machetes stormed in, fierce and menacing. Ah! Many students shrieked in terror, retreating in chaos. Who dares to offend Brother Hai? They must be seeking death. An imposing figure, a burly man with a scarred face, charged in, brandishing an axe and scanning the room with a bloodthirsty glare that sent chills down spines. Finally, he has arrived. Brother Hai exhaled a sigh of relief, allowing a sinister smile to creep across his lips. No matter who you are, you shall meet your end today. Not even a deity can save you. Mu Lianqing, seated on the couch, trembled at the sight. She was merely an ordinary student, unaccustomed to such scenes. Yet, at that moment, a hand, not large but radiating warmth, gently grasped hers. "With me here, no one shall harm you." Lin Chen's voice resonated softly, instilling a sense of calm within her. After his words, Mu Lianqing felt an extraordinary warmth flowing from Lin Chen's hand into her very being, dispelling her fear and panic as if they had never existed. At that juncture, Brother Hai straightened his posture, hands clasped behind him, advancing until he stood before the scarred man, seizing the axe. "How many have arrived?" he asked, twirling the axe with an air of bravado. 118 have come. Others are still en route," the scarred man replied. 118, is it? Brother Hai squinted slightly before turning to Lin Chen, who was still enjoying his orange. "Though not many, it is sufficient. Is that the skinny one, Brother Hai?" the scarred man inquired, surprised. "Indeed," Brother Hai nodded. "Shall we deal with him?" the scarred man asked, making a slashing motion across his throat. "Not so fast," Brother Hai replied, shaking his head lightly. "That girl by his side possesses exquisite beauty. Bring her to my room later." "Understood," the scarred man, Brother Hai's confidant, smirked knowingly. Casting a glance at Lin Chen, Brother Hai continued, "That beggar struck me 12 times, so you shall strike him 120 times. Remember, do not kill him. I have use for him yet." The scarred man inhaled sharply. 120 strikes, and keep him alive? How cruel. And to continue tormenting him afterward? What deep-seated grudge could this be? Yet, the thought that this beggar dared to strike Brother Hai was a death wish in itself. With resolve, the scarred man raised his fist and shouted, "Brothers, did you hear Brother Hai's orders?" "We heard." The response echoed throughout the second floor of Hai Tian KTV. A chorus of voices rising in unison. Countless individuals armed with machetes began to encircle Lin Chen. Yet, Lin Chen remained unperturbed, standing up with a calm demeanor. Strangely, Brother Hai instinctively took a step back, clearly haunted by a psychological shadow cast by Lin Chen. At that moment, the scarred man fixed his gaze on Lin Chen, menacingly stating, "Kid, while you still have the power of speech, utter your last words, for soon your tongue shall be severed." Lin Chen let out a soft sigh. "What are you sighing for?" the scarred man questioned, brow furrowing. "I lament your lack of decisiveness." "Hurry up, I'm pressed for time," Lin Chen retorted, impatience lacing his voice. The scarred man was momentarily taken aback, but fury quickly surged through him. "You seek death," he bellowed, leading a throng of men towards Lin Chen. However, just then, a furious shout erupted from outside, causing Brother Hai's expression to shift dramatically. "Peng Dehai, do you wish to die?" "Mr. Lin is my esteemed guest. Dare you show him disrespect, and you shall face dire consequences." Chapter 21. Who is climbing whose branches? Are you attempting to rebel? A furious roar, imbued with an unmistakable authority, suddenly resonated from outside the door. This very statement caused the haughty Hai Ge's complexion to shift dramatically. "Everyone, cease this at once." Without a moment's hesitation, Hai Ge bellowed, after which he turned to glance behind him. The crowd parted to reveal a gaunt man clad in a suit, who strode in with a countenance so dark that it seemed to exude water, radiating an innate intimidation. Hai Ge swallowed hard. Then, under the scrutiny of countless gazes, the suited man approached Hai Ge and delivered a resounding slap. The sound echoed through the room, mercilessly sending the portly Hai Ge crashing to the ground. "How? Master, how?" Hai Ge lay on the floor, clutching his cheek, trembling in terror. "Who the hell are you to lay a hand on Hai Ge? Do you seek death?" One of Hai Ge's comrades roared, preparing to charge forward. "Stop right there," Hai Ge shouted, his voice betraying a hint of fear. The man hesitated, confusion etched on his face as he looked at Hai Ge. "This is Master Hao." Hai Ge continued, his tone urgent. "If you wish to live, retreat at once." "Master Hao." Upon hearing this, Hai Ge's comrade's expression shifted dramatically, followed by a sharp intake of breath. Master Hao, the renowned figure even in the vast Yunzhou? Could it be true? The elusive Master Hao appearing here was beyond comprehension. At that moment, the suited man spoke again, his voice cold. "Peng Dehai, rise." Hai Ge scrambled to his feet, nearly rolling in his haste. Slap! Another thunderous strike rang out, leaving a crimson mark on the opposite cheek of Hai Ge, creating a grim symmetry. This time, however, Hai Ge's companions dared not utter a word. "Do you submit to my authority?" the suited man inquired, his gaze fixed firmly on Hai Ge. "I submit," Hai Ge replied, nodding fervently like a chick pecking at grains. "This Mr. Lin is my esteemed guest," the suited man added, casting a glance at Lin Chen. Master Hao, I knew nothing of this." Hai Ge was nearly reduced to tears. Realizing that to be regarded as a distinguished guest by Master Hao was a rare honor in the entire Yihai city. The others were left utterly astonished by this scene. Just moments ago, Hai Ge had been a figure of arrogance and intimidation, and now he was utterly submissive. The contrast was stark. Qin Fengwei's expression darkened. He was no fool and could see that Hai Gu and the suited man were clearly not on the same level. It was precisely because of this realization that Qin Fengwei's demeanor grew even more sullen. A mere Lin Chen had somehow become his esteemed guest? What a farce. Yet, the next moment, a smirk crept onto Qin Fengwei's lips, his demeanor shifting to one of disdain. Even if you have climbed a high branch, what of it? Your family is on the brink of destruction, and when that time comes, not even a deity can save you. Await your demise. As he contemplated this, the smile on Qin Fengwei's face deepened. Just then, the suited man approached Lin Chen, bowing deeply before him, and sincerely stated, "Mr. Lin, Pang Dehai has offended you. How would you like to deal with him?" Upon hearing this, Qin Fengwei's expression shifted once more, his pupils narrowing in disbelief. "You?" The suited man dared to address Lin Chen with such respect. His tone was devoid of pretense, signifying an earnest reverence that was unmistakable. What was happening? Why did it seem as though Master Hao was attempting to climb Lin Chen's branch? This was utterly bewildering to Qin Fengwei. Lin Chen, however, appeared oblivious to the suited man's words. He ignored him entirely, instead peeling an orange and offering the segments to Mu Lianqing. The suited man, fully aware of Lin Chen's deliberate disregard, remained unfazed and coldly commanded, "Pang Dehai, kneel." Hai Gu trembled in fear, hastily dropping to his knees. "Pang Dehai, how many men did you bring today?" The suited man inquired. 118. Hai Gu stammered. "Very well. Each of the 118 shall deliver a slap to you today," the suited man stated matter-of-factly. "What?" Hai Ji's mouth fell agape in shock. Not only he, but his comrades were left equally stunned, their jaws dropping as if they could accommodate a chicken egg. "What is it? Did I not make myself clear?" The suited man's gaze turned icy. Quaking, Hai Gu shouted to his fellows, "What are you standing there for? Did you not hear Master Hao's command? Come, slap me. As hard as you can." Though hesitant, they could see that Hai Gu was not jesting. And so, slap, slap, slap. The sharp sounds reverberated throughout the room. Lingering in the air, the suited man observed with a cold, impassive expression. The students, their eyes wide with astonishment, could hardly find their voices, yet within, they felt an inexplicable exhilaration. Lin Chen and Mu Lianqing remained seated on the sofa, calmly enjoying their oranges, their expressions unwavering. Time flowed like water. After what felt like an eternity, slap. Finally, the last resounding slap landed mercilessly upon Hai Ji's face. Thud. His cheek had swollen grotesquely, and he collapsed to the ground, eyes rolling back, foam escaping his mouth, his body convulsing as if he were suffering a seizure. Clearly, he was on the verge of being utterly incapacitated. "Mr. Lin, is this punishment to your satisfaction?" The suited man approached Lin Chen cautiously, inquiring with care. Lin Chen lifted his gaze to meet the suited man's eyes, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he remarked, "Your timing is impeccable." Upon hearing this, the suited man's eyes widened, and his expression subtly shifted. Chapter 22. Lin Chen's influence is remarkable. "You arrived just in time," Lin Chen remarked. Upon hearing this, the suited man's expression immediately shifted, unsure if Lin Chen was complimenting or criticizing him. As the head of Height and KTV, he had already witnessed the altercation between Lin Chen and Brother Hai through the surveillance cameras. However, he chose to remain a passive observer, hoping to make a favorable impression on Lin Chen at the opportune moment. Yet now, Lin Chen's tone suggested that he was fully aware of the situation. Clearing his throat, the suited man deliberately shifted the topic. "Mr. Lin, ignorance is bliss. I hope you can overlook this incident for my sake." He bowed deeply, his demeanor sincere. At this, Brother Hai, who was lying on the ground frothing at the mouth, was moved to tears. He previously thought that his beating was a betrayal, but now realized that it was an act of rescue from Lin Chen. "I can spare him," Lin Chen said with a slight smile and a nod. "Thank you, Lin." The suited man's face brightened. However, before he could finish, Lin Chen interrupted him, stating flatly, "But not for your sake." The suited man's expression grew awkward. Lin Chen then turned to point at Mu Lianqing behind him. "Her influence is far more valuable than yours." Mu Lianqing was taken aback, while the suited man nodded in understanding. He had endured many hardships over the years and recognized Lin Chen's unspoken warning. Mu Lianqing was under his protection, and none could harm her. "Does Mr. Lin have any further instructions?" The suited man inquired after a brief pause. "Today is my classmate's birthday. I do not wish for anyone to be a nuisance here. Understand?" Lin Chen replied coolly. Understood, understood." The suited man quickly nodded, then raised his voice sharply. All unrelated persons, leave immediately. Brother Hai's companions dared not linger and promptly dispersed, abandoning him. The suited man furrowed his brow slightly and signaled for 2 others to assist Brother Hai out. Turning to the students, he smiled warmly and said, "Since you are all friends of Mr. Lin, you are esteemed guests of Height and KTV. Please proceed to the 4th floor, where I have prepared the luxurious room 488, complete with the finest drinks and snacks." The announcement stunned everyone. The 4th floor? They could hardly believe it. None had ever imagined they would ascend to the 4th floor of Height and KTV. Qin Fengwei gasped in disbelief, but soon his expression darkened, seemingly ready to burst with frustration. Even his father, Qin Jianshu, could barely manage to reach the 3rd floor, yet Lin Chen was granted access to the 4th? How could this be? When did Lin Chen's influence grow so substantial? Li Xiaoman gazed intently at Lin Chen, pondering, "Why do you seem so different after just a few days? Are you still the same Lin Chen who adored and fawned over me?" Her expression soured. Yet, she quickly dismissed her thoughts and excitedly ascended to the 4th floor. Being a woman of vanity, she couldn't resist the allure of such luxury, especially on her birthday. Meanwhile, Qin Fengwei remained rooted in place, refusing to follow. "Li Xiaoman, you are such a fair-weather friend, despite my kindness towards you." He glared at her retreating figure, anger and jealousy igniting within him. How dare she think of returning to Lin Chen's side now that he appeared formidable? Unbeknownst to him, Lin Chen observed his every reaction from a distance, a slight smirk playing on his lips. This game had only just begun. The true spectacle awaited. When Qin Jianshu arrived and saw Qin Fengwei unharmed, he exhaled in relief. "Looks like I still hold some influence. Even the renowned Brother Hai must give me some respect." He chuckled proudly and embraced his son. Qin Fengwei frowned, puzzled by his father's delight. Why was he so pleased? But he chose not to inquire further and left the scene, eager to escape the chaos. Standing atop the high building, Lin Chen gazed into the distance as 2 cars drove away, his eyes narrowing with a glint of coldness. Had he encountered Qin Jianshu, he would have been unable to restrain himself from extinguishing him. The situation had yet to unfold entirely, and the mysterious force behind the Qin family had not yet made its appearance. Thus, now was not the time for action. "Are you not joining us?" Mu Lianqing approached Lin Chen, inquiring. "You go ahead. I shall not be accompanying you," Lin Chen replied, shaking his head lightly, the coldness in his eyes dissipating. "Why not?" "Today is Li Xiaoman's birthday," Mu Lianqing questioned. However, before she could finish, Lin Chen set down his wine glass, hands in his pockets, and strode away with an air of confidence. How charming. Watching Lin Chen depart, Mu Lianqing felt her heart race in admiration. Only when he vanished from sight did she snap back to reality, touching her flushed cheeks and muttering to herself, "What am I thinking?" Deep down, Mu Lianqing remained perplexed about Lin Chen's absence from the birthday celebration. Did he still harbor feelings for Li Xiaoman, too shy to wish her a happy birthday? But as this thought crossed her mind, she felt a surge of discontent, pouting as she murmured, "What does Li Xiaoman have that I don't? I believe I am not inferior to her in looks or grace." Unbeknownst to her, Lin Chen's decision to avoid the 4th floor was not due to embarrassment, but rather a desire to evade the sight of Li Xiaoman's insufferable expression. Chapter 23. The unrefined Doctor. The night enveloped me with its inky darkness, yet I sought the light within it. The phone rang, and upon glancing at the screen, Lin Chen felt a surge of emotion. The caller was none other than his father, Lin Zhongxiao. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen steadied the tumultuous feelings within him and answered, "Dad? What is the matter?" "Chinner, what are you up to?" The familiar voice resonated through the speaker, instantly bringing tears to Lin Chen's eyes. In his previous life, despite being the mightiest celestial sovereign, the passage of a millennium had rendered him powerless to resurrect Lin Zhongxiao. A profound regret that had transformed into a tormenting specter of his heart. Now, after such a long separation, hearing his father's voice again stirred a whirlwind of emotions within him. "Dad, I'm studying at the library. What about you?" Lin Chen inhaled deeply once more, striving to maintain a composed tone. "I'm still at the company, just finalized a major deal, and I need to review it in person," Lin Zhongxiao chuckled, his voice tinged with undeniable joy. Lin Chen smiled faintly. His father, having risen from humble beginnings, certainly owed his success to unwavering dedication and hard work. "Oh, by the way, your aunt is unwell and currently at Yuhai First Hospital. You should go pay her a visit," Lin Zhongxiao suggested tentatively. "Aunt?" Lin Chen's brow furrowed in response. His aunt, Lin Xiaoling, though his father's biological sister had never maintained a cordial relationship with their family. In his previous life, after Lin Chen's family had met with misfortune, Lin Xiaoling not only failed to offer assistance, but had also turned against them, aligning with the Qin group. Such actions, while understandable given the nature of human relations, had left Lin Chen with a lingering resentment, making him reluctant to see her. I understand your aunt has treated you well, but she is still your blood relative. Family ties run deep. You should visit her, Lin Zhongxiao said earnestly, reflecting his honest and loyal character. All right, Dad, I will go, Lin Chen acquiesced, recognizing his father's wishes. Don't forget to bring her some gifts. Lin Zhongxiao reminded him once more. After a brief silence, Lin Chen suddenly spoke. Dad, I'll come to see you in a few days. Huh, Lin Zhongxiao responded, slightly taken aback, then asked with concern, didn't we just see each other the day before yesterday? Chenner, are you facing any troubles? No troubles, just missing you. Lin Chen replied with a grin. Well, if you want to come, then do so, but be careful driving. And remember to visit your aunt and bring her some supplements. Lin Zhongxiao reiterated. Once the call ended, Lin Chen looked up, gazing at the night sky at a 45-degree angle. This posture prevented his tears from flowing, allowing them to congeal in his eyes instead. Father, in this lifetime, I shall not allow anyone to harm you. Lin Chen clenched his fists, the sound of his skin rubbing together echoing in the silence. As for his aunt, he then turned, squinting towards the east, where Yuhai First Hospital was situated. In truth, the relationship between Lin Zhongxiao and Lin Xiaoling was fraught with animosity, stemming from a conflict over money years prior. After Lin Zhongxiao had achieved prosperity, Lin Xiaoling had sought his financial assistance for gambling, which he refused, leading to a deep-seated rift between them. However, last year, by a stroke of fortune, Lin Xiaoling's family struck it rich in the coal industry, amassing a fortune of several million within a year. Human nature dictates that those without wealth are subservient, while the affluent grow arrogant. Lin Xiaoling's family exemplified this, severing ties with Lin Zhongxiao and frequently disparaging him. Therefore, had it not been for Lin Zhongxiao's insistence, Lin Chen would have had no inclination to visit her. At 8 in the evening, Lin Chen arrived at the hospital with a basket of fruit. He made his way to the 5th floor in search of room 516. Upon reaching the vicinity, a hasty doctor clad in white suddenly stumbled around the corner and collided with Lin Chen. Bang! Lin Chen took a step back, but the doctor fell to the ground with a thud. Fortunately, Lin Chen's retreat prevented a more severe impact. The doctor, feeling as if he had crashed into a stone, believed he had encountered someone of significance and hurriedly stood to apologize. However, upon seeing Lin Chen's youthful visage, his expression darkened instantly. That damn little brat, are you blind? Without hesitation, the doctor pointed a finger at Lin Chen, unleashing a torrent of curses. Lin Chen frowned, a flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes. No one dared to speak to him in such a manner. Those who did had already met their demise. Nevertheless, Lin Chen chose not to engage. Understanding the sanctity of the medical profession, each doctor races against time, striving to save lives, embodying selflessness and nobility. Perhaps this doctor was merely hurrying to save a life, which explained his urgency. Thus, Lin Chen began to walk away without further ado. You think you can just walk away? The doctor bellowed, grasping Lin Chen's shoulder and attempting to execute a shoulder throw. Yet, in the next moment, his expression shifted as he realized Lin Chen's weight was akin to a mountain. He could not budge him. Is this guy a martial artist? The doctor furrowed his brow. At that moment, Lin Chen spoke, his voice cold. Doctor, you just collided with me, and I did not demand an apology. You cursed at me, and I also did not ask for an apology. What more do you want? In the grand scheme of things, nothing surpasses reason. Lin Chen's words left the doctor momentarily speechless. Doctor, you must be quite busy. Engaging in this trivial matter with me serves no purpose, Lin Chen said, turning his back to the doctor and lowering his voice. Upon hearing this, the doctor's face flushed with anger. When did a mere child have the audacity to lecture me? However, despite his fury, he found himself unable to counter Lin Chen's words and could only huff angrily before storming off. Such a lack of decorum, Lin Chen remarked, straightening his attire and shaking his head slightly. If all doctors were as unrefined as that one, it would indeed be a tragedy for the entire medical field. Room 516 was a luxurious private ward, designated for a single patient. Knock, knock. Lin Chen gently tapped on the door. Who is it? A woman's voice emerged from within, followed by the door swinging open. A beautiful woman, devoid of makeup yet strikingly lovely, appeared before Lin Chen. Cousin Lin Chen? You've lost weight again. The woman, initially startled, quickly brightened and reached out to pinch Lin Chen's cheeks. Second aunt, Lin Chen allowed her to playfully squeeze his face, offering a wry smile. The woman was Zhou Yutong, daughter of Lin Chen's second aunt, who had passed away early, prompting Zhou Yutong to mature quickly. She excelled academically and, after graduating from Yuhai University, secured a position at a foreign enterprise, attracting numerous admirers. Chapter 24, Kneel Down and Apologize. Come in quickly. Zhou Yutong grasped Lin Chen's right hand and led him into the hospital room. Aunt, look who has arrived, she cheerfully announced, gazing at the woman lying in the hospital bed. The bed was occupied by a woman in her 60s, slightly plump. This woman was none other than Lin Chen's grandaunt, Lin Xiaoling. However, even as Lin Chen entered and took a seat, Lin Xiaoling did not turn to acknowledge him. Aunt, look who has come, Zhou Yutong repeated. This time, Lin Xiaoling slowly turned her head and glanced at Lin Chen. Oh, Lin Chen, she remarked in a tone that was neither warm nor cold. Grandaunt, look, this is the fruit my cousin bought for you, Zhou Yutong said, presenting a basket filled with fruit, a smile on her face. Since you're here, why bring fruit? Lin Xiaoling replied dismissively. It's only right, Lin Chen said, shaking his head slightly. An awkward silence ensued. Standing beside Zhou Yutong were two men, one older and one younger, who were Lin Chen's grandaunt's husband and eldest cousin, respectively. Yet, since Lin Chen's arrival, they had not cast a single glance in his direction. How is your father lately? At last, Lin Xiaoling broke the silence, her voice soft. My father is doing well, Lin Chen responded. Oh, that's good to hear, Lin Xiaoling replied, closing her eyes afterward. At that moment, the eldest cousin stepped forward, patting Lin Chen on the shoulder and imperiously said, Cousin, my mother is tired. You should leave. All right. Lin Chen did not linger, rising to depart. After all, he had no desire to remain in this place. Hey, Zhou Yutong wished to stop Lin Chen, wondering why he was leaving so soon. But she was not oblivious to Lin Xiaoling's family's attitude towards him. Thus, despite her reluctance, she refrained from saying more. As Lin Chen reached the door, preparing to open it, it creaked suddenly. Just then, a doctor in a white coat entered, engrossed in a medical file. You must be the patient's family, right? Indeed. The eldest cousin replied first, nodding slightly. Very well, please step outside. I have something to discuss with you. However, the doctor abruptly paused, his gaze snapping to Lin Chen as he raised his voice. How come it's you? Pointing at Lin Chen with a furrowed brow, he inquired. Are you also a family member of the patient? Dr. Zhang, he is my grandaunt's nephew. Is there an issue? Zhou Yutong stepped forward to ask. Oh, so you are also a family member. That simplifies matters, the doctor sneered coldly. Lin Chen's brow furrowed slightly. I refuse to treat this patient, Dr. Zhang suddenly shouted, slamming the medical file to the floor with a resounding thud. The sudden turn of events left everyone present in shock. Lin Chen, did you offend Dr. Zhang? The grandaunt's husband asked, his expression darkening as he fixed his gaze on Lin Chen. Lin Chen quickly apologized to Dr. Zhang. He is the best orthopedic doctor in this hospital. The eldest cousin chimed in, irritation evident in his tone. Before Lin Chen could respond, Dr. Zhang scoffed. It's pointless to say anything. I won't treat you, simple as that. Goodbye. With that, Dr. Zhang turned to leave. The eldest cousin hurriedly stepped forward, grabbing the doctor's arm and pleading, Dr. Zhang, we don't know this guy. We didn't invite him. He came on his own accord to see my mother. Please, show some understanding and don't stoop to his level. Dr. Zhang, however, continued to wear a cold smile. Indeed, he is trash, and precisely because of that, I want to treat the relatives of trash. Dr. Zhang was determined to leave. Lin Chen kneeled down and apologized to Dr. Zhang. Lin Xiaoling, who had been silent on the hospital bed, suddenly commanded with a fierce voice. The room was filled with varied expressions. The corners of Dr. Zhang's mouth lifted slightly, satisfaction evident. The eldest cousin and grandaunt's husband glared at Lin Chen, their eyes filled with reproach, demanding that he kneel. Zhou Yutong's expression shifted, concern flickering in her eyes as she glanced at Lin Chen, wanting to say something. Yet, before she could speak, Lin Chen replied calmly. What is he to warrant an apology from me? His voice was soft, yet the underlying defiance was unmistakable. Very well, then. Dr. Zhang's anger flared at Lin Chen's response, exclaiming good, very good. Before bellowing, even if I die, I will not treat her. Move aside. As he spoke, he shoved the eldest cousin aside, attempting to exit. But the eldest cousin clung tightly to him, refusing to let go. At that moment, the grandaunt's husband, his face darkened, approached Lin Chen step by step, shouting, "You calamity! Do you wish for your grandaunt to perish before you feel satisfied? Kneel down." With that, he raised his hand, aiming to strike Lin Chen. Yet, Lin Chen did not flinch. Just then, Zhou Yutong darted in front of Lin Chen, grasping the grandaunt's husband's wrist. "Grandaunt, Lin Chen is your nephew. As an elder, how can you strike a junior?" The grandaunt's husband's expression changed, feeling the grip of Zhou Yutong's delicate hand, which felt like a vice, causing him pain. In the midst of this, Lin Chen's phone rang. He pulled it out, noticing an unfamiliar number. Assuming it to be a telemarketer, he intended to decline the call without a second thought. However, just as he hung up, the phone rang again. Furrowing his brow, Lin Chen pondered. This doesn't seem like a telemarketer. Thus, he answered the call. "Hello, is this Mr. Lin?" A woman's voice, tinged with urgency, came through as soon as the line connected. "Yes, it is," Lin Chen replied softly. "Hello, Mr. Lin. Where are you now?" The caller asked anxiously. "Who are you?" The voice was unfamiliar, and Lin Chen could not recall her identity. "Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Miss Su Mingyao's assistant. You can call me Xiao Chan." Her words were concise and efficient, but her tone soon turned urgent. "Dr. Lin, Miss Su's condition has worsened. Where are you? Do you have time to come?" Chapter 25. The remarkable cousin. It turned out that she was the assistant of that woman. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen nodded discreetly. He was aware that Su Mingyao's condition was peculiar. When it flared up, while it would not lead to death, the suffering was excruciating, rendering one almost incapable of living. "However, I fear I cannot extricate myself at this moment," Lin Chen remarked. "Mr. Lin, are you facing some troubles? Where are you now?" The female assistant inquired, bewildered. "At Yunhai First Hospital," Lin Chen replied. "Yunhai First Hospital? Understood, Mr. Lin. Please wait a moment. I will come to fetch you immediately." Lin Chen was taken aback, and before he could respond, the assistant had already hung up the phone, her efficiency striking. "Oh, planning to call for help?" Dr. Zhang turned around, casting a glance at Lin Chen, who had just pocketed his phone, and immediately scoffed. "Who doesn't he have someone backing them? Today, I shall see whose people are more formidable." With that, Dr. Zhang extracted his phone and sent a text message. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, casting a curious glance at Dr. Zhang. Could this fellow possibly be unwell? Who is he calling for? If I wanted to deal with you, would I even need to call anyone? Lin Chen pondered silently. Perhaps his mention of Yunhai First Hospital had led him to misconstrue that he was summoning help. "Yutong, it hurts. Let go of me." At that moment, the uncle cried out in pain, hastily urging her to release him. Zhou Yutong, responding, finally loosened her grip. The uncle retracted his wrist, moving it about awkwardly, his expression tinged with embarrassment. A grown man, being hurt by a frail woman. If this were to spread, what would be left of his dignity? Lin Chen regarded Zhou Yutong with a hint of surprise. From her delicate frame, he sensed a faint, peculiar energy, which had enabled her to effortlessly subdue the uncle. Could it be that his cousin was also a practitioner? Lin Chen's eyes flickered as he contemplated this, but then shook his head. No, practitioners on Earth are divided into those who cultivate techniques and those who practice martial arts. His cousin belonged to neither category. The energy within her was indeed intriguing. Lin Chen was not one to hesitate. To ensure Zhou Yutong's safety, he immediately extended his hand, prepared to diagnose her condition. However, just then, the door was suddenly kicked open with a resounding bang, and a dozen fierce-looking individuals swarmed in. "Dr. Zhang, which scoundrel dares to lay a hand on you?" As a low voice rang out, the crowd parted, revealing a burly man at the front, his muscles intimidating enough to frighten any ordinary person at first glance. "Brother Ping, it's this brat." Dr. Zhang pointed at Lin Chen, his expression brimming with arrogance. At these words, Brother Ping fixed his piercing gaze upon Lin Chen, asking in a low tone, "You little brat, whose side are you on?" "I stand alone," Lin Chen replied, maintaining an air of calmness. "Oh, you've got some guts, little brat." Brother Ping was taken aback by Lin Chen's composure, but a sinister smile soon crept onto his face as he asked, "Do you know who I am?" "I do not, nor am I interested in knowing." Lin Chen shook his head. "Let me enlighten you. This territory is under my control." As he spoke, Brother Ping pointed at his own nose and stomped his foot on the table, producing a loud thud. "Oh, is that so?" Lin Chen responded nonchalantly. Brother Ping, feeling Lin Chen's disdain, suddenly flew into a rage, gritting his teeth as he commanded, "Brothers, teach him a lesson." "Yes." As soon as Brother Ping finished his sentence, over a dozen men charged toward Lin Chen. "What do you intend to do?" This is a society governed by law. If you dare to lay a hand on me, I will call the police. Zhou Yutong quickly positioned herself in front of Lin Chen, arms outstretched, commanding with authority. Go ahead, report it. Let us see if the police dare to intervene with me. Brother Ping laughed mockingly, his tone brimming with arrogance. Zhou Yutong's brows furrowed deeply. Yet, in the next moment, her expression relaxed, and she sighed. Alas, it seems that sometimes, responding to violence with violence is the most effective way to resolve issues. What do you mean by that? Brother Ping narrowed his eyes, feeling an ominous premonition arise within him upon hearing her words. Zhou Yutong did not respond, instead slowly closing her eyes. As her body shifted, her aura transformed, akin to a sword being drawn from its sheath. Suddenly, she opened her almond-shaped eyes, and a glimmer of golden light flickered within. Oh! Lin Chen sensed the shift in Zhou Yutong's aura, momentarily taken aback. Attack! Brother Ping commanded with a wave of his hand. The group of men encircled Lin Chen and Zhou Yutong, advancing with ferocity. However, at that moment, Zhou Yutong made her move. Swish! Slap! Ah! No one witnessed how Zhou Yutong had moved. She was already before a man, delivering a resounding slap that echoed through the air, causing him to spin thrice before crashing to the ground. Having incapacitated one, Zhou Yutong exhibited no hesitation, springing toward another assailant. Time passed, perhaps only 30 to 40 seconds. All the burly men lay scattered on the ground, howling in agony. Brother Ping was trembling, drenched in cold sweat. Who would have thought that this seemingly delicate beauty was a formidable fighter? And not just any fighter. In the next moment, Brother Ping began to tremble violently. For he saw Zhou Yutong's eyes blazing with ferocity as she approached him step by step. I'll tell you, this is a society governed by law. Please don't act recklessly, or I will call the police. Brother Ping stammered, his confidence evaporating. Yet Zhou Yutong pressed on, her pace quickening as she advanced toward him. Lin Chen furrowed his brow slightly. Has she lost control? His perceptive instincts sensed that Zhou Yutong was teetering on the edge of losing herself, perhaps even beyond her control. Cousin, this is a hospital. You must not act recklessly. At that moment, the eldest cousin stepped forward, attempting to grasp her arm. However, Zhou Yutong merely waved her arm, sending the eldest cousin flying. He landed with a thud, eyes wide open in terror. How could a young girl possess such strength? Zhou Yutong stopped. Suddenly, Lin Shaoling, lying on the hospital bed, shouted authoritatively. However, Zhou Yutong only glanced at her, causing Lin Shaoling to falter, quickly shutting her mouth in fear. For she had seen the murderous intent in Zhou Yutong's gaze. Zhou Yutong scoffed disdainfully, her smile wickedly charming, before turning her attention back to Brother Ping. Brother Ping swallowed hard, realizing that he was not facing a pretty young girl, but a bloodthirsty beast. Yet before he could flee, Lin Chen had somehow positioned himself before Zhou Yutong. Without a word, Zhou Yutong raised her hand, intending to strike Lin Chen just as she had with the eldest cousin. But Lin Chen effortlessly grasped her delicate wrist. Cousin, how about I treat you to some fox meat tonight? He said, his expression a blend of amusement and seriousness. Chapter 26. Everyone kneels, dear cousin. How about I treat you to some fox meat tonight? Lin Chen inquired with a smile that held a hint of mockery. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yutong's expression turned icy, and a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in her eyes. You seek death, she hissed, ready to unleash her fury. However, at that moment, Lin Chen applied a slight pressure with his palm. Boom. An overwhelming force surged into Zhou Yutong's body like an unrelenting flood. Her complexion changed dramatically. Yet, before she could react, the brilliance in her eyes was forcefully subdued, and the chaotic energy within her gradually calmed. What is happening to me? Zhou Yutong gazed at Lin Chen, her eyes filled with confusion. But then, as if recalling something, her eyes widened in shock as she exclaimed, Cousin, how could you? Let's first deal with the trouble at hand. Lin Chen interrupted her with a smile. Very well. Zhou Yutong nodded lightly, her gaze turning cold as she faced Ping Guo. However, the previously terrified Ping Guo now exuded arrogance. Puffing out his chest and raising his chin defiantly, don't get too cocky, my elder brother is downstairs. If you know what's good for you, kneel and apologize immediately. Or else. Slap. Before he could finish his threat, Lin Chen delivered a resounding slap to his face. With a sharp crack, Ping Ji's body spun 3 times before he was sent flying. Zhou Yutong looked at Lin Chen in astonishment. Who dares to touch my brother? A furious voice echoed from the end of the corridor. Ping Ge crashed against the wall, spitting out a broken tooth. Despite the pain etched on his face, He laughed maniacally. You're all doomed. My elder brother has arrived, and none of you can escape. Lin Chen remained calm and composed. Although Zhou Yutong furrowed her brows, there was no trace of fear in her eyes. However, her elder cousin erupted in fury, trembling with a mix of terror and anger as he pointed at Lin Chen and shouted, Lin Chen, you misfortune bringer, do you even know who Ping Ji's elder brother is? Do you realize the kind of existence you've provoked? Their uncle lowered his voice, issuing a command. Lin Chen, this trouble is of your own making. Hurry and call your father. We will not take responsibility for this, and do not drag us down with you. Ah, such as family. Lin Chen chuckled derisively. Your words are futile. None of you will escape today. Dr. Zhang laughed heartily, his tone dripping with disdain. And if I refuse to treat her, I dare say, in Yuhai City, or even the whole of Yunzhou, who could possibly heal her? Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoling, lying on the hospital bed, wore an unsightly expression. Do you truly believe your medical skills are unrivaled? Lin Chen asked casually. At least in the field of orthopedics, if I rank second in Yunzhou, no one would dare claim the top spot. Dr. Zhang boasted with pride. Umph. Lin Chen scoffed dismissively. What are you laughing at? Dr. Zhang frowned. Yet, before Lin Chen could respond, a large group of people stormed in aggressively. Boss Lai, it's them. Ping Gu scrambled to Lai Ji's side, resembling a dog that had found its master, pointing at Zhou Yutong and Lin Chen with an air of arrogance. Lai Gu, standing at 1.8 meters tall, with a muscular build and a scar on his neck that made him appear fierce, first set his eyes on Zhou Yutong, and, upon seeing her, his eyes lit up with greed. Oh, what a stunning beauty. Smack. He slapped Ping Gu on the head, scolding him fiercely. You can't even handle a woman. You're embarrassing me. Yes, it's my fault for being useless and bringing shame to you, Boss Lai. Ping Gu stammered submissively. Then, Lai Gu turned his gaze to Lin Chen. However, his pupils suddenly constricted, and he began to tremble as if he had seen a ghost. Why is Lai Gu reacting this way? Seeing his change in demeanor, Ping Gu furrowed his brow in confusion. At this moment, Lai Gu swallowed hard, seemingly gathering his courage, and finally asked, May I inquire your esteemed name? After speaking, Lai Gu clasped his hands in a bow, his demeanor surprisingly respectful. What has gotten into Lai Gu? He never inquired about names when he was beating someone up before. The crowd was filled with confusion. Lin Chen replied coolly. Thud. Lai Gu suddenly dropped to his knees. What the hell is wrong with you, Lai Gu? Are you feeling unwell? Ping Gu exclaimed, his eyes nearly popping out as he rushed forward to help him up. Don't touch me. Lai Gu bellowed in anger. Startled, Ping Gu quickly withdrew his hands. Gu Ping. You kneel too. Lai Gu yelled again. Huh. Ping Gu opened his mouth, bewildered and at a loss. Kneel. Lai Gu shouted. Thud. Ping Ji's legs buckled, and he fell to the ground. He was not foolish. It was clear to him that he was in deep trouble this time. The crowd was in shock. Thud. Thud. However, after exchanging glances, they all knelt as well. With both major figures kneeling, how could they, the underlings, not follow suit? Thus, dozens of people knelt on the ground, creating a truly spectacular scene. Witnessing this, apart from Lin Chen, everyone else present, including Zhou Yutong, was rendered speechless in astonishment. Slap. Slap. Lai Gu slapped himself several times before tremblingly saying, Mr. Lin, I was blind to your greatness and offended you. I humbly ask for your mercy. Yet, upon hearing this, Lin Chen uttered a remark that left everyone present reeling. Who are you? Lin Chen tilted his head in confusion. So arrogant, so presumptuous. He offered no concession at all. Yet, Lai Gu remained unfazed, a fawning smile on his face as he replied, Mr. Lin, you are a busy man with countless affairs. How could you possibly know someone as insignificant as me? My name is Luan Lai, I associate with Haigo, and I currently work in the old district. I am stationed in the old district, haha. As he finished, Luan Lai hurriedly corrected himself, a slightly awkward expression creeping onto his face. Chapter 27. Lin Chen's father is remarkably powerful. All present were utterly astonished. It was presumed that with Luan Lai's arrival, Lin Chen would meet his demise. However, who could have anticipated that events would unfold in such a manner? The shock was palpable. Brother Ping was drenched in cold sweat, filled with regret, so profound it felt as if he could turn green with it. Had he known that this seemingly youthful lad, barely in his 20s, possessed such immense power, he would have refrained from provoking this formidable figure at all costs. Brother Ping cast a glance at Dr. Zhang. In an instant, his gaze transformed into one of venomous intent, wishing he could consume him whole. It was all this scoundrel's fault. Had it not been for him, How could I have possibly entangled myself with such a harbinger of doom? Damnable creature. Dr. Zhang, too, was rendered utterly flustered. Although he had never encountered Luan Lai, he had heard whispers of his renown. It was not his first experience with notoriety. One does not need to see a pig run to recognize it, after all. The name Luan Lai was well known in the old city, a significant figure and one of the most capable aides of Pang Dahai, certainly not someone to be trifled with. And now, this illustrious individual had knelt before a mere youth? Surely, I am not mistaken. Is this a dream? It appears my cousin is far more formidable than I initially perceived. Zhou Yutong regarded Lin Chen with a mix of curiosity and astonishment. The relatives exchanged bewildered glances, astonished into silence by the unfolding scene. Mr. Lin, I implore you to show mercy and not to hold us, mere mortals, accountable for our transgressions, they stammered. At that moment, Luan Lai spoke again, his voice tinged with a tone of pleading and desperation. How did you recognize me? Lin Chen felt a flicker of confusion. His conflict with Pang Dahai had only recently transpired. How could a subordinate of Pang Dahai recognize him so quickly? Mr. Lin, it is as follows, Luan Lai clarified. Just now, each of us received a text from Brother Hai containing your photograph. Brother Hai instructed that should we be fortunate enough to meet you, we must treat you with the utmost respect and honor you as a distinguished guest. Understanding dawned upon Lin Chen, and he nodded slightly. That rotund fellow has some wit. Very well, you may rise, he said, waving his hand dismissively. Thank you, Mr. Lin, Luan Lai replied as he stood. Brother Ping also rose in tandem. With a loud smack, Luan Lai struck Brother Ping on the head, his voice booming with wrath. You remain kneeling. Brother Ping hastily fell back to his knees, trembling with fear. Remember, if Mr. Lin does not permit you to rise, you shall remain here on your knees for eternity, Luan Lai admonished, delivering another forceful slap to Brother Ping's face. Yes, yes, Brother Ping nodded submissively, utterly stripped of any prior bravado. Young Master Luan, may I inquire what transpired? He ventured cautiously, still bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Let him speak, Lin Chen instructed, gesturing towards the prostrate Brother Ping. Speak, Luan Lai commanded, delivering a kick to Brother Ping's side. Brother Ping began to recount the events. Moments later, damn it, you fool. Even Brother Hai must regard Mr. Lin with deference. What makes you think you are worthy of anything else? Luan Lai delivered a ruthless kick to Brother Ping's head, sending him sprawling to the ground before turning to confront Dr. Zhang. Upon seeing Luan Lai approach, Dr. Zhang was instantly gripped by terror, hastily retreating and stammering. What do you want? This is a hospital. I warn you not to come any closer, or I will call the police. Nevertheless, Luan Lai continued forward, unhurriedly arriving before Dr. Zhang. Assuming he was about to be struck, Dr. Zhang squeezed his eyes shut, trembling in fear. However, Luan Lai did not strike him. Instead, he placed a hand on his shoulder, a chilling smile gracing his lips. Dr. Zhang, if you can cure Mr. Lin's aunt, I shall spare you. Of course, of course. Dr. Zhang nodded fervently, forcing a smile that was more akin to a grimace. He cast a regretful glance at Lin Chen, his face reflecting deep remorse. Who could have imagined that a young man in his 20s could be so formidable? Lin Chen's relatives were equally taken aback. Engaged in the coal business, they were well informed and had long been aware of Luan Lai's reputation. Yet, witnessing such a powerful figure bowing in deference today was astonishing. What had Lin Chen's father accomplished to warrant such respect from Luan Lai? Lin Chen's uncle's mind raced with thoughts, while his older cousin clenched his fists, seething with resentment and jealousy, inwardly lamenting, why do I not have such a remarkable father? Why do all the good fortunes fall upon this good-for-nothing? Meanwhile, Lin Chen's aunt was filled with joy, but amidst her happiness, she pondered. No wonder Lin Chen seemed unfazed earlier. It appears that the fifth brother has fared well over the years. It is indeed wise to maintain a good relationship with him. The family collectively believed that this remarkable turn of events was due to Lin Chen's father, Lin Zhongxiao. Mr. Lin, do you have any further instructions? Luan Lai inquired, sidling up to Lin Chen with a sycophantic smile. You performed admirably, Lin Chen replied coolly, adding, convey my words to Pang Dahai. At this proclamation, Luan Lai momentarily froze. Then his face erupted in joy. As a capable subordinate of Pang Dahai, he understood that this seemingly youthful figure held considerable influence. Thank you, Mr. Lin, Luan Lai exclaimed, elated to the point of nearly bowing in gratitude. He was certain that Lin Chen's words would elevate his standing throughout Yinhai City. In recent years, the development zone had advanced rapidly, and Brother Bao, working there, had risen to become one of Pang Dehai's most prominent aides. This had left Luan Lai feeling anxious, as he harbored past grievances with Brother Bao, who was ever eager to eliminate him. But now fleeing? Absolutely not. With Mr. Lin's endorsement, who would dare challenge me? Oh, observing Luan Lai's exuberant expression, Lin Chen felt a flicker of surprise. He couldn't help but smile inwardly. It seems that the powerful figures in Yunhai City are not as unified as I had presumed. How intriguing. Chapter 28, Lin Chen. You jinx. This woman's ailment originates from her skeletal structure and cannot be remedied swiftly. It necessitates a period of convalescence. I must attend to other patients. I shall take my leave. Dr. Zhang, apprehensive, hastily fabricated an excuse and scurried away. Lin Chen did not intervene. He had discerned his aunt's condition upon entering. It was merely a spinal injury, not a grave illness. Conventional medical intervention would necessitate at least 6 months before she could ambulate. Injuries to the bones and sinews require 100 days to heal, let alone a spinal injury. Furthermore, even upon recovery, she would be restricted from strenuous activities or heavy lifting for 3 years. However, were Lin Chen to employ his primordial true qi, 10 days, and without any residual effects. The primordial true qi, one of the most miraculous forces in existence, is not renowned for naught. Previously, out of familial affection, Lin Chen had contemplated healing her. But now, in 2 words, Though magnanimous, Lin Chen is not a sycophant. Given his aunt's family's treatment of him, including their demand that he kneel, his forbearance was already exceedingly benevolent. Why would he still heal her? The supreme immortal sovereign, whose renown shook the heavens, was not to be insulted, not even by the 3 great immortal emperors, let alone compelled to kneel. Mr. Lin, how shall we deal with him? Luan Lai inquired, gesturing towards Ping Gu, who was prostrate on the ground. The decision is yours, Lin Chen stated nonchalantly. Understood. Luan Lai nodded gently, beckoned, and had Ping Gu dragged away. Subsequently, he inquired, Mr. Lin, are there any further instructions? It was not I who summoned you. Why would I instruct you? Lin Chen responded with a wry smile. Indeed, indeed. Luan Lai scratched his head, grinning sheepishly. Does Mr. Lin require anything further? If not, I shall depart. Observing Lin Chen's silence, Luan Lai inquired cautiously. You may leave. Lin Chen nodded slightly. Very well, farewell, Mr. Lin. Luan Lai bowed respectfully towards Lin Chen. Soon, the once crowded corridor became desolate once more. Lin Chen, too, departed. However, at that moment, his aunt spoke, her voice measured. Lin Chen, you are but a student. Refrain from associating with these social miscreants, lest you become as unaccomplished as they are. Though her voice was soft, her tone was commanding. Indeed, Lin Chen, your aunt is correct. You must not be so impulsive in the future. Although your father has prospered in recent years, there will always be those more powerful. This is merely a brother Lai, not a significant figure. However, were it a brother Hai or a brother Tian, true powerhouses, it would be a considerable predicament. His uncle nodded in agreement, imparting wisdom. Dad, what if Dr. Zhang refuses to treat Mom? What shall we do? His cousin inquired. He then turned to Lin Chen, his expression darkening, and rebuked. Lin Chen, this is all your fault. If Dr. Zhang refuses to treat Mom, I shall hold you accountable. Zhou Yutong wished to defend Lin Chen, but before she could speak, a svelte woman in professional attire, her heels clicking, rushed in. Upon seeing Lin Chen, her eyes lit up. Mr. Lin, I've finally found you. And you are? Lin Chen inquired. Mr. Lin, I am Miss Sue's assistant. My name is Li Jingxian. The woman, breathless, presented Lin Chen with a business card, which emanated a delicate fragrance. Not of perfume, but of Li Jingxian's natural scent. Mr. Lin, upon learning of your predicament, I hastened here. I know some individuals at this hospital who may be of assistance. Li Jingxian stated. Unnecessary. The matter has been resolved. Lin Chen naturally declined. Suddenly, the door was kicked open. Dr. Zhang stormed in, his face contorted with rage. You little whelp. You are quite capable. I, Zhongli, have never been subjected to such indignity. I tell you, I would rather die than treat her. If you have the audacity, then kill me. He bellowed, pointing at Lin Chen as he entered. Lin Chen frowned slightly. It seemed this Zhang was not one to suffer in silence. Seeing that Luan Lai and his cohorts had departed, he had returned to vent his spleen. Lin Chen, you are a jinx. Look at the mess you've created. His cousin rebuked angrily. His uncle said softly, Lin Chen, apologize to Dr. Zhang. Your father is but a merchant, not a figure of the underworld. Brother Lai may extend courtesy, but you cannot command him. He will not act on your behalf, nor will he threaten Dr. Zhang. Your aunt's health is paramount. You must prioritize. Lin Chen apologized to Dr. Zhang. His aunt, reclining in her bed, commanded impatiently. Dr. Zhang beamed with satisfaction, a triumphant smile on his face. Well, it seems I am the victor after all. If you wish me to treat her, then apologize to me, quickly. Lin Chen chuckled, albeit with a hint of coldness. Taking an inch and demanding a mile, offering kindness only to have it rejected. He was not a bodhisattva. Would he not be angered? However, before Lin Chen could react, Li Jingxian spoke, her brow furrowed. Doctor, engaging in personal vendettas is a grave transgression within a hospital. I am in charge here. And which eye of yours sees me engaging in personal vendettas? Dr. Zhang puffed out his chest, asking disdainfully. Upon hearing this, Li Jingxian's brow furrowed even more tightly as she said softly, I shall report you. Oh, report me? Dr. Zhang laughed derisively, his laughter filled with contempt. Here is my professional license. Feel free to report me. Dr. Zhang produced his license and tossed it to Li Jingxian with a smile. Seeing this, Li Jingxian was incensed. So arrogant, so presumptuous, so disdainful. Did he truly believe he owned the hospital? The reason for Dr. Zhang's arrogance was that the hospital's vice president was his brother-in-law. With his brother-in-law's support, what did he have to fear? Within Yunhai First Hospital, Zhang Li was the sovereign. None could touch him. Alas, this time, he was mistaken. Chapter 29. We are both doomed. Li Jingxian was furious. She had never encountered such an arrogant individual in her life. Without a moment's hesitation, she took out her phone and was about to make a call. Just then, her older cousin suddenly approached her and said, Miss, let it go. Doctor Zhang's uncle is the deputy director of this hospital. Complaining about him would be futile. As he spoke, her cousin inhaled deeply the fragrance emanating from Li Jingxian, licking his lips with a greedy expression. Upon hearing his words, Dr. Zhang puffed out his chest with an air of pride. Indeed, the deputy director is my brother-in-law. Who here can challenge me? The mention of the deputy director made Li Jingxian blink in surprise, seemingly taken aback. Seeing her expression, Dr. Zhang assumed she was intimidated, and his arrogance grew. However, the fear and hesitation he expected did not appear on Li Jingxian's face. Instead, she calmly uttered a single word. Oh. Her tone was utterly indifferent, tinged with disdain. Dr. Zhang frowned, feeling displeased, and was about to retort when Li Jingxian had already dialed a number and put the call on speaker. This young lady, you are quite beautiful. Are you an actress or a model? Oh, I see. You must be a decoy sent by Lin Chen. No wonder your performance is so convincing, her cousin remarked, stroking his chin with an air of condescension, filled with disdain for Lin Chen. What a fool he is, hiring someone to play a role just to show off. Lin Chen apologized to Dr. Zhang. Don't make me say it a third time. Lin Xiaoling, lying on the hospital bed, said impatiently. Upon witnessing Lin Xiaoling's family's attitude towards Lin Chen, Li Jingxian was momentarily astonished, pondering deeply. Dr. Zhang, however, remained arrogant, crossing his arms and wearing a self-satisfied smile. Under his gaze, the call connected. Who is this? A cold voice came from the other end. Hello, Secretary Qian. I am Li Jingxian, Miss Su Mingyao's assistant. I would like to speak with Director Gong, Li Jingxian replied calmly. Oh, so you are Miss Su's assistant. All right, I will transfer your call to Director Gong. The cold voice suddenly became enthusiastic and warm. Director Gong? Dr. Zhang's brow furrowed sharply. As a doctor here, he heard that name almost daily. For Director Gong was the head of Yunhai First Hospital. Could it be a coincidence? Surely, it must be a coincidence. How could a young girl possibly know Director Gong? Dr. Zhang's heart, which had momentarily raced, calmed down again, and he looked at Li Jingxian with renewed pride and disdain. Let us see what trick you, a young girl, can pull. Yes, it's room 516. I hope you can attend to it, Li Jingxian said softly, though she was making a request. Her tone sounded unmistakably like a command. After speaking, Li Jingxian hung up the phone. What? The call is over? Or has the performance concluded? Dr. Zhang sneered. Lin Xiaoling's family observed this scene, shaking their heads slightly, their expressions filled with disdain. Young lady, one must be sincere in life and not boast. Look, I am still standing here quite well. Suddenly, a sharp ring pierced the air. Dr. Zhang's expression shifted slightly. He took out his phone and, upon realizing it was merely a spam call, he sighed in relief. You scared me. He patted his chest, about to put away his phone. Ding ding ding. The phone rang again. A flicker of annoyance crossed Dr. Zhang's face as he picked up the call without a second thought, cursing, if you dare to call me again, I'll break your legs, get lost. He hung up the call abruptly. Putting away his phone, his expression changed abruptly. He noticed that the caller ID did not display the word spam call, but rather two characters, sister-in-law. A foreboding feeling surged within him. Trembling, he pressed the answer button. Sister. But before Dr. Zhang could say a word, an enraged voice thundered from the phone, Zhangli, if you want to die, go ahead. But don't drag me down with you. Beep, beep, beep. The call ended abruptly. Dr. Zhang stood there, bewildered, yet cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. Mr. Lin, since the matter has been resolved, shall we take our leave? We cannot keep Miss Su waiting, Li Jingxian inquired softly. Upon seeing Li Jingxian's expression, Lin Chen understood that she must have summoned a formidable figure. Very well. Lin Chen nodded in agreement. As he stepped out of the room, Li Jingxian paused at the door, turned, and addressed the air. Some individuals truly fail to recognize greatness when it stands before them. The best doctors are right in front of them, yet they look down upon them with disdain. How tragic. What do you mean? Lin Xiaoling's expression darkened as she asked in a low voice. Literally, Li Jingxian replied, casting a glance at Lin Xiaoling with a hint of indifference. Huh, Lin Xiaoling scoffed, her laughter dripping with contempt. Lin Chen's family may be influential, but does Lin Chen understand medicine? Why not claim he can practice immortality? Young lady, one must be practical. Don't think that just by making a phone call you can summon some big shot. Beauty, I increasingly believe you are merely a decoy arranged by Lin Chen. The family chimed in, each taking turns to belittle her. Li Jingxian shook her head. She didn't bother to explain further, for she knew that mere words were hollow. Only actions could speak louder than rhetoric. You will soon discover whether I am boasting. Li Jingxian sashayed out, her demeanor confident. Such is the plight of women today. They will do anything for money. How pitiful. Her cousin feigned sympathy as he stared at Li Jingxian's retreating figure. Dr. Zhang, I hope you can show some restraint and not stoop to the level of such a fool. Her cousin glanced at Dr. Zhang, but before he could finish, he frowned in confusion, for he noticed Dr. Zhang's face had turned pale, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and he trembled slightly, in a state of panic. Just then, the door burst open with a bang. A stout figure charged in. Amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, the person kicked Dr. Zhang with such force that he was sent flying. Without mercy, the impact was visibly painful. Zhangli, you scoundrel, you have brought me to ruin. The intruder, flustered, pointed at the fallen Dr. Zhang and cursed. Now we can only hope that our esteemed benefactor shows some leniency, or we are both doomed. Chapter 30. Lin Chen's marvelous techniques at the prosperous hotel. Mr. Lin, you've arrived, Su Mingyao said weakly, lying on the bed, her complexion pale. Miss Su was just out shopping with me, but unexpectedly fell ill. I had no choice but to bring her to this hotel, Li Jingxian explained. Lin Chen remained silent, taking a seat at the edge of the bed, extending his right hand to pulse Su Mingyao. He closed his eyes. The room was enveloped in silence. Li Jingxian held her breath, afraid to disturb Lin Chen. After an indeterminate period, Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes. Mr. Lin, how is she? Li Jingxian inquired anxiously. Truth be told, she harbored doubts about Lin Chen's abilities, yet Su Mingyao insisted on his assistance, leaving her curious about this young man's potential. Her condition cannot be delayed any longer, Lin Chen stated. Li Jingxian was momentarily taken aback, but her expression soon brightened. If Lin Chen asserted this, it meant Su Mingyao still had hope. Nevertheless, she found it hard to believe. Almost every doctor had been at a loss for Su Mingyao's condition. Yet this young man seemed to possess a solution. Mr. Lin, can you truly cure Miss Su? Li Jingxian asked tentatively. Lin Chen did not respond, but instead gently grasped Su Mingyao's hand. With a focused thought, a thread of spiritual energy flowed from his fingers into her body. Initially, Su Mingyao had been engulfed in pain. Even breathing was laborious, but upon receiving Lin Chen's energy, she felt as if she were basking in a spring breeze. The pain swiftly alleviating, her furrowed brows gradually relaxed, a sense of ease and comfort washing over her. Su Mingyao was astonished. However, before she could inquire further, Lin Chen's hand gently brushed over her eyes. Rest now, he murmured. His hand, seemingly imbued with magic, caused Su Mingyao to close her eyes and drift into slumber. Lin Chen rose to his feet. Is that all? Li Jingxian stood nearby, her mouth agape in astonishment. She was acutely aware that when Su Mingyao fell ill, the pain was unbearable, and even sleep eluded her. Yet now, she was peacefully asleep? It was unbelievable. Suddenly, Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. Looking down at Su Mingyao once more, he sensed a fierce backlash surging from within her, erupting without warning. Oh, Lin Chen mused, slightly taken aback. He had merely used a thread of spiritual energy to suppress Su Mingyao's ailment, yet did not anticipate the illness would retaliate. Fascinating. Su Mingyao's brows knitted again, her complexion paling, clearly suffering from the resurgence of her condition. Mr. Lin, this. Li Jingxian's face was filled with anxiety. Lin Chen remained composed, extending his hand and lightly tapping Su Mingyao's forehead. Instantly, her brow smoothed out, and she peacefully fell back into slumber. Li Jingxian watched in wonder. Is that all it takes? How miraculous! Unbeknownst to her, Lin Chen had employed a technique akin to moving flowers to cover the wood, transferring the backlash from Su Mingyao's body into his own. This backlash, capable of wreaking havoc within Su Mingyao, became powerless upon entering Lin Chen's being. It felt akin to a frail, sickly rodent confronted by 1,000 fierce wildcats. A person awakened possesses immunity to all ailments and poisons, and this is no mere boast. Mr. Lin, have you temporarily alleviated Miss Su's condition, or is it a permanent solution? Li Jingxian asked softly. Only a temporary relief, Lin Chen replied. Is there a permanent solution? Li Jingxian pressed. 2 methods exist, Lin Chen stated, attempting to withdraw his hand from Su Mingyao's grasp, only to find her holding on tightly. It appeared this young lady lacked a sense of security. Lin Chen thought to himself. Please, Mr. Lin, share, Li Jingxian urged, her face alight with excitement. I doubt you would comprehend. Lin Chen gently shook his head. Li Jingxian, wise as she was, refrained from further questioning. Having served as Su Mingyao's aide for years, her emotional intelligence was far above the average. In truth, Lin Chen had not deceived her. Su Mingyao's condition was too severe. There were only 2 methods to save her, both difficult for ordinary people to grasp. The first method involved teaching her to cultivate. Should she awaken, she would naturally become impervious to all evils. However, the hope for this was slim, as the earth had yet to undergo significant change, and spiritual energy had not revitalized. It was likely that before Su Mingyao could awaken, her affliction had already reached a critical stage. The second method involved moving flowers to cover the wood, essentially transferring her ailment to another person. However, this method was labor-intensive and bore a high risk of leaving behind aftereffects. In his previous life, Lin Chen had known a man of extraordinary medical prowess, renowned throughout the universe, known as the Medicine Sovereign. A compassionate soul, the Medicine Sovereign had once employed the technique of moving flowers to cover the wood to save a woman, yet it resulted in aftereffects. To remedy those aftereffects, he had to engage in intimate relations with the woman. Eventually, that woman became his wife. Later, the Medicine Sovereign became subservient to her, establishing 3 rules. Never accept female disciples, never befriend women, and never treat maternal beings. Such a tragic fate. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, Lin Chen would not easily resort to the technique of moving flowers to cover the wood. Come, hold her hand, Lin Chen instructed, dismissing further thoughts as he turned to Li Jingxian. Li Jingxian was momentarily stunned. Only then did she notice that though Su Mingyao was asleep, her small hand was gripping Lin Chen's as if for dear life. What a profound lack of security. Tears welled in Li Jingxian's eyes. Mr. Lin, allow me to take over, she said hurriedly, stepping forward to grasp Su Mingyao's small hand in Lin Chen's stead. What should we do once Miss Su awakens? Li Jingxian inquired again. Within 10 days, her condition will not recur, Lin Chen replied calmly. He then cast a glance at Su Mingyao's unparalleled beauty and added, when she awakens, inform her that there are 2 methods to treat her ailment. One requires immense effort and sacrifice on her part, while the other may leave behind aftereffects. Let her consider. Understood. I will relay Mr. Lin's words verbatim to Miss Su. Li Jingxian nodded earnestly. As Lin Chen prepared to leave, Li Jingxian said softly, Mr. Lin, safe travels. I shall remain by Miss Su's side, so I will not see you off. I apologize. Not at all. Lin Chen dismissed her concern. Upon reaching the door, Lin Chen suddenly paused. If her illness recurs and cannot be suppressed, you may use 3 parts strength to needle the Shinting point, and 7 parts strength to needle the Ren'ing point to save her life. With that, Lin Chen opened the door and departed with grace. Li Jingxian stood frozen in place. Shinting point, Ren'ing point, are those not 2 critical death points? Did I hear incorrectly? Needling those 2 points would surely result in immediate death. Chapter 31. The Little Sorceress. The following day, at dawn, Lin Chen sat cross-legged on his bed, slowly opening his eyes. He exhaled a puff of white, turbid air, which dissipated into the atmosphere. Lowering his gaze, he examined his hands, then gently clenched them, letting out a soft sigh, murmuring, After a night of cultivation, I've only made this little progress. Indeed, the current earth is not conducive to cultivation. I wonder how Xiaobai is preparing? Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, recalling Master Bai. He gazed back at the moon of his homeland. Suddenly, his phone rang. Taking it out, he glanced at the bold characters on the screen, and a smile crept onto his lips. Truly, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. The call connected. Mr. Lin? A weak voice came through. Speak. Lin Chen replied curtly, without a hint of superfluous words. Mr. Lin, I have found the Ziwei Spirit Jade among the items you requested. Would you like to come and take a look? Bai Rushua tentatively inquired. Address, Lin Chen replied succinctly. Old Town, Antique Street. Antique Street is one of the most bustling places in Yunhai City. Here, no one can predict what will unfold in the next moment. Some have purchased antiques worth over 10,000 with merely 100, while others have spent 10,000 only to acquire worthless trinkets. In this realm, luck seemingly dictates everything. Lin Chen drove over. As the sun rose, despite it being morning, Antique Street thrummed with activity, throngs of people bustling about. Upon alighting from his vehicle, he scanned the area but failed to locate Bai Rushua. Just as he contemplated calling her, an incident nearby caught his attention. A girl, no more than 15 or 16, stormed towards a stall, flanked by a group of burly men. She slammed her hands on the stall, imperiously shouting, Do you dare deceive me? Are you seeking death? Sister, when have I ever deceived you? The stall owner, in his 40s, stammered in fear, swallowing hard. Look at your goods. The girl slammed a jade pendant onto the table, hands on her hips, asserting, This is clearly a machine-carved counterfeit. And yet you claim it is a Song Dynasty jade pendant. Are you asking for death? I never said it was a Song Dynasty piece. I warned you yesterday that its authenticity was uncertain. Payment is voluntary. I never forced you. The stall owner was nearly in tears, trembling as he spoke. However, before he could finish, the girl interrupted, I don't care. Someone, smash his stall to pieces. Yes. Several imposing black-clad bodyguards stepped forward at her command. This is all I have. If you destroy it, what will happen to my children? What about my wife in the hospital? The stall owner was distraught, nearly sobbing. Humph. I don't care. I'll smash every fraud I meet. The girl declared proudly, hands on her waist. Onlookers shook their heads, clearly feeling helpless. After all, the little sorceress was notorious for her unreasonable behavior. Who would dare provoke her? Once targeted, one could only resign to their misfortune. At that moment, a calm yet resonant voice unexpectedly rang out from a distance. Little girl, do your family members know how unreasonable you are? The girl turned sharply. Her fierce gaze directed towards the left rear. There stood a handsome young man in black sportswear, hands clasped behind his back, his expression tranquil. What did you just say? The girl demanded, her face hardening. You aren't deaf, are you? Can't you hear? Lin Chen inquired with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, the girl laughed. Disable him, she suddenly commanded. Yes. Several burly bodyguards advanced towards Lin Chen, fist raised menacingly. This young man is truly unfortunate. He dares to provoke the little sorceress. Does he have a death wish? In truth, he hasn't done anything wrong. He is merely a victim of misplaced heroism. The crowd watched, shaking their heads in pity for Lin Chen. Yet, he remained unfazed. As the imposing bodyguards approached, he narrowed his eyes slightly, raising 5 fingers and stating, 5 seconds. Oh, quite self-aware, aren't you? One of the bodyguards sneered. He knows that in 5 seconds, we'll be kneeling beside him, begging for mercy. Let us see about that, Lin Chen shrugged. 5 seconds later, Lin Chen knelt on the ground, pinching the pressure point of one bodyguard, while the others lay unconscious, sprawled on the ground, unresponsive. Silence enveloped the scene. Almost everyone present was left utterly astounded. With a single punch? Oh no. With just a finger? This young man in black has incapacitated all the hulking bodyguards with a mere digit. What kind of divine skill is this? It's rather terrifying. The girl watched in shock, rendered speechless. Yet, in the next moment, excitement danced across her small face. Finally, I found you. She nearly leaped in glee, exclaiming, No way, you're a treasure. I must take you home as my pet. With that, she pulled out her phone, ready to make a call. But Lin Chen had already appeared before her, almost like a specter. The pupils of nearly everyone constricted in disbelief. How did he move so swiftly? At that moment, Lin Chen reached out, snatching the girl's phone from her grasp. Smack! He then delivered a sharp slap to her head, devoid of any gentleness. How dare you hit me? The girl nearly cried from the pain, glaring at Lin Chen, a mix of indignation and fury in her eyes. Little girl, if you misbehave again, I'll call your sister, Lin Chen stated coolly. Upon hearing the word sister, the girl's previously defiant demeanor instantly transformed, her face paling. Chapter 32, Are you commanding me? Do you know my sister? The girl stared wide-eyed, incredulous as she inquired. Of course, I know her. Lin Chen nodded gently, a smirk suddenly appearing on his lips as he added, Not only do I know her, but we have also what? Attended school together? The girl blinked, questioning. Seeing Lin Chen remain silent, wearing an enigmatic smile, she assumed she had guessed correctly and let out a relieved sigh. Just a regular classmate. And yet you dare to be so arrogant. Who do you think you are, the king of heaven? The girl placed her hands on her hips and declared, I will count to 3. Return my phone, or you will face dire consequences today. Lin Chen did not respond, but instead grasped the girl's finger that was pointing at him and moved it aside. What are you trying to do? Do you dare to hit me? Do you know who I am? The girl asked defiantly, feeling the strength of Lin Chen's grip. I do not know who you are, but I do know who your sister is, Lin Chen replied calmly. He then glanced at the approaching black-clad bodyguards and remarked, Little girl, with just them, you cannot be protected. Lin Chen's voice was unrestrained, clearly audible to all present. Insolent. How dare a lowly commoner slander my young lady? One of the bodyguards shouted in fury, launching a punch. However, his fist had yet to brush against Lin Chen's skin when his body was sent flying as if struck by a powerful force. I am speaking. Why do you interrupt? Lin Chen retracted his right foot, looking coldly at the bodyguard now unconscious on the ground. The girl's pupils constricted slightly. She was not foolish. It was evident that these bodyguards were no match for this young man. If he intended to harm her, things could escalate into a serious predicament. Little girl, you are making me unhappy. Now, immediately call your sister. If she pleads for you, I will spare you. If she does not, well. With a sinister smile, Lin Chen continued. The girl swallowed hard. The sight of Lin Chen's grin sent chills down her spine. Make the call. At that moment, Lin Chen held out his phone before her. Terrified, the girl dared not defy him and quickly dialed her sister's number. As for the surrounding bodyguards, none dared to act recklessly. They had all witnessed Lin Chen's abilities. For the sake of the girl's safety and their own lives, they were cautious. The call connected. A gentle voice like flowing water spoke. Qiu Shui, what is it? Oh, the girl burst into tears, her voice filled with grievance. Qiu Shui, why are you crying? Speak to me. What has happened? The voice on the other end grew increasingly anxious. Sister, I am being bullied. The girl choked on her words. Who? Though it was just a single word, the tone was incredibly grim, laced with murderous intent. With tears brimming in her eyes, the girl glanced at Lin Chen. Yet, the cunning and satisfaction in her gaze were unmistakable. The wicked often accuse others first, letting her lead the narrative. This little girl was quite clever. Lin Chen, with his vast experience, instantly discerned her intentions and merely smiled faintly, dismissively. It is someone clad in black, tall and... I am Lin Chen. Before the girl could finish her sentence, Lin Chen interjected nonchalantly, a hint of indifference in his tone. The moment those 4 words were uttered, silence enveloped the other end of the line. Her sister was undoubtedly contemplating how to deal with this young man. Humph, daring to provoke me. I shall ensure you regret it. A smirk appeared at the corners of the girl's mouth, showcasing a cold and playful demeanor. Qiu Shui is still young and naive. I hope you won't hold her actions against her. The gentle voice returned. Huh, Lin Chen, did you hear that? My sister can easily handle you. The girl laughed heartily, brimming with pride. Yet, in the next moment, her laughter faded. Yes, I indeed heard that. Lin Chen smiled faintly, nodding lightly. But sister, why? The girl's eyes widened in disbelief, asking, Don't we have several martial arts masters in our family? Are we truly afraid of dealing with this? Silence. A commanding voice pierced through. Qiu Shui, stop your nonsense and apologize to him now. The tone was authoritative, leaving no room for argument. Sister, he is bullying me. The girl pouted, feigning innocence. Lin Chen had no intention of listening to the 2 women's chatter and simply returned the phone to the girl. The sisters conversed for nearly half a minute. After that half minute, the girl approached Lin Chen, her face filled with grievance, and held the phone to his ear. Lin Chen, she is my sister. You cannot harm her. Such a declaration came from the phone. Are you commanding me or pleading with me? Lin Chen asked. A faint smile gracing his lips. Beep. The woman abruptly hung up the call. Lin Chen shrugged slightly. This woman possesses an intriguing character. Nevertheless, it must be said, after all, 1 day of marriage equates to 100 days of affection, even without her words. Lin Chen would not truly harm this little demoness before him. I'm sorry, I was wrong. The girl lowered her head, her voice barely audible, like a whisper of a mosquito. What did you say? I am hard of hearing. I cannot hear. Lin Chen leaned closer to her, feigning loudness. I'm sorry. I was wrong. The girl buried her face deeper, wishing to hide it completely, though her voice was slightly louder this time. Speak a bit louder. I still cannot hear clearly. Lin Chen's lips curled into a smile, pressing further. You jerk, I'll bite you to death. The girl, infuriated, clenched her teeth and snapped at Lin Chen's ear. Let us go. Seeing Lin Chen at a loss, the girl let out a proud little huff, puffing out her still-developing chest, leading a group of black-clad bodyguards away with a flourish. Lin Chen made no attempt to stop her. It was already a victory to see this arrogant little demoness relent. Of course, Lin Chen was not afraid of this girl. Rather, he cared somewhat for that woman. After all, she was the first woman Lin Chen encountered since his rebirth, and thus far, the only one. Subsequently, Lin Chen turned around, looking at the man behind him, smiling as he said, Boss, my sister is young and ignorant. She has offended you. I hope you, being the magnanimous person you are, will not hold it against her. Upon hearing this, the stall owner gaped in disbelief. Did I hear that correctly? Am I dreaming? After a long pause, the stall owner finally regained his senses, hastily shaking his head and waving his hands. I would never dare to hold it against Miss Xia. This statement seemed slightly off. The stall owner sensed this and hurriedly added, No, that's not what I meant. I mean I would not dare to hold it against her. Still not quite right. The stall owner appeared anxious, his words tumbling over one another. Lin Chen smiled gently, saying, How about this? I will take everything you have brought today. Name your price. There is something good in this stall that I wish to purchase. Chapter 33. Lin Chen's feigned understanding. Lin Chen's decision to purchase everything at the stall was not motivated by a desire to apologize, but rather by the presence of a remarkable item among the goods. Sir, is this truly appropriate? The stall owner was taken aback by Lin Chen's words, utterly astonished and flattered. To buy everything? That is rather extravagant. You have 30 items here, each priced at 1,000, totaling 30,000. What do you think? Lin Chen inquired directly. The stall owner's mouth fell open in disbelief. Sir, I sell each item for only 888. You? Very well, it's a deal. Lin Chen smiled gently, clapping his hands with a crisp sound. He then turned to the crowd and said nonchalantly, By Rushua, give him 30,000 and pack everything up. The crowd was left in bewilderment. Who was this young man addressing? Surely he couldn't be speaking to me? I certainly don't have 30,000. However, as the onlookers exchanged glances in confusion, a woman dressed in white, wearing a hat, gradually stepped forward, just by the grace of her figure. It was evident she was a beauty of unparalleled allure. Indeed, she was Bai Rushue, one of the 8 masters of Yunzhou. Yet at that moment, a bittersweet smile graced her exquisite face, for she felt as though Lin Chen had taken her for an automatic teller machine. Meanwhile, Lin Chen, oblivious to the stares of the crowd, strode away. Bai Rushue watched his departing figure, sighing softly, her expression filled with uncertainty. He was undeniably powerful, but was following him truly right or wrong? The conflict between Lin Chen and Xiaqiu Shui was merely a trivial farce on this antique street, thus failing to attract significant attention. This afforded Lin Chen a measure of relief, as even he preferred not to be under constant scrutiny, with his hands in his pockets. He whistled casually as he walked down the street, pondering ways to earn some money. He harbored a proud disposition and detested seeking assistance, let alone relying on others' funds. At that moment, an intriguing scene caught his eye not far away. 3 or 4 individuals were crouched on the ground, examining several stones of various sizes. Their expressions a mix of curiosity and contemplation. Oh, are they gambling on stones? Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. Indeed, the spectacle before him was known as stone gambling. The stones appeared indistinguishable on the outside, with similar prices, yet some contained nothing of value while others harbored treasures worth a fortune. A few years prior, a wealthy individual had amassed his fortune through stone gambling, later branching into real estate, thereby achieving great success. This could be a lucrative venture. With a slight smirk, Lin Chen stepped forward toward a nearby stone gambling stall. Young man, you don't seem old enough to indulge in this pastime, remarked the stall owner. A middle-aged man of around 40, with a friendly smile as Lin Chen approached. Outsiders come to gawk, while insiders discern the craft. This youth is likely here merely for the spectacle, so please don't take advantage of him, a white-haired elder nearby advised, gently rubbing a stone in his hands. Lin Chen nodded lightly in acknowledgement. He then extended his hand, delicately brushing over each stone at the stall. Observing this, the elder shook his head slightly, dismissing the act. This is not how stone gambling is conducted. Most people take considerable time to assess the stones, yet this young man merely touches and moves on. Clearly, he is just here to enjoy the show, he mused. The stall owner, witnessing this, also shook his head, but said nothing further. Young people often enjoy putting on airs, pretending to be knowledgeable, which was not entirely surprising. How much for this stone? The elder inquired, standing up and holding the stone he had been examining. Oh, Li Lao, have you taken a liking to this stone? The stall owner asked with a grin. I just find the texture appealing. Nothing more, the elder replied with a chuckle, shaking his head. Very well, since it's for you, I want to charge a high price. Let us say 888. The stall owner said cheerfully. He had inflated the price, knowing that Li Lao, reputed for his uncanny ability, had a high success rate with stones. 888, you say? Li Lao narrowed his eyes, contemplating the cost, which was not insignificant. Yet, he was not one to dither indecisively. After a brief moment, he nodded and said, All right, let us proceed. You're mistaken. The stone in your hand is worthless. Li Lao's sentence was abruptly interrupted by a young voice. Li Lao frowned, casting a skeptical glance at Lin Chen. Lin Chen offered no further explanation. His intervention stemmed from the elder's earlier advice. It was merely a matter of reciprocity. Yet the stall owner was displeased, as Lin Chen's remark had interrupted his business. With a stern expression, he admonished, Young man, being a self-appointed teacher is not a commendable habit. Pretending to know what you do not is even worse. Do not mislead others with your nonsense. Since you claim that the stone I possess is worthless, which stone here do you believe holds the most value? Li Lao queried. Without responding, Lin Chen crouched down, his gaze sweeping across the stones, and ultimately selecting a rather unremarkable one. Though of considerable size, it was surprisingly light, suggesting that it was likely hollow inside and devoid of any treasure. The stall owner, upon seeing this, could not suppress a derisive laugh, questioning, Are you certain about that? Li Lao blinked in surprise, initially believing Lin Chen possessed some insight into the art of stone gambling. But he never anticipated that Lin Chen would choose this utterly worthless stone, feigning knowledge when one lacks it. Alas, the youth of today. Li Lao silently lamented, shaking his head. Consider this a gift, Lin Chen declared, tossing the stone to Li Lao. The elder caught the stone, momentarily at a loss for words, uncertain how to express his thoughts, for it was evident that the stone was of no value. The stall owner snickered coldly, gesturing with a finger. The price of my stones is determined by weight. This one is approximately worth 4,000. However, I want to charge you that. I'll only ask for 1,000. He was convinced that Lin Chen's selection was utterly worthless, thus believing that he would undoubtedly profit from this transaction. Before Lin Chen could respond, Li Lao burst into laughter, thumping his chest and exclaiming, This is precisely how the youth should be, fearless and unyielding. Young man, I have faith in you. I shall cover your 1,000. Upon hearing this, the stall owner smirked, thinking to himself, If this stone turns out to be a treasure, then I'll eat my words. Chapter 34. The rogue boss. Very well. I shall cut this stone before everyone, the stall owner said with a smile, casting a glance at Lin Chen. This kid is delaying my business. Today, I will ensure he embarrasses himself. However, Old Li shook his head slightly, stating, There's no need for that. I purchased this stone, and I will cut it myself. He found Lin Chen quite agreeable and wished to spare him any humiliation, understanding that today's youth often have fragile egos. Oh, Old Li, when have you ever cut my stones elsewhere? I'll cut it for you this time free of charge, the stall owner feigned generosity, smiling broadly. Old Li frowned, wanting to decline the stall owner's offer. Yet before he could voice his refusal, Lin Chen interjected, Let's cut it here. Old Li's expression changed, and he quickly exclaimed, Young man, absolutely not. Old Li, the young man has already agreed, so please do not refuse me, the stall owner insisted, extending his hand toward Old Li. Fine, very well. Old Li sighed, placing the stone in the stall owner's hands. Such audacity. I have observed this stone. It is merely a hollow waste rock. What could possibly be of value? This kid must be a shill hired by the boss to swindle money. Clueless and pretentious. How could such a youth ever achieve greatness? The onlookers regarded Lin Chen with disdain and contempt. The stall owner's lips curled into a confident smirk. Without hesitation, he employed his rudimentary tools to forcefully slice through the stone, showing no regard for its integrity. Typically, when betting on stones, one must proceed with caution. A miscalculation could ruin any treasure hidden within. As the stone was cut halfway, the color remained unchanged. It was indeed a worthless rock, prompting the crowd to shake their heads and divert their gazes, deeming further observation pointless. However, just then, the sound of the cutting machine abruptly ceased. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. The stall owner's face paled as he looked down, astonished and breathless. What happened? What's going on? The crowd sensed something was amiss and moved closer to investigate. Spirit greenstone, the stall owner exclaimed suddenly. At the utterance of those 3 words, nearly everyone's expression shifted in unison. Old Lee, not far away, widened his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, Spirit greenstone? How can that be? He hurried forward, and upon seeing the vibrant green hue within the stone, his expression shifted from shock to elation. By heavens, it truly is a spirit greenstone. Impossible! How could this rock contain such a treasure? The stall owner gritted his teeth, his expression hardened, and he resolutely continued cutting the stone open. He was unwilling to accept this outcome. Yet, in the next moment, despair washed over his face. For the truth was undeniable. This kid's luck was extraordinary. Having unearthed a spirit greenstone, this spirit greenstone is conservatively valued at 30,000. Alas, the stall owner's hasty cutting had compromised its quality, likely reducing its value by several thousand. The crowd buzzed with excitement, their gazes toward Lin Chen filled with envy and jealousy. They never expected this young man to strike it rich. Lin Chen remained unfazed, pointing out a flaw at the cut of the spirit greenstone, calmly stating, Boss, you owe me a refund. Huh. The stall owner opened his mouth, his face a picture of defeat. This flaw was his doing. Would he not have to reimburse 3,000 or 4,000? Suddenly, the stall owner's eyes lit up with a cunning idea, and he swiftly tucked the stone away, declaring, I shall no longer sell this stone. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in discontent. Not selling? Isn't that utterly shameless? What a scoundrel! I shall never purchase from him again. The crowd voiced their indignation. Yet, the stall owner remained unfazed, wearing a smug expression as he retorted, This is my stone. I sell it or not as I please. It's none of your business. Old Lee furrowed his brow at the stall owner's behavior, clearly displeased. However, he ultimately sighed in resignation. Though he found the stall owner's actions unacceptable, what could he do? He could not physically confront him. His old bones could hardly endure such turbulence. In contrast, Lin Chen displayed no sign of agitation. Instead, he crouched down and picked up another stone from the stall. Boss, how much for this stone? He inquired. 10,000. Take it or leave it. The stall owner spat, glaring ferociously. All right, deal. Lin Chen replied without hesitation. He turned away and softly instructed, by Rushua, give him 10,000. As his words fell, a stunningly beautiful woman emerged from the crowd, confidently tossing a stack of red bills to the stall owner. Here is your 10,000. If you cut something good later, you can't back out, Lin Chen stated quietly. Good. The stall owner readily agreed, knowing full well that this stone held no treasures. Moreover, he believed luck was finite. If this young man had struck it rich once, he surely would not do so a second time. Otherwise, he would rather eat his hat. The stall owner felt a wave of nausea, realizing he had just thought the same thing moments ago. Thank goodness he had kept his mouth shut, or he would have faced utter humiliation. Feeling a surge of confidence, the stall owner smiled slyly, fully convinced that the stone Lin Chen had chosen would yield nothing of value. Young man, before we cut this stone, let us make a wager, the stall owner proposed, placing the stone on the machine with a glint in his eye. What wager? Lin Chen asked. The stall owner grinned, stating, if the value of this stone exceeds 10,000, you win. If it does not, then I win. What is the stake? Lin Chen inquired directly. The stall owner smirked, enunciating 2 resounding words. Eat. Shit. He glared at Lin Chen, secretly vowing to repay the slight to his business, dignity, and reputation today. Chapter 35. Do you wish to die? Your taste is rather unique. Lin Chen teased with a smile. So, young man, do you dare to take this bet with me? The stall owner asked confidently. No backing out, right? Lin Chen inquired. Indeed, no backing out. The stall owner nodded with assurance. What if you back out? Lin Chen continued. If I back out, it will cost me 100,000 yuan. The stall owner replied with a grin. If you back out, you owe me 100,000. If I back out, I owe you 100,000. And what if one cannot produce such a sum? Lin Chen quipped. If you cannot come up with the money, then you shall work for me, or rather, for the other party, until you have earned enough to cover that 100,000. The stall owner declared. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen smiled and remarked, "You certainly have calculated this meticulously. So, do you dare to take this bet with me?" The stall owner puffed out his chest and proudly asked, "Let me ponder it a moment." Lin Chen stroked his chin, deep in thought. "Young brother, do not agree to him. He is a cunning merchant, plotting against you." "Indeed, lad, think of yourself. You must not agree." The crowd urged Lin Chen in unison. However, Old Li approached Lin Chen and whispered, "Young brother, what are your chances?" "Not too many," Lin Chen replied with a mysterious smile. Old Li furrowed his brow, thinking, only 50%. Yet soon after, he gritted his teeth and said, "Young brother, I too dislike this vendor. Feel free to wager with him. If you lose, I shall cover that 100,000. Lin Chen was taken aback, realizing the old man had misunderstood him. What he meant was, not too many. Just a perfect 100% confidence. In light of this, I accept the wager. These people are witnesses. If I lose, I shall not back out." With a subtle smile, Lin Chen nodded in agreement. "Very well, whoever backs out is a little dog." The stall owner readily concurred. A smug smirk appeared on his lips, as if to say, "Young man, you are doomed this time." Half a minute later, the stone was cut open. The stall owner was left dumbfounded. Hiss. The onlookers collectively gasped in shock. It turned out to be blood agate. Old Li's eyes sparkled as he exclaimed, "This stone is worth at least 80,000. If not more." The stall owner was utterly astonished, his hands trembling. Having been in this business for nearly 20 years, he had only cut stones this valuable 3 times before. Today marked the 4th. He longed to claim this blood agate as his own. Such a treasure. Only a fool would forsake it. Just then, a young hand suddenly snatched the blood agate away. "Ladies and gentlemen, did you record our bet on your phones?" Lin Chen proclaimed loudly, clutching the blood agate. "We did." The crowd chimed in. Lin Chen smirked, glancing at the stall owner. He raised an eyebrow and asked, "Boss, care to eat?" The stall owner's face turned pale. The crowd began to chant, "Eat, eat, eat." The stall owner took a deep breath, suppressing his fury. Then with a cold laugh, he retorted, "Humph, even if it's recorded, so what? I do not concede. What can you do about it? Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention, our wager is not protected by law. Ha ha ha." As he spoke, the stall owner laughed heartily, brimming with arrogance. How shameless. How can one be so despicable? I truly wish to strike him. The onlookers were filled with righteous indignation. Alas, Old Li sighed deeply, having not anticipated that the owner would be so brazen and shameless. Lin Chen pondered, asking, "So you neither eat nor pay me the 100,000? And if so, what then?" The stall owner stood tall, exuding arrogance. Lin Chen sighed softly. "I had no intention of resolving this with violence." The stall owner burst into laughter, scoffing, "Ha ha, what? Do you intend to strike me? I tell you, we live in a lawful society. If you dare touch a hair on me, it won't just be a matter of tens of thousands." Lin Chen ignored the stall owner, turning to glance at the white-haired beauty behind him. "Yes," Bai Rushua understood, gently nodding as she approached the stall owner. The stall owner chuckled lewdly, saying, "Oh, little lady, you're quite attractive. What do you wish to do? Are you here to serve me?" Upon hearing this, a deadly glint flashed in Bai Rushua's beautiful eyes. She extended her hand, swiftly resting it on the stall owner's shoulder. The stall owner continued to grin, leeringly saying, "Little lady, do you wish to?" But before he could finish his sentence, his expression shifted dramatically. Suddenly, his entire body trembled in fear. Bai Rushua leaned in, whispering into the boss's ear, her voice low, "A wager must be honored, debts must be repaid. It is only right. Now, I ask you one question." As she spoke, her tone turned icy. "Do you wish to die?" The stall owner was nearly paralyzed with fear. His face displayed sheer terror, yearning to flee, yet he found himself frozen, unable to move. "I shall give you 1 minute to consider." With that, Bai Rushue slowly withdrew her hand. Thud. The stall owner swayed and knelt on the ground, trembling as he hugged his arms. The crowd was dumbfounded. What is happening? Is this a performance? She merely placed her hand on his shoulder and spoke a few words. And he is kneeling? And he appears as if he might freeze to death? How exaggerated. 1 minute later, how have you considered? Bai Rushue asked coldly, looking at the still kneeling stall owner. I will pay. The stall owner stammered, his eyes vacant. Humph. Bai Rushue let out a satisfied snort and returned to Lin Chen's side. A wise choice. Lin Chen gave the stall owner a thumbs up, then asked, "Cash or card?" Can I work for you instead?" The stall owner tentatively suggested. "You mean you do not have 100,000? Lin Chen feigned surprise. Very well. Give me your phone number. If anything arises, I will call you. All right, all right. The stall owner's expression brightened as he hurriedly provided his number. Here you go. Before leaving, Lin Chen tossed the blood agate to Bai Rushua. Lin Chen, proud by nature, disliked being indebted to others. Having spent a considerable amount today, he gifted the blood agate to her as a form of compensation. Chapter 36. 800 million. Mr. Lin, why did you choose to show mercy to that person who just offended you? Bai Rushua inquired, following closely behind Lin Chen, her brow furrowed in confusion. The vendor had audaciously insulted Lin Chen and even dared to flirt with Bai Rushua. In truth, Bai Rushua had already concocted 100 ways to torment the vendor. Yet, to her astonishment, Lin Chen had chosen to let him go. This left her utterly perplexed. He still has his uses, Lin Chen replied succinctly and decisively. Bai Rushua raised her delicate brows, her mind swirling with doubts. What possible use could such a petty vendor serve? She then let out a wry smile and shook her head inwardly. Mr. Lin's thoughts are surely beyond the comprehension of someone like me. It would be best not to presume upon his intentions. What Bai Rushua did not realize was that Lin Chen had spared the vendor because he sought a true gamble in stone. The vendor's stones were mere trifles, their worth not exceeding 100,000. Although Lin Chen was in need of funds, such a paltry sum was hardly worth his effort. If he were to profit, it should be grand. True gambling in stone could easily reach millions, and that was precisely what Lin Chen desired. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Chen collected himself and turned to Bai Rushua, asking, has the ZY Spirit Stone been acquired? Not yet, but a deposit has been placed, Bai Rushua responded. If you deem it suitable, I shall purchase it. Very well, Lin Chen nodded gently. Once the deal is concluded, I shall not treat you poorly. Bai Rushua's expression brightened. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Jade Market. The Jade Market is one of the largest bazaars on the antique street, where nearly all merchants dealing in jade, whether legitimate or illicit, converge to sell their wares. Notably, most of the fine jade in the market is sourced through unofficial channels, often obtained via tomb raiding or other dubious means, much like the ZY Spirit jade that Lin Chen sought. As Lin Chen and Bai Rushua made their way to a secluded corner of the market, Bai Rushua's brows knitted together in concern. Mr. Lin, there may be some trouble, she murmured. Speak, Lin Chen replied, his expression unchanged. Bai Rushua raised her delicate hand, pointing ahead. I cannot discern what that individual is up to. Lin Chen glanced forward. There stood a vendor behind a stall, dressed plainly yet possessing a gaze that was astutely penetrating. In front of him, a short-haired woman clad in form-fitting attire showcased her youthful curves. Boss, someone has already placed a deposit on this jade. I cannot sell it to you. The vendor stated helplessly. What did they pay? I will offer double, the short-haired woman insisted, her displeasure evident. That would be against the rules, the vendor replied, his face contorted with embarrassment. In business, we value integrity. The previous buyer has already paid a deposit, and I truly cannot sell it to you. The woman's expression darkened as she fixed her gaze on the vendor, threateningly stating, do not think I am unaware of your schemes. You merely wish to incite a bidding war to maximize your profit. But I assure you, no one dares to contest me for possessions in the end. You may find yourself empty-handed. You would do well not to regret this. Upon hearing this, the vendor's expression shifted dramatically. He could discern that this short-haired woman was no ordinary individual. She likely possessed considerable influence. However, just as the vendor hesitated, contemplating compliance, a spark of realization illuminated his face. The boss has arrived, he exclaimed joyously, pointing into the distance. The short-haired woman furrowed her brow and turned to look. Lin Chen and Bai Rushua strolled leisurely towards them. Who is this bumpkin? The short-haired woman scoffed, noticing Lin Chen's ordinary attire. This ZY Spirit jade belongs to me. No matter your offer, I shall bid you double. She raised two fingers, her tone haughty and disdainful, seemingly dismissing Lin Chen entirely. Yet Lin Chen, upon hearing her, chose to ignore the short-haired woman, not even sparing her a glance, as if she were but a wisp of air. He lowered his gaze to inspect a piece of purple jade on the stall. Mediocre quality, he thought silently, shaking his head. However, it was still usable. Hey, I'm speaking to you. Are you deaf? The short-haired woman was incensed by Lin Chen's indifference, demanding an answer. 800 million, Lin Chen responded, his voice calm and unwavering, without lifting his gaze. What? Since you are not mute, why do you act as if you are? She retorted contemptuously. But her words faltered as disbelief washed over her. Did you just say how much? Her enchanting eyes widened as she stammered, taken aback by the shock of his claim. The vendor, too, was rendered speechless, incredulity etched across his face. Did I hear that correctly? 800 million? Am I dreaming? This piece of jade is worth 800 million. Bai Rushiwei gasped, her heart racing with fear, though I am not poor. I certainly do not possess 800 million. Is he asking me to sell everything I own? However, amidst the astonishment of those present, the short-haired woman suddenly let out a cold laugh, derisively stating, 800 million? Very well. I shall not contest you. I concede. But I demand to see you produce 800 million, or else I will not let this matter go. As she concluded, her tone grew ominous, clearly convinced that this man was merely boasting. To her, there was nothing more contemptible than a braggart without the means to back it up. The vendor's eyes glimmered with excitement as he chimed in. Yes, boss, do not play tricks on me. If you cannot provide that 800 million, I will not sell. He hurriedly embraced the purple jade, casting a wary glance at Lin Chen, as if fearing he might snatch it away. You've blown your own horn and played the fool. Now you must face the consequences. I shall see how you manage to produce that 800 million. The short-haired woman mocked coldly. Yet, regardless of the scorn and derision directed at him, or the vendor's skepticism and anticipation, Lin Chen remained unfazed. He strolled calmly to the vendor's side, leaning in to whisper a single, quiet phrase. Just those few words caused the vendor's pupils to dilate and his countenance to pale. How did you know? He gazed at Lin Chen with incredulity and a hint of trepidation. Chapter 37. Isn't it incredible? Lin Chen smiled silently. The stall owner, however, spoke cautiously. I do not believe you. Lin Chen was not surprised and calmly said, Extend your hand. The stall owner looked bewildered. Before he could gather his thoughts, Lin Chen grasped his wrist, and with a mere thought, a thread of Tai Xian true qi flowed through his fingers, entering the stall owner's palm and subsequently his body. In an instant, the stall owner felt a wave of comfort wash over him, a sensation of unparalleled ease that nearly made him moan. It was akin to having a heavy burden lifted from his shoulders, an indescribable pleasure. Yet, just as the stall owner reveled in this soothing warmth, Lin Chen abruptly withdrew his hand. Instantly, the stall owner plunged into a chilling abyss, discomfort enveloping him. No, he opened his eyes. A look of longing etched on his face, as if he had been poisoned, reluctantly uttering, What just happened? Moments later, after taking a deep breath, the stall owner's expression transformed into one of astonishment as he gazed at Lin Chen and softly inquired, Can you truly heal me? You already know the answer. Why ask? Lin Chen replied with a mysterious smile, then playfully asked, Tell me, is the poison in your body worth 800 million? The stall owner fell silent, recalling the scene from 3 months prior when a master had attempted to cure his poison. The venom within you originates from a 1,000-year-old tomb. It is exceedingly hazardous. Without at least 1 billion, I would not dare to treat you. Those were the master's exact words. Can you genuinely heal me? Are you certain? The stall owner remained skeptical. Believe it or not, I will only give you half a minute to decide, Lin Chen commanded with authority, then gently waved his hand, saying, Bai Rushiwei, start the timer. 10 seconds remaining. The stall owner gritted his teeth, but ultimately sighed. This piece of purple jade is yours. He then carefully handed the Ziwei Lingyu to Lin Chen. How refreshing! Lin Chen smiled with satisfaction, then lightly patted the stall owner's shoulder. When will you treat me? The stall owner hastily asked. However, before Lin Chen could respond, a short-haired woman standing at the back interjected, visibly displeased. What do you mean by this? Are you filming a drama? Boss, it's 800 million. This kid hasn't even paid yet, and you just hand over the jade to him? Interrupted. The stall owner felt irritation bubbling within him and retorted, You wouldn't understand even if I explained. How dare you speak to me like that? The short-haired woman fumed. Ignoring her, the stall owner turned to Lin Chen, ingratiatingly asking, Brother, oh no, master, when will you be free to heal me? I have already healed you. Lin Chen teased with a smile. The stall owner's mouth fell open in shock. Then, with a hint of resignation, he said, Master, joking is fine, but not to this extent. My affliction. Are your limbs still numb? Lin Chen interrupted, asking casually. The stall owner moved his limbs and was taken aback, replying, No, they're not numb. Is your head still dizzy? Lin Chen continued. Not dizzy anymore, the stall owner answered, still in disbelief. Is your vision still dark? Lin Chen pressed on. Not dark anymore. The stall owner gently shook his head. Is there any strange taste in your mouth? Lin Chen asked once more. There is no strange taste. The stall owner's expression brightened with joy. Isn't that good? Lin Chen shrugged. The stall owner was left in a daze. filled with astonishment and elation. Is this really cured? My back no longer aches, my legs no longer hurt. It's truly remarkable. However, I must warn you, your constitution cannot endure any more tomb raiding within the year. Otherwise, your life will be in jeopardy, Lin Chen added. In truth, the poison afflicting the stall owner was not a traditional poison, but rather akin to a karmic hindrance. His years of tomb raiding had entangled him in causality, leading to profound karmic burdens, exacerbated by the heavy yin energy within the tombs. This resulted in the venomous affliction he suffered. Such yin poison involves karma, rendering it nearly impossible for ordinary individuals to treat. Even those of awakened realms would require 7 to 8 months to eradicate it entirely. Yet, Lin Chen was no ordinary individual. Tai Xian True Qi, the supreme force of utmost yang and intensity in the universe, was the very nemesis of this yin poison. With just a thread of Tai Xian True Qi, Lin Chen had completely eliminated the stall owner's affliction without leaving a trace. However, since the stall owner was not a cultivator, the rapid eradication of the yin poison would inevitably leave some aftereffects on his body. Hence, Lin Chen cautioned him against further tomb raiding for a year, lest he face mortal peril. Am I cured? The stall owner finally regained his senses, his face alight with joy. He had believed that the yin poison would leave him with only a few years to live. Yet, unexpectedly, this young man had healed him in the blink of an eye? How extraordinary! No, how incredible! At this moment, he felt that all the so-called masters and Taoists he had sought previously were utterly worthless. This young man before him was the true expert. Nonetheless, having traversed the world for many years, the stall owner was astute and, amidst his delight, began to harbor doubts. If this young man had merely suppressed the yin poison temporarily rather than eradicating it, what then? Thus, he glanced sideways, ingratiatingly saying, "Master, could you share your phone number? More friends mean more paths. Bai Rushua, give him your phone number," Lin Chen said without turning his head. Though Bai Rushua was reluctant, she complied with Lin Chen's command and exchanged numbers with the stall owner. As Lin Chen walked ahead, he held the purple jade, lost in thought. The Ziwei Lingyu was nearly the size of an adult man's head, heavy and substantial. The surface appeared chaotic, yet it was distinctly angular, exuding an air of mystery. Moreover, only the surface of this purple jade was purple. The inner layers were a soft blue, while the innermost layer was green. In the current world, this Ziwei Lingyu was possibly the only jade that was both affordable and capable of withstanding my Tai Xian True Qi, Lin Chen mused inwardly. Bai Rushua followed closely behind Lin Chen, maintaining her composure and silence. "You did well this time," Lin Chen remarked, gathering his thoughts, then inquired, "Have you found the other items?" "I have news of 2 items," Bai Rushua replied. Gathering her courage, she curiously asked, "But Mr. Lin, could you tell me what you intend to do with these items?" This time, Lin Chen did not conceal his intentions. With a slight smile, he enunciated 6 profound words. Tai Xian Gathering Spirit Formation. Chapter 38. An Unassailable Existence. The Tai Xian Gathering Spirit Array? Bai Rushua blinked her beautiful eyes, evidently unfamiliar with this formation. However, as one of the 8 masters of Yunzhou, she had heard of gathering spirit arrays. After pondering for a moment, she inquired, "Mr. Lin, are you planning to set up a gathering spirit array?" "Indeed," Lin Chen replied with a gentle nod. The Tai Xian Gathering Spirit Array is a variant of the Gathering Spirit Array and is among the most elite of its kind in the world. At that moment, a sharp voice suddenly rang out from behind. "You little brat, stop right there." A short-haired girl dashed in front of Lin Chen, arms outstretched in an attempt to block him. With a brash demeanor, she declared, "I'm giving you 2 options. First, hand over the jade, and I'll ensure your safety. Second, I choose the second option." Lin Chen interrupted her directly, a smile gracing his features. "You." The short-haired girl was taken aback for a moment before her face flushed with rage. With hands on her hips, she retorted, "I haven't even stated the second option yet." Lin Chen merely chuckled dismissively and produced the ZY Spirit Jade, cradling it as he asked, "Is this the jade you seek?" The girl's eyes sparkled, nodding fervently. "Yes, yes. Not a chance." Lin Chen coolly tucked away the ZY Spirit Jade. "Then name your price. I can buy it from you." The girl's expression darkened as she lowered her voice. "Not for sale." Lin Chen shook his head and attempted to leave. "Wait." The girl rushed back in front of him, her demeanor fierce. "Is there something else?" Lin Chen sighed with annoyance, his brows knitting slightly. "Just you wait. My brother will be here any moment." She huffed, exuding arrogance. "Your brother?" Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, puzzled. "Who is he? Do I know him?" Why should I wait for him? The girl smirked slyly. You don't know him now, but you soon will. Oh? Lin Chen's interest peaked as he quipped. So, you intend to rob me, then? And if I do? She replied defiantly, hands on her hips, exuding bravado. If you have the guts, stand right here and don't move until my brother arrives. Upon examining the girl closely, Lin Chen found her somewhat attractive, and her mischievousness rather endearing. Nevertheless, he was not the type to be swayed by a pretty face. Mr. Lin, should I intervene? Bai Rushue approached him, making a gesture across her throat and whispering in his ear. Not necessary, Lin Chen gently shook his head, flashing a charming smile. You are a master. Why stoop to quarrel with a child? This girl, relying on her little background, has strayed from the right path. Let us indulge her for now. Bai Rushue was taken aback momentarily but soon grasped Lin Chen's intention, feeling a surge of respect. Mr. Lin aims to guide this girl back to righteousness. Your intentions are truly noble, far beyond my reach. With a slight bow, Bai Rushue returned to her position behind Lin Chen. What are you whispering about? The girl demanded, hands firmly on her hips. Let me tell you, don't try any tricks. In the face of absolute strength, all cunning is mere frivolity. My brother is on his way, and he will show you what true strength means. Lin Chen nodded lightly, agreeing. You are correct in your first assertion. Then he shifted the conversation, asking, by the way, what is your name? I am Zhou Ru. The girl proclaimed proudly, puffing out her chest. My brother is renowned. Haha, he is here. Before Zhou Ru could finish her sentence, a loud shout echoed as a throng of people surged around the corner, fierce and intimidating. Yet, leading them was a man bound in bandages, requiring assistance to walk, a stark contrast to the aura of aggression surrounding him. I'll give you one last chance. Hand over the jade now, or you'll regret it. Zhou Ru's arrogance returned, her voice laced with bravado. Lin Chen remained unfazed. A powerful voice rang out nearby. With me here, who dares to bully my sister? The voice was commanding and familiar. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Brother, you finally arrived. Someone is bullying me. Zhou Ru rushed to Zhou Jian's side, shaking his arm in a petulant manner. Don't worry, dear sister. In Yunhai City, there is no one I cannot handle. Zhou Jian, despite his bandaged state, exuded an aura of dominance, his words dripping with authority, like a fierce tiger sniffing a rose. Zhou Ru gazed at him in admiration. However, unbeknownst to her, when Zhou Jian spoke those words, his mind drifted to a certain individual, a young man. Had it not been for him, Zhou Jian's injuries would have been far more severe than mere bandages. That young man was an existence he could never hope to confront, yet he naively believed fate wouldn't be so cruel as to bring them together again so soon. Hence, his earlier bravado. Yet there exists a principle known as Murphy's Law. The more one wishes to avoid something, the more likely it is to occur. The more one wishes to evade someone, the more they tend to cross paths. I shall see which fool dares to bully my sister. Zhou Jian sneered, slowly lifting his gaze to the front. Brother, it's this fool who dares to challenge you. You must teach him a lesson. Zhou Ru pointed at Lin Chen, her voice brimming with defiance. However, as soon as Zhou Ru finished speaking, she noticed her brother's face had turned a ghastly shade of pale, his body trembling uncontrollably. Brother, what's wrong? Zhou Ru turned to him, concern etched on her face. Zhou Jian quickly grasped Zhou Ru's hand and turned to leave. We must go. Why are we leaving? Zhou Ru asked, bewildered. We have 30 people. Are we afraid of just 2? Be quiet. We're leaving now? Zhou Jian barked, attempting to drag her away forcefully. You can leave, but I will not. I won't budge until you explain. Zhou Ru pouted defiantly, sitting on the ground, immovable. You. Zhou Jian nearly cursed, but upon remembering she was his sister, he restrained himself. Gritting his teeth, he prepared to summon a few people to drag her away. At that moment, a calm young voice resonated from behind. Yet, it was this very calmness that sent Zhou Jian's face into a pallor, his body quaking with fear. Did you think you could come and go as you please, Zhou Jian? Do you truly believe I am so easily disregarded? Chapter 39. The mysterious copper plate. Isn't it a bit dismissive of you to come and go as you please? A youthful voice, tinged with a hint of mockery, echoed through the vast expanse. Though the tone was light, it resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. Zhou Jian's expression shifted dramatically, his body trembling violently. Brother, what's wrong? Zhou Ru noticed Zhou Jian's unusual demeanor and inquired with concern. Yet, Zhou Jian ignored her, turning instead to the young man behind him, forcing a smile as he stammered, Lin, Brother Lin. Brother Lin? Zhou Ru's eyes widened in disbelief. What are you doing, brother? We have 30 people here. Why are you calling him brother? The individuals behind Zhou Jian echoed her sentiments. Yes, Zhou Gu. Who is this kid? Why do you call him brother? He should be calling you grandfather. Zhou Jian's complexion grew even more pallid. Zhou Jian, it seems your injuries are not severe enough yet, Lin Chen remarked with a smile that barely concealed his amusement. Brother Lin, please consider me insignificant. Just let me go. Zhou Jian's voice trembled with a hint of desperation as he pleaded. Brother, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind? How have you become so foolish? Zhou Ru exclaimed, her tone laced with irritation. With so many of us. Do you really think we can't handle him? What a joke. She raised her voice, pointing at Lin Chen. Brothers, it is this fool who has dared to bully me. What do you think we should do? Beat him. Take him down. How dare he bully my goddess? He must be tired of living. A large crowd stood behind Zhou Jian, all of them glaring at Lin Chen with hostility, eager for confrontation. If an ordinary person were to witness this scene, they would likely be terrified. After all, 30 individuals could easily overpower anyone, even with just a finger. However, Lin Chen remained utterly unperturbed, standing calmly with a faint, enigmatic smile, seemingly unfazed by the impending threat. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Just as the crowd prepared to strike, Zhou Jian shouted, "Shut up!" Everyone fell silent, puzzled by the sudden command. What is going on? Why can't we speak? Yet, as the elder brother, Zhou Jian's authority left no room for dissent, and moments later, the surroundings turned quiet. Still, whispers persisted. Zhou Gu is clever. He must have devised a plan to torment this brat. This kid is doomed. Even the gods can't save him. Those surrounding Zhou Jian rubbed their hands in anticipation, eagerly awaiting his command. Brother Lin, I have a treasure here, if you spare me. I will give it to you. How about that? Zhou Jian finally spoke, his voice trembling with despair. Haha, what a brilliant idea for torment. Zhou Gu is truly a genius. However, before Zhou Jian could finish, a lanky man behind him, disregarding the context, began to flatter him. Unfortunately, the attempt at flattery backfired. With a resounding slap, Zhou Jian struck the man without turning his head, sending him crashing to the ground, wailing in pain. If you want to die, go ahead, but don't drag me down with you. Zhou Jian's expression darkened. Others gasped in astonishment at this display. Is this real? Am I dreaming? Zhou Jian, the formidable champion of Yuhai City, has never feared anyone. Yet, now he utters such words? Instantly, the crowd's gaze shifted towards Lin Chen, their expressions filled with incredulity. Who was this man that could force Zhou Gu to yield publicly? Brother, what are you doing? With so many of us, are we really afraid? Zhou Ru began to question, but was abruptly silenced as she noticed Zhou Jian raising his hand. He was about to strike her. Zhou Ru quickly shut her mouth. Her eyes now filled with fear as she glanced at Lin Chen. A treasure, you say? In the deathly silence, Lin Chen spoke indifferently, let me see it. All right. Zhou Jian's face brightened as he hobbled toward Lin Chen, producing an exquisitely crafted box. Oh, Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with interest, as if he could already envision the contents within. Brother Lin, please take a look. Zhou Jian cautiously opened the box. Inside lay a copper plate, its surface marred by rust, exuding an aura of antiquity and history. Something from 2,000 years ago. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, instantly recognizing the age of the copper plate. Brother Lin, this is something our martial arts school stumbled upon. It is neither copper, nor iron, nor gold or silver. It is a peculiar metal. We placed it in a furnace at several thousand degrees Celsius, yet it did not melt, leading us to believe it is not an ordinary item, Zhou Jian explained. Then why not hand it over to a museum? Lin Chen inquired, stroking his chin. That, Brother Lin, is where you are mistaken. This world is not as simple as it appears. Many individuals are not ordinary. Some items may be useless to us, but invaluable to others, just like this copper plate, Zhou Jian replied with a smirk. You wish to sell it? Realizing Zhou Jian's intentions, Lin Chen nodded slightly. A sound idea, but from this moment on, it belongs to me. With that, Lin Chen extended his hand toward the copper plate. Brother Lin, don't rush. It has static electricity, Zhou Jian warned, his face paling. Having been shocked numerous times, he understood the discomfort it caused. However, before Zhou Jian could finish his warning, Lin Chen had already grasped the copper plate and pulled it free. This, no static electricity? Zhou Jian stood there, bewildered. Having developed a psychological aversion to the copper plate, Zhou Jian always made sure to discharge any static before handling it. Yet he never anticipated that Lin Chen would encounter none. How unfair. You may leave now. Lin Chen stated calmly after securing the copper plate. Zhou Jian's face lit up with joy as he bowed in gratitude. Thank you, Brother Lin. But before he could finish, Zhou Ru's furious voice rang out. You, Lin brat. I don't know what tricks you've used to manipulate my brother, but remember, my brother is foolish because he was deceived, while I am not. Brothers, arm yourselves. Today, we must take down this brat. Chapter 40. Intimidation. Brothers, arm yourselves. Today, we must take down this brat. Zhou Ru proclaimed with formidable authority. Indeed, I am eager to witness what this young man is truly capable of. The crowd behind Zhou Jian echoed fervently, their spirits ignited. However, Zhou Jian's expression shifted dramatically. He felt an overwhelming urge to strike Zhou Ru across the face. This woman was utterly inept, bringing more chaos than resolution. Just as the crowd prepared to act, Lin Chen unexpectedly appeared, wielding a metal rod. Gripping it firmly at both ends. To their astonishment, he bent the rod effortlessly before their eyes. Zhou Ru's expression faltered. The onlookers gasped as they beheld the metal rod. Thick as an arm, bending so easily. This guy possesses immense strength. If he were to land a punch, it could be fatal. Instantly, a significant portion of the crowd began to reconsider their approach. Zhou Ru, still defiant, declared, even if he is strong, a single fist cannot overcome 30 men. We must not show fear. Bang. Before she could finish her sentence, a sharp cracking sound resonated through the air, silencing her in shock. Lin Chen had broken the metal rod in two. Zhou Ru gasped, her lips trembling as she fell silent. The others behind Zhou Jian swallowed hard, feeling a chill run down their spines, their legs trembling in fear. If he could break that rod, his strength could undoubtedly be lethal. With a casual flick, Lin Chen tossed the two broken pieces onto the ground, producing a crisp, clattering sound. The crowd gasped in unison. It was evident that this rod was no mere prop. It was indeed a solid iron rod. Zhou Ru's lips quivered with terror as she stammered, Brother, let us leave. Zhou Jian, equally pale, turned to Lin Chen, only to find him unfazed, his expression serene and unreadable. Brother Lin, shall we take our leave? Zhou Jian ventured cautiously. Feel free to go if you wish. Why ask me? I never compelled you to stay. You chose to remain, Lin Chen replied innocently, shrugging with an air of nonchalance. Zhou Jian's eyes lit up with joy. Thank you, Brother Lin. Thank you. He quickly ushered his companions to depart. Yet, just then, Lin Chen called out, Wait a moment. At his words, the 30 individuals stiffened in alarm. Zhou Jian turned his head rigidly, forcing a smile. Brother Lin, is there something else? Lin Chen brandished a rusty copper piece. Waving it at Zhou Jian, should you come across similar items in the future, bring them to me, and I shall offer you a fair price. Zhou Jian exhaled in relief, and the tension among the others eased as well. They had feared that this formidable presence had changed his mind, which had left them petrified. Of course. Zhou Jian nodded vigorously, his spirits lifted. Lin Chen watched them leave. Bai Rushui approached him, clutching a piece of Ziwei Lingyu, and inquired, Mr. Lin, what exactly is that copper piece? They dared to confront you, yet you allowed them to go free? Lin Chen did not address her question directly but responded calmly. With great power comes great responsibility. Our abilities are not meant to oppress the weak or harm the innocent, but to benefit the people and ensure their well-being. Do you understand? I do. But Bai Rushui, though puzzled by his sentiment, nodded gently. Lin Chen continued, My perspective is not so narrow. They merely challenged me. I need not resort to anger. I prefer to guide them towards kindness. However, his tone suddenly turned steely, sending a chill through Bai Rushui. If they dare to cross my line, regardless of their strength or background, I will not hesitate to eliminate them. Bai Rushui instinctively took a step back. Feeling the cold intensity surrounding Lin Chen, she scrutinized him further, pondering whether he was a practitioner of sorcery or martial arts. And what treasure did that copper piece truly hold? Lin Chen released a deep breath, the tension around him gradually dissipating. Observing the copper piece in his hand, he remarked, This is an artifact from 2 millennia ago. 2 millennia ago. Bai Rushui gasped in astonishment. Such an ancient item, still preserved in such impeccable condition, could not be ordinary. Indeed, Lin Chen affirmed, nodding slightly, there is something within it. What is it? Bai Rushui asked with curiosity. You will discover it in a few days. Lin Chen replied with a mysterious smile, withholding further details. Bai Rushui refrained from pressing further, merely nodding in agreement. As they walked away, Lin Chen suddenly inquired, Did you purchase the 30 items from that stall? Yes, Bai Rushui replied with a nod, producing a handcrafted piece shaped like a maple leaf. Lin Chen instructed, Hand it to me. Though puzzled, Bai Rushui complied, presenting the item to him. Lin Chen held it in his palm, crushing it effortlessly before grinding it between his fingers. Bai Ruxue frowned slightly, perplexed by his actions. What is Mr. Lin doing? At that moment, Lin Chen spun around with lightning speed, his fingertip landing on Bai Ruxue's forehead. She froze in place, and by the time she collected herself, Lin Chen had already withdrawn his finger. She touched her forehead, bewildered, but in the next instant, her expression transformed into one of sheer delight. She felt the spiritual energy within her dantian surging exponentially. More importantly, she sensed a wondrous force circulating throughout her body, enhancing her physical capabilities with each cycle. Within moments, Bai Ruxue realized her physical prowess had doubled compared to before. How extraordinary! Chapter 41. Bai Ruxue enters the path boom. In less than a quarter of an hour, Bai Ruxue's momentum surged, reaching the threshold of awakening. However, just before crossing this threshold, her aura ceased to rise. At the peak of a mortal, her capacity for acceptance is quite commendable. Lin Chen observed Bai Ruxue's current strength and nodded gently, indicating his satisfaction. After a moment of recovery, Bai Ruxue regained her senses, feeling the power coursing through her body, and joyfully half-kneeled on the ground. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for assisting me in entering the path. Entering the path? Lin Chen blinked slightly, seemingly puzzled. Indeed, I have now entered the path, Bai Ruxue replied, her voice brimming with happiness. Is the peak of a mortal equivalent to entering the path? Lin Chen stroked his chin, contemplating internally. Awakening is the first and one of the most crucial thresholds in the realm of cultivation. Without awakening, no matter how strong one might be, they remain merely immortal. Bai Ruxue's current strength is just a step away from awakening, hence she stands at the peak of mortality. However, Lin Chen did not anticipate that the peak of a mortal would indeed signify entry into the path. Such weakness, and your current strength, how does it rank among the 8 masters of Yinzhou? Lin Chen inquired, still stroking his chin. Bai Ruxue pondered for a moment before responding. In my previous state, I ranked 6th among the 8 masters. Now, I should firmly secure a position in the top 3, or even contend for first place. As she spoke, the excitement in her tone became palpable. Previously, Bai Ruxue had waited 7 to 8 years for a congenital spirit fruit, hoping to use it to enter the path. Although the chance of success after consuming the fruit was only 40%, she was still eager to try. She had vowed to repay the humiliation and pain she endured in the past, piece by piece, tenfold. Thus, regardless of the cost and the mere 40% probability, she would strive with all her might. Yet, she never imagined, more accurately, she never dared to dream, that she could enter the path in the blink of an eye, without enduring any pain or torment. This felt like a dream, but facts speak for themselves. She was not dreaming. She had truly entered the path. Bai Ruxue was overwhelmed with joy, her gaze towards Lin Chen shifting slightly. This man was not only youthful and immensely capable, but also remarkably handsome. He was quite captivating. Lin Chen remained unfazed, standing with an air of calm, stroking his chin, murmuring, the peak of a mortal can secure the 3rd position among the 8 masters of Yinzhou. At this thought, Lin Chen's lips curled into a faint smile. Musing, then how do I, fully awakened, indeed, firmly established in awakening, rank among the 8 masters of Yinzhou? Please stand, Lin Chen instructed, turning his gaze towards Bai Ruxue. Yes, Bai Ruxue nodded slightly, rising from the ground, just as she was about to express her gratitude again. Lin Chen waved his hand to interrupt. There is no need for thanks. That snow leaf was purchased by you with your own money to assist in your entry into the path. What is there to thank me for? Snow leaf? Is that a cultivation item? Bai Ruxue's beautiful eyes blinked, clearly unfamiliar with the term. Lin Chen chose not to elaborate, instead smiling gently and turning to leave, tacitly acknowledging her curiosity. Help me find a location rich in spiritual energy, a youthful voice echoed from ahead. Understood, Bai Ruxue nodded, watching Lin Chen's elegant and commanding silhouette. Her eyes seemingly entranced. Regaining her composure, Bai Ruxue clenched her fists, the surging power within her akin to a rolling tide, filling her with elation. Following him was undoubtedly the right choice. It was at this moment that Bai Ruxue was utterly convinced of Lin Chen's capabilities. As night fell, dark clouds obscured the moonlight, enveloping the world in darkness. Lin Chen was practicing his breathing techniques, seated with crossed legs, his hands placed before his abdomen. With each inhalation and exhalation, it seemed as though the sounds of wind and thunder reverberated, exuding a formidable presence. Bang! Suddenly, the glass window shattered. and a live figure clad in black slipped inside, as agile as a leopard, brandishing a short dagger aimed directly at Lin Chen's head. Lin Chen appeared completely unaware, his body remaining motionless. The sharp dagger was merely half an inch from Lin Chen's throat when it abruptly halted, and a somewhat unrefined Mandarin voice demanded, "Kid, where is the ZY Spirit Jade? Hand it over quickly." Lin Chen, however, kept his eyes closed, calmly inquiring, "You're not sent by Zhou Jian, are you?" "Zhou Jian? Who is he?" The black-clad figure furrowed his brow in confusion, then shifted his tone, sharply declaring, "You have 10 seconds to think. Will you hand over the ZY Spirit Jade? Yes or no?" As he spoke, he pressed the dagger against Lin Chen's neck, ready to make a cut. Weapons are merciless. "Kid, with a mere flick, you could lose your head." The black-clad man sneered. "Who sent you?" Lin Chen still kept his eyes shut, asking. "A dying man has no right to know these matters," the black figure scoffed, shaking his head dismissively. 10 seconds are up. Will you hand over the ZY Spirit Jade? Yes or no?" "Very well." Lin Chen sighed softly, seemingly regretful, and gradually opened his eyes. "That's more like it," the black figure smirked. Believing Lin Chen had succumbed to fear. The soul-searching technique is exceedingly cruel. If you had simply cooperated and revealed your master, I would not have employed such a method. Lin Chen slowly raised his right hand. "Kid, behave yourself and put down that hand." The black figure's expression changed, and he shouted angrily, exerting pressure with his dagger. Yet, Lin Chen paid no heed, his right hand continuing to rise unabated. "Fool, if you seek death, I shall grant it." The black figure, exasperated, slashed fiercely with his dagger. Then, he sheathed the dagger and turned to leave, shaking his head in lament. "Oh, merciful Lord, forgive me, because he disobeyed. This is the price." However, at that moment, the man's expression suddenly shifted. Years of living in the wild, befriending tigers and wolves, had honed his instincts to be as sharp as a beast's, and now, his intuition screamed that his life was in peril. Realizing the danger, he hastily attempted to sidestep and escape. Yet, before he could even turn, a hand seized his throat. Then, to his astonishment, this youthful hand lifted him high off the ground. Chapter 42. Black Widow, what do you intend to do? The black-clad man, confronted by an innocuous face, appeared to have encountered a demon, his expression one of sheer terror. "What am I to do?" Lin Chen retorted with a cold smile. "You invade my home without my consent, and you inquire about my intentions? You seek to rob me while brandishing a knife against my throat, and you dare question me?" Though Lin Chen's voice was soft, the underlying menace was unmistakable. Having spent years in the wilderness, the black-clad man possessed instincts as sharp as a beast's. Thus, he sensed Lin Chen's murderous intent, sending chills down his spine. "I warn you, do not provoke me. We are not a trifling citizen that you can toy with." The man suppressed his fear, lowering his voice to issue a warning. In response to such a primitive threat, Lin Chen merely smiled slightly and inquired, "You are not from Huaxiao, are you?" As he spoke, he removed the mask from the man's face, revealing the visage of a foreigner. Indeed, he was not from Huaxia. Lin Chen mused quietly. At that moment, the black-clad man's gaze turned icy, and he shouted, "Die." With that, a sharp dagger suddenly emerged from the tip of his foot as he raised his right leg, thrusting towards Lin Chen's abdomen with blinding speed. Yet, Lin Chen remained unperturbed, letting out a soft sigh as if regretting something. "I had intended to offer you a chance." As he spoke, Lin Chen's demeanor shifted abruptly, a cold, almost sinister light flickering across his face. "Soul search," he declared, enunciating each syllable with precision. No sooner had the words left his lips than a dark glow emanated from his fingertips. His gaze hardened as he pressed his fingers against the man's crown. The dark energy surged from Lin Chen's fingertips into the black-clad man's mind, instantly rendering him motionless, his eyes devoid of life, as if he had perished. The foot that had aimed to strike Lin Chen now fell limply to the ground. Lin Chen closed his eyes, seemingly attuning to something. After about half a minute, he opened them. "Black Widow?" He stroked his chin, pondering. The assailant belonged to a mysterious foreign organization known as Black Widow. This organization operated under a strict hierarchy, with assassins ranked from 1 to 9 based on their abilities. The black-clad man was merely a second-tier assassin who had stumbled upon the Ziwei Lingyu a few days prior. Recognizing its exceptional nature, he sought to seize it as a contribution to his superior. However, he had not anticipated that Lin Chen would purchase it before he could act. Thus, he sought to ambush Lin Chen in an attempt to reclaim the treasure. As a meticulous killer, he had conducted a cursory investigation into Lin Chen, concluding that while Lin Chen was somewhat extraordinary, He was ultimately just a wealthy man without a bodyguard, unworthy of concern. Little did he realize that Lin Chen had never needed a bodyguard. Why would I require a bodyguard? If danger truly arose, would it be the bodyguard protecting me, or I protecting the bodyguard? Returning to the matter at hand, Lin Chen recalled that the man had a companion who had accompanied him. Where was that individual now? As Lin Chen pondered, his eyes narrowed. Suddenly, a piercing sound sliced through the air. An arrow, swift as lightning, surged from the darkness, aimed directly at Lin Chen's forehead. Most would find it impossible to evade such an arrow, but was Lin Chen merely an ordinary person? As fate would have it, Lin Chen smirked. Only when the arrow was upon him did he extend his right hand, pinching it effortlessly between his index and middle fingers. Return, he declared, flicking his fingers. The arrow shot back with even greater speed, hurtling back to its origin. Lin Chen approached the window, gazing in the direction from which the arrow had come. The residence he occupied, gifted to him by Rushua, was secluded and replete with abundant spiritual energy, chosen for its serene environment. The area lacked residents, and construction on nearby high-rises had ceased, with lush vegetation surrounding the property. Opposite Lin Chen stood an abandoned skyscraper, a vantage point from which the arrow had originated, indicating that the archer was likely atop the building. Realizing this, Lin Chen discarded the black-clad man onto the ground and turned to leave. Even an awakened cultivator, once ensnared by the soul search technique, would require weeks to recover, while an ordinary person would face far graver consequences, severe mental deterioration, or, in the worst cases, becoming a mere shell of their former self. Thus, even if the black-clad man remained alive, he posed no threat. Now, it is your turn. Lin Chen glanced once more at the window before striding out of the room. Moments later, before Lin Chen lay a comatose foreign man with blonde hair. Though he was not dead, awakening him anytime soon seemed unlikely. Is he truly so feeble? Lin Chen's lips twitched slightly. Just moments before, this man had attempted to shoot Lin Chen in the head. Had Lin Chen not been formidable, he might have succumbed to that arrow. Lin Chen had returned the arrow solely to locate its source, yet he had not anticipated that the man would fail to dodge it. Truly foolish. I had intended to engage in a game of cat and mouse, but I never expected. A second-tier assassin? So pathetically weak. He was even inferior to Rushua's disciple. Disappointed, Lin Chen shook his head. He crouched down, placing his fingertips on the man's crown, and with a thought, he employed the soul search technique once more. However, this time, Lin Chen quickly opened his eyes. He had not uncovered any useful information. Oddly enough, the leader of the Black Widow organization turned out to be a woman, and a stunning beauty at that, which piqued his interest. Lin Chen smirked mischievously. Yet, he dismissed the thought, for he cared little for the intricacies of the Black Widow or its counterpart. He was resolute in his belief that anyone who dared to provoke him or trespass his boundaries, regardless of gender, would not escape unscathed. Chapter 43. Beware of not being able to marry. However, this crossbow is rather impressive. Lin Chen lowered his gaze, fixating on the silver crossbow held tightly by the blonde-haired man, who was now unconscious. It was evident that this crossbow was his most cherished possession. Lin Chen seized the weapon but refrained from taking any arrows, as he intended to modify it slightly so that it could only be activated using spiritual energy, rendering it incapable of harming ordinary people. After all, this contraption possessed considerable power, and if it fell into the hands of malevolent individuals, it could spell disaster for society as a whole. Half an hour later, beneath the bright moonlight, Lin Chen whistled nonchalantly as he stepped out of the building. Just then, the sharp and urgent wail of a police siren pierced the night, and a police car swiftly approached, halting in front of Lin Chen. Good day. I am an officer from the Laoqing district of Yunhai City. A slender policeman in his 30s rolled down the window, displaying his badge to Lin Chen, his voice firm and authoritative. Hello, officer. Lin Chen offered a polite nod. To be honest, he held a deep-seated admiration for the police. They are public servants who often face peril, yet they never waver in their resolve, driven by a singular belief to serve the people. Hence, even with Lin Chen's typically indifferent demeanor, he exhibited warmth in the presence of the officer. Young man, I am not much older than you. There's no need to call me officer. The slender policeman smiled and then inquired, however, we received a report of a malicious assault occurring in this vicinity. Did you witness anything? I did not see anything, Lin Chen replied, shaking his head. I see. The slender policeman scrutinized Lin Chen with a hint of suspicion. Nevertheless, noting the young man's demeanor, which seemed amiable rather than sinister, he added, very well, you may leave, but this area is quite desolate and not a safe place. Do take care. Thank you. Lin Chen expressed his gratitude and turned to depart. Hold on. Suddenly, a sharp voice called out. Lin Chen halted and turned around. The passenger door of the police car swung open, and a beautiful policewoman stepped out, though stunningly lovely. Her gaze was piercing as she fixed her eyes on the silver crossbow in Lin Chen's hands. Comrade, what do you have there? Oh, it's merely a toy crossbow. Put it down. Before Lin Chen could finish his sentence, the beautiful policewoman shouted, brandishing her baton menacingly. Lin Chen was taken aback but quickly complied. Tossing the crossbow to the ground. Kick it over. The beautiful policewoman instructed in a low voice. Lin Chen obediently kicked the crossbow to her feet. Xiao Su, what are you doing? The slender policeman stepped out, perplexed. This is a weapon, Xie Yuqing declared resolutely, brandishing her baton in an aggressive stance as she picked up the silver crossbow. It's just a toy crossbow, Lin Chen replied helplessly. Xie Yuqing, however, remained unconvinced. As she examined the crossbow, she discovered it to be an ordinary toy, devoid of any lethal capabilities, merely coated in a layer of silver dye, giving it a striking appearance. A hint of embarrassment washed over her, realizing she might have wrongfully accused an innocent. In truth, Lin Chen had already modified the crossbow, otherwise, it would still be classified as a dangerous prohibited item, placing him in a precarious situation. It truly is just a toy crossbow. Xie Yuqing returned the crossbow to Lin Chen, clearing her throat to mask her awkwardness. So, can I leave now? Lin Chen inquired. Go ahead, the slender policeman replied, covering his face. Yet Xie Yuqing interjected, you can't leave. What now? Lin Chen furrowed his brow, clearly growing impatient. This attractive officer was quite bothersome. In the dead of night, lurking about with a toy bow, she questioned, what exactly do you intend to do? What are your motives? Miss, this is a private matter of mine. What right do you have to question me? Or what obligation do I have to answer? Lin Chen retorted, his irritation evident. If you remain silent, you will be suspected of a crime. Xie Yuqing asserted sternly. Nonsense, Lin Chen replied curtly. I refuse to speak. What can you do about it? You're young and charming. But if you keep this up, you might never marry. 10 minutes later, inside the police car. Officer, my home is just over there. I was merely out for a stroll. Please let me go. Lin Chen sat in the back seat, his expression pleading. However, Xie Yuqing remained unmoved, arms crossed as she sat in the passenger seat, her demeanor as cold as frost. The slender policeman glanced at Lin Chen through the rearview mirror. Sympathy etched on his face. This young man had chosen to provoke none other than their station's formidable female officer. Did he not know that while one could say anything to Xie Yuqing, mentioning her marital status was a grave error? Oh, indeed, he did not know. With a weary smile, the slender policeman said, Xiao Su, this young man poses no real threat. Perhaps we should just let him go. Silence. Xie Yuqing's commanding voice cut through, filled with authority. The slender policeman shrugged and ceased his protest. Although he was the team leader, he understood that Xie Yuqing was both fierce and well-connected. Thus, he dared not intervene when she was incensed. Sighing, he cast one last sympathetic glance at Lin Chen, his expression one of helplessness. A quarter of an hour later, at the police station. May I make a phone call? Lin Chen asked. No. Xie Yuqing replied coldly. But what if I insist on making a call? Lin Chen quipped with a teasing smile. If you have the ability, go ahead, Xie Yuqing scoffed, having confiscated Lin Chen's phone, eager to see how he would manage. All right. Yet before Xie Yuqing could react, Lin Chen swiftly extended his right hand, retrieving his phone as if by magic. Then, before Xie Yuqing could comprehend what was happening, he dialed a number with remarkable speed. It was only when the call connected that Xie Yuqing regained her composure. You dare to steal my belongings. Xie Yuqing's expression shifted dramatically as she snatched the phone back, fury glimmering in her eyes. This phone is mine. How can it be considered stealing? Besides, I'm in the police station. Would I dare to steal anything? Lin Chen retorted, exasperated. Xie Yuqing was momentarily speechless, rolling up her sleeves as if to teach Lin Chen a lesson. Just then, the phone rang, a female voice emanating from the receiver. Are you at the police station? The voice seemed to carry a hint of concern. Xie Yuqing glanced at the screen, momentarily stunned to see three characters, Xia Chushiwei. Xia Chushiwei. She recognized that name, associated with a powerful figure, someone whose stature rivaled her own. Could it be the same person? Unlikely. With so many individuals in the world sharing names, the chances were slim. Moreover, this young man appeared so ordinary. How could he possibly know her? Xie Yuqing shook her head, dismissing the thought with a scoff, before abruptly hanging up the call. Put him in the interrogation room, she commanded with a wave of her hand, exuding authority. Miss, tempering your fury like this might spell trouble for your future marital prospects, Lin Chen quipped, a playful smirk on his lips. I am acquainted with a woman who has remained single throughout her entire life, possessing a temperament strikingly similar to yours. Lin Chen's lips curled into a smile, half mocking, half playful. His voice, though soft, resonated with remarkable clarity, reaching the ears of everyone present. Chapter 44, What are you? Under the radiant moonlight, in the police station's interrogation room, Lin Chen stretched lazily, crossing his legs in a relaxed manner. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and a young officer cautiously entered, holding a cup of hot tea, which he placed before Lin Chen with a smile, saying, Please enjoy. Oh, Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. As a suspect, I am afforded such courtesy? Sensing Lin Chen's confusion, the young officer offered a wry smile and explained, Sir, I believe you are innocent. But you should not provoke Sister Xia. With her temperament, she will not let you off easily. Is she really that domineering? Lin Chen frowned. Is it appropriate for a police officer to behave in such a manner? Alas, we are powerless, the young officer sighed. Sister Xia has an uncanny intuition and has solved numerous difficult cases. She is not only our station's top detective, but also the belle of the police station. Once she takes on a case, it is invariably resolved, which earns her our superior's favor. Moreover, it seems she has substantial backing. Even our chief must show her respect. Backing? Nonsense. Your allegiance lies with the state. What is there to fear? She is fabricating charges against innocent people for her own selfish desires and will inevitably attract serious trouble if this continues. Lin Chen took a sip of the hot tea and spoke curtly. Before the young officer could respond, a round of applause erupted from outside the interrogation room. Clap, clap, clap. The young officer's expression changed dramatically. The door swung open, and a graceful figure stepped inside, none other than Xia Yuqing. The young officer trembled in fear, stammering, Sister Xia. Ignoring him, Xia Yuqing fixed her piercing gaze upon Lin Chen, coldly stating, What you just said was quite impressive. Thank you for the compliment. But I prefer to keep a low profile, Lin Chen replied with a charming smile. Xia Yuqing took a seat opposite him, her demeanor frosty as she remarked, Young man, you have a knack for evasion. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Lin Chen shook his head in confusion. Speak. What did you burn? Confess for leniency. Resist for severity. Xia Yuqing slammed a stack of photographs onto the table, her voice booming with authority. The photos depicted a pile of blackened ashes, likely formed from something that had recently been burned. Do you believe I burned a body? Lin Chen smirked, his expression enigmatic. Not telling the truth, are we? Xia Yuqing's expression darkened. Fine, I will tell you the truth. I burned a pile of newspapers. Lin Chen hurriedly declared, All right. But what was your purpose in burning the newspapers? Xia Yuqing banged her fist on the table, the sound echoing with dominance. I did it to roast some game. Out in the wild, there are countless mountain chickens and rabbits. Let me tell you, those roasted delicacies are simply delightful. At Lin Chen's vivid description, the young officer beside him couldn't help but swallow hard, envy evident on his face. Impudent! How could you eat such adorable creatures as rabbits? Xia Yuqing rose abruptly, her voice filled with fury. Though you are a police officer, I will eat what I wish. It is none of your business. Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. Humph, so you are stubborn? Let me ask you this. Do you possess a hunting license? Do you know that while wild rabbits are not protected species, you must still have a license to hunt them? And then? Lin Chen inquired without lifting his gaze. And then? Haha, then I can detain you and impose a fine. Xia Yuqing smirked coldly. How do you know I don't have a hunting license? Lin Chen challenged. Do you have one? Then show it to me. Xia Yuqing's attitude was unwaveringly firm. Lin Chen fell silent. If you can produce it, I will let you go. If not, then today will be your unfortunate day. Xia Yuqing proclaimed with satisfaction. Lin Chen chose to ignore the fiery woman. Meanwhile, the young officer cast a sympathetic glance at Lin Chen, silently mourning for him. Alas, having provoked Sister Xia, he would find it nearly impossible to escape her grasp tonight. Miss Xia, I admit that I should not have roasted game. You may impose a fine, but isn't it a bit irregular to detain me like this? Lin Chen furrowed his brow. I trust my instincts. You, without a doubt, have something to hide. Xia Yuqing pointed at her eyes, and then at Lin Chen, speaking with conviction. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. This young lady was indeed deserving of her title as the finest detective, her intuition remarkably keen. The ashes in the photographs were certainly not remnants of newspapers, but rather those of the two foreign men. The most formidable celestial being, decisive in his actions. Would not leave any witnesses if the two foreign men sought to end his life. Lin Chen had executed the act flawlessly, without a single misstep. Yet he had not anticipated encountering such an unpredictable beauty in a police uniform. Ms. Xie, does law enforcement rely on evidence, or is it instinct? Lin Chen queried. A combination of both, Xie Yuqing responded with a self-satisfied huff. Then I suspect you are the prime suspect in a series of murders. You should arrest yourself, Lin Chen retorted with a chilling laugh. Impudent. Who do you think you are to suspect me? Xie Yuqing thundered, slamming her hand on the table. And who do you think you are to suspect me? Lin Chen echoed, his voice even louder than hers. Xie Yuqing's lips twitched in irritation. The young officer beside them trembled, a cold sweat breaking out as he realized Xie Yuqing's twitching lips indicated she was genuinely enraged and prepared to strike. Fine. So you want to be obstinate and refuse to speak the truth. Xie Yuqing stood up, cracking her knuckles as she approached Lin Chen step by step. What do you intend to do? Are you going to hit me? Go ahead and try. But I must remind you, in a society governed by law, everyone has rights. And even you as police officers do not have the authority to strike. Lin Chen maintained his composure. Throughout the encounter, Lin Chen's demeanor had been remarkably composed, even benevolent. Had he wished to flee, no one could have restrained him. He chose to remain, respecting the noble role of law enforcement, rather than stooping to the level of this fierce policewoman. However, if anyone else dared to provoke Lin Chen, he would have resorted to violence long ago. Of course, if Xie Yuqing dared to push her luck further, he would not hesitate to teach her a lesson for the sake of her parents. By giving her a good spanking. Chapter 45. No wonder she dislikes you. Xie Yuqing twisted her wrist, producing a series of crackling sounds, and approached Lin Chen with a sinister smile. The young officer, who had been standing beside Lin Chen, hastily stepped back, for he had witnessed Xie Yuqing's violent temper firsthand. The spectacle was nothing short of astounding. Indeed, the title of violent police flower was not without merit. Lin Chen remained calm and composed. Just then, the door swung open unexpectedly. A slender officer entered, his expression grave, as if burdened by troubling matters. Upon seeing Xie Yuqing's malevolent grin, his countenance darkened further, and he asked in a low voice, Xiao Xie, what are you doing? I'm not doing anything, Xie Yuqing replied, lowering her hands and feigning innocence with a shrug. Enough. I know you well enough. Don't stir up trouble for me. Someone is vouching for him. Let him go, the slender officer said irritably. With that, he took the keys and approached Lin Chen, intending to release him from his restraints. Xie Yuqing objected vehemently. No way. What? Comrade Xie, do you have any objections? The slender officer furrowed his brow, turning to Xie Yuqing with annoyance. Boss, I have a gut feeling that this guy is definitely up to no good. We can't just let him walk away, Xie Yuqing asserted with conviction. The slender officer, upon hearing this, wore an expression of exasperation, choosing to ignore her and continuing to unlock Lin Chen's restraints. My apologies, young man. You may leave now, he said sincerely, patting Lin Chen on the shoulder. The young officer, witnessing this scene, gaped in astonishment. Previously, Captain Lu Wei would disregard Xie Yuqing's outbursts. Yet this time, Captain Lu not only intervened, but did so with such firmness. What was going on? Who was this young man? Though still young, the officer was perceptive and began to suspect that Lin Chen must possess significant backing. Otherwise, Captain Lu would not be so resolute. Lu, I have a hunch that this fellow is definitely not a good person. He cannot leave today. At that moment, Xie Yuqing slammed her hand on the table, her attitude unwavering. Comrade Xie, don't think I'm unaware of your intentions. He is not a suspect. You simply dislike him, Lu Wei retorted, equally assertive. As the two engaged in a heated exchange, suddenly, a languid, cocky voice drifted in from outside the interrogation room. What is all this racket at this hour? Can't you let others work in peace? The door creaked open, revealing a man about 6 feet tall, slightly plump, striding in with an air of authority. Sporting an oiled hairstyle and a commanding presence, he brightened upon seeing Xie Yuqing and approached her with a beaming smile. Little Xie, what brings you here? What is happening? Xie Yuqing ignored him entirely, her beautiful eyes flashing a hint of disdain. This man, Han Jigao, was not a police officer but the son of the chief and one of Xie Yuqing's suitors. However, she had no fondness for him. His relentless pursuit and unscrupulous methods only fueled her aversion. Seeing Xie Yuqing's disdain, Han Jigao frowned, a flicker of displeasure crossing his face as he silently cursed her. Stubborn woman, you'll regret this. One day, I will make you willingly submit to me. Despite these thoughts, Han Zhigao maintained a pleasant demeanor and turned to the young officer, inquiring, Xiao Su, please enlighten me on what transpired. Understood, the young officer, reluctant to oppose Han Zhigao, recounted the entire situation. Is that so? Han Zhigao nodded thoughtfully, his gaze shifting to Lu Wei. Lao Lu, as an experienced officer, how could you be so foolish? Lu Wei's expression shifted as he began to respond, but Han Zhigao interrupted, asserting, I trust little Xia's intuition, no matter what. He then turned to Xia Yuqing, placing a hand over his heart and proclaiming, no matter what happens, even if the whole world stands against you, I shall steadfastly remain by your side. Hearing such melodramatic words, Xia Yuqing's brows furrowed deeply. Though a woman, she was no damsel. She loathed such sentimental, patronizing remarks. Nevertheless, considering Han Zhigao's intent to assist her, she refrained from commenting further. Your flattery has missed the mark, Lin Chen quipped, a smirk playing on his lips. What did you say? Han Zhigao glared, his brow furrowing in anger. Although he had not caught Lin Chen's words, he knew they could not have been complimentary. I merely remarked on a bothersome fly buzzing incessantly in my ear, Lin Chen replied nonchalantly, hands in pockets, gazing lazily at the ceiling. Xia Yuqing stifled a laugh, her beautiful eyes sparkling with amusement at Lin Chen's wit. Han Zhigao, already sensitive, was infuriated by this comment. Slamming his hand on the table, he shouted, Do you believe I can lock you up for 2 weeks? Xia Yuqing's brows knitted in annoyance, as if questioning, What right do you have to do so? What right? You're not even a police officer. What gives you the authority to detain me? Lin Chen inquired coolly. With a scoff, Han Zhigao declared, Simply because my father is Han Master Han, be cautious with your words. There are too many ears around. Lu Wei interjected hastily, interrupting Han Zhigao. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Han Zhigao refrained from continuing. Instead, he raised an eyebrow at Lin Chen, provocatively challenging, So what will it be? Do you submit? Lin Chen retorted sharply, It is individuals like you, parasites and troublemakers, who create chaos here. No wonder she dislikes you. He gestured towards Xia Yuqing. Xia Yuqing's eyes widened in surprise. Why was she being dragged into their conversation? Yet, she couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction at Lin Chen's boldness. Han Zhigao, feeling his pride wounded, erupted in fury, pounding the table and shouting, You're courting death. Unfazed by Han Zhigao's rage, Lin Chen coolly queried, What? Do you intend to resort to violence? Violence? I'm a law-abiding citizen. How could I ever lay a hand on you? Han Zhigao suppressed his anger, staring at Lin Chen with a cold smile. Lu Wei, lock him up for a month and release him afterward. Lu Wei's expression changed dramatically, urgently protesting, Master Han, that is out of the question, proceed as you wish. If anything goes awry, I will take full responsibility. Han Zhigao slammed his hand down, cutting Lu Wei off, his expression one of arrogance and unyielding confidence. Chapter 46. Lin Chen is unworthy of her. A commotion arose as Han Zhigao slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, If something goes wrong, I will take responsibility. Lin Chen inquired, Are you certain you can handle it? With a confident smile, Han Zhigao replied, There is nothing I cannot take responsibility for. Just then, the door of the interrogation room creaked open, and a cold feminine voice echoed, Are you really sure you can take responsibility? The tone dripped with disdain and mockery. Han Zhigao furrowed his brow, impatiently retorting, I just said there is nothing I cannot handle. However, before he could finish his sentence, a thunderous shout erupted from behind. Unfilial son. A hefty figure charged in like a leopard, kicking Han Zhigao with force. Bang! Han Zhigao was sent flying, crashing into the wall, groaning on the floor. He muttered angrily, Who the hell dares to hit me? Yet, the response was an unrelenting slap across his face. Unfilial son. Slap. Han Zhigao's head was jerked to the side, his mind buzzing from the impact. A surge of anger welled up within him. In his life, apart from his father, no one was allowed to strike him. But in the next moment, as he prepared to explode in fury, his expression shifted. This voice sounded so familiar. Could it be his father's voice? Han Zhigao spun around to see a face filled with uncontainable rage. A thick brow, a prominent nose, and a square face. This visage could only belong to his father, Director Han. You unfilial son. Director Han scolded, delivering another stinging slap to Han Zhigao's face, leaving a vivid handprint that mirrored the first. You unfilial son, I will settle this with you later. Director Han pointed at Han Zhigao, furious. Han Zhigao trembled once more. Director Han then approached Lin Chen, grasping his hands with sincerity. Mr. Lin, my son has misbehaved and caused you trouble. For that I sincerely apologize. It is my failure as a father. I wish to express my regrets on behalf of my ignorant and disrespectful son." Lin Chen could see that Director Han's demeanor was genuinely sincere, devoid of pretense. In fact, apart from the somewhat willful and unconventional Officer Xie Yuqing, the rest of the police officers were quite commendable, embodying the qualities of devoted public servants. However, Director Han's son, being a jobless drifter, might bring trouble to him and even the entire precinct. "Mr. Lin, what do you intend to do?" At that moment, a woman in black glasses approached, her voice soft. "And you are?" Lin Chen asked, unfamiliar with her. "I am Ms. Xia's professional assistant, and Kiki." She extended her hand for a handshake. "Mr. Lin, I assure you I will discipline him properly, and I hope you." Director Han seemed hesitant to continue. Lin Chen patted Director Han's shoulder, saying, "Director Han, I believe under your guidance, your son can surely reform." Director Han's expression brightened, and he bowed deeply. "Thank you, Mr. Lin." It was clear he understood that Lin Chen's words signified he would not pursue the matter further. However, Lin Chen suddenly uttered two words, just, however. Director Han's face paled, apprehension seeping into his demeanor. "Just what?" Lin Chen cast a sidelong glance at Officer Xie Yuqing with a smirk. "Xiao Xie, come here and apologize to Mr. Lin." Director Han commanded in a low tone, his brow furrowing. Officer Xie Yuqing, fuming inside, was about to retort when Lin Chen interjected. "An apology is unnecessary. However, I find this young lady's investigative methods rather unique. While they are indeed worthy of promotion, one must be mindful of moderation." "Mr. Lin has a point." Director Han nodded in agreement. Officer Xie Yuqing huffed, "I don't need your advice on how to conduct myself." "Xiao Xie." Director Han frowned, visibly displeased. Ignoring her superior, she pointed at Lin Chen, enunciating, "Lin Chen, I have my eyes on you." Lin Chen, unfazed, grinned mischievously, teasing, "Just don't fall for me." Officer Xie Yuqing's cheeks flushed. Meanwhile, Han Zhigao, seated on the ground, watched this exchange with jealousy blazing in his eyes. Why? Why does this man get to steal the spotlight? I am the protagonist. I should be the one basking in admiration and attention. Heaven, why have you treated me so unfairly? Han Zhigao clenched his fists, his gaze filled with deep resentment and fury. Under the bright moon, in a speeding car, where is Xia Chuxue? Why hasn't she come to pick me up? Lin Chen inquired from the back seat. Earlier, in a moment of desperation, he had dialed a random number, Xia Chuxue's. He only learned her number today. Had he not encountered her sister Xia Chuxue, he would still be unaware of it. "Miss Xia is at work. She doesn't have time to come," and Kiki replied, her tone icy. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen smirked. "Did she teach you to say that?" And Kiki remained silent, her expression composed. Yet Lin Chen detected a hint of disarray in her eyes. "It seems that girl hasn't instructed you on how to respond," Lin Chen remarked with a smile. And Kiki continued to hold her silence, for Lin Chen's guess was indeed correct. "All right, I shan't put you in a difficult position. When you return, tell Xia Chuxue that she has done me a favor, and I owe her one. Should she ever require assistance, Lin Chen will surely lend a hand." His tone was earnest. Through the rearview mirror, and Kiki cast a curious glance at Lin Chen. Previously, she had questioned what made this man so special that he could leave the usually composed Xia Chuxue flustered. However, now it was evident that his demeanor and eloquence distinguished him from an ordinary young man. Yet so what? Miss Xia, the esteemed daughter of the Xia family, has shone like a brilliant moon since birth. No matter how exceptional this young man may be, he remains merely a flickering firefly. They inhabit entirely different realms. A man worthy of Miss Xia would undoubtedly not be him. And Kiki withdrew her gaze, a hint of disdain curling her lips as she mused. Chapter 47. The beautiful freshman time flies, and before one realizes, the 1st of September has arrived. In the early morning, warm sunlight cascades onto Lin Chen's face, causing his eyelids to flutter open. He stretches languidly, a refreshing expression gracing his features. After days of relentless training, he has reached the pinnacle of awakening. Yet the journey to breakthrough remains long. The continuous exertion has left his nerves tightly strung, and in his exhaustion, he has slept soundly until dawn. Now rejuvenated and utterly comfortable, the pinnacle of awakening, Lin Chen clenches his fist, feeling neither complete satisfaction nor disappointment. Given that Earth's spiritual energy has yet to recover, his ability to ascend from stable awakening to its peak in just a week or so is astonishing. If word of this were to spread, it would surely astonish many. He glances down at the small spiritual gathering array he has set up beneath his feet. Though rudimentary, it serves its purpose well, attracting the surrounding spiritual energy into his body. With a sigh, he shakes his head slightly, realizing that this array can no longer support his upcoming training. It seems he must hasten the establishment of the Taishan gathering array. Taking out his phone, Lin Chen intends to inquire about the situation with Bairushua. However, as he unlocks his device, a memo unexpectedly pops up. Lin Chen pauses, a bemused smile spreading across his face upon seeing the two prominent characters. School begins. Today is September 1st, the day the new semester commences. He strokes his chin, reflecting on how just days ago, he was enjoying the summer break before his transition from junior to senior year. But today is different. It marks the first day of his senior year. In his previous life, Lin Chen experienced the tragedy of losing his family and suffered grievous injuries that left him a beggar, unable to complete his university education. It is indeed a regret. Therefore, he resolves to rectify the shortcomings of his past life. Rising to his feet, he stretches once more. The situation at the Qin group should be nearly in place by now. A cold smile crosses his lips, his eyes glinting with a steely resolve. Qin Jianshu, Qin Fengwei. Li Xiaoman, brace yourselves, your reckoning is at hand. Yunhai University. On this first day of the new semester, the campus buzzes with excitement as the freshmen arrive. Freshmen, let me help you with your luggage. Where are you from? You're so beautiful. Do you have a boyfriend? Many second and third-year boys are eager to offer their assistance. These first-year students, fresh and innocent, are new to the university environment. Despite the less-than-ideal appearances of some upperclassmen, they feel too shy to refuse and end up handing over their bags. However, should they encounter an appealing senior, who knows, a passionate romance might just blossom. Young love is often this simple. Lin Chen strides confidently into Yunhai University, his backpack slung over his shoulder. Nostalgia washes over him as he gazes at the campus. University is a bridge between academia and society, a transitional phase where countless students evolve from naivety to maturity. Indeed, the university years are among the most carefree and joyous of one's life. He decides to check on his dormitory. Just then, a soft female voice calls out, "Senior, could you help me with my luggage?" Lin Chen blinks, turning to see a girl of about 5 feet 7 inches standing behind him, dressed in a floral dress. Her figure is graceful and slender, and though she wears no makeup, her natural beauty is radiant and refreshing. She clutches the hem of her dress, her head bowed slightly in apparent shyness. "Are you speaking to me, freshman?" Lin Chen inquires. "Yes," the girl replies, raising her gaze to meet his, giving a delicate nod. Lin Chen raises an eyebrow, somewhat incredulous. He had clearly observed at least 6 boys attempting to assist her, all of whom she had declined. Initially, he admired her for her independence and assertiveness. Yet now, what is this? She is requesting his help? This appears rather contradictory to her earlier demeanor. Lin Chen narrows his eyes, suspicion creeping in. Does this girl harbor some ulterior motive? Nevertheless, as much as he is a student, he is also the mightiest celestial being, unfazed by any potential schemes. Moreover, as a senior, he feels obliged to assist this freshman. Very well, he concedes with a slight nod. "What is your major?" he asks as he takes her luggage. "Business administration," she responds. "Business administration? South District, I presume?" Lin Chen muses. "Yes, Building 3, Dorm 521, Bed 2. She replies in quick succession. Lin Chen chuckles. "You don't need to specify the dorm and bed number. I can't enter the dormitory anyway." He had intended to tease her, wondering if she was intentionally leading him on, but after some thought, he refrains from saying more. Being a senior soon to graduate, he must be careful not to mislead her. As Lin Chen carries the various bags ahead, the girl follows closely behind. Many boys cast envious glances in Lin Chen's direction, a few even giving him thumbs-up gestures, as if to say, "You managed to win over such a difficult-to-approach beauty? Impressive, my friend." Lin Chen chooses to ignore these leering boys, but the girl behind him blushes, her cheeks adorably rosy. In truth, she had noticed Lin Chen the moment she entered the campus. For reasons unknown, from the first glance at this radiant, upright young man, her heart raced uncontrollably. Her gaze fixated on him. It is precisely because of this that she had rejected the offers of others. She only wished for this tall, clean-cut boy to help her with her luggage. Previously, she had never believed in love at first sight, but now, she realizes she is about to succumb to its spell. Chapter 48. Shunxia Yunhai University boasts an expansive campus, with the dormitories in the southern district situated a considerable distance from the main entrance. A leisurely walk would take no less than 10 minutes. Along the way, the girl seemed to muster her courage before approaching and inquiring, "Senior, may I ask your name?" "Lin Chen," he responded. "And you, Junior?" "My name is Shenxinya," she replied with a graceful smile. "Shenxinya? What a lovely name," Lin Chen remarked. "Thank you, Senior," Shenxinya said, playfully tossing her hair back, her sweet smile utterly enchanting. "Do you have a boyfriend?" she suddenly asked. Lin Chen discreetly cast a glance at Shenxinya, raising an eyebrow inwardly. Could it be that this girl has taken a liking to me at first sight? Nonetheless, he answered truthfully no. Having recently parted ways with Li Xiaoman, he naturally had no girlfriend. Shenxinya's face lit up with joy, though she swiftly composed herself. Her eyes, however, betrayed her happiness. Lin Chen added, "But I am already in my 4th year." Shenxinya blinked, appearing somewhat disheartened as she murmured, "4th year, is it?" "Indeed. I will graduate in a year," Lin Chen continued, hoping to quell any budding notions she might have. Yet, he underestimated her resolve. As their conversation flowed, Shenxinya walked alongside Lin Chen, her hands clasped behind her back, playfully inquiring, "Senior, aren't you curious if I have a boyfriend?" Feigning ignorance, Lin Chen replied, "With your beauty, you must surely have a boyfriend, right?" "Not at all. I've never even been in a relationship," Shenxinya exclaimed, shaking her head vigorously, as if to dispel any misunderstandings. "Senior, what is your major?" "Mechanical design, manufacturing, and automation." "Oh, an engineering student. How old are you, Senior?" 21. Or 22 in Chinese age. A bit of an old man, he jested. "You're merely 21. How could you be old?" "I'm 20 as well." "Senior, what is your phone number? Do you use WeChat or QQ?" "Senior, Junior, we've arrived," Lin Chen interjected, as Shenxinya continued her relentless questioning. "Senior, with all this luggage, won't you help me carry it upstairs?" she implored, her expression innocent and pleading. Lin Chen shrugged in resignation. "This is the girls' dormitory. I cannot enter." "That is all right. I'll just inform the dormitory supervisor, and you can wait here," she chirped, dashing into the dormitory building. Lin Chen shook his head with a wry smile. He had initially thought Shenxinya to be somewhat reserved, hesitant to speak up. It turned out he had misjudged her. She was indeed a spirited and vivacious girl. However, he reasoned, if Shenxinya were truly shy, she wouldn't have asked him for help with her luggage. Yet, as it was a girls' dormitory, he decided it was best to part ways, treating their encounter as a mere happenstance. Just then, Shenxinya joyfully emerged, her laughter like a breeze, exclaiming, "Senior, the dorm supervisor said I have too much luggage and has allowed you to come in." "Ah." Lin Chen blinked in astonishment. The dormitory supervisor was notoriously strict. He had once tried to help a junior with her luggage during his 2nd year, but despite his pleas, she had flatly refused him entry. It seemed that regardless of age or gender, one was utterly defenseless against the charms of a girl, especially a beautiful one. Lin Chen surmised that Shenxinya had likely used her charm to persuade the supervisor, and he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. "Shall we go, Senior?" Shenxinya stood at the entrance, grinning as she gestured for him to follow. Lin Chen looked at her, bemused. Shenxinya was in room 521, on the 5th floor. With each flight of stairs, she glanced back at Lin Chen, her concern palpable. After all, her luggage weighed over 100 pounds. Surprisingly, until they reached the 5th floor, Lin Chen appeared unfazed, not even breaking a sweat, as if the ascent had been effortless. One would expect to be breathless even when ascending empty-handed, yet Lin Chen seemed utterly unperturbed. "What remarkable stamina. Senior, how do you possess such excellent physical fitness? Do you often go to the gym?" Shenxinya inquired curiously. She had heard that university students, aside from their English skills, often saw a decline in physical fitness as they progressed through their studies. Freshmen would arrive at university full of energy, capable of running 800 meters without so much as a pant. Yet by the time one reached their 4th year, even 100 meters could be a challenge. Yet here was Lin Chen, appearing not only unfazed but even invigorated. What is the secret? Shenxinya pondered, convinced that Lin Chen must regularly work out at the gym to be so fit. "I've never been to a gym," Lin Chen replied, shaking his head lightly. "How could you maintain such fitness without a gym? Senior, do you exercise alone every day?" Shenxinya's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she gazed at him in astonishment. "Something like that," Lin Chen nodded slightly. "The path of cultivation is inherently solitary, dull, and tedious. If not alone, would it be with another? Senior, you're so disciplined." "That is impressive." Shenxinya regarded him with admiration, her eyes shining. Many people struggle to persist, even for 3 or 4 days. You flatter me, Junior. Lin Chen replied modestly, glancing at the door sign ahead. We have arrived. Have we? Shen Xinyao realized she had been so engrossed in Lin Chen that she and T noticed they had reached the dormitory. Junior, I've placed your luggage here, Lin Chen said, setting her bags down at the entrance of room 521. Shen Xinyao opened her mouth, seemingly reluctant to part ways. Yet, no matter how much she wished otherwise, Lin Chen was a gentleman and could not enter the girls' dormitory. Junior, I must take my leave. Study hard and strive for excellence, Lin Chen said, turning to depart. Senior, this afternoon is the new student registration, and I'm unfamiliar with the route. However, before Shen Xinyao could finish her thought, Lin Chen interrupted. You needn't worry about that. Your roommates have already arrived. Just follow them this afternoon. His tone came across as rather indifferent. Chapter 49. The Duel of Two Women. Lin Chen did not utter another word, leaving behind a graceful silhouette as he strode away. Shen Xinyao stood motionless, watching Lin Chen depart, her expression filled with reluctance. However, before Lin Chen could reach the staircase, a familiar, delicate voice suddenly echoed through the corridor. Lin Chen, stop right there. Lin Chen frowned, indeed halting his steps and turning to look. There, leaning against the door of dormitory 508, was a girl clad in cartoon pajamas, regarding Lin Chen with disdain and contempt. Who allowed you to enter the girls' dormitory? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen let out a cold laugh. My presence in the girls' dormitory is of no concern to you, Li Xiaoman. Indeed, the girl in the cartoon pajamas was none other than Lin Chen's ex-girlfriend, Li Xiaoman. What a twist of fate. Li Xiaoman, impatient, remarked, Lin Chen, enough is enough. I know you can't let go of me, but to brazenly invade the girls' dormitory during the chaotic freshman orientation just to see me is utterly shameless. As she continued, her voice grew louder until it resonated throughout the entire floor. Many dormitory doors swung open, and curious heads peeked out to watch. In the face of Li Xiaoman's scorn, Lin Chen maintained his composure, appearing utterly unfazed. However, before he could respond, Li Xiaoman continued to mock him. Lin Chen, I know you still have feelings for me. You came to the girls' dormitory just to see me, didn't you? Well, here I am before you. Once you've had your fill of staring, you can leave. Aren't you embarrassed to be here? I certainly am. Her loud voice drew the attention of many girls, who began to murmur and point at Lin Chen. I was curious about how a boy ended up in the girls' dormitory. How shameless. A simp who ends up with nothing. For some reason. I feel a twinge of sympathy for this boy. Ugh, shameless. Men are all pigs. This boy has gone too far. Almost all the girls cast disdainful and even disgusted glances toward Lin Chen. Li Xiaoman proudly puffed out her chest, casting a provocative glance at him. As if to say, aren't you impressive? Aren't you tough? Yet here you are, merely a backup for me, completely at my mercy. Lin Chen felt no anger. Merely pity for Li Xiaoman's absurdity. How had he ever found her attractive? Had he been blind? He rubbed his chin, pondering inwardly. Enough, Lin Chen, just leave. I wanted to see you, but I surely do not wish to be seen by you. Spare me the embarrassment. Li Xiaoman shouted. Yes, just leave, echoed the other girls, all chastising Lin Chen. Yet, amid the clamor, a soft but resolute voice suddenly emerged from a corner. Senior Lin Chen is here to help me with my luggage. Not to see you. Li Xiaoman's brows furrowed as she turned to identify the source of the voice, only to find Shen Xinya's delicate and gentle face. Who are you? Li Xiaoman's expression darkened as she asked in a low voice. Despite Li Xiaoman's aggressive demeanor, Shen Xinya remained composed, responding. I am a freshman in the business administration program. My name is Shen Xinya. Senior Lin Chen came to help me with my luggage, as I have too much for the dormitory staff to manage. However, upon hearing this, a flash of jealousy flickered in Li Xiaoman's beautiful eyes. Lin Chen, you shall forever be my backup. I do not permit you to flirt with other women. Thus, Li Xiaoman turned to Lin Chen, deriding him. Oh, I see. You have your sights set on younger prey. But really, as a fourth-year student, why are you trying to pursue a freshman? Aren't you just wasting her time? How shameless. This man is truly scummy. He's in his 4th year and still attempting to charm a little girl by helping her with her luggage. The other girls nodded in agreement, collectively condemning Lin Chen. Li Xiaoman smirked, glancing back at Shen Xinya. Classmate Shen, don't be fooled by this old man. He's about to graduate, yet here he is, trying to flirt with you. What future could he possibly offer? However, before Li Xiaoman could finish her sentence, Shen Xinya interjected, Senior, that's not the case. Senior Lin Chen did not offer to help with my luggage. I asked him to assist me. This time, Shen Xinya's stance was noticeably firmer than before. She was not naive enough to overlook the fact that this beautiful senior was deliberately targeting Lin Chen. But Shen Xinya cared little for the enmity between Li Xiaoman and Lin Chen. She only cared about one thing. She would always stand by Lin Chen's side. You asked him to carry your luggage? Li Xiaoman's brow furrowed, a hint of displeasure evident. The other girls fell silent, the turn of events surprising them all. Li Xiaoman fixed her gaze on Shen Xinya, speaking softly. Junior Shen, you may not be aware, but this man is already in his 4th year. Senior, thank you for your concern, but this is my affair. I would appreciate it if you would refrain from meddling. Shen Xinya interrupted Li Xiaoman once more, maintaining her politeness while firmly asserting her stance. You. Li Xiaoman's expression darkened, her teeth clenched in anger. Senior, Lin Chen should not have a girlfriend at present, correct? Shen Xinya inquired gently, looking at Li Xiaoman. Li Xiaoman scoffed. He doesn't, but he is my ex-boyfriend, someone I have dealt with. I only care that he does not currently have a girlfriend, Shen Xinya interjected with a smile. So, Senior, whether I asked Senior Lin Chen to help with my luggage or he agreed to assist me, it has nothing to do with you, does it? Li Xiaoman was rendered speechless, but to save face, she could not reveal her silence, so she crossed her arms and remained silent, glaring coldly at Shen Xinya. Shen Xinya stood her ground, unwavering and unperturbed, her delicate frame straight and poised as she met Li Xiaoman's gaze. The two women locked eyes, a tense and peculiar atmosphere gradually spreading between them. Though Li Xiaoman wore pajamas, she had applied light makeup, leaning against the door with an air of disheveled beauty. At that moment, she eyed Shen Xinya, her aura sharp like a spear, poised to deliver a fatal blow to her adversary, despite her youth and inexperience. Shen Xinya's beauty was in no way inferior to Li Xiaoman's made-up visage. In fact, she might surpass her. Now, she regarded Li Xiaoman with calm composure. Her aura, while less fierce, resembled a deep, fathomless ocean, enigmatic and inscrutable. Chapter 50. Li Tong's testing in the midst of a charged atmosphere. The two beautiful women locked eyes, and the surrounding air seemed to grow oppressive. Most notably, neither was inclined to yield an inch. At that moment, Lin Chen suddenly spoke, a faint smile playing on his lips as he inquired, Li Xiaoman, how has Qin Fangwei been faring lately? Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoman's expression shifted slightly. She withdrew her gaze and retorted sharply, what does it matter to you how he is doing? Lin Chen, however, responded with a mysterious smile. I hope you both are thriving. That's not for you to say. Li Xiaoman scoffed, turning away and slamming the door with a resounding thud. Lin Chen merely shrugged, nonchalant. In truth, Qin Fangwei had been faring quite poorly. Numerous companies collaborating with the Qin Group were willing to incur penalties of hundreds of thousands, even millions, to sever ties with the firm. This left the Qin Group in dire straits, with its members increasingly anxious as financial stability crumbled, compounding the misfortune. Significant policy changes had adversely affected the Qin Group. Were it not for the group's deep-rooted foundation, it might have already collapsed under the mounting pressures. Most troubling of all, employees began to leave en masse, as if banding together. Even substantial pay raises could not entice them to remain. With external policy challenges and internal unrest, the Qin Group, despite its entrenched position, now teetered on the brink of collapse. As the scion of the Qin Group, Qin Fangwei faced an increasingly grim reality. Hardly able to thrive amidst the turmoil. During this time, he frequently lost his temper, even resorting to violence against Li Xiaoman. Fearful from the beatings, she had chosen to return to her dormitory rather than continue living with him. Otherwise, Lin Chen would not have encountered her in the dormitory building. Observing the closed door behind Li Xiaoman, Lin Chen's lips curled into a cold smirk. No need to rush. The real drama has only just begun. Although he had been sequestered in training, he had not neglected the situation with the Qin Group. He sensed that Xia Chuxue would soon uncover some leads. Rubbing his chin, he murmured, by Rushue's preparations must be nearing completion. It appears I have acted before the Xia family. Just then, a soft voice interrupted his thoughts. Turning to the source, he beheld Shen Xinya, looking both aggrieved and guilty. Lin Chen smiled gently. What do you have to apologize for? If I hadn't asked you to come up. You wouldn't have, Shen Xinya mumbled, her gaze cast downward as she nervously fiddled with her skirt. That woman is simply troubled. Do not concern yourself with her. Lin Chen reassured her, gently patting her head. To his surprise, rather than recoil, Shen Xinya smiled shyly, her cheeks flushing as she bit her lip, resembling a demure little kitten. All right, my dear junior, it's getting late. You should tidy up, as I must take my leave. With that, Lin Chen withdrew his hand and prepared to depart. Senior, when will you be free? Shun Xinya asked urgently, lifting her head to look at him. I'm rather busy lately. Lin Chen replied, turning his back to her as he waved goodbye. However, before he fully turned away, he discreetly glanced at a short-haired classmate standing a short distance behind Shun Xinya. As he walked away, a smirk appeared on his face. That short-haired girl by dormitory 521 must be Shun Xinya's roommate. Remarkably, she is a sorceress at such a young age. Intriguing indeed. Shun Xinya stood there, reluctant to see Lin Chen go. Just then, the short-haired girl approached her with a gentle smile, saying, I believe in love at first sight. And that age has no bearing on such matters. Shun, I have high hopes for you. Huh? Shun Xinya blinked her beautiful eyes, turning curiously to the girl clad in denim. Hello, Shin. I'm your roommate, Li Tong, from bed number 1, she said, extending her right hand with a cheerful smile. Oh, so you are Li Tong, Shun Xinya exclaimed, extending her hand in return. Li Tong narrowed her eyes, and a surge of invisible energy swelled within her palm. In the next moment, their hands met. However, almost simultaneously, Li Tong's expression shifted dramatically as she quickly withdrew her hand. To be precise, her hand did not seem to have been pulled back voluntarily. It was as if it had been repelled. Shun Xinya stood bewildered, her hand suspended in midair. Blinking in confusion, Li Tong, wide-eyed with astonishment, gasped, So you are also a sorceress? But upon realizing this, Li Tong quickly covered her mouth, ceasing further comment. Noticing Li Tong's unusual reaction, Shun Xinya asked, puzzled, Huh? What do you mean? Nothing, just static electricity, Li Tong replied with a smile. Reclaiming the invisible energy and extending her hand once more to clasp Shun Xinya's. Shun Xinya, however, furrowed her brow in doubt, thinking, static electricity? How come I didn't feel any? This classmate is rather peculiar. Ultimately, both women opted not to delve deeper, exchanging smiles instead. Indeed, Li Tong was the sorceress Lin Chen had observed. The invisible force she had conjured was a test to gauge whether Shun Xinya possessed similar abilities. If Shun Xinya was also a sorceress, their powers would repel one another. If she were merely an ordinary person, their hands would clasp easily. Thus, Li Tong concluded that Shun Xinya was indeed a sorceress, one potentially more formidable than herself. What Li Tong did not realize was that the energy emanating from Shun Xinya was not her own, but rather a gift from Lin Chen. When Lin Chen had patted Shun Xinya's head, he appeared to be offering comfort, yet he had actually bestowed upon her a fragment of his own power for her protection. With this energy, Shun Xinya was impervious to harm, and how could a mere sorceress like Li Tong hope to test her? Lin Chen sauntered along the university path, hands in his pockets, exuding an air of carefree confidence. Returning to Yunhai University felt akin to reuniting with a long-lost mother, enveloping him in a sense of familiarity as he walked with unrestrained ease. Suddenly, Lin Chen's brow furrowed slightly as if sensing something amiss. Coming to a halt, he stroked his chin and mused, just as I suspected, that woman will indeed attempt to test Shun Xinya. He dismissed the thought, confident that Shun Xinya, bolstered by his energy, would remain untouched by the likes of that girl. If he lost faith in that small assurance, then the title of the strongest immortal would mean nothing. Stretching lazily, Lin Chen resolved to waste no more time and briskly made his way back to his dormitory. At Jianghai University, Lin Chen was studying mechanical design and automation, a field dominated by male students. The northern district, where he resided, was filled almost entirely with engineering students, earning it the nickname Northern Shaolin. Upon returning to the northern district, Lin Chen encountered numerous familiar faces, exchanging greetings that rekindled feelings of nostalgia. Since the tragic demise of his family, he had not seen these classmates in his previous life. When Lin Chen ascended to become the most formidable immortal sovereign and returned to Earth, all of his classmates had already passed away. Time flies, and after so many years, how could Lin Chen not be filled with emotion upon their reunion? Chapter 51. The brothers beating upon returning to the dormitory building. Lin Chen was about to ascend the stairs when he suddenly furrowed his brow. He had faintly heard a voice that was eerily familiar. More alarmingly, that voice was currently shrieking in agony. Lin Chen's expression turned icy in an instant. Without a moment's hesitation, he pivoted and strode towards the thicket opposite the dormitory. It was September, and the air was stifling. The thicket was lush and dense, with thick foliage blocking the sun, creating a pleasantly cool atmosphere. Yet, deep within the woods, a heinous act was unfolding. That damn scum. Chun Feng is my woman. Keep your distance from her, do you hear me? A burly man shouted, pointing at a boy sprawled on the ground. Li Xiaoxiu, if you dare to approach her again, I'll break your legs. Li Xiaoxiu lay on the ground, clutching his chest. Breathing was a struggle, yet he defiantly replied, Yuan Qingli, you and Chen Feng have already broken up. What right do you have to interfere between us? Damn it. It seems you prefer punishment to a toast. Yuan Qingli rolled up his sleeves, revealing his muscular arms. Without allowing Li Xiaoxiu to finish, he yanked him up from the ground, jabbing a finger at his nose as he berated him. Is your dormitory filled with lunatics? How can you all be so worthless? That Lin Chen is despicable, but you are even more so. Have you looked in the mirror? With your pathetic appearance, do you think you deserve Chen Feng? Even if I've broken up with her, she remains my ex-girlfriend. She will do as I say. If I tell her to go to the hotel, she will comply. Yuan Qingli roared. Li Xiaoxiu was already battered and bruised, his eyes nearly swollen shut. The few boys behind Yuan Qingli exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they hurried forward to intervene. Big brother, calm down. It's not worth it to get angry with this scum. One of them pleaded. Another chimed in. Yes, big brother, just give him a lesson. If he truly refuses to listen, we can deal with him more severely next time. Let us leave it at this. If you kill him, it will escalate the situation. Humph, Li Xiaoxiu, out of respect for my brother, I shall spare you this time. Yuan Qingli hurled Li Xiaoxiu back to the ground, warning, remember to stay away from Chen Feng. If I find out you two are alone together again, I will end you. Suddenly, Yuan Qingli sneered, leisurely unbuckling his trousers and waving his hand. Come on, brothers, let us teach him a lesson. The others exchanged glances, chuckling as they prepared to follow suit. Though Li Xiaoxiu was bloodied and weak, his consciousness remained intact. He longed to rise and resist, but his body was too feeble. Even speech a challenge, let alone standing up to fight back. His heart ached, and his fury ignited, just as Li Xiaoxiu resigned himself to despair. Shutting his eyes to endure the impending torment, a distinct sound echoed from behind the group. Yuan Qingli and his companions' faces shifted in alarm as they hastily pulled up their pants and turned around. To their astonishment, a boy clad in black had appeared, recording the scene on his phone. Oh, how splendid. What do you think if I take this footage and bring you to court? He remarked, shaking his head in disapproval as he glanced at the bloodied Li Xiaoxiu. Hang in there, brother. I will ensure your swift recovery. Yuan Qingli recognized Lin Chen immediately, and his expression darkened. Lin Chen, what do you want, you little brat? Lin Chen tilted his head, feigning confusion. What do you mean by that? Hand over your phone. Yuan Qingli commanded, extending his hand towards Lin Chen. On what grounds? Lin Chen blinked innocently. Because I am more formidable than you. Yuan Qingli's face hardened as he waved his hand dismissively. Brothers, this brat refuses to listen. What should we do about him? Let us deal with him. The boys behind Yuan Qingli cracked their knuckles, approaching Lin Chen with sinister grins. Yet, Lin Chen remained unfazed, shaking his head slightly, disdain evident in his tone. Any form of school violence is inherently atrocious, and it never ends well. Yuan Qingli, however, dismissed his words with scorn. Since when do you have the right to lecture me? Lin Chen, don't try to excuse your incompetence. If you have the ability, come fight me. If not, then stop your whining. Lin Chen continued to shake his head, stating, I want to fight you, for I refuse to engage in such despicable acts. At this juncture, Lin Chen paused, his tone suddenly sharp and commanding, but before the echo of his voice faded, he stepped forward. In an instant, he moved like a specter, darting past each person with astonishing speed. Chapter 52, Manic Laughter in the Blink of an Eye. Lin Chen stood before Yuan Qingli. Caught off guard, Yuan Qingli was startled upon seeing Lin Chen's face, instinctively retreating in fear. Can you escape? Lin Chen grinned, extending a finger that struck Yuan Qingli's body like a bolt of lightning. Instantly, Yuan Qingli's body froze in place, completely immobile. Lin Chen had sealed his acupoints. Ordinary individuals could not accomplish such a feat, as only through internal energy or spiritual force could one perform acupoint sealing. Realizing he could not move, Yuan Qingli's expression turned pale with terror, and he exclaimed, Lin Chen, what have you done to me? Why can't I move? Lin Chen rolled his eyes and retorted, stop babbling nonsense. Your mouth still seems to be functioning, doesn't it? Yuan Qingli was rendered speechless by the retort. In the next moment, his face hardened as he said, Lin Chen, I warned you, let me go immediately, or you'll regret it. Remember, the one who laughs last will undoubtedly be me. Lin Chen, unfazed, smiled slightly and asked, do you really enjoy laughing that much? With that, Lin Chen raised his hand and aimed a slap at Yuan Qingli. Lin Chen, what are you doing? Let us talk this over. You said you wouldn't bully me. So you can't hit me. Please, don't hit me. Yuan Qingli's tone shifted from defiance to terror, ultimately descending into pleading. However, Lin Chen did not pause. Yuan Qingli, in despair, closed his eyes. To his astonishment, Lin Chen merely patted his shoulder instead of striking him. Rest assured, I won't hit you. But since you love to laugh, I will ensure you laugh to your heart's content. Lin Chen patted Yuan Qingli's shoulder several times, and then withdrew his hand, smiling brightly. With one eye cautiously opened, Yuan Qingli, relieved to find he hadn't been struck, let out a sigh of relief. Yet, deep within his gaze, a fierce light flickered. A real man is never without venom. Lin Chen, just wait. One day, I will show you what cruelty truly means. Yuan Qingli swore in his heart. Suddenly, he furrowed his brows, feeling an inexplicable urge to laugh. He wanted to laugh so badly. It was unbearable. Ha ha ha. Initially, his laughter was soft and somewhat lewd. He he he. Soon, his laughter grew louder, his expression becoming increasingly exaggerated. Wahaha. Ahaha. Ultimately, he threw his head back and laughed maniacally, his expression twisted, tears streaming down his face. Yuan Qingli could not comprehend why he was laughing, and as time passed, he laughed more joyously and recklessly, tears flowing and his stomach aching from the hilarity. You all should join in. Lin Chen glanced at the few individuals behind him and clapped his hands sharply. Ha ha. Why am I ha ha laughing? Ah ha ha. The others erupted into raucous laughter as well. Surely, this was bullying, was it? Observing the chaotic laughter of the group, Lin Chen stroked his chin with a smirk. Then, he turned his gaze to the barely consciously Xiaoxiu lying on the ground. Brother, you have suffered. With a light sigh, Lin Chen crouched down and patted Li Xiaoxiu's forehead, chin, shoulders, chest, abdomen, and backside. Half a minute later, Lin Chen withdrew his hand and stood up. Li Xiaoxiu, who had previously been bleeding from his orifices and feeling utterly weak, suddenly felt invigorated, as if he had regained all his strength. Blinking in confusion, he sat up. Clenching his fists, Li Xiaoxiu was perplexed. What is happening? Why do I feel as if I've just consumed a bucket of stimulants? Not only do I feel no pain, but I am also filled with energy. Lin Chen spoke. Brother, your wounds will require your own recovery. Remember, if you encounter such situations in the future, just one word. Run. Run as far as you can. With that, Lin Chen extended his hand toward Li Xiaoxiu. Lin Chen. Li Xiaoxiu blinked in bewilderment. Despite his confusion, he hesitated not for a moment, grasping Lin Chen's hand for support to stand. Noticing Yuan Qingli and his companions still laughing uncontrollably, Li Xiaoxiu curiously inquired, Lin Chen, what on earth is going on? Lin Chen did not answer Li Xiaoxiu's question, but instead said, they can't move at all right now. You can take your revenge. Really? Li Xiaoxiu's eyes brightened. Without the slightest hesitation, he rolled up his sleeves, clenched his fists, and approached with a grim expression. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, but he did not stop Li Xiaoxiu. Instead, he chose to observe the unfolding events. Li Xiaoxiu stood before Yuan Qingli, raising his right hand to deliver a powerful punch. Haha, no, haha, don't hit me. Although Yuan Qingli was still laughing maniacally, his face was filled with sheer terror as he gasped for breath. However, just as Li Xiaoxiu's fist was about to connect with Yuan Qingli's face, he suddenly halted, his fist mere inches from Yuan Qingli's nose. Li Xiaoxiu turned to Lin Chen and asked, Brother, did you record their earlier attack on me? Indeed, it's sufficient as evidence, Lin Chen replied with a nod. Li Xiaoxiu furrowed his brow, clearly pondering, then retracted his fist and pointed at Yuan Qingli's nose, saying, Yuan Qingli, I want to hit you now. But I want you to come with me to the underground boxing arena for a fair match. Yuan Qingli blinked repeatedly. He accepted Li Xiaoxiu's challenge. Fine. We'll meet at the underground boxing arena in 3 days. Li Xiaoxiu huffed angrily and turned on his heel to leave. Lin Chen nodded slightly. Well done. Had Li Xiaoxiu actually struck Yuan Qingli earlier, it would have been taking advantage of a vulnerable moment. Even if he had knocked Yuan Qingli down or even killed him, Li Xiaoxiu would not have felt a sense of satisfaction. Now, however, Li Xiaoxiu had officially challenged Yuan Qingli to a duel, and they would meet 3 days later at the underground boxing arena. If, at that time, Li Xiaoxiu could defeat Yuan Qingli fairly, it would truly be a moment of vindication. Chapter 53. The ruthless Lu Qianfan. Upon returning to the dormitory, Li Xiaoxiu glanced around curiously, fixating on Lin Chen without uttering a word. With a resigned smile, Lin Chen inquired, What's the matter? Li Xiaoxu responded, brother. It feels as though you have transformed into an entirely different person in just one summer vacation. What has changed? Lin Chen chuckled. What hasn't changed? Li Xiaoxu exclaimed, slapping his thigh with sincerity. Not only has your demeanor shifted, but you seem like a completely different individual. I remember you couldn't fight at all before. How have you become so formidable now? Lin Chen shook his head helplessly. I didn't even fight them. However, he continued, by the way, brother, where did you learn that acupoint striking technique? At that moment, Li Xiaoxu resembled an inquisitive child. I learned it from an old traditional Chinese medicine practitioner in the mountains during the summer. Lin Chen had already prepared a response. After all, traditional Chinese medicine is profound. And acupuncture can render a person completely immobilized. An old practitioner? Li Xiaoxu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Which mountain? What kind of medicine? I want to learn too. Lin Chen appraised Li Xiaoxu momentarily, concluding that he was ill-suited for cultivation. He then withdrew his gaze, shaking his head inwardly. The earth had yet to undergo significant changes. The spiritual energy of the world remained sparse and thin. It would not be an exaggeration to say that, at present, those suitable for cultivation on earth were exceedingly rare, akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Even Mu Lianxing, whom Lin Chen had met a few days prior at the KTV, was exceptional, yet still lacked that crucial edge for cultivation. After all, cultivation was not a trivial matter. Is it Kunlun Mountain? Or Palai Mountain? Li Xiaoxu speculated. Just as he finished speaking, the dormitory door creaked open. A bespectacled young man with a buzz cut entered, exuding an air of refinement. Where have you been, Fourth? Li Xiaoxu immediately queried. The newcomer was none other than Lu Qianfan, the top scholar of their class, known for his academic prowess. Lu Qianfan glanced at Li Xiaoxu, whose face was bruised and swollen, and showed no surprise. Instead, he coolly asked, what happened to your injuries? I slipped on a banana peel while walking. And that is how I ended up like this. Li Xiaoxu waved dismissively, feigning nonchalance. Lu Qianfan, however, was not fooled by Li Xiaoxu's fabrication. He turned to Lin Chen and asked, what do you say? Li Xiaoxu cast a pleading glance at Lin Chen, not wishing for the truth to be revealed, lest he suffer great embarrassment. Yet Lin Chen deliberately averted his gaze from Li Xiaoxu and teased. What else could it be but a confrontation with Yuan Qingli over a woman, leading to a beating from him and his gang? Lu Qianfan nodded slightly. As expected of that little scoundrel, Yuan Qingli. Without missing a beat, he retrieved a kitchen knife from beneath his pillow and strode towards the door. Whoa, Fourth. Let us talk this out. What are you planning to do? Li Xiaoxu exclaimed, rushing forward to halt Lu Qianfan. Lu Qianfan shot a glance at Li Xiaoxu and succinctly replied, of course, I'm going after Yuan Qingli. Whoa, Fourth. I appreciate your intentions, but this matter has already been settled. Put down the knife. Although Li Xiaoxu spoke as if dismissively, he was genuinely touched. He understood Lu Qianfan's prowess, despite Lu's gentle demeanor, in a fight. Even two Li Xiaoxus would struggle against him. Lu Qianfan's ferocity could instill fear in anyone. The third has already arranged a fair duel with Yuan Qingli in 3 days at the underground boxing arena. We should refrain from interfering, Lin Chen interjected. Lu Qianfan narrowed his eyes, a glint of contemplation flickering within them. After a moment, he set the knife down and inquired of Li Xiaoxu, what are your chances? Do you want the truth or a lie? Li Xiaoxu replied hesitantly. The truth, Lu Qianfan stated without hesitation. Li Xiaoxu sheepishly smiled and raised 3 fingers. 30%? Then why bother with a duel? Lu Qianfan lifted the knife again. Lu Qianfan was left speechless. Lin Chen interjected, Fourth. Do you know why the third clashed with Yuan Qingli? Because of Chen Feng, Lu Qianfan answered. Precisely. Lin Chen clapped his hands together. Love is selfless. It can only be understood and not described. So, do not say that he only has a 30% chance. Even with a mere 10% chance, the third would still face Yuan Qingli head-on. Heh, you truly understand me, Lin Chen. Li Xiaoxu chuckled, giving Lin Chen a thumbs up. Love, huh? Lu Qianfan tilted his head, lost in thought. Fourth, you've never been in love or liked any girl, so you wouldn't understand me, Li Xiaoxu said, patting Lu Qianfan's shoulder and shaking his head. To his surprise, Lu Qianfan responded, love is a useless thing. It only leads to degradation. I shall never touch this utterly useless thing. Then will you not marry? Li Xiaoxu asked, eyes wide with disbelief. Why marry? Isn't it better to be alone? Lu Qianfan queried, puzzled. You're impressive. Li Xiaoxu was left speechless, giving Lu Qianfan a thumbs up. In this regard, their viewpoints were starkly opposed. Li Xiaoxiu firmly believed that life without love was incomplete. Love was magnificent and selfless, and he would not regret sacrificing his life for it. Conversely, Lu Qianfan viewed love as a futile pursuit, merely a waste of time, energy, and emotion. Throughout their conversation, Lin Chen remained silent, merely smiling. Lu Qianfan, being the youngest in the dormitory and thus designated as fourth, possessed a ruthlessness and patience that belied his age. Otherwise, he would not have consistently ranked among the top scholars in class. However, this very disposition also contributed to Lu Qianfan's extremely straightforward demeanor, leading him to regard love as a waste of time and life, utterly useless. Just then, the door creaked open once more, and a plump boy in a white shirt entered, munching on a pack of fries with gusto. "I believe I just overheard something intriguing," the boy said, swallowing a mouthful of fries with a sly grin. "In this world, no one can escape the fragrance law. Fourth, do you believe that among us four, the last to marry will definitely not be you?" The newcomer was none other than the dormitory leader, the oldest, the heaviest, and the biggest braggart, Li Ming. Lu Qianfan furrowed his brow. "If not me, then who? Who can say what the future holds?" Li Ming shrugged, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. "Fourth, one day you will experience the wonders of love. I bet you will be utterly captivated and unable to extricate yourself." Chapter 54. Not a girlfriend? As soon as Dawn finished speaking, he was taken aback by the sight of the bruised and battered Li Xiaoxiu, exclaiming, "What happened to you, third brother?" It was Yuan Chengli and his gang. Before Li Xiaoxiu could respond, Lu Qianfan interjected, "That scoundrel. I've always found him disagreeable. One day, I shall teach him a lesson." Dawn declared earnestly, "Enough, boss. You only know how to boast. Even 10 of you wouldn't stand a chance against him," Li Xiaoxiu retorted, rolling his eyes in exasperation. "Heh, keep it low-key, low-key." Dawn scratched his head, laughing awkwardly. Then, with a hint of astonishment, he added, "But you're quite impressive. Even after getting beaten like this, you still seem lively." Upon hearing this, Lu Qianfan turned to Li Xiaoxiu, sharing his confusion. He too had been pondering how Li Xiaoxiu, despite such serious injuries, was still bouncing around as if nothing had happened. "You'll have to ask Lin Chen about that." Li Xiaoxiu directed his gaze towards Lin Chen. "Second brother?" Both Dawn and Lu Qianfan instinctively looked at Lin Chen. "If Lin Chen hadn't arrived in time, I would have been in real trouble," Li Xiaoxiu admitted, a shiver of fear coursing through him. "The people Yuan Qingli brought were all skilled fighters. While I often work out, even facing one of them would be a challenge." Lu Qianfan inquired in disbelief. "So, does that mean Lin Chen defeated all of Yuan Qingli's group?" "Not quite defeated," Li Xiaoxiu pondered. "How should I put it?" Lin Chen merely pressured their acupoints, and they burst into uncontrollable laughter. "Pressured their acupoints? Third brother, have you been reading too many martial arts novels?" Dawn asked incredulously, touching Li Xiaoxiu's forehead with a puzzled look. "This doesn't even seem like a fever. Why are you speaking nonsense? Did you get hit in the head?" "Get lost. You're the one who got hit in the head." Li Xiaoxiu punched Dawn lightly, affirming, "I'm speaking the truth. Lin Chen really did pressure their acupoints. If you don't believe me, ask him." Upon hearing this, both Dawn and Lu Qianfan turned their attention to Lin Chen, who had already prepared his response. He said, "It wasn't exactly pressure. During the summer break, I learned a bit of traditional Chinese medicine from an older practitioner." "I've heard of that. Acupuncture in traditional Chinese medicine can immobilize a person if applied to specific points," Dawn mused, stroking his chin. "That sounds plausible." Lu Qianfan nodded in agreement before shooting a glance at Li Xiaoxiu. "Pressuring acupoints? Do you think this is a martial arts novel? Falling leaf divine sword palm. Orchid hand pressing acupoints?" Li Xiaoxiu smiled awkwardly. Dawn turned to Lin Chen with a mischievous grin. "Second brother, you've been studying these things all summer. Surely you didn't neglect your schoolflower girlfriend?" The schoolflower girlfriend he referred to was, of course, Li Xiaoman, one of the top 10 beauties at Yunhai University. When Lin Chen successfully wooed her, both Dawn and Li Xiaoxiu had felt a pang of envy. Lin Chen was about to respond that he and Li Xiaoman had completely parted ways, but before he could speak, a classmate from the adjacent dormitory walked in and announced, "Lin Chen, there's a girl looking for you." "A girl?" Lin Chen blinked. "Oh, a girl." Both Li Xiaoxiu and Dawn suddenly understood, exchanging knowing glances and grinning mischievously. "Lin Chen, your girlfriend is here to see you. Aren't you going to hurry and check on her?" However, the classmate shook his head. "Not Lin Chen's girlfriend." "Not his girlfriend?" Li Xiaoxiu and Dawn were initially surprised, then quickly enlightened, exclaiming in unison, "Oh, so she is not a girlfriend." Both wore expressions that conveyed, "I understand. I get it, but I want to say a word." Lin Chen, helpless, rubbed his forehead. With these two goofy roommates, his university years were bound to be colorful. "Where's that girl?" Lu Qianfan, who had been silent, suddenly asked. "She's waiting outside the dorm building," the classmate replied. "Oh." Lu Qianfan nodded slightly. Then, without another word, moved towards the balcony. "Fourth brother, wait for me. I want to see too." Li Xiaoxiu and Dawn hurriedly followed. Lin Chen once again rubbed his forehead in exasperation. While Li Xiaoxiu and Dawn were naturally silly, he had expected Lu Qianfan, the studious one, to be above their antics. But returning to the matter at hand, who was seeking him? Without further contemplation, Lin Chen stepped outside. Outside the boys' dormitory, a girl clad in a flowing white dress stood beneath the shade of a large tree. The gentle breeze tousled her soft hair, creating a picturesque scene that took one's breath away. Many men were captivated by her beauty, unable to tear their gaze away. Such a stunning beauty. Look at that face, that figure, those legs, simply exquisite. What is she doing here at the boys' dorm? Is she another one of those girlfriends of some pig-headed guy? That can't be. I don't recall any such person in our building. Indeed, as the saying goes, everyone has an appreciation for beauty, and almost every boy passing by couldn't help but steal a few glances at her. Her beauty, combined with her graceful attire, was truly enchanting. At that moment, a tall boy flicked his hair back and said to his friends, "Boys, do you believe I can get her WeChat in under a minute? Don't kid yourself. She is so gorgeous, she must have a boyfriend. If you manage to get her WeChat, I'll treat you to a year's worth of meals. Go for it." Liang Xiao, "I believe there's no woman you can't conquer." His friends cheered him on. "All right, since everyone is so supportive, I shall accept the challenge." The tall boy grinned confidently, pulling out a mirror and comb to tidy his hair. After putting them away, he wore a self-assured yet narcissistic smirk, then sauntered over to the girl in the white dress, hands casually in his pockets. His friends watched in wide-eyed astonishment. Wait, he's really going for it? Approaching the girl, he cleared his throat and lowered his voice, attempting to sound magnetic. "Excuse me, I lost a game of truth or dare, and now I must ask if I can add you on WeChat." Chapter 55, The Invitation of a Beauty Classmate. "I lost a game of truth or dare with my buddies. May I add you on WeChat?" The tall boy, flicking his hair with a touch of vanity, approached the girl in the long dress. Hearing his words, she lifted her gaze towards him and smiled sweetly. What a beauty! The boy was instantly captivated by her enchanting smile and couldn't help but swallow hard. Yet, being a seasoned player in the realm of romance, he quickly regained his composure, thinking to himself, "This is only the second time I've encountered such a stunning girl. I must win her over." But then again, she smiled at me just now. Does that mean she has feelings for me? Could it be love at first sight? The more he pondered, the more pleased he became. It seems my charm is truly irresistible. I don't even need any tricks to get her WeChat. Haha. However, the next moment, the girl in the long dress shook her head resolutely. Her 3 words fell like a bucket of cold water, mercilessly dousing the boy's enthusiasm. He was momentarily taken aback, standing there in disbelief. What is this? Didn't you just smile at me? Don't you like me? Why won't you give me your WeChat? Despite his inner discontent, the boy maintained his composure, a gentle smile gracing his face as he said in a deliberately charming voice, "Classmate, aren't you curious whether I lost at truth or dare? Or chose truth, which is why I'm asking for your WeChat. No questions, no interest." The girl in the long dress smiled again, shaking her head without a second thought. Very well. The boy noticed her refusal, yet felt no anger. Instead, he smiled warmly and said, "Allow me to let you in on a secret. I chose truth, which is why I'm asking for your WeChat." With that, he flicked his hair once more, donning a self-satisfied grin. This tactic had never failed him. Throughout his university years, he had charmed countless girls with it. His companions watched this scene unfold, expressing their admiration. Liang Xiao is truly a romantic master. I'm almost swayed myself. It seems yet another girl is destined to fall under his spell. Meanwhile, several onlookers, particularly the single boys, pounded their chests in frustration. Why should such a beautiful girl be courted by someone so unworthy? Why? We, the lonely ones, can only silently endure the heartache. Indeed, every girl seems to favor a witty, handsome, and wealthy boy. Wealth is key, underline that. Many boys sighed, believing they were witnessing a budding romance. The boy, overhearing their conversation, wore an even broader smile, thinking, "Look at me, my efforts are fruitful. No beauty can resist my advances." He believed he had charmed her. Yet, The girl maintained her calm demeanor, seemingly indifferent to his flirtations, as if his sweet words had not even registered with her. The boy, seeing her silence, assumed she was simply shy and too bashful to respond. Smirking with confidence, he pulled out his phone, opened WeChat, and extended it towards her. "Classmate, here's my WeChat. You can add me." Before he could finish, the girl's expression suddenly brightened as she spotted someone in the distance, nearly jumping with excitement. "Lin Chen, over here." Without another word, she dashed off towards the dormitory, leaving the boy stunned, phone still outstretched, only to find that the beauty had vanished into thin air. What an awkward position to be in. Under the astonished gazes of onlookers, she sprinted to the dormitory entrance, where a rare blush graced her stunning features as she playfully called out, "Lin Chen, you're here." Emerging from the dormitory was Lin Chen, clad in black, who regarded the beautifully made-up girl with curiosity. "Mu Lianqing, what brings you here? Has something happened?" Indeed, the girl was Mu Lianqing. Pouting slightly, she replied, "Is it wrong to come see you if nothing has happened?" Lin Chen chuckled and shook his head. "Not at all." "Then it's settled." Mu Lianqing's expression brightened instantly, and she asked with a playful smile, "Do you have time right now?" Lin Chen inquired, "What is the matter?" Fidgeting with her dress hem, her demeanor grew shy. After a deep breath, as if summoning her courage, she produced 2 pristine movie tickets, handing one to Lin Chen. "A new movie just premiered. I'd like you to accompany me to see it." Lin Chen accepted the ticket and glanced at it, noting it was a film about youthful romance. To be honest, he wasn't particularly fond of such films. "Why not go with your roommates?" Mu Lianqing's face paled slightly, her gaze dropping as she clutched her dress, sounding almost pitiful as she asked, "Is that not allowed?" Lin Chen stroked his chin thoughtfully. Mu Lianqing feared he might decline her invitation. However, he replied, "It's not that it's impossible." Her face lit up, her spirits lifting once more. The fickleness of a woman's heart is akin to the capriciousness of the sky, as the ancients have said. Lin Chen reflected to himself. Yet, he suddenly added, But what?" Mu Lianqing's expression shifted, anxiety creeping in as she looked at him, fearing another rejection. Yet, under her worried gaze, Lin Chen reached out, gently stroking her hair, and said with a smile, "Next time you invite me to a movie, you shouldn't bear the cost of the tickets. It's only right that the boy pays when going out with the girl." Mu Lianqing was taken aback for a moment, but then she beamed, her beautiful eyes sparkling like stars, radiant and enchanting. Chapter 56. Truly terrified, Mu Lianqing gazed at Lin Chen, her enchanting eyes sparkling with an inexplicable charm. However, at that moment, an extremely irritable voice interrupted. "Who do you think you are? Do you have any manners? Do you understand courtesy?" A tall boy, fists clenched, approached Lin Chen menacingly, his gaze fixed on him. "I was having a perfectly good conversation with this classmate when you suddenly called her over. Do you know how rude that is?" Lin Chen blinked innocently, feeling wronged. He had never been the target of ridicule in his life. He was always the center of attention, always surrounded by admirers. Never had he faced such mockery before. He understood that the one who had embarrassed him was the girl in the long dress. Yet, he could not, and would not, unleash his anger upon her. A man can lose at anything, but not his grace. Therefore, he could only vent his frustration on Lin Chen. Seeing the slender figure of the boy in black, who stood under 6 feet tall, the towering boy thought, what harm would it be to teach him a lesson? With that thought, he rolled up his sleeves and advanced toward Lin Chen. Mu Lianqing's beautiful eyes flashed with disdain as she stood protectively in front of Lin Chen, arms outstretched. "What do you intend to do?" she demanded, visibly displeased. "Classmate, this is none of your business. Please step aside." The tall boy growled in a lowered voice. The onlookers found the situation rather pitiful. Should we intervene? The boy hadn't done anything wrong. It would be unjust for him to suffer such an attack. If we don't intervene, we might miss this captivating scene, and who knows when we might witness something so entertaining again. The crowd sensed that Lin Chen was about to face a beating from the tall boy and began to murmur among themselves. Mu Lianqing remained steadfast, refusing to budge. This predicament arose because of her, and she would not allow Lin Chen to suffer even the slightest harm, not even a single hair. At that moment, several companions of the tall boy gathered around him, each wearing a fierce expression. With the support of his friends, he grew even more arrogant, standing tall and declaring, "Classmate, as a man, do you intend to hide behind a woman?" He had made up his mind. Today, he would teach this boy a lesson, proving to the beautiful girl in the long dress that only he, Liang Tianyi, was worthy of her affection, while others, like the coward behind her, were utterly unworthy. However, Lin Chen merely tilted his head, looking at Liang Tianyi as if he were a fool. This Liang Tianyi seemed somewhat dim-witted. Pursuing a girl in such a manner was hardly the way to go about it. Was he not aware that he was crossing a line? Truly an imbecile. Lin Chen intended to teach them a lesson, just as he had done with Yuan Chengli. Yuan Chengli and his cohorts were skilled fighters, yet they had ended up in such agony that they could hardly swallow for days. Thus, dealing with an ordinary person like Liang Tianyi would be quite manageable. Just as Lin Chen prepared to strike, a furious roar erupted from the boys' dormitory behind him. As long as I'm here today, I dare anyone to lay a hand on my brother. The voice was thunderous and commanding. Before the words faded, 3 figures burst forth from the dormitory. The leader wielded a broom, his face swollen and bruised, resembling a pig's head, and his menacing expression was truly terrifying. Mu Lianqing was startled, gasping and covering her mouth. The once intimidating Liang Tianyi now took a step back in fear upon seeing this boy. Who the hell is this? Have they been disfigured? How can they look so terrifying? Suddenly, Liang Tianyi felt a shiver run down his spine as he caught sight of a pair of eyes. Lin Chen's eyes. In Lin Chen's gaze, Liang Tianyi envisioned an endless sea of blood and a mountain of corpses, atop which a colossal giant brutally tore apart a monstrous beast, its body drenched in blood and standing tall. Before this giant, Liang Tianyi felt smaller than an ant. Abruptly, the giant turned, its eyes glowing with a crimson light, its enormous head lunging toward Liang Tianyi. The overwhelming stench of blood filled the air as the giant's head loomed closer. In that moment, Liang Tianyi's body froze in place. Paralyzed with fear, fully aware that a mere breath from this giant could shatter him into oblivion. Suddenly, the crimson light in the giant's eyes flickered violently as it opened its mouth to let out a thunderous roar. The universe trembled and the heavens darkened. Liang Tianyi, what's wrong? Why are you sweating so profusely? Are you all right? One of Liang Tianyi's companions noticed his sudden stupor and frowned in concern. Yet Liang Tianyi remained vacant, as if he had lost his soul. Another companion, his subordinate, relentlessly pushed Liang Tianyi's body, asking with concern, "Young Master Liang, what is happening? Don't scare us." But before he could finish, he stumbled back 2 meters, pointing at Liang Tianyi's trousers, stammering, This, oh my God. Young Master, did you just? Indeed, Liang Tianyi had urinated himself. Lin Chen finally withdrew his gaze, the murderous intent in his eyes dissipating. He had initially planned to teach Liang Tianyi a lesson, but now that his roommates had arrived, he decided to employ a different method. However, this approach was far less memorable than the impression he had left on Yuan Chengli. After what felt like an eternity, Liang Tianyi snapped back to reality. Noticing the crowd's disdainful and mocking stares directed at him, bewildered, he wondered, what is going on? Why is everyone looking at me like that? Young Master Liang, you just urinated yourself. His subordinate pointed at his trousers, equally disgusted. Upon hearing this, Liang Tianyi's expression shifted dramatically, first to one of mortification, then confusion, and finally to explosive rage. You'd better remember this. I, Liang Tianyi, will not forget. He seethed, pointing menacingly at Lin Chen. With that, he violently tore the clothing from his subordinate and wrapped it around his waist, tying it in a knot to cover the dampness. Chapter 57. Do you have a girlfriend? Amidst the derisive laughter of the crowd, Liang Tianyi departed in disgrace. After all, at his age, to have publicly soiled himself was an embarrassment he could hardly bear. Observing Liang Tianyi's retreating figure, Lin Chen could only shake his head slightly. Young and brash, Liang Tianyi was a typical youth concerned with his pride. Yet, if he continued down this path, it was certain he would struggle to make his mark in society. Lin Chen dismissed the incident from his mind and turned to the 3 individuals behind him, offering a gentle smile as he expressed his gratitude. Thank you. No need for thanks. We're all brothers here, replied Li Ming, the dormitory leader, with a grin. However, before his words could settle, Li Xiaoxiu delivered a sharp slap to his head, producing a crisp sound. Ouch! What was that for? Li Ming gasped, wincing as he clutched his scalp, his expression one of indignation. Li Ming, could you not act so shamelessly in front of the girls? Li Xiaoxiu retorted, rolling his eyes. What did I do wrong? Why am I being accused of shamelessness? Li Ming protested, his face a picture of innocence. Those people aren't worth Lin Chen lifting a finger, not even a single finger. Li Xiaoxiu stated earnestly, extending one finger for emphasis. Even if we hadn't shown up, Lin Chen would have handled it just fine. What is there to thank him for? Li Ming blinked, still somewhat bewildered, yet he nodded in agreement. Li Xiaoxiu continued, Lin Chen is incredibly skilled in combat. Not only would Liang Tianyi not pose a challenge, but even if his father were to join him, the duo would still not warrant Lin Chen lifting 2 fingers. With that, Li Xiaoxiu raised 2 fingers with a solemn expression. At that moment, Mu Lianqing, standing before Lin Chen, turned and softly said, "Thank you for your help just now." "No need to mention it," Li Xiaoxiu grinned, revealing a set of pristine white teeth, though his bruised face made the display somewhat unsettling. Lin Chen could easily handle those few losers on his own. Our Lin Chen is truly formidable. Mu Lianqing smiled at Li Xiaoxiu's antics, but chose not to respond. "All right, you all can carry on with your business. We won't intrude any longer," Li Xiaoxiu said, giving Lin Chen a playful pat on the shoulder. Wearing a knowing smile that suggested he understood more than he let on. He then turned and walked back into the dormitory building. Li Ming approached Lin Chen and cleared his throat, grinning as he said, "Lin Chen, keep it up. I have faith in your charm." His voice, though soft, was perfectly pitched so that Mu Lianqing could hear. Upon hearing this, a delicate blush spread across Mu Lianqing's fair face, enhancing her beauty. Although Lu Qianfan, the 4th doormaid, did not speak directly to Lin Chen, he offered him a slight smile, one that seemed to carry an inexplicable undertone. Once the 3 entered the dormitory, they huddled together, and in unison began to sing. 2 orioles sing among the verdant willows. Do you not have a girlfriend? 2 rabbits frolic by the ground. Do you not have a boyfriend? Their voices were loud enough to catch the attention of those around them, causing many to pause in confusion. Lin Chen watched the trio depart, a resigned smile gracing his lips as he thought, "These 3 fellows are truly something else." At that moment, he felt someone tugging at his arm. Turning to look, he found it was Mu Lianqing, who had her head lowered, her cheeks flushed. With one hand grasping Lin Chen's arm, and the other nervously clutching the hem of her skirt, clearly shy. Recognizing her discomfort amidst the throngs of people in front of the boys' dormitory, Lin Chen suggested, "Let us go watch a movie." He affectionately ruffled Mu Lianqing's hair, offering a warm smile. "Okay," she replied, her small hand still holding onto Lin Chen's arm as they walked away, drawing envious glances from many onlookers. Meanwhile, within the boys' dormitory, "Why did you hit me just now?" Li Ming grumbled, rubbing the back of his head in irritation. "You wouldn't understand," Li Xiaoxiu chuckled mischievously, rubbing his hands together. It was evident that Lin Chen and that girl share a special bond. In moments like these, we brothers must find ways to highlight Lin Chen's stature and greatness. "So that's why you were showering him with compliments in front of her?" Li Ming said, realization dawning upon him. "Exactly. You're sharp." Li Xiaoxiu clapped his hands in delight. "But how does hitting me help highlight Lin Chen's greatness?" Li Ming furrowed his brow, puzzled. "Sometimes, as brothers, we must make sacrifices for one another," Li Xiaoxiu replied with a faint seriousness. "Oh, I see." Li Ming nodded slowly, though still somewhat confused. Li Xiaoxiu glanced at him and noticed he was no longer upset, feeling a sense of relief. Just then, Lu Qianfan, who had been silent until now, spoke up. "I think what you just said was counterproductive." "What do you mean?" Li Xiaoxiu asked, bewildered. "How should I put it?" Lu Qianfan stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Your words gave off an extremely foolish vibe." "Really?" Li Xiaoxiu blinked, utterly perplexed. "Still not getting it?" Lu Qianfan sighed. "To be blunt, what you said was quite silly." With that, he turned and walked away, leaving Li Xiaoxiu in stunned silence. Li Ming burst into laughter, patting Li Xiaoxiu's shoulder. Though Old Four's words were a bit harsh, I think he has a point. After that, Li Ming also left, leaving Li Xiaoxiu standing there, dumbfounded. After a moment, he finally came to his senses and muttered, "Could it be that what I said was truly foolish? That shouldn't be possible. I've taken a semester of relationship education. How could I make such a naive mistake? They've never been in a relationship. How could they understand what I meant? I'm not foolish, nor am I silly. I, Li Xiaoxiu, am quite clever." With that thought, a triumphant smile spread across his face. He laughed heartily, strutting back with an air of confidence, oblivious to the curious glances cast in his direction. Meanwhile, Lin Chen and Mu Lianqing strolled side by side along a tranquil path, and as the blush on Mu Lianqing's face faded, she curiously asked, "Lin Chen, was that bruised-faced man your roommate? What is his name? He seems quite amusing." Chapter 58. Is she also pursuing Lin Chen? Uncertain how long they had walked, they had long since distanced themselves from the boys' dormitory. The crimson hue on Mu Lianqing's cheeks gradually dissipated. However, the delicate hand that clutched Lin Chen's arm remained steadfastly in place. Lin Chen halted, turning to Mu Lianqing with a smile, inquiring, "There's no one around. Why are you still holding on?" Upon hearing this, Mu Lianqing felt her face flush once more and hastily released her grip. Your hands are quite beautiful, Lin Chen remarked unexpectedly. Mu Lianqing was taken aback, staring blankly at Lin Chen, as a faint blush crept to her ears. At that moment, Lin Chen added, Have you ever studied piano? How did you know? Mu Lianqing asked, a mix of curiosity and confusion in her voice. Lin Chen smiled. Your hands are so lovely. It must be because you play the piano. Mu Lianqing lowered her gaze to her slender fingers, realizing they were no different from anyone else's. A flicker of disappointment crossed her eyes, and she thought to herself, I must have been overly sentimental. He was merely inquiring about my piano studies, not complimenting me. The movie starts in an hour. We should hurry, Lin Chen said, interrupting her musings. All right, Mu Lianqing replied, snapping back to reality with a slight nod. They walked side by side. At that moment, Mu Lianqing realized that holding Lin Chen's arm provided her with an undeniable sense of security. Now that she had let go, she felt an inexplicable emptiness and loss swelling in her heart. Stealing a glance at Lin Chen's not-so-tall, slightly slender figure, she bit her lip, contemplating reaching out to take his hand. Yet, she ultimately refrained. 1. Because she lacked the courage. 2. Because she wished to maintain a ladylike image in Lin Chen's mind. There's no rush. We have plenty of time ahead. There will surely be other opportunities, Mu Lianqing thought, gently clenching her fist to encourage herself. Sakura Street lies at the entrance of Yunhai University, a broad thoroughfare stretching from south to north. Lin Chen and Mu Lianqing were currently waiting for the bus at the stop. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of eyes were fixated on them from a distance. Following the gaze, one could see a pure and unadorned beauty clad in a white dress. Rather than fixating on both Lin Chen and Mu Lianqing, her attention was predominantly on Lin Chen alone. Could it be that the girl beside Senior Lin Chen is his girlfriend? Impossible. I just inquired. And since Senior Lin Chen's breakup with Senior Li Xiaoman, he has yet to find another girlfriend. Moreover, judging by their expressions, they do not appear to be lovers. Or perhaps they simply have not yet become one. This white-dressed beauty was none other than Xinya, whom Lin Chen had assisted with her luggage. Today marked her first day at the university, and she had intended to report to the department with her materials, but instead spotted Lin Chen at the entrance. She contemplated approaching him, but hesitated upon noticing the girl by his side, her feelings growing complex, thus refraining from stepping forward. From a distance, she watched Lin Chen and Mu Lianqing, her gaze flickering as her mind raced, ultimately arriving at a conclusion. Judging by that girl's demeanor, if I am not mistaken, she is pursuing the senior, rather than the senior pursuing her. With this thought, Xinya felt as if a cloud had parted to reveal the moon, clarity washing over her. Exceptional men are indeed highly sought after. Hence, I cannot fall behind. Xinya smiled gently, taking out her phone to open WeChat. Locating a contact with a cartoon pig avatar, noted as the man who intruded into my heart, and sent a message. Hey, I can't fall behind. Xinya chuckled to herself. At that moment, a boy approached her, radiating sunshine and charm. Shun, why are you still here? Aren't you heading to report? I'm just enjoying the scenery. I'll be there shortly, Xinya replied politely, glancing again at the distance where the couple had boarded the bus. Seeing this, she bit her lip, her expression inscrutable. She then decided not to linger any longer and quickly made her way to the college. The boy, wishing to continue the conversation, noticed Shinya's mood had inexplicably soured. Before he could react, she had already walked away. Observing this, he remained undeterred, smiling to himself, thinking, with Shun's beauty, she is sure to become the new campus belle of Yunhai University. I have my sights set on her. Within a month, I will make her fall head over heels for me. It must be said that this boy was quite optimistic, however. He was unaware that the girl he admired had already captured someone's heart. On the bus, Lin Chen's phone vibrated. He glanced down to see a new WeChat message. Who could it be? Mu Lianqing, seated beside him, inquired curiously. I'm not certain, Lin Chen replied, shaking his head gently as he opened the message. It was from a girl, reading, Senior, this is Xinya. May I invite you to dinner next week? Mu Lianqing blinked, asking, is she from our school? Yes, Lin Chen affirmed with a nod. She calls you Senior. Which year is she in? Second or third? Mu Lianqing continued her inquiries. First year, Lin Chen responded. Mu Lianqing's mouth fell open in disbelief, exclaiming, didn't the first-year students just arrive today? Do you already know her? Lin Chen shook his head lightly. No, we met today. Met today? Mu Lianqing's brows furrowed. Just met. And she's already inviting you to dinner? Her tone carried a hint of jealousy. However, as soon as the words left her mouth, she regretted them. I'm neither his sister nor his girlfriend. Why should I be concerned or speak in such a manner? Lin Chen, unfazed by her tone, patiently explained. I helped her with her luggage, which is why she's inviting me to dinner. I see, Mu Lianqing sighed in relief, realizing that it was quite normal for a senior to assist a first-year student on the first day of school. Yet, this didn't feel right either. Shouldn't it be the boy who takes the initiative to contact the girl after exchanging contact information? Why is it that in Lin Chen's case, it seems the girl is taking the lead and asking him out, and on the very first day of school, they are already flirting? Mu Lianqing's brow knitted in concern. Could it be that this junior is a heartbreaker, which is why she is so forward? Or perhaps she, too, has feelings for Lin Chen, prompting her to invite him in hopes of pursuing him? Ugh, remove the also. Yet, while Mu Lianqing pondered these thoughts, the bus suddenly. Chapter 59, The Disabled? Young man, I say, you are in the prime of your youth. Why won't you offer me your seat? A sharp voice pierced through the air, echoing within the confines of the bus. Turning to the source of the sound, one could see a middle-aged woman in her 40s. Pointing an accusatory finger at the young man seated beside her, her tone laden with irritation. You young people lack any semblance of civility. Is it not your duty to respect your elders and offer them your seat? Hurry up, I am weary and wish to sit. Her voice boomed unapologetically, drawing the attention of nearly every passenger on the bus. Despite the woman's scathing remarks that rendered the young man crimson with embarrassment, he remained resolutely seated, as if harboring some unspoken burden. Very well, if you refuse to stand, I shall pull you up myself, the middle-aged woman bellowed, rolling up her sleeves with the demeanor of one prepared for confrontation. The onlookers, captivated by the unfolding drama, remained silent, for it is human nature to revel in spectacle. Mu Lianqing furrowed her delicate brows and murmured, what right does she have? This is not a seat reserved for the elderly. She glanced at Lin Chen, her voice barely above a whisper. What do you intend to do? Let events unfold as they may, Lin Chen replied, shaking his head slightly, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Upon catching the expression on Lin Chen's face, Mu Lianqing sensed that he was not merely a passive observer, but rather had a plan in mind. Lin Chen maintained his silence, his smile unwavering. Humph. If you choose not to speak, then so be it. Mu Lianqing huffed softly, pouting adorably as she crossed her arms in frustration. The altercation between the middle-aged woman and the young man escalated. You better move aside, she spat, gritting her teeth as she shook the young man's shoulder with all her might. The young man, on the verge of tears, remained steadfast, refusing to yield his seat. The crowd exchanged glances, their brows knitted in concern. Even the simplest of minds could discern that the young man must possess a compelling reason for his refusal. A young woman, unable to bear the sight any longer, stood up abruptly, her brow furrowed in disapproval. Auntie, please do not make this difficult for him. You may take my seat instead. Unmoved, the middle-aged woman retorted, I shan't sit in your place. Why should I? I want to sit in his. It was evident she had resolved to intimidate the young man into submission. Auntie, your behavior is inappropriate. We are under no obligation to yield our seats to you. The young woman insisted, her expression stern. How I conduct myself is none of your business. You little brat who has yet to bear a child. Look at you. Trying to allure men, back off, and do it far away. Speak another word, and I shall teach you a lesson. The middle-aged woman erupted, hurling insults with abandon. The young woman, raised in privilege, had never encountered such rudeness and paled, instinctively retreating a few steps. The atmosphere in the bus thickened with indignation as nearly all passengers began to express their discontent. Who truly lacked manners? Who was being unreasonable? The middle-aged woman had incited the wrath of the crowd. At that moment, the young man, who had remained silent thus far, unleashed a furious outcry. You foul woman! Open your eyes. I am a person with a disability, a disabled person. He lifted his right leg, revealing a prosthetic limb, slapping it against the ground with a resounding crack. The collective gasp was palpable. A disabled person? No wonder he had refused to give up his seat. The middle-aged woman's eyes widened in shock, swallowing hard as her lips twitched in disbelief. This woman has gone too far, showing no respect for her elders. She deserves a reprimand. Mu Lianqing gritted her teeth in anger. Not only Mu Lianqing, but other passengers joined in denouncing the middle-aged woman. Lin Chen, however, remained silent, a faint smile on his face. As the bus approached a stop, a burly man from the back shouted, You foul woman, get off this bus and stop embarrassing us. His words resonated with the sentiments of many, leading to a chorus of shouts urging her to leave. Get off! Get off! With her face flushed and head bowed. The middle-aged woman offered no retort. As the bus doors opened, she shuffled off, defeated. The passengers felt a wave of relief and satisfaction at her departure. Yet, just as she was about to exit, a youthful voice rang out, soft yet commanding. Wait, you cannot leave. The middle-aged woman trembled but quickened her pace. Suddenly, a hand appeared seemingly from nowhere, landing firmly on her shoulder. The pressure was immense, causing her knees to buckle slightly. And you cannot leave either. As Lin Chen spoke, he reached out to grasp the wrist of another passenger, a lanky man dressed in oversized clothing and a wide-brimmed hat. Who the hell are you to stop me? The slender man shouted, attempting to shake off Lin Chen's grip. Yet, he found it impossible, as Lin Chen's hold was as unyielding as iron. In that moment, a sense of desperation washed over the man. He realized that unless he resorted to drastic measures, escape was futile. Exchanging a meaningful glance with the middle-aged woman, a glint of malice sparked in their eyes, and in unison, they opened their mouths to bite down on Lin Chen's hands. Teeth are the sharpest weapons of the human body, and the force of their bite was formidable. In the astonished gaze of onlookers, both assailants sank their teeth into Lin Chen's hands without a shred of mercy. The crowd gasped in horror, instinctively recoiling. This scene was excruciatingly painful to witness. Even the bus driver was taken aback, momentarily forgetting his duty to drive. Continue driving, Lin Chen instructed calmly, casting a sharp glance toward the driver. The driver shuddered at the sight, as if confronted with a terrifying apparition, and promptly turned his attention back to the road, complying with Lin Chen's command without daring to look back. Chapter 60. So it is the bus glided smoothly along its route. On board, a man and a woman were mercilessly biting Lin Chen's hands, causing evident distress. Why are you biting him? Mu Lianqing rushed over, attempting to pry the middle-aged woman's arms away, her voice laced with urgency. Yet the woman clung to Lin Chen, her expression fierce. The other passengers chose to remain indifferent, opting to observe rather than intervene. I believe this young man is merely seeking to demonstrate his prowess, attempting to discipline the woman to impress his female companion. One observer remarked, "What a late reaction. Why did he not step in when she bullied the disabled man earlier?" However, curiosity arose regarding the young man's grasp on another male. Although the onlookers refrained from interference, they whispered among themselves. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Lin Chen remained remarkably composed, as if untouched by pain. The net of heaven is vast and intricate. You two should surrender the stolen goods before you make a grave mistake. You slanderer! We haven't stolen anything. The middle-aged woman mumbled, still biting Lin Chen's palm. What nonsense! Which of your eyes saw us stealing? The gaunt man echoed, biting harder than the woman. Is that so? Lin Chen nodded nonchalantly, then swiftly kicked the gaunt man in the rear. Ouch! The man yelped, shouting, "He is hitting me. Everyone record this." Yet before he could finish, an object fell from his grasp, a smartphone. The gaunt man's face paled significantly. Without hesitation, he bent to retrieve it, but at that moment, a black shoe pinned the device down. "Hey, kid, I advise you not to meddle. Remove your filthy foot," the gaunt man bellowed. However, he soon realized that Lin Chen wasn't wearing leather shoes, but rather white sneakers. It was not Lin Chen's foot. A booming voice resonated, "Brother, your antics have come to an end." The gaunt man looked up to see a towering figure, imposing in stature. He instinctively took a step back, swallowing hard. Meanwhile, the other passengers erupted in chaos. "Where's my wallet? Damn it, my power bank is missing. What about the condoms I just bought?" Passengers were not fools. By now, they understood the unfolding situation. Their collective gaze shifted to the gaunt man. "It's you." Several male passengers leaped from their seats, advancing menacingly toward him. "So you two conspired together, one distracting us while the other pilfered our belongings." With sleeves rolled up, the men appeared ready to strike. "Don't hit me. I'll return everything," the gaunt man exclaimed, his face a mask of terror as he hastily produced the stolen items from his oversized clothing. The passengers, relieved to recover their belongings, felt a surge of joy, suppressing their anger at the prospect of violence. "Ready to talk?" Lin Chen turned his gaze to the middle-aged woman, coldly inquiring. She paled, fury written across her face, teeth clenched in defiance. Unfazed, Lin Chen shrugged and withdrew his hand, revealing no marks of teeth. Mu Lianqing hurried over, concern etched on her face. "Lin Chen, are you all right?" "I'm fine," he replied, gently shaking his head. If he couldn't handle such trivial troubles, that would indeed be a concern. As Lin Chen and Mu Lianqing prepared to return to their seats, a large hand suddenly descended upon Lin Chen's shoulder. "Hold on." "Young man," the imposing figure spoke. "Is there something you need?" Lin Chen replied, his tone unperturbed. "I merely wish to discuss matters with you." The imposing man smiled. "If you desire clarification, I would be at a loss for face." Lin Chen returned the smile. "If it weren't for him, we would have succeeded today. Because of him, my partner and I may face days in confinement. You must ensure we get our revenge." The gaunt man glared at Lin Chen, his eyes brimming with malice. The burly man chuckled, gripping Lin Chen's shoulder tightly. "Young man, your martial skills are commendable. May I inquire about your master? I'll count to 3. If you do not release me, you will regret it," Lin Chen stated, his voice soft yet filled with authority. The burly man was taken aback, but soon laughed. As did the middle-aged woman and gaunt man, their laughter dripping with disdain. "You're the first to speak to me so boldly in Yuhai City," the burly man murmured, tightening his grip. Had it been anyone else, their shoulder blades would have shattered by now. "What are you doing?" Mu Lianqing's face paled as she attempted to push the burly man away. Yet Lin Chen flashed her a reassuring smile, signaling her to stay back. He remained steadfast, like a resilient pine, and calmly uttered, "1." The burly man's brow furrowed, surprised by Lin Chen's unwavering composure. "2." Lin Chen declared again, his voice light yet resonating clearly for every passenger to hear. "They must be in cahoots. Should we help this young man? Why interfere? Can't even manage our own affairs, let alone others. Hey, I wonder how badly this young man will be beaten. I can't wait to see. Don't be afraid, young man. I've called the police. Just hold them off until we reach the next stop." Amidst the chatter, nearly every passenger doubted Lin Chen's prospects, anticipating a grim outcome for him. Some wished to assist, but feared repercussions, opting to silently hope for his safety. Others, however, eagerly anticipated witnessing his downfall. Unfazed by the commotion, Lin Chen stood resolutely, his demeanor indifferent as he uttered the final number. 3. Chapter 61. How could I possibly fancy him? The burly man grasped Lin Chen's shoulder, his grip tightening gradually. With 30% of his strength, then 50, and finally 80 yet, Lin Chen's expression remained unchanged throughout, calm and composed. 3. At last, the final word burst forth from Lin Chen's lips, exuding an intensity of full force. The burly man's eyes widened, and he gritted his teeth, exerting all his strength. Crack! A distinct sound of bones shattering echoed. Has he succeeded? The burly man's face brightened with joy, but in the next moment, his expression turned to one of sheer horror as he cried out, "Ah, ah, ah." He hurriedly raised his hand, only to discover his fingers had become grotesquely broken and twisted. It was not Lin Chen's scapula that had snapped, but rather his own fingers. Lin Chen observed the pale-faced, sweat-drenched man and shook his head, saying, "What was the need for that? Had you not used all your strength, your fingers would not have been broken." Who are you?" The burly man, clutching his injured hand, retreated in fear, glancing nervously around as if seeking an opportunity to escape. Lin Chen, however, chose not to answer his question. Instead, he asked, "Did you think you could flee?" Lin Chen could easily perceive the man's ulterior motives. Gritting his teeth, the burly man pleaded, "Brother, I admit my folly in underestimating you. If you let me go, I will reward you with a substantial sum of money, an enormous amount." "All right." Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Chen nodded in agreement. The burly man's face lit up with delight. Yet Lin Chen added, "But your expression lacks sincerity. Could you not muster a smile?" "What?" The burly man was taken aback, his mouth agape in astonishment. He then forced a pained smile, which appeared rather ghastly. "That's more like it. A smile can take years off you." Lin Chen returned the smile, then pointed towards the bus door, saying, "We've arrived at our stop. Dear passengers, we have reached Jieling Station." As the announcement echoed, the bus came to a smooth halt, the doors slowly opening. In a flash, the burly man dashed out of the bus, as if his life depended on it. "Young man, stop him." The passengers gasped and shouted urgently, yet Lin Chen stood rooted, showing no intent to intervene. "Are you blind? A man is escaping right under your nose," a passenger yelled, pointing angrily at Lin Chen. "Indeed, this fellow is utterly incompetent. He can't even catch a single person." Others chimed in, criticizing Lin Chen. "Such a disgrace. If it were me, I would never let him slip away." Many passengers joined in the chorus of complaints, casting disparaging glances at Lin Chen. Mu Lianqing could no longer tolerate it. She stood up and shouted at the crowd, "You lost something, and he was the one who helped you retrieve it. You also owe it to him to find the culprit." Now you turn around and complain about him? I don't understand your mindset, but let me ask you, who do you think you are to criticize him? What right do you have? Hey, you little girl, how dare you be so unreasonable? My mouth is my own, and I can say whatever I want. Who are you to dictate? A man retorted angrily. Mu Lianqing's face flushed with rage. Slap. Lin Chen delivered a resounding slap that sent the man crashing to the ground. How dare you hit me? Do you know who my father is? The man roared as he got back on his feet. However, before he could finish his sentence, a commanding voice rang out from outside the bus. Who sent you? Do you have accomplices? Confess, and you may be treated leniently. All passengers looked outside to see a beautiful police officer standing there, gripping the burly man's neck and dragging him towards the bus door. Bang! To the astonishment of everyone present, the police officer forcefully slammed the burly man's face against the bus door, causing blood to stream from his nose. Goodness? The police are hitting someone? A passenger gasped in shock. He quickly took out his phone, intending to record the incident. The beautiful police officer frowned and pointed at the passenger, saying, "What are you filming? Try taking another shot and see what happens. I'll film if I want." "You can't stop me," the passenger defiantly replied. The police officer, incensed, rolled up her sleeves, ready to board the bus. But at that moment, Lin Chen spoke again. "I advise you all to heed her words and stop filming." Though his voice was soft, it carried an undeniable authority that resonated with every passenger present. In an unexpected turn of events, every passenger obediently lowered their phones. Lin Chen's words seemed to possess an enchanting power. Who is he? The beautiful police officer mused. Her curiosity piqued, and she glanced up. In the next instant, her eyes widened in astonishment as she beheld Lin Chen's handsome visage, her lips twitching as she asked, "How could it possibly be you?" Lin Chen grinned, revealing a mischievous smile. "Indeed, Officer Xie, it's me." The beautiful police officer was none other than Xie Yuqing, the one who had previously apprehended Lin Chen. "Quit with the banner." Xie Yuqing rolled her eyes and asked directly, "Was it you who reported the crime?" Lin Chen shook his head slightly. Mu Lianqing stepped forward, saying, "I reported it." Xie Yuqing got straight to the point. "Where is the thief?" "Right here." Mu Lianqing pointed to the man and woman behind Lin Chen. "Can you corroborate this?" Xie Yuqing surveyed the bus full of passengers, her voice firm and commanding. Everyone nodded in affirmation. "Good." Xie Yuqing then turned to Mu Lianqing, saying, "Young lady, you will accompany me to file a report shortly." At that moment, Mu Lianqing inquired of Lin Chen, "Lin Chen, do you know her?" "Kind of," Lin Chen replied with a slight nod. "What do you mean, kind of?" Mu Lianqing pressed, curiosity evident in her tone. "Is she like your previous junior schoolmate, one of your admirers?" Lin Chen was taken aback. Before he could respond, Xie Yuqing interjected. Stepping onto the bus and pointing at Lin Chen, addressing Mu Lianqing, "Young lady, one can indulge in a hearty meal, but one must not speak carelessly. How could I?" Xie Yuqing, ever fancy a man like him? Ridiculous. Chapter 62. Do you like Lin Chen? Just him? How could I, Xie Yuqing, be attracted to a man like him? Xie Yuqing replied with irritation. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Mu Lianqing blinked in surprise at Xie Yuqing's response, as if taken aback. Is that really appropriate? Isn't that a deliberate mockery? However, for some inexplicable reason, Mu Lianqing felt a sense of relief wash over her after hearing those words. As if a burden had been lifted. "Officer, even if you dislike him, you shouldn't express it so bluntly," Mu Lianqing added. "Oh, why shouldn't I say that?" A teasing smile appeared on Xie Yuqing's face as she looked at Mu Lianqing and asked, "Little girl, do you actually like this sort of person?" "I." Mu Lianqing's cheeks flushed crimson, and she shyly lowered her head. "Ha ha." Upon seeing Mu Lianqing's bashful expression, Xie Yuqing laughed heartily, her laughter ringing with exuberance. After a moment, Xie Yuqing's expression turned serious as she said, "Enough of this. You two come with me to file a report." "Why is two?" Mu Lianqing questioned in confusion as Xie Yuqing pointed at her and Lin Chen. "You two are witnesses, so you will accompany me for the investigation," Xie Yuqing explained. However, before Xie Yuqing could finish her sentence, Lin Chen interjected, "Officer, we are quite busy and cannot assist you. You should seek help from someone else." "Officer, I am willing to assist you." A plump passenger on the bus stood up and said with a smile, "Such a beautiful woman. Only a fool would refuse to help." "Sit down." Xie Yuqing glared at the passenger and commanded coldly. The hefty passenger was taken aback by Xie Yuqing's fierce gaze, swallowing hard in fear as he sat back down. "Just you two. Come with me," Xie Yuqing declared, and with that, she turned and left, dragging the bruised and battered man along with her, exuding an air of decisiveness. "What should we do, Lin Chen?" Should we still go watch the movie? Lin Chen asked. Looking at Lin Chen. Lin Chen glanced at the time and replied, "It should only take a moment to take a statement. It won't delay us for long. Let us accompany her." All right. Lin Chen nodded without further thought. In truth, as long as she could be with Lin Chen, it mattered little whether they were going to the cinema or the police station. As for the two thieves, seeing their boss beaten so badly, who would dare to run away? They obediently surrendered instead. Everyone got off the bus, and the doors closed behind them. However, unbeknownst to even Xie Yuqing, the seated disabled young man let out a long sigh of relief. Thank goodness they didn't suspect me. Otherwise, I would be in trouble. The young man patted his chest, feeling as though a weight had been lifted. But just then, an unexpected voice echoed in his mind. Go turn yourself in. The young man widened his eyes and hurriedly scanned his surroundings, attempting to discern who was speaking. Yet, there was no one around. Could it be that I am imagining things due to my anxiety? The disabled young man felt a sense of doubt. Suddenly, the deep voice resounded again. Go turn yourself in. The voice, though soft, possessed an undeniable, persuasive power. In an instant, the disabled young man became entranced, his gaze blank, mumbling incoherently. All right, I will turn myself in. I will go immediately. When the bus arrived at the next stop, the young man stumbled out, his eyes vacant, as if under someone's control, unsteadily making his way toward the police station. Meanwhile, in the police car, Lin Chen finally opened his eyes, which had been closed for a long time. He exhaled a breath of stale air, releasing a hint of warmth into the atmosphere. What were you doing just now? Acting so strangely? Xie Yuqing inquired as she drove. I was manipulating someone. Do you believe it? Lin Chen responded from the back seat with a half-smile. Sure, keep dreaming. Xie Yuqing rolled her eyes in annoyance and turned to Lin Chen, who was sitting in the passenger seat. She spoke earnestly. Young lady, when searching for a partner, you must be discerning. A girl as beautiful and gentle as you should not settle for a man who is full of empty words and lies. Such a man is nothing but a deceitful rogue. Lin Chen is actually quite good. Lin Chen shyly interjected. Ah, love is blind. It sees beauty where there is none. Xie Yuqing sighed softly and shook her head. Well, I won't persuade you any further. Time reveals a person's true nature. I still maintain my point. A girl like you, who is both pretty and eloquent, could attract any kind of man. Why settle for someone so unreliable? I am not as wonderful as you claim. Lin Chen's face flushed red from the compliments, feeling bashful. In truth, Lin Chen's greatest insecurity was her speech impediment. Yet today, she spoke clearly without a trace of her usual tongue-tiedness. Usually, when she felt nervous or shy, she would stutter, but today, especially in Lin Chen's presence, even in moments of excitement or embarrassment, she managed to avoid stumbling over her words. This left her both surprised and perplexed. Could it be that my speech impediment has improved? Although she was unaware of the reason, she had an inexplicable sixth sense that it was Lin Chen's influence that had allowed her to speak fluently. Though this assumption was unfounded, Lin Chen trusted her intuition. Perhaps it truly was because of this man. With that thought, she stole another glance at Lin Chen, her gaze tinged with an indescribable sentiment. As for the conversation between the two women, particularly Xie Yuqing's commentary, Lin Chen remained unfazed. The strongest immortal cannot lack even this modicum of grace. Yet, it must be acknowledged that Lin Chen's speculation was indeed correct. It was precisely because Lin Chen was by her side that her speech impediment had vanished. Lin Chen's stuttering was not due to any illness or genetic predisposition but stemmed from her exceptional cultivation talent. Her aptitude for cultivation was remarkably high, a rarity in the present world. However, the current earth was not conducive to cultivation, making this talent a burden for her. This burden manifested as her speech impediment. Today, Lin Chen had remained close to Lin Chen, and the abundant spiritual energy surrounding him had flowed into her, compensating for her deficiencies. Thus, she felt invigorated, neither fatigued nor tongue-tied. Chapter 63, Achievements in Yuhai City. At the police station, Lin Chen and Lin Chen were diligently recording statements. Lin Chen, displaying remarkable intelligence and cooperation, completed her notes in just 3 or 4 minutes. In contrast, Lin Chen appeared indifferent, taking a full 10 minutes to finish. As the time for their movie approached, they prepared to depart. However, at that moment, Lin Chen seemed to notice something and abruptly turned to look at the burly man who was about to be detained. More precisely, he focused on the letter Q emblazoned on the man's clothing. Qin Group? Lin Chen furrowed his brow. Indeed, that Q was the trademark of the Qin Group. This man was actually affiliated with the Qin Group? Lin Chen stroked his chin, pondering. If he is indeed from the Qin group, he must possess considerable financial resources. Why then would he engage in such underhanded dealings? Are you all right? What are you thinking about? Seeing Lin Chen lost in thought, Mu Lianqing waved her small hand in front of him, expressing her concern. Lin Chen snapped back to reality, gently shaking his head to indicate he was fine. He then cast another glance at the burly man, contemplating. This fellow is likely a skilled fighter with considerable prowess. He cannot simply be an ordinary employee of the Qin group. Furthermore, his accent suggests he is not a local. Could he have been brought in from elsewhere by the Qin group? Or is it possible that the Qin group is planning some recent undertakings? Lin Chen's eyes gradually narrowed. Yet, in the next moment, a cold smirk graced his lips. Regardless of what schemes he may be concocting, he ultimately cannot escape the grasp of my five-fingered mountain. Ding! At that moment, Lin Chen's phone chimed with a text message. By Rushua, everything is settled. Ready for the wrap-up. We're just waiting on Brother Long. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Are you going out to have fun? Xie Yuqing emerged from the interrogation room and inquired. We're going to watch a movie, Mu Lianqing replied with a sweet smile. Oh, a movie, Xie Yuqing nodded slightly. Then suddenly seized Lin Chen's arm, her beautiful eyes narrowing in a menacing glare. Lin Chen, I warn you, I am quite fond of Mu Mei. Should you dare to act in any outrageous manner towards her, you shall not escape my wrath. At this point, Xie Yuqing pinched Lin Chen, clearly issuing a threat. Yet, Lin Chen appeared completely unfazed, instead offering a resigned smile and feigning confusion. What do you mean by outrageous behavior, Officer Xie? I fail to comprehend your words. Stop with the banter. Just remember what I said, or else. Xie Yuqing shot him an exasperated glare. Lin Chen remained noncommittal. Then, Xie Yuqing cleared her throat, seemingly reluctant to continue. Lin Chen, you have made an achievement. An achievement? Lin Chen blinked, somewhat perplexed. Xie Yuqing elaborated. The brawny man, who is quite simple-minded, is named Jin Kue, a wanted criminal residing abroad. You apprehended him today, hence you have achieved something. Is there a reward? Lin Chen inquired. Huh? Xie Yuqing scoffed, her gaze towards Lin Chen dripping with disdain. It was evident that this man was nothing more than a greedy opportunist. Who knows what stroke of luck allowed him to befriend that young lady from the Xia family? 50,000, Xie Yuqing replied dismissively. Such a meager sum, Lin Chen remarked, seemingly dissatisfied. 50,000 is no small amount, and you are incredibly fortunate. You may not be aware of how vicious Jin Kue is. Even I might not be his match. However, for some reason today, he might have been indisposed, which is why he fell into your hands. Otherwise, with your physique, you could not have stopped him, even with 10 of you, Xie Yuqing stated, patting Lin Chen's chest with a derisive smile. Lin Chen, however, thoughtfully responded, you possess a keen self-awareness. Indeed, you are not his match. Xie Yuqing was taken aback by Lin Chen's peculiar logic. Why does this man's reasoning diverge so drastically from that of others? I mock him, and he ought to refute me, to prove himself. Yet his focus lies elsewhere entirely. Lin Chen chose to turn and leave, presenting Xie Yuqing with a nonchalant silhouette as he remarked, donate that 50,000 to the children in the mountains. They are the ones who truly need it. Xie Yuqing was momentarily stunned, her eyes widening in disbelief. She never expected Lin Chen to say such a thing. Wasn't he just a money-driven, opportunistic petty trader? How could he possibly consider donating money to the mountains? In that instant, Xie Yuqing felt as if she had misjudged this man all along. However, as Lin Chen prepared to depart, Xie Yuqing swiftly regained her composure and called out in a hushed tone, Lin Chen. Lin Chen turned back. Remember, I will always be watching you. Xie Yuqing pointed to her eyes, then gestured towards Lin Chen, speaking earnestly. Officer Xie is welcome to supervise me anytime, especially at night. Lin Chen replied with a mischievous grin. Xie Yuqing's lips twitched in response. Lin Chen and Mu Lianqing walked away side by side. As she watched Lin Chen leave, Xie Yuqing felt an inexplicable agitation rise within her, prompting her to stomp her feet in frustration. The other officers witnessed this scene and kept their distance, silently giving Lin Chen a thumbs up. Does this guy dare to provoke even our fierce police flower from Yuhai City? Impressive. What are you staring at? Get back to work. Xie Yuqing suddenly turned, glaring at the other officers, who hastily dispersed. Although they were captivated by her beauty, they feared the repercussions of crossing her. The reputation of the fierce police flower was not to be taken lightly. Meanwhile, at the Qin group, at the conference table, a middle-aged man in his 50s sat at the head, his brow furrowed as he inquired, why hasn't Mr. Jin arrived yet? If he doesn't come soon, we may miss the optimal opportunity to deal with the Lin group. Jean Kuei is typically punctual and never late, unless he encounters trouble, remarked an elderly man in his 60s or 70s seated at the lower left. The middle-aged man appeared incredulous. Mr. Jean is a martial arts master. What trouble could possibly hinder him? Chairman Sheen, one must remember that there are always greater forces beyond our understanding. While Jean Kuei is not weak, there are countless individuals stronger than him. Moreover, Jean Kuei's flamboyant nature may have led him to cross paths with someone he cannot contend with in this hidden world of talent in Yunhai City. A man in his 40s, with a long scar etched across his face, spoke in a deep, somber tone. Chapter 64. How could one know Brother Hai? Lin Chen exchanged a glance with Mu Lianqing in the taxi. Curiously, she asked, Lin Chen, are you quite familiar with that sister? Merely acquainted, Lin Chen replied, shaking his head slightly. Really? Mu Lianqing seemed skeptical. If that doesn't count as familiarity, then what does? Lin Chen smiled but remained silent. Ding dong. Suddenly, his phone buzzed with a new message. Peng Dehai, Master Lin, at 8 tonight. 2 martial artists will engage in a public duel at the underground boxing arena. Many martial practitioners are expected to attend. I've secured a special guest seat for you. I hope you can come. Martial practitioners? Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, contemplating. To be honest, he still struggled to comprehend the realms of martial and mystical arts. He did not practice martial arts or mystical arts, but rather focused on cultivation, hence his limited understanding of these disciplines. This could be an opportunity to learn more about martial and mystical arts, Lin Chen mused inwardly. He chose not to respond to Peng Dehai. If he wished to attend, he would go, and if not, he would not feel compelled to reply. Who is it? Mu Lianqing inquired, her curiosity piqued. A friend, Lin Chen answered. Male or female? She asked without hesitation. However, as soon as she uttered those words, she regretted it. What business is it of mine to ask? Lin Chen had nothing to conceal. A male, and you know him. I know him. Mu Lianqing blinked, puzzled. Yes, the chubby guy from Haitian KTV last time. Chubby. Mu Lianqing pondered for a moment, but her confusion deepened. It seemed there was no such classmate at the last gathering. Yet, Lin Chen only smiled in silence. Suddenly, Mu Lianqing's eyes widened, and she turned to Lin Chen, incredulous. Could it be Brother Hai? Precisely, Lin Chen nodded with a smile. What does he want from you? Is he threatening you? Mu Lianqing's expression darkened with concern. Threatening me? Lin Chen laughed at the thought. How could someone like Peng Dehai dare to intimidate him? Even if he had 10 times the audacity, he wouldn't have the courage. Gently ruffling Mu Lianqing's hair, he reassured her, Don't worry, you're overthinking it. Lin Chen, if you ever feel threatened, you must tell me. Don't hesitate. I will find a way to help you, Mu Lianqing stated earnestly. Seeing the sincerity and concern in her eyes, Lin Chen felt a twinge of gratitude and nodded. All right, I promise. Then you must tell me the truth. He hasn't threatened you, has he? Mu Lianqing fixed her gaze on him intently. Absolutely not. Lin Chen shook his head. The taxi driver, overhearing their conversation, was taken aback. Brother Hai? Were they referring to the prominent figure in Yunhai City? He glanced at them through the rearview mirror, noticing they were dressed like students. Students? The driver thought, puzzled. Brother Hai is a significant person in Yunhai City. Could these 2 students truly know him? Who exactly are they? But a moment later, he dismissed the thought. What am I thinking? It must be a coincidence. How could 2 students possibly know someone like Brother Hai? Such a figure is far beyond the reach of 2 impoverished students. The rest of the ride was silent. They arrived at the cinema, intending to watch a rather cliché Mary Sue film, a genre that young couples particularly enjoy. The theater was bustling with viewers. Lin Chen purchased a bucket of popcorn, 2 bottles of drinks, 3 packs of tissues, and 4 packs of fries, leading Mu Lianqing into the screening room. The film was predictably melodramatic, revolving around a beautiful yet impoverished heroine and a wealthy, handsome hero whose love faced familial opposition, culminating in their triumphant union after various trials and tribulations. Halfway through the movie, Lin Chen had already predicted the forthcoming plot. He typically dismissed such Mary Sue stories, aware that they bore no resemblance to real life. However, Mu Lianqing was in tears, using up tissues in abundance. This girl is truly sentimental, Lin Chen thought amusedly. Men tend to be rational, while women are naturally emotional. The ancients were not mistaken. Yet, as the film neared its conclusion, Lin Chen's brow furrowed as a peculiar expression crossed his face. He heard a sound that should not have been present in a cinema. What a spectacle today's young couples create. Lin Chen shook his head, bemused. Unbeknownst to Mu Lianqing, she was utterly engrossed in the movie, oblivious to Lin Chen and the faint sounds around them. Time passed. The film concluded. Mu Lianqing had used up 2.5 packs of tissues, wiping her tears and nose. Thankfully, he had anticipated the need for extra tissues. Lin Chen smiled at the remaining half-pack in his hand. Finally, Mu Lianqing emerged from her cinematic reverie, her eyes red and puffy. Lin Chen. This movie was so touching. Indeed, it was quite moving, Lin Chen replied with a smile. Throughout the screening, Lin Chen had remained focused. Respecting Mu Lianqing's invitation to the movie, despite his disdain for such cliched narratives. However, I feel that the characters lacked something essential. Love is profound. And such a hasty conclusion doesn't do it justice. Mu Lianqing continued, animatedly discussing her thoughts as they prepared to leave the theater. Just then, Mu Lianqing's expression shifted. Her delicate nose twitched slightly. What is that smell? She turned to look behind her, drawn by the peculiar scent emanating from that direction. There's nothing to see. It's getting late. We should hurry out, Lin Chen urged. Before she could respond, he gently covered her eyes with one hand and wrapped his other arm around her, guiding her away. With a discreet glance at the two panting figures behind them, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile knowingly. Chapter 65, The Secret. Generally speaking, the typical progression of a date between a man and a woman can be outlined as follows. First, watching a movie. Second, dining. Third, shopping. Fourth, missing the dormitory curfew. And fifth, spending the night at a hotel. The sixth step, well, let us leave that unsaid. It is understood. Although Lin Chen and Mu Lianqing were not technically on a date, after watching the film, the night had grown late. Lin Chen was not particularly hungry. After all, he had begun to practice fasting and could easily go days without food or water. Mu Lianqing, being an ordinary person, had indulged in her fair share of fries and popcorn, yet these snacks hardly satisfied her hunger. After some time strolling about, her stomach began to protest. Are you hungry? Lin Chen inquired, noticing Mu Lianqing's slight embarrassment. She replied shyly, nodding her head. What would you like to eat? Lin Chen asked again. As he surveyed the area, he noticed numerous restaurants nearby, offering everything from hot pot to stir-fried dishes, and even a street lined with food stalls. What should we eat? Mu Lianqing echoed his glance around, her eyes sparkling with confusion over the plethora of choices. Ultimately, she turned to Lin Chen with a playful smile and said, Why don't you decide? All right. Lin Chen responded without hesitation. In truth, many times, what a woman seeks is not merely a man's looks or wealth, but rather a sense of security. There are numerous ways to foster this sense of security. For instance, in this very moment, Mu Lianqing relinquished the decision-making to Lin Chen. It was imperative that he take charge, avoiding any deflection or returning the decision back to her. When a girl entrusts you with the choice, she yearns to experience the delight of being pampered, and to turn the tables would be rather contradictory, especially in the dynamic of a man pursuing a woman. The male must decisively make choices, ensuring they are sound, thus allowing the woman to feel a sense of enjoyment, leading to dependence and security. This is the art of courtship. Lin Chen had no intentions of pursuing Mu Lianqing. His agreement stemmed from his inherent nature. He was a proactive individual, having never favored a passive role in either his past or present life. With that in mind, Lin Chen guided Mu Lianqing, saying, Follow me. As they walked, Mu Lianqing glanced at Lin Chen's outstretched hand, feeling a desire to hold it, yet hesitating to do so. Upon reaching the food street, Lin Chen asked, Are you allergic to seafood? How about mangoes? He began with questions about allergies before they started sampling snacks. Flanking both sides of the street were various eateries, each with small vendors offering delectable bites. One must not underestimate these stalls. Often, they can produce flavors that the restaurants cannot, effortlessly crafting delightful treats. The aroma wafted through the air, causing Mu Lianqing's eyes to light up. They purchased a variety of 7 or 8 snacks, but opted to dine at a stir-fry restaurant instead. While waiting for their dishes to arrive, Lin Chen, noticing Mu Lianqing's incessant swallowing, lifted a bag of fried lettuce and teased, Have you never had this before? No, she replied softly, shaking her head, her mouth watering at the enticing smell. Do you want some? Lin Chen asked mischievously, opening the bag. Yes, I do, Mu Lianqing quickly nodded. Not a chance. Lin Chen chuckled, promptly sealing the bag. Mu Lianqing pouted, her expression one of feigned grievance. Lin Chen found her quite endearing. Suddenly, he felt an unsettling presence and furrowed his brow. A glance to his left revealed a group of unruly youths with long hair, tattoos, earrings, and cigarettes, brazenly ogling Mu Lianqing, their gazes lingering far too long. Mu Lianqing seemed oblivious to their stares, either unaware or reluctant to stir trouble. Bang! At that moment, A young man with dyed yellow hair kicked a chair aside, hands stuffed in his pockets, swaggering over. "Hey girl, how about a drink with me?" he shouted, slamming his hand on the table, startling Lin Chen. "What did you say?" she asked, bewildered, her thoughts elsewhere regarding post-dinner plans. "Come on, let us have a drink," he slurred, reaching out to grasp her shoulder. Lin Chen instinctively recoiled, her expression shifting to one of terror. Many patrons witnessing the scene reveled in the misfortune unfolding before them, thinking, "She'll regret wearing such revealing attire. It's her own fault." Just as his hand was about to make contact, a chopstick suddenly flew through the air, striking the back of his hand with a loud thud, nearly fracturing his bones. "Ouch!" he yelped, retracting his hand sharply. "Who hit me?" The chopstick had seemingly appeared from nowhere, leaving him to angrily scan his surroundings, cursing the air in a comical display. No one paid him any mind. Is this chopstick falling from the sky? He wondered, glancing upwards at the ceiling, which bore no hint of the flying implement. "Hey girl, come drink with me," he persisted, extending his arm once more toward Lin Chen. Whoosh! Another chopstick hurtled through the air, striking him with a forceful crack. Bang! Crash! The sound of shattering echoed, followed by the piercing screams of the yellow-haired youth. Chapter 66, Is Lin Chen the scapegoat? The face of the yellow-haired youth contorted in agony, his shrill cries piercing the air with an unbearable pain. Boom! His companions, witnessing this scene, rose from their seats in unison, their demeanor aggressive as they rushed over. "Feng Er, what happened? Are you all right?" they inquired, concern etched on their faces. "Brothers, someone struck me," Feng Er lamented, clutching his hand in distress. "Who struck you?" "We didn't see anyone." His companions frowned, perplexed. They had been watching intently, yet no one had appeared to lay a hand on him. "Brothers, look at my hand. It seems to be broken." Feng Er extended his right hand before them. Gasped. His companions collectively inhaled sharply at the sight. This was no mere fracture. It was a shattering injury. "Brothers, it was this chopstick that struck me. I don't know who threw it. Did you see?" Feng Er picked up a disposable chopstick, questioning them. "A chopstick?" His companions exchanged bewildered glances, shaking their heads in disbelief. How could a single chopstick inflict such a grievous injury? This can't be real, can it? A youth with dyed purple hair swallowed hard, fear evident in his voice. The others, equally frightened, were merely in their early 20s. Having never witnessed such a bizarre incident where one could be injured so severely with a mere chopstick, Lin Chen was taken aback for a moment. But her eyes soon sparkled as she turned her gaze toward Lin Chen. He appeared entirely unfazed, his expression innocent as if he were not involved in the unfolding drama. "He has assisted me once again." Lin Chen, not being naive, realized that the chopstick must have been Lin Chen's doing. Yet, she could not fathom how he had executed it, for she had not seen him move at all. "Feng Er, why not let it go? There's no need to provoke further trouble," one of the yellow-haired youth's companions suggested cautiously. Each time Feng Er attempted to approach Lin Chen, he was thwarted, indicating that this woman was far from ordinary. Feng Er's heart quaked with trepidation, yet with so many eyes upon him, he could not simply retreat in disgrace. Doing so would be a significant loss of face in this community. As his mind raced, a glimmer of inspiration sparked within him, and he turned to the silent figure clad in black who had been sitting opposite Lin Chen since the beginning. "Heh. Bang!" With a sinister grin, Feng Er slammed his palm onto the table before Lin Chen, causing the teacup to topple and scalding tea to splatter onto his skin, eliciting a wince of pain. Yet, he did not withdraw his hand, but rather leaned in closer, his voice low and menacing. "You little brat, are you the one behind this?" Lin Chen, upon hearing this, chose silence, merely casting a curious glance at Feng Er. "You splashed hot water on yourself, yet remained silent? A true man indeed." Seeing Lin Chen's nonchalance and mocking smile ignited Feng Er's fury, and he slammed the table again, shouting, "Brothers, this is the culprit. Beat him up. I'll take responsibility if he gets hurt." "All right." Feng Er's companions, recognizing this as a means for him to save face, nodded in agreement, cracking their knuckles as they encircled Lin Chen. Onlookers, rather than intervening, watched with bated breath, some even sighing in resignation, their gazes filled with pity for Lin Chen. They understood he was merely a scapegoat selected by Feng Er to avoid embarrassment. Lin Chen appeared to be nothing more than a university student, now targeted by this group of aimless thugs, which was indeed unfortunate. In truth, it was hardly a grave matter. As long as the young man did not resist and accepted the beating, all would be well. "What do you intend to do?" "I'll call the police." Lin Chen suddenly brandished her phone, ready to summon help. Call the police? Feng Er scoffed, arrogance dripping from his tone. By the time the police arrive, we'll be long gone, and your friend will be left battered, all because of your call. Upon hearing this, Mu Lianqing hesitated, her phone wavering in her grip. Her concern was not for Lin Chen's well-being, but rather for the potential repercussions should he retaliate. After all, she had witnessed Lin Chen's prowess firsthand. These lowly thugs wouldn't stand a chance against him, but if Lin Chen were to injure them, he would face legal consequences. And she wished to avoid such a scenario. Thus, she refrained from calling for help. Haha, that's more like it. Feng Er laughed triumphantly as he saw Mu Lianqing lower her phone, his laughter echoing with hubris. Then, his expression soured as he pointed at Lin Chen, barking, "Brothers, get him." No sooner had he spoken than his companions lunged towards Lin Chen with menacing intent. Wait. Lin Chen suddenly raised his hand, his voice calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority that demanded respect. Indeed, as his words resonated, Feng Er and his cohorts halted in their tracks. What final words do you have? Feng Er sneered, convinced that Lin Chen was merely frightened and desired to halt their advance. However, Lin Chen did not respond. Instead, he stood up and walked towards the exit. Trying to escape? Feng Er shouted, unwilling to relent. Brothers, pursue him and give him a beating. Thus, they trailed behind Lin Chen, a horde of aggression leaving the restaurant in their wake. The establishment fell silent, patrons exchanging bewildered glances, unsure of what to say. That university student was cowardly, wasn't he? He just ran away like that? What a letdown. Why didn't he confront those thugs? Such foolishness. Did he not realize that running only intensified the beating? If they dragged him into a deserted alley, he might find himself bedridden for days. Many sighed, feeling pity for Lin Chen. Mu Lianqing, though confident in Lin Chen's abilities, felt a wave of worry wash over her, her palms slick with perspiration. At that moment, a server approached Mu Lianqing, glancing cautiously at the door to ensure no one was watching before whispering, "Miss, you should hurry and leave. Your boyfriend is deliberately diverting their attention to ensure your escape. Understand his intentions." However, just as the server finished speaking, Lin Chen's youthful and upright figure re-entered the restaurant, clapping his hands, unharmed and unfazed. Chapter 67. The Bodhisattva and the Vajra understand his intentions. The waiter implored earnestly. However, Mu Lianqing gently shook her head, wishing to decline. While she was indeed worried about Lin Chen, she held even greater faith in him. Before she could respond, a sonorous yet nonchalant laughter suddenly echoed from outside the door. Why run away? At that moment, nearly everyone in the restaurant turned to look. Their gaze landed on a tall youth clad in black. It was Lin Chen. He clapped his hands and, amidst the astonished stares, strode back to his seat. You. The waiter stammered, pointing at Lin Chen in utter disbelief, while Lin Chen flashed a grin. Just then, a piercing shout rang out from outside. "You brat. If you have the guts, wait right there. I'll fetch my brother, and today, we want to let this go." Everyone turned toward the voice, spotting a disheveled young man with dyed yellow hair standing outside, his face bruised and battered, resembling a beggar. Wasn't this the same arrogant yellow-haired fellow from earlier? How had he ended up in such a pitiful state? Who had done this? The crowd, not lacking in common sense, swallowed hard, their astonished gazes fixated on Lin Chen. Lin Chen seemed entirely unfazed. He glanced at the waiter, whose mouth was agape, and cheerfully inquired, "Is our food ready?" The waiter snapped back to reality. Trembling as he bowed to Lin Chen, "I apologize, sir. Your order will be ready shortly. I'll fetch it right away." With that, he hurriedly turned and dashed off, clutching the menu tightly. "Are you all right?" Mu Lianqing reached out, grasping Lin Chen's hand with concern. "I'm fine," Lin Chen replied, shaking his head slightly. "Even if a group of lowly thugs were to come, I would remain unperturbed." "We should leave," Mu Lianqing insisted, still holding on to Lin Chen's hand, worry lacing her voice. After all, the yellow-haired man had issued a threat, and it was unwise to linger in such a contentious place. Yet, Lin Chen persisted in shaking his head. "It's nothing to worry about. Nothing to worry about. You exude such confidence." Mu Lianqing pouted, her lips forming a small frown. "Of course," Lin Chen replied with a confident smile. As they conversed, the waiter returned with their dishes placed on the table. "Shall we begin?" Lin Chen asked, opening the appetizers with a smile. Though Mu Lianqing longed to leave, her inner foodie could not resist the allure of the delectable food. However, she failed to notice that the surrounding patrons had distanced themselves significantly. Meanwhile, at a distant table, an elder in his 60s withdrew his gaze from Lin Chen and turned to the young man before him. "Young master, should we continue to observe?" he inquired. The young man smirked, shaking his head. "Let us keep watching. He is merely a young man who has just grazed the threshold of martial arts. There is nothing extraordinary about him. Continuing to watch would simply be a waste of time." The elder opposed this, earnestly attempting to persuade him otherwise. The young man, however, smiled mysteriously. "Li Lao, do you believe that this young man is as simple as you perceive?" "Not simple? Is he a martial arts master?" The elder scoffed, shaking his head dismissively. "That is impossible. As far as I know, there are no more than a handful of martial arts masters under 30 in all of Huaxia. Even the renowned young war god Shen Tianlong only barely achieved mastery at 24. This young man in black surely has not surpassed that age." "What do you mean? Li Lao, are you suggesting that since Shen Tianlong cannot achieve it, no one else can either?" The young man questioned. "That is not my point. Throughout the 5,000 years of Huaxia, there have been countless prodigies. I do not generalize. My point is clear. This young man is undoubtedly inferior to Shen Tianlong." The elder asserted firmly. "Li Lao, how about we place a bet?" The young man proposed with a knowing smile. "What shall we wager?" The elder asked. "Let us bet that this young man is indeed not as simple as you think," the young man replied. The elder chuckled and shook his head. "Young master, it is well known that you harbor disdain for that military war god due to his engagement with your sister. Mentioning Shen Tianlong displeases you, thus prompting you to wager against me to diminish my spirit. I understand your intentions." The young man's eyelids flickered. He was surprised that his thoughts had been so easily discerned. The elder continued, "However, young master, you cannot be so indiscriminate, nor can you wager with just anyone. If you were to bet with me, I would treat it as a mere game, which would be acceptable. But should you wager with outsiders, if you lose, it would not only affect you, but also tarnish the Yang family's name." The young man paid little heed to the elder's lengthy admonitions, distractedly asking, "Li Lao, do you truly not believe this young man is exceptional?" "Indeed," the elder replied resolutely. "A young man in his early 20s, regardless of fortune or background, is still merely average. After all, his age is a significant factor. The strength of a martial artist is entirely correlated with their age. It is not that older individuals are necessarily stronger, but rather that younger ones are certainly weaker." The young man extended his hand toward the elder, stating, "Then let us seal our wager with a handshake. We shall establish this bet now. If I win, then you must." However, as they spoke, a commotion erupted outside. Why do I sense an air of impending conflict that sends chills down my spine? Enough of this nonsense. Have you read too many novels? Wake up. This is not fiction. Almost everyone felt a shift in the atmosphere, their gazes drawn toward the entrance. At that moment, at least 30 individuals stood outside the restaurant, surrounding it completely. They appeared menacing, yet none made a move, seemingly waiting for something. Lin Chen. Mu Lianqing set down her chopsticks. At this scene, she could no longer enjoy her meal. "Let us continue eating. Why concern ourselves with them?" Lin Chen maintained his composure. Yet, Mu Lianqing could discern an undercurrent of suppressed anger in his tone. Lin Chen had initially drawn those individuals outside to preserve the dining atmosphere. Who could enjoy a meal amidst chaos and bloodshed? But now, just as the first wave had been driven away, a second wave had arrived. Was it possible that the compassionate heart of a bodhisattva could be forgotten, revealing the fierce wrath of a Vidra? Chapter 68. Lin Chen, get out. At that moment, the crowd outside the door suddenly parted, revealing a stout man, barely 5 feet tall, but weighing over 350 pounds, swaggering into the restaurant with a prominent beer belly. Bare-chested and adorned with a large gold chain, he bellowed at the entrance, which coward goes by the name Lin Chen. "Come out here." Yet, no one responded. "Fine. If you won't come out," he sneered, his voice dripping with malice. "I've counted you all. There are 28 of you. Therefore, I grant you 28 minutes. Lin Chen, for every minute you delay, I shall break one of your friend's legs." His proclamation echoed with a booming intensity. However, the other patrons were incensed. "On what grounds? We're merely dining here. Why should you harm us?" One protested. "Do you know who my father is? If you dare touch a hair on my head, he will not spare you." The air was thick with discontent as voices rose in unison against the intruder. "Huh, you dare defy me?" The stout man scoffed, raising his hand to his lips, letting out a sharp whistle that pierced the air. With a thunderous roar, dozens of men surged forward behind him, brandishing weapons as if they were an army preparing for battle. The diners were struck with fear, silenced by the intimidating display. They were merely ordinary citizens, unaccustomed to such violence. "Boy, you better get out here." One person is responsible for their own actions. Don't drag us down. A voice suddenly directed its ire at Lin Chen, igniting a spark among the crowd, who turned their gaze upon him. Are you not a man? Do you have no sense of responsibility? With your cowardice, how do you expect to woo anyone? Hurry up and leave, or my father will ensure your demise. The crowd hurled insults at Lin Chen. He cast a glance at the stout man outside, a faint smile gracing his lips, though it held a chilling edge. Such a heartless tactic. Lin Chen rose from his seat and strode towards the door. Lin Chen. Mu Lianqing hastily followed, but he halted her with a gesture. Stay here and do not wander. Trusting him more than her worry, she complied and returned to her seat. As Lin Chen approached the entrance, a collective sigh of relief rippled through the crowd. Exactly. Why should we bear the consequences of his troubles? It would be best to rid ourselves of him. He is of no concern to us. Master, should we assist? An elderly man with white hair inquired from a corner. Not yet, the young man replied cryptically, shaking his head. Let us observe. He is but an ordinary man, unable to contend with so many. The elder lamented. Li Lao, do not forget our agreement. The young man cautioned, his gaze fixed on Lin Chen. This fellow is no ordinary person. His calm demeanor from the beginning speaks volumes. Do not sabotage our wager. I wish to win against you. Is that so? The elder scoffed, yet he held his tongue, slowly retracting his hand. Then we shall simply observe. At that moment, a new scheme took shape in the elder's mind. He would wait until Lin Chen was on the brink of defeat before intervening, thus allowing him to both impress the young man and save the boy's life, a twofold triumph, indeed. As Lin Chen stepped outside the restaurant, he surveyed the throng ahead, particularly focusing on the stout man. The latter, brimming with arrogance, faltered under Lin Chen's gaze, unable to meet his eyes. Brother, he asked the one who did this to me. A bruised, yellow-haired youth emerged from the crowd, pointing at Lin Chen. His words slurred due to the loss of several teeth. You think you're tough, huh? Daring to strike my brother? Do you even know who I am? The stout man boasted, towering over Lin Chen. I do not, Lin Chen replied, shaking his head. Huh? Ignorant. The stout man laughed derisively. The yellow-haired youth interjected. You haven't even heard of Li Gu? You truly are uninformed. With Li Gu here today, your end is certain. Silence. The stout man interrupted, slapping the yellow-haired youth on the head. He turned back to Lin Chen, declaring, I roll with Li Gu. Even if you disrespect me, you must show respect to him. I'm offering you a chance. Kneel and apologize to my brother, or I will show you true cruelty. Li Gu? Lin Chen's brow furrowed, the name echoing in his memory. I'll count to 3. If you're still standing after that, do not blame me for being merciless. The stout man threatened, raising a finger. 1. Lin Chen remained unyielding. 2. The stout man barked again, but still, Lin Chen showed no sign of submission. With a furrowed brow, the stout man shouted. 3. Lin Chen stood resolute, his expression one of utter disdain, treating the stout man as if he were invisible, refusing a toast. You shall drink a penalty. The stout man raged, bellowing, Brothers, attack him. Inside the restaurant, the onlookers sighed collectively. Had this boy lost his mind? Was it not just a matter of kneeling? Why not adopt a more conciliatory approach? Now he would surely end up in bed for days. A few women turned away, unwilling to witness the impending violence. Most were convinced Lin Chen would be severely beaten. The crowd of 20 to 30 had surrounded him. Just then, Lin Chen, who had remained silent, spoke up. I advise you to call your Li Gu immediately. There is still time. Time for what? What do you mean? The stout man paused, quickly stopping his advancing companions, fixing his gaze on Lin Chen. I will say this only once. You have one chance, Lin Chen stated coolly. The stout man furrowed his brow, uncertain. Don't listen to him. He is just a nameless nobody. Several youths chimed in derisively. Yet, the stout man felt otherwise. From the moment he laid eyes on Lin Chen, he sensed an undeniable authority, a presence cultivated only through prolonged dominance, impossible to feign or fabricate. It was this very aura that rendered the stout man unable to meet Lin Chen's gaze directly, as he could only look at the top of his head. Chapter 69. The absence of choice. The rotund man hesitated internally. However, in front of so many brothers, as the elder brother, he could not afford to lose face. Thus, he took out his phone and declared fiercely, Let me see how you can struggle for a few more minutes. After saying this, he dialed a number. The call connected. Hello, who is this? A languid voice answered, accompanied by faint sounds of a woman's moans. Brother Lai, it's me, Xiaopeng. The rotund man replied with a cheerful demeanor, devoid of any arrogance. Xiaopeng. After a moment's contemplation, the languid voice responded again. Oh, Xiaopeng. What's up? Brother Lai, it's like this. The rotund man recounted the entire situation. Oh, it's just a disturbance. Handle it, and you're good. In the future, don't bother calling me for such trivial matters. The disdainful tone echoed in the ears of those present. The worry in the rotund man's eyes vanished, replaced by a sense of pride and anger. He had thought this person had some significant backing, but it turned out he was just trash. Almost fooled by this worthless scoundrel. Lin Chen, kneel down and I will spare your life, he boasted. He was about to hang up the phone when suddenly a sharp scream erupted from the device. What did you just call him? Startled by the unexpected outburst, the rotund man blinked in confusion. Huh, Brother Lai. What's wrong? That person is Lin Chen, just a student. Are you out of your mind? Don't drag me into this. The furious and terrified voice roared through the phone. Stop it immediately, right now. The shrill sound was piercing, as if it could shatter the speaker. The rotund man stood frozen. Thud. His phone slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. He turned stiffly to glance at the calm Lin Chen, swallowing hard. His face turned pale, and his hands trembled, clearly shaken by fear. He was not foolish. He knew he had provoked someone beyond his means to confront. At that moment, the yellow-haired man shouted, Brother, don't be deceived. He is just a nameless nobody. Slap. But before the yellow-haired man could finish, the rotund man slapped him across the face, producing a crisp sound. Shut up, he yelled, his face contorted as he pinned the yellow-haired man to the ground. Apologize to this gentleman. Huh? The yellow-haired man was taken aback. Don't make me say it twice. The rotund man bellowed in a frenzy. The yellow-haired man trembled all over. He was not stupid. At this point, how could he not see the gravity of the situation? Without a second thought, he knelt on the ground, banging his head towards Lin Chen with fervor, producing loud thuds. Brother, I was blind and disrespectful. Please forgive me. I have elderly and young ones depending on me. Please let me go. Tears streamed down his face, and everyone was stunned. What was happening? Just a moment ago, he had been so aggressive, and now he was. The abrupt change in demeanor was astonishingly swift. The yellow-haired man pleaded desperately, crying and begging. Yet, Lin Chen remained unmoved. Mr. Lin Chen, the rotund man interjected, my cousin is the deputy director of the underground boxing club in Yuhai City. I hope you can overlook this incident for my cousin's sake. From now on, Mr. Lin Chen will be our esteemed guest, and we will treat you with utmost respect. Oh? Lin Chen's eyes brightened slightly at the words. Seeing the shift in Lin Chen's expression, the rotund man's face lit up with pride. I thought this young man was formidable, but it seems he is intimidated by my cousin. Trash. Lin Chen mused, stroking his chin. So, you know where the underground boxing club is located, correct? Mr. Lin Chen, my cousin is the deputy director of the underground boxing club, so naturally. I know where it is, the rotund man replied proudly. Good. Lin Chen clapped his hands. Huh? Good at what? The rotund man was taken aback. Tonight. Take me to the underground boxing club, Lin Chen stated nonchalantly. Huh? Tonight? The rotund man was momentarily stunned, then frowned. But I have important clients tonight. Mr. Lin Chen, let my brothers take you. Suddenly, the rotund man's voice faltered. Lin Chen had appeared before him, gripping his neck and lifting his hefty frame effortlessly. The rotund man struggled to pry Lin Chen's hand away, only to find Lin Chen's strength was immense, his grip unyielding as iron. He couldn't even budge a single finger. You have no power to choose, Lin Chen said coolly. The rotund man could only nod vigorously, his face a shade of fear. Time raced by. In the blink of an eye, night descended. I want to go to the underground boxing club too, Mu Lianqing declared stubbornly. Lin Chen gently shook his head. Girls shouldn't go to such places. Why not? Mu Lianqing furrowed her brows. It's unsafe, Lin Chen replied. I don't care. I'm going with you, she insisted with a resolute expression. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled mischievously, and she asked with a grin, What? Do you not trust yourself to protect me? Ridiculous, Lin Chen scoffed. Yet, he found her playful nature somewhat endearing, so he relented. Let me be clear, maintain a distance of 3 meters. If anything happens, I want to be responsible. Don't worry. I want to stray more than 3 meters from you, Mu Lianqing smiled sweetly. Virum. The robust sound of an engine roared from afar as an off-road vehicle sped towards them, stopping before Lin Chen and Mu Lianqing. Mr. Lin Chen, please get in. The rotund man stepped out and opened the back door, bowing respectfully. Lin Chen allowed Mu Lianqing to enter first, then paused, turning to glance back. This old man and young one have been following me since the restaurant. I wonder what their intentions are? Lin Chen squinted, contemplating. They harbor no hostility towards me. so they likely are not enemies. Is something wrong, Mr. Lin Chen? The rotund man inquired, puzzled. Nothing. Lin Chen gently shook his head, retracting his gaze. Get in. Virum. Virum. With the powerful roar of the engine, the off-road vehicle kicked up dust and sped away. Chapter 70. The fearless youngster after the vehicle departed. Two figures emerged in the distance, one old and one young. The young man, with a smirk, inquired, Li Lao, are you finally convinced by your defeat? The elder shook his head disdainfully, replying, this young man merely has some family connections. There is nothing to boast about. Li Lao, did you not witness him lift that hefty 200-pound man with a single hand? Is that something an ordinary person can accomplish? The young man pressed. Indeed, I underestimated him. I failed to recognize he was a martial artist. The elder conceded, pausing to sigh. Alas, age has dulled my vision. The young man remained noncommittal. Li Lao, I overheard them discussing a visit to the underground boxing arena. Should we not accompany them to have a look? He proposed eagerly. Very well, the elder nodded lightly, though hesitated. But what about the family head? Leave that to me. Rest assured, even if grandfather is displeased, he will not direct his ire at you. The young man assured. All right. The elder nodded slightly, his concerns alleviated. Shall we depart then? The young man asked, his eyes brightening. Yes. The elder replied with a wry smile, having no way to curb the mischief of this spirited young master. Inside the off-road vehicle, Mu Lianqing suddenly spoke up. I know where the underground boxing arena is. You do? Lin Chen blinked in surprise. Yes, my father is associated with that place, Mu Lianqing replied. Does that mean you might see your father there? Lin Chen inquired with a smile. Not anymore. Mu Lianqing sighed, a hint of sorrow in her tone. Oh. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, sensing a shift in the atmosphere. My father has passed away, Mu Lianqing whispered. I'm sorry, Lin Chen offered. There's no need for apologies. My father was overly arrogant and met his end at the hands of a foe in the arena. It was his own doing. Mu Lianqing said, shaking her head slightly, seemingly devoid of deep affection for her father. Yet, upon hearing the exchange between Mu Lianqing and Lin Chen, the previously silent hefty man suddenly turned with wide eyes, incredulously asking, Miss, is your father surnamed Mu? Oh. Lin Chen's curiosity ignited. It was evident that Mu Lianqing's father bore the surname Mu, but how could this man, unaware of her name, know her father's surname? Do you know my father? Mu Lianqing asked cautiously, her brows furrowed. I know of him. No, I do not know him personally, but I have heard of his illustrious name, the hefty man quickly clarified. Please, tell us more. Lin Chen leaned against the vehicle, his demeanor calm. The hefty man collected his thoughts before continuing. If I recall correctly, this young lady's father is known as Mu Jiahuang. He paused, examining Mu Lianqing, as if gauging whether to continue. Mu Lianqing nodded slightly. Indeed, my father is Mu Jiahuang. But I know nothing of his exploits. The hefty man continued, Mr. Lin Chen, you should be aware that the world is not as simple as it appears. Many individuals differ from us. They are known as martial cultivators, and Mu Jiahuang was indeed a formidable martial cultivator. Mu Jiahuang was a renowned figure in Yunzhou a decade ago, accomplishing many extraordinary feats. Rumor has it he attained the rank of martial arts master by the age of 33. Unfortunately, misfortune struck during an underground arena match. He was fatally defeated by a martial artist known as the Mad Wolf. Thus, a generation of talent was extinguished, yet his legacy and tales will never fade. The hefty man spoke animatedly, his words flowing freely. No wonder her physique is remarkable. She must have inherited her father's commendable genes, Lin Chen mused, casting a glance at Mu Lianqing, silently acknowledging her. At that moment, the hefty man's expression turned grave. Miss, heed my advice. It would be best if you did not enter the underground boxing arena. Let me take you to the nearest bus station. You should return to school promptly. Why? Mu Lianqing, still immersed in the legend of Mu Jiahuang, furrowed her brow in confusion. Because if you go, your life may be in danger. The hefty man stated gravely, emphasizing each word. Mu Lianqing was taken aback. What do you mean by that? Lin Chen remained composed, calmly urging him to continue. Mr. Lin Chen, the reason is simple. The Mad Wolf is now the owner of the underground boxing arena. If he discovers that Mu Jiahuang has a daughter, it could spell disaster. Thus, I implore you, young lady, to avoid the underground boxing arena for the rest of your life, the hefty man urged earnestly. Mu Lianqing hesitated, her gaze seeking Lin Chen's support. Had the hefty man not mentioned it, she would have remained oblivious to her father's remarkable past. No wonder her mother had always refrained from speaking of him. But now, the question remained, Should she still go? Why not? We should go, Lin Chen said with a gentle smile, appearing unfazed. You absolutely must not, Mr. Lin. You cannot fathom the mad wolf's prowess, the hefty man urged desperately. Not a concern, Lin Chen interjected, his tone resolute. Seeing Lin Chen's steadfastness, the hefty man ceased his protests, privately scoffing at the young man's audacity. Truly, a fearless youth unafraid of the tiger. He would not shed tears until faced with the coffin. Silence enveloped them as they arrived at the underground boxing arena. Contrary to its name, the arena was situated atop a mountain, with an abundance of fresh air. Lin Chen stood on the ground, inhaling deeply and stretching contentedly. Mr. Lin, allow me to reiterate, do not bring this young lady inside. The hefty man approached once more, his demeanor serious. All right, Lin Chen nodded slightly, though his expression remained indifferent, clearly dismissing the warning. Lin Chen, Mu Lianqing grasped the hem of her dress, hesitant to voice her thoughts. Lin Chen gently ruffled her hair, reassuringly stating, do not worry. As long as I am here, no one can harm you. Though his voice was soft, it carried an immense sense of security. Mu Lianqing's cheeks flushed slightly, and she nodded gently. Then, summoning her resolve, she boldly took Lin Chen's hand. Chapter 71 Young Fan Lin Chen cast a glance at Mu Lianqing, yet he did not withdraw his hand, allowing her to lead him. The rotund companion, witnessing this scene, could not help but sigh softly. Must the young and fearless endure hardship to learn regret? He mused. Nevertheless, he chose to remain silent. Partly out of fear of provoking Lin Chen, and partly because he wished for Lin Chen to experience the trials of life himself. The underground boxing arena was nestled on the mountainside, constructed with remarkable luxury, akin to hollowing out the mountain to create an expansive venue. Mu Lianqing, who rarely engaged in physical activity, her exercise limited to the occasional jog, found herself breathless and drenched in fragrant sweat upon reaching the halfway point. In contrast, Lin Chen remained composed, his breath steady, as if unfazed by the exertion. Do you frequent the gym? Mu Lianqing inquired, curiosity evident in her voice. Not often, Lin Chen replied, shaking his head. Then how is your physique so exceptional? She asked, intrigued. Before Lin Chen could respond, she added with a playful smile, let us work out together in the future. You can be my coach. Mu Lianqing assumed that Lin Chen must exercise regularly on the field to maintain such fitness. Certainly, Lin Chen nodded slightly, intending to offer her some guidance. With her promising potential, a little direction could lead to significant improvement. As they approached the entrance of the boxing arena, a guard halted their progress. Pass, please, he said coldly, extending his arm. Is a pass really necessary here? Lin Chen inquired, taken aback. Of course. This underground boxing arena is no charity. Do you think just anyone can enter? The guard regarded Lin Chen with disdain. Very well, Lin Chen replied, gently pulling Mu Lianqing away. Let us wait for our friend. The stout companion, being considerably slower, would take at least another 10 minutes to arrive. Just then, a young man clad in a green outfit approached, holding 3 black cards. With a friendly smile, he asked, shall you both enter together? And you are? Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the young man. If memory served, he had seen this individual at the restaurant earlier. Is he your friend? Mu Lianqing turned to Lin Chen, inquiring. Lin Chen shook his head. Thank you for your kindness, but my friend is just behind us and will arrive shortly. Come on. Brother, having friends opens doors. Why not take this opportunity? The young man persisted, undeterred. Lin Chen remained resolute in his refusal. Were he alone, he might have accepted, but with Mu Lianqing present, he wished to avoid unnecessary complications for her safety. At that moment, however, Lin Chen's gaze flickered, and his brow furrowed. He thought he had caught a glimpse of someone. Li Xiaoxiu. Guarantee his stakes with Yuan Chengli set for 3 days hence? What was he doing here now? Lin Chen's confusion was brief as he promptly took the black card from the young man, saying, thank you. Don't mention it. Just consider it a new friendship. The young man replied graciously. Mu Lianqing regarded Lin Chen with surprise. She understood his usual steadfastness and that once he made a decision, he seldom wavered. What had prompted this sudden change of heart? Was something amiss? Together, the 3 entered the underground boxing arena. The arena's architecture was captivating, rivaling the opulence of high-end establishments, perhaps even surpassing it. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yang Fan. Yang as in the tree, and Fan as in sail. The young man said with a smile upon entering. I am Lin Chen. Lin as in forest, Chen as in dust. Lin Chen replied coolly. My name is Mu Lianqing. Mu as in bathe, Lian as in lotus, and Qing as in clear water, she said with a gentle smile, radiating warmth. Lin, if I am not mistaken, this is your first visit to the underground boxing arena? Yang Fan inquired. Indeed, Lin Chen confirmed with a nod. Let me brief you. The arena is divided into an outer and inner section. The outer section features unremarkable bouts among ordinary fighters, while the inner section showcases exceptional talents, making it exclusive and difficult for the average person to access, Yang Fan explained. Can we enter the inner section? Mu Lianqing asked, holding up her black card with curiosity. Apologies, but I hastily prepared, and this card alone does not grant access to the inner arena, Yang Fan replied apologetically. That's all right, Mu Lianqing said nonchalantly, as her intent in visiting the arena was merely to accompany Lin Chen. As long as she could be by his side, she was content. The entrance to the underground boxing arena resembled a cavern, adorned with lanterns that illuminated the space. Following this passage for approximately 30 meters, they emerged into a vast plaza. Wow! Mu Lianqing exclaimed, unable to contain her awe. The plaza was enormous, featuring numerous rings, with spectators filling the surrounding stands, hundreds of voices erupting in cheers and applause, creating a vibrant atmosphere. This is the outer arena, just a display of common fights, lacking in spectacle, Yang Fan remarked. Lin Chen said nothing, his attention fixated on a nearby ring, his gaze sharp and discerning. There, two young men were engaged in combat, one clearly dominating the other. What a fool! Lin Chen sighed softly. Indeed, the individual being overwhelmed was none other than his roommate, Li Xiaoxiu. Isn't that Yuan Qingli? Mu Lianqing exclaimed, recognizing him instantly. The battle was devoid of suspense. Yang Fan also glanced at the ring but quickly returned his focus elsewhere, finding such predictable fights uninteresting. Mu Lianqing's eyes widened in surprise as she gasped, Lin Chen, is that boy your friend? Indeed, Lin Chen replied, his expression cold. Yang Fan's demeanor shifted. He leaned closer to Lin Chen, lowering his voice. Brother Lin, there are rules in the underground boxing arena. Once you step into the ring, it's as if you've signed a death warrant. No one is allowed to interfere. To do so would be to disrespect the arena, with dire consequences. Lin Chen remained silent, merely exhaling a sigh. Why the sigh, Brother Lin? Yang Fan questioned, brow furrowed. Without further ado, Lin Chen strode towards the ring. Brother Lin, you must not. Yang Fan's face turned pale. Chapter 72. A kick to the face. The confrontation between Li Xiaoxiu and Yuan Qingli was originally scheduled for 3 days later. Lin Chen intended to utilize this time to impart some techniques to Li Xiaoxiu, enabling him to easily overpower Yuan Qingli. However, to his astonishment, Li Xiaoxiu ventured out alone, concealing his intentions from everyone. Was this not tantamount to courting death? Lin Chen strode towards the arena. Brother Lin, you must not. Yang Fan urgently grasped Lin Chen's arm, saying, no one is allowed to disrupt the rules here, or they will face ruthless retribution. Brother Lin, you must consider the consequences before taking action. Oh, Lin Chen replied indifferently, then continued his approach to the arena. Miss, you must persuade him. Yang Fan quickly turned to Mu Lianqing. Yet, Mu Lianqing could only manage a bitter smile. Persuade him? What a joke. If he has already made up his mind, who in this world could possibly sway him? Damn it, this is troublesome. Yang Fan's spirits plummeted at that moment. A single arena captivated the attention of countless spectators. The reason was simple, bloodshed. One fighter was mercilessly pummeling another, blood streaming from all orifices, on the verge of death. Despite this, the assailant showed no signs of relenting, only escalating the brutality, becoming increasingly lethal. My heavens, are they truly prepared to take a life? What deep-seated animosity could exist? Who would have thought such a thrilling battle could unfold in an underground arena? This trip has certainly been worthwhile. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Within the arena, Yuan Qingli mocked, filth. Chen Feng is my woman, and you dare to lay a finger on her? You must be out of your mind. Grabbing Li Xiaoxiu by the hair, he lifted him and unleashed a flurry of punches to Li Xiaoxiu's face, displaying no mercy. I'll ensure you never see the sun rise again. Yuan Qingli roared. The audience erupted into cheers and screams, deeply thrilled by the gruesome spectacle. Li Xiaoxiu, bloodied and disoriented, managed to grin through the pain. Yuan Qingli, you might as well give up. Chen Feng will never love you. Seeking death, Yuan Qingli bellowed, tightening his fist and channeling all his strength into a punch aimed at Li Xiaoxiu's face, intent on killing him. Just then, a young man clad in black suddenly leaped onto the arena, landing with the grace of an acrobat. Without a moment's hesitation, he delivered a powerful kick to Yuan Qingli's chest. Bang! With a muffled thud, Yuan Chengli was sent flying, unable to emit even a cry of anguish. He crashed through the surrounding barrier, and amid the stunned gazes of the audience, his body soared like a cannonball, colliding violently with the wall beneath the spectators' area, producing a deafening sound. Dust filled the air, and cracks appeared on the wall. In an instant, the entire venue fell silent. Almost everyone was left in shock. What on earth just happened? The crowd gasped, exchanging bewildered glances. Who is this? This is incredible. As they gazed at the young man in black standing in the arena, their eyes widened in disbelief. Surely, no ordinary person could kick someone more than 10 meters away. But who exactly was this individual? Why did he intervene? Surely, he could not be here to disrupt the event. That was simply unthinkable. Who would dare to cause trouble in an underground fighting arena? The audience quickly dismissed such thoughts. Perhaps what we are witnessing is merely a special event of the underground arena. Meanwhile, back in the arena, Lin Chen shook his head slightly as he observed Li Xiaoxiu, who lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. Had he not arrived today, the outcome for Li Xiaoxiu was all too predictable. Lin Chen crouched down and placed his palm on Li Xiaoxiu's abdomen. A surge of invisible energy flowed from Lin Chen's hand into Li Xiaoxiu's body. Li Xiaoxiu felt an immediate chill throughout his being, and the pain subsided significantly. Is it worth it for a woman? Lin Chen inquired. Brother, if you truly encounter a woman you cherish, I assure you, you would be even more reckless than I am. Li Xiaoxiu grinned broadly, unabashedly responding. Oh, Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. A woman you genuinely cherish. A captivating figure involuntarily surfaced in his mind, a breathtaking visage. At that moment, Li Xiaoxiu's eyes widened, and he urgently shouted, Lin Chen, you must leave. You cannot stay here, hurry. Li Xiaoxiu was frantic, akin to an ant on a hot pan. However, before he could finish speaking, a sinister voice resonated from behind Lin Chen. Dare to disrupt the rules of the arena, and neither of you shall leave today. Upon hearing this, tears streamed down Li Xiaoxiu's face. Lin Chen, I'm so sorry. I've put you in danger, he lamented. Lin Chen's expression remained unchanged as he turned to look. He saw 3 individuals had approached from the edge of the arena, an elderly man and 2 younger ones. The elder, past his 60s, had a head of white hair and a face etched with the passage of time, stooped and shuffling. Yet his eyes shone brightly, sharp enough to deter anyone from meeting his gaze. The 2 middle-aged men beside him bore striking resemblances, unmistakably twins, yet their auras were starkly opposed, even antagonistic. Young man, come with me, the elder said ominously. On what grounds? Lin Chen questioned. Because you have broken our rules, the elder replied. Are the rules yours to dictate? Lin Chen retorted. The rules are not set by me, the elder shook his head. Then on what authority do you have to take me away? Lin Chen pressed. Simply because I am the enforcer of the underground fighting arena. As he proclaimed the title of enforcer, the elder puffed out his chest, pride evident in his tone. Oh, the enforcer, Lin Chen mused, contemplating before adding, in simpler terms, you are merely a guard dog, correct? The moment those words left his mouth, the arena fell into a stunned silence. My heavens, who is this young man? He shows no regard for the gravity of the situation, daring to insult Elder Su. Is he courting death or simply tired of living? The crowd exchanged incredulous glances, utterly flabbergasted. The elder, however, remained unfazed. You little brat, you will regret this insolence. At that moment, the twins exchanged glances and leaped onto the arena, soaring more than 2 meters high. Elder Su, shall we render him incapacitated? The man on the left sneered. A mere lesson will suffice, Elder Su replied, hands clasped behind his back, displaying an air of magnanimity. Very well. The man on the left grinned, slamming his right fist into his left palm, producing a sharp crack. The right-hand man, who had been silent, moved towards Lin Chen without a word as soon as Elder Su's voice fell. Lin Chen, you must leave. Hurry. Li Xiaoxiu screamed in terror. Chapter 73. Why is Lin Chen so formidable? Half a minute later. Is this a dream? Li Xiaoxiu's eyes widened in disbelief. His mouth agape as if he had seen a ghost, large enough to fit 2 eggs. There stood Lin Chen on the ground, seemingly untouched, while the 2 middle-aged men lay unconscious at his feet. With a single punch each, Lin Chen had knocked them both down. 1 punch each? It was utterly incredible. Are you next? Lin Chen inquired, standing at the edge of the arena, his gaze lowered as he looked down at the elder. Beads of sweat began to form on the elder's forehead. The 2 middle-aged men were his disciples, and he was well aware of their capabilities. Together, they were a formidable pair. Even he, their master, would struggle to defeat them without 100 moves. Yet now, they had failed to withstand a single blow from this young man in black. What was going on? This youth was astonishingly powerful. Who was he truly? What terrified the elder even more than Lin Chen's strength was his background. To possess such power at such a young age indicated a remarkably strong force behind him. Realizing this, the elder felt intimidated. He had no desire to provoke such a harbinger of disaster. He did not wish to meet his end. However, as the enforcer of the underground boxing arena, he could not display weakness in front of so many witnesses. If he backed down, it would tarnish the reputation of the entire underground boxing venue, a responsibility he could not afford. Thus, the elder steeled himself and said, "Young man, every country has its laws, and every family has its rules. Stepping onto the arena is akin to signing a death contract. No one is allowed to intervene. Your actions may not be entirely appropriate." Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, about to respond when the elder continued, "I do not wish to put you in a difficult position. Let us do this. You stay here while I report this matter to the arena's governing council, and they will provide you with a fair resolution." Lin Chen scoffed disdainfully. It was evident to anyone with a modicum of intelligence that this old man was deliberately stalling for time, keeping Lin Chen here to set a trap. Such childish tactics were mere child's play to Lin Chen. "Lin Chen, do not trust him. You must leave quickly," Li Xiaoshu shouted in a panic. "Brother, as a man, you must take responsibility," the elder insisted, keeping his gaze fixed on Lin Chen, fearful he might flee. "Miss, things have truly become complicated," Yang Fan said gravely, lowering his voice. Mu Lianqing, however, remained relatively calm, possessing an almost blind faith in Lin Chen. She believed that with Lin Chen's abilities, he would undoubtedly be safe. Yang Fan twitched his mouth. Lin Chen's composure was one thing, but how was this beautiful woman so unperturbed? What was going on between them? "I have no choice. I must call my family. I cannot resolve this alone." Yang Fan took out his phone. Just then, a stout man dressed in a suit with slicked-back hair swaggered out from inside the underground boxing arena, exuding arrogance. Many onlookers stared in astonishment. It was known that the structure of the outer arena was entirely different from that of the inner arena. The outer arena had only one passageway for entry and exit, whereas the inner arena had two, one for entry and one for exit. This was a strict rule of the underground boxing venue, one that no one could violate. Yet, this rotund man had emerged from the passage meant solely for entry. How could this be possible? Who was this man? In recent days, Peng Dehai had been feeling irritable. In a dispute over territory, he had clashed with another bigwig from Yunzhou, leading to an open challenge wherein both sides dispatched 3 fighters to compete. The rules were simple: the best of 3 rounds. The victor would claim the territory. However, they had lost the first round, and the second was not looking promising. If they lost again, it would be a total defeat. "Where is Mr. Lin? If he does not arrive, I will have no chance." Peng Dehai was increasingly agitated as he opened his phone, preparing to send another message. But just then, he furrowed his brow, sensing something was amiss. The underground boxing arena, which should have been bustling with activity, was eerily silent. Could it be that it has been shut down? Peng Dehai suddenly looked around. He noticed many spectators still present, which relieved him momentarily. But why was it so quiet? Peng Dehai frowned again. Logically, with such a large crowd, it should be incredibly lively, yet everyone wore expressions of shock, staring in the same direction. What had happened? Turning to see what had captured their attention, he found a young man in black. Peng Dehai was momentarily taken aback, his eyes then igniting with excitement as he trembled with anticipation. "Lin Chen, hurry and leave. Don't worry about me. You cannot contend with them," Li Xiaoshu shouted in desperation. Those who dared to disrupt the rules of the underground boxing arena would certainly face dire consequences, and many spectators sighed, contemplating the situation. Elder Su, as the enforcer, was undoubtedly powerful. Although he could not hear their conversation, it was evident that he was about to take action. Witnessing this elder in action was indeed a rare fortune. Anticipation filled the air. If Elder Su were to act, it would be nothing short of earth-shattering. "Suamo, get out of my way." But just as they were eagerly waiting, a plump figure suddenly charged in from afar, bellowing and delivering a swift kick to Elder Su's backside. Elder Su, being light on his feet, was sent flying but quickly regained his balance and stood firm. Gasps of astonishment echoed through the crowd. How could Elder Su, a respected enforcer of the boxing arena, be kicked like that? Why did he not retaliate? Where was his dignity? Was it possible that this elder had a penchant for humiliation? No, what was he thinking? Peng Dehai, what madness is this? Elder Su finally spoke, his tone sinister. "Madness? "Ah, I believe it is you who has lost your senses." The stout man, Pang Dehai, sneered dismissively, then pointed at Elder Su with fury. "Suimo, do you not realize that Mr. Lin is my esteemed guest? I care not who he is or what connections he possesses. He has violated the rules of the arena and must face the consequences." Elder Su retorted, unwavering. "And what if I insist on protecting Mr. Lin?" Pang Dehai's voice dropped dangerously low. "Pang Dehai, do not presume that your position in the council grants you immunity. I will not hesitate to act against you." Elder Su shot back with a fierce glare. "If you have the courage, then go ahead and make a move." Chapter 74, The Retreat Bang. With that, Pang Dehai forcefully shattered a red wine bottle, exuding an overwhelming aura. Su Lao's expression was as dark as thunder, his piercing gaze fixed on Pang Dehai like a hawk stalking its prey. Both men stared intently at each other, their eyes clashing like sparks igniting a fire. An oppressive atmosphere enveloped the boxing gym, thick enough to stifle one's breath. They continued to lock eyes as time slowly trickled by. Suddenly, Pang Dehai stepped forward and shouted, "Suimo, what can you do to me?" "Humph, Pang Dehai, since you are so stubborn, do not blame me for being merciless," Su Lao retorted, raising his fists toward the right sky. "I will report this matter to the council, and you know better than I what the consequences will be. Then go ahead." "Am I stopping you?" Pang Dehai bellowed. "You said it, Pang Dehai. Don't regret it." Su Lao flicked his sleeve and turned to leave, striding toward the inner gym. "Old man, let me remind you once more. Speak cautiously with your age, or you may bite your own tongue." Pang Dehai warned ominously, his threat palpable. Su Lao paused, but ultimately remained silent. He entered the inner gym, disappearing from view. Everyone was left in shock. Suimo, the renowned law enforcer, had been kicked without retaliating and insulted without a word, simply departing like that. Where was his dignity? Where was his pride? Yet, who was this imposing fat man? Remarkable indeed. Under the gaze of the crowd, the portly figure with oiled hair climbed onto the ring, bowing to the young man in black with a look of contrition. "Mr. Lin, I failed to welcome you upon your arrival and instead caused you distress. I deserve a beating." With that, Pang Dehai slapped his own face. Smack. The sound was sharp and unforgiving, eliciting gasps of shock from the onlookers. Just moments ago, he had been a figure of authority. Now he appeared as a humble subordinate, the most pitiful kind. "This matter does not concern you, so you need not bear the blame," Lin Chen remarked, glancing at Pang Dehai. "Mr. Lin, you are truly magnanimous." Pang Dehai replied with a sycophantic smile. Lin Chen remained silent, aware that Pang Dehai sought something from him, hence the flattery. Then, Lin Chen turned to the astonished Xiaoshu lying on the ground. After years of experience, Pang Dehai quickly retrieved a walkie-talkie and ordered, "Send a few people to take the individual from Ring 8 of the outer gym to the hospital. Remember, treat him with the utmost respect, or I will not be lenient." His tone turned icy, radiating authority. "Understood," came the synchronized responses from 3 or 4 voices over the walkie-talkie. "Mr. Lin, may we proceed?" Pang Dehai inquired with a smile. Lin Chen nodded slightly, appreciating Pang Dehai's capability. "Then, Mr. Lin, shall we head to the inner gym?" Pang Dehai finally revealed his intention, seeking to enlist Lin Chen's aid. However, Lin Chen gently shook his head. Not in a hurry. He then leapt off the ring and approached Mu Lianqing and Yang Fan, asking, "Would you like to see the inner gym?" "Wherever you go, I shall follow," Mu Lianqing replied. "I think I'll pass," Yang Fan said, shaking his head lightly. Showing little interest in the inner gym, Lin Chen pondered for a moment before addressing Mu Lianqing. "It's getting late. Perhaps you should not go. Let Yang Fan escort you back to school. Otherwise, the dormitory will be locked, and you won't be able to return. I can safely return her to school," Yang Fan added, nodding in agreement. Yet, Mu Lianqing stubbornly shook her head, firmly stating, "No, wherever you go, I will go too." Then she turned to Yang Fan, insisting, "You cannot leave either. You must stay with us." Her tone was commanding, reminiscent of a queen. Yang Fan's lips twitched thus. Lin Chen and the two followed Pang Dehai into the inner gym beneath the boxing arena. Sigh, I wonder when I will be deemed worthy to enter the inner gym. I envy them so much, many thought. Although Pang Dehai led the way, his gaze frequently darted back, his expression somewhat uneasy. "Do you know him?" Lin Chen asked quietly. Pang Dehai initially nodded, then quickly shook his head, awkwardly chuckling. No, just thought he looked familiar." "That indicates you do know him," Lin Chen observed thoughtfully. "Who is he? Does he hold significant influence?" "Mr. Lin, let us discuss this matter once we are in the inner gym," Pang Dehai suggested, aiming to resolve the immediate predicament first. Lin Chen nodded slightly, and the group entered the inner gym. The inner gym was slightly smaller than the outer one, but luxuriously appointed, a stark contrast to the outer gym. The audience seating in the outer gym comprised simple stone platforms, while the inner gym boasted individual private boxes categorized by rank. The lower sections featured modest enclosures, while the upper level showcased exquisitely crafted wooden rooms, progressively more opulent. Within the arena, there were 13 rings in total, 8 in the outer gym, 4 in the middle, and 1 in the inner gym, all standing in a circular arrangement. The inner ring was not only the largest, but also constructed from a special stone material, exhibiting exceptional strength and durability, likely impervious even to electric saws. At that moment, 2 individuals were fiercely battling within the ring. Their strengths were closely matched, and neither was willing to yield, making a quick resolution unlikely. Pang Dehai led Lin Chen and the others into a luxurious private box, overlooking the fierce contest below. "Mr. Lin, what is your opinion on this fight?" Pang Dehai asked eagerly, personally serving Lin Chen tea, a mixture of anticipation and anxiety in his demeanor. "That man in black must be Master Chen, correct?" Lin Chen inquired, accepting the teacup, giving it a gentle shake before passing it to Mu Lianqing. "Mr. Lin, your eyesight is truly impressive." "Indeed, that is Master Chen," Pang Dehai flattered. Previously at Height and KTV, Master Chen had been defeated with a single punch by Lin Chen. Pang Dehai had thought Lin Chen would forget such a minor character, yet he was astonished by Lin Chen's remarkable memory. Pang Dehai watched Lin Chen, waiting for his verdict. Lin Chen simply replied, "He is destined to lose." With that, he turned to Mu Lianqing and asked, "Isn't this tea delightful?" Chapter 75. 1 against 3. Mu Lianqing had just sipped her tea and remarked, "Indeed, it is quite fragrant." Lin Chen smiled silently. The slight shake of his teacup had concealed a deeper meaning. "What?" Haigu gaped in astonishment. Chen Guanju was his second strongest fighter. If he were to be defeated, then surely, Haigu would face inevitable loss this time. "Mr. Lin, are you certain you're not mistaken? Chen Guanju is wearing black, not blue," he queried, his face etched with worry. Originally slated to be the final contender in the third match, Chen Guanju had unexpectedly lost the first round. To secure victory in the second, Haigu had hastily brought forth Chen Guanju, aiming for a win. But now Lin Chen claimed that Chen Guanju would lose? How could that be possible? I refused to believe it. In response to Haigu's skepticism, Lin Chen merely shrugged. Believe it or not, Haigu, perceptive as ever, recognized that Lin Chen was not deceiving him. He was in a frenzy, akin to an ant on a hot pan. "What am I to do? If we lose this round, I will incur monumental losses. Can we not pause the battle for a moment?" Lin Chen inquired. "No," Haigu shook his head, explaining. "While it may be possible in the outer arena, it is absolutely forbidden in the inner arena. Those who fight in the inner arena are predominantly martial artists, and they cannot afford to rest. They must seize the momentum to achieve victory. A pause would disrupt the flow and potentially alter the outcome, which is why the boxing gym has explicitly prohibited breaks in the inner arena." "Then he is destined to lose," Lin Chen replied, raising his hands in resignation. As Lin Chen's words fell, the battle on the stage suddenly escalated. What had been a stalemate transformed in an instant as the previously cautious man in blue unleashed a ferocious onslaught against Chen Guanju, his movements becoming bold and unrestrained. Attacking with a reckless abandon. Caught off guard, Chen Guanju staggered backward, his footwork faltering and his breathing growing erratic. "He is about to lose," Lin Chen observed, his gaze drifting away calmly. "Huh." On the stage, the man in blue suddenly unleashed a powerful roar, launching a ferocious punch that landed squarely on Chen Guanju's chest. Uffed. Chen Guanju coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body careening backward like a kite with a severed string. Thud. Ultimately, Chen Guanju plummeted off the stage, crashing to the ground. He attempted to retaliate but found himself utterly drained, lacking the strength even to speak, let alone rise to fight back. The audience erupted in astonishment. The shift in the battle had occurred alarmingly swiftly. The man in blue stood atop the stage, clasping his fists in salute to Chen Guanju, his expression devoid of emotion. "Thank you for the match." Defeated, Haigu collapsed onto the sofa, appearing as though his spirit had been siphoned away, his gaze hollow. He had no idea how much he would lose this time. At that moment, a disdainful snicker emanated from a luxurious box across the way. "Pang Dehai, a bet is a bet. Are you willing to concede?" Upon hearing this, Pang Dehai sprang to his feet, his face darkening as he retorted angrily, "Though I have lost, I refuse to accept it. What can you do about it?" "Pang Dehai, Your narrow-mindedness will ultimately lead to your downfall. A slender man clutching prayer beads appeared on the balcony of the luxurious box, a scornful smile gracing his lips. I will do as I please. Su Tian, who do you think you are to dictate to me? Hai Ge shot back defiantly as he joined him on the balcony, refusing to yield. I have no desire to engage in a war of words with you, the man remarked, twirling the prayer beads in his hand. He extended a finger, his tone icy. You have one opportunity left to have Shenlai enter the fray, 1 against 3. Go to hell. Who do you think you are to order me around? Peng Dehai barked in fury. Listening to their exchange, Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. What does 1 against 3 entail? Peng Dehai replied. 1 against 3 is akin to a revival match. After 2 losses in 3 rounds, one can opt for this mode, taking on 3 opponents alone. If victorious, the tables can be turned. However, Peng Dehai sighed, shaking his head. Unfortunately, Shenlai is not here. Otherwise, they would not dare to act so brazenly. Is that so? Lin Chen nodded contemplatively. I have no time for your prattle. Peng Dehai, I will ask you once, will Shenlai enter the match? Or shall I claim victory in this wager? Su Tian inquired with a sneer. Peng Dehai fell silent. Though Shenlai was his trump card, he was currently absent from Yunju. How could he possibly compete? Yet, Peng Dehai was unwilling to concede defeat, desperate and at a loss. Peng Dehai racked his brain for a solution. Just then, Mu Lianqing cried out, Lin Chen, don't be foolish. What are you planning? Lin Chen stood and leisurely walked toward the balcony. Mr. Lin, what are you doing? Peng Dehai asked, perplexed. Without responding, Lin Chen leaped down from the balcony. Yes. He jumped down. Are you serious? Peng Dehai's expression shifted dramatically. This was the 3rd floor, with a drop of 7 or 8 meters. Such a height could leave one crippled for life, if not worse. What had driven Lin Chen to such extremes? Mu Lianqing jumped to her feet, panic-stricken as she rushed toward the balcony. To their astonishment, Lin Chen landed gracefully on the stage, hands behind his back, gliding down as effortlessly as a swallow. In that moment, the arena fell silent. A moment later, the crowd erupted in cheers. My goodness, that is incredible. Is he capable of lightness skill? Who is this person? He is so impressive. We must investigate his background immediately. I want him in my room tonight for personal training. Whispers of admiration filled the air. On the stage, the man in blue narrowed his eyes as he beheld Lin Chen's descent, muttering, a master? Standing opposite the man in blue, Lin Chen, with a single hand behind his back, calmly inquired, where are the other 2? His meaning was unmistakable. He intended to take on 3 opponents. Arrogant. The man in blue, incensed by Lin Chen's disdain, clenched his fists, prepared to retaliate. But at that moment, a deep voice interjected, second brother, do not rush. Since this young man is so oblivious to the heights of heaven and depths of the earth, let us indulge him. When he eventually reaches the underworld, may he come to understand the lessons of humility. A burly man clad in yellow dashed forward, akin to a hunting leopard, filled with explosive energy. He leapt into the air, landing with a thunderous crash beside the man in blue. It's the fighter from the first match. The crowd recognized the identity of the man in yellow, murmuring in excitement. Who is the 3rd person? The audience, eager and expectant, prepared for the next round. Chapter 76. The enigmatic ninja, Mizuno Emi. Amidst the eager anticipation of the crowd, a black dart suddenly shot in from the distance, piercing the air with a resounding whoosh as it struck the arena. With a deafening boom, the dart exploded, releasing a cloud of white mist. From within the haze emerged a captivating silhouette, elegantly clad in a kimono and wielding a katana. Indeed, a woman, specifically, a stunning female ninja. What an exquisite woman. Just look at her face and figure. She is truly a paragon of beauty. My friends, she is none other than the legendary substitute ninja, Mizuno Emi. Do you dare to entertain thoughts of her? She is indeed a substitute ninja? As expected, beautiful women come with thorns. However, Su Tian has actually invited her here. Alas, this young man is finished, for the substitute ninja is a ruthless force, capable of determining both victory and life or death. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. On the stage, Lin Chen faced 3 opponents, yet he remained utterly unfazed, exuding an air of tranquility. A loud shout emanated from a private room. Mr. Lin, hurry back. Victory or defeat is not of paramount importance to me. Giggle, handsome boy, Brother Hai is right. Victory and defeat are trivial, but life is invaluable. In light of your striking appearance, I shall grant you an opportunity to concede. Otherwise, once I strike, there shall be no remedy for your regrets. The beautiful ninja wholeheartedly agreed with Brother Hai's words, standing between the two men with a playful smile. Lin Chen responded with a gentle smile. Addressing Mizuno Emi, in consideration of your beauty, I too shall grant you a chance. Immediately kneel and concede. Otherwise whoosh. Before Lin Chen could finish his sentence, the swift sound of slicing air pierced the atmosphere as a black dart shot towards his forehead like a bolt of lightning, imbued with deadly intent. Lin Chen's expression remained unchanged, his body steadfast and unmoving, as if he had yet to comprehend the situation. You are doomed. Mizuno Emi's icy laughter echoed, brimming with assurance. Yet, just as the black dart was about to make contact with Lin Chen, in a moment of critical tension, he abruptly raised his hand and flicked his fingers towards the dart, attempting to deflect it. Your speed is indeed commendable. Mizuno Emi's voice rang out, but soon turned sinister. However, no matter how fast you are, you cannot surpass me. Bang! Lin Chen's fingertip made contact with the black dart, which erupted in a thunderous explosion, enveloping the surroundings in white mist. Die! The enchanting figure soared forth from the mist, katana poised to strike Lin Chen's head. A technique of substitution. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. The dart that had been launched was not a genuine projectile, but an illusion. While the true Mizuno Emi approached him directly, the razor-sharp katana was mere moments away from cleaving Lin Chen's head. A triumphant smile graced Mizuno Emi's face, heralding her impending victory. Yet at that moment, Lin Chen's right foot pressed down. Unaware of the anomaly, Mizuno Emi maintained her victorious demeanor, bringing her sword down with great force. But she struck nothing but air. Her eyes widened in shock as she beheld the black-clad youth before her had vanished into thin air. What is happening? Mizuno Emi stood frozen, bewildered. In the next instant, every hair on her body stood on end. A hand had inexplicably found its way to the back of her head. Without hesitation, she attempted to escape, but before she could take even half a step, her entire body went numb, collapsing involuntarily towards the ground. Damn it, bang! She fell. A wave of intense dizziness overwhelming her mind, rendering her unable to resist as she succumbed into unconsciousness. Lin Chen clapped his hands. Hiss. The expressions of the blue-clad man and the yellow-clad man opposite him shifted drastically, their breaths catching in disbelief. The formidable Mizuno Emi had been defeated just like that? What a farcical notion. Mizuno Emi was a female ninja capable of besting martial arts masters. How could such a powerful figure be vanquished by a mere youth? It was utterly inconceivable. Who exactly is this black-clad young man? Cold sweat dripped down their foreheads as they quivered in fear. Suddenly, a muffled explosion resonated. Mizuno Emi's body, lying on the ground, erupted into a cloud of white mist, dispersing in the wind. A substitute? The blue-clad man and the yellow-clad man were initially taken aback, but soon their expressions brightened with relief. It seemed that only an illusion of Mizuno Emi had been defeated. I was nearly scared to death. I thought this black-clad youth possessed extraordinary prowess, but it turns out he merely vanquished a substitute, not the real Mizuno Emi. Perhaps he isn't as formidable as I imagined. With this thought, the yellow-clad man, emboldened, roared towards the heavens. You little brat, taste my fist. Boom. He launched himself forward. His body propelled like a cannonball as he aimed a punch at Lin Chen. Lin Chen stood his ground, neither evading nor defending, allowing the yellow-clad man's attack to come. The fool thinks he can withstand my full-force punch. He is doomed. The yellow-clad man laughed malevolently as his fist struck Lin Chen's chest. Boom. A tremendous sound reverberated, and a visible shockwave radiated outward, stirring up clouds of dust. Lin Chen's clothing fluttered slightly, yet his body remained as immovable as a mountain. What? The yellow-clad man gasped, his face contorted in terror. As he attempted to retract his aching right arm, Lin Chen slowly clenched his fist and gently struck his chest. In the spirit of reciprocity, allow me to return the favor. As Lin Chen's final word fell, the yellow-clad man was propelled away, not merely flying, but rather shot forth. In the process, his garments were obliterated, leaving him exposed, ultimately crashing into the wall. Uft! The yellow-clad man slid down the wall, spewing blood as he collapsed onto the ground, unconscious. In the arena, Lin Chen gradually retracted his fist. In truth, the moment the yellow-clad man's fist impacted Lin Chen's chest, his entire right arm had already been shattered by the recoil. Who are you? Is there a misunderstanding between us? The blue-clad man inquired cautiously, his gaze fixed on Lin Chen. He found it hard to believe that Brother Hai could summon such a formidable presence. Thus he suspected that Lin Chen was not fighting for Brother Hai, but rather opposing him intentionally. Noticing the blue-clad man's expression, Lin Chen discerned his thoughts. With a slight smile, he replied, "You are quite astute. Thank you for the compliment." The blue-clad man's smile was strained as he continued. "If there is a misunderstanding between us, we can resolve it amicably. Please, feel free to state your demands. I only hope you will refrain from acting on behalf of Brother Hai." Lin Chen gently shook his head. "There can be no resolution." "Why not?" The blue-clad man's brow furrowed. "Because you were born in Lin City," Lin Chen replied coolly. "We were born in Lin City? What does that mean?" The blue-clad man appeared perplexed, filled with questions. What is wrong with being born in Lin City? Chapter 77. Overwhelming Power Whoosh. The sound of air being sliced through resonated once more as a colossal dart descended from the heavens like a meteor, aimed directly at Lin Chen. Calm and composed, Lin Chen only raised his hand to flick his fingers once the dark dart grazed his hair. Clang! Despite spinning at an incredible speed, the dart failed to inflict even the slightest harm upon Lin Chen's skin. With a metallic crash, the dart was sent hurtling away, crashing into the wall with a thunderous bang, sending dust swirling into the air. Cheers erupted from the crowd. It had been ages since they had witnessed such an exhilarating battle. Swish! Mizuno Emi's graceful figure materialized on the arena, standing beside the man in the blue shirt. "Big sister," the man in the blue shirt spoke. "You should step back. You are no match for him." However, Mizuno Emi's expression remained grave as she solemnly replied, "I understand." The man in the blue shirt retreated. "You are quite formidable, young man," she said, her gaze fixed on Lin Chen, her smile enchanting. "Beautiful lady. Your command of Chinese is impressive," Lin Chen responded with a gentle smile. Yet before Lin Chen could continue, Mizuno Emi suddenly waved her sleeves, unleashing hundreds of darts that flew towards Lin Chen like a rain of flowers. Swish, swish, swish. A deluge of projectiles. She aimed to catch Lin Chen off guard. Still unfazed, Lin Chen let out a soft sigh, shaking his head. "If this is all it takes to rival a martial arts master, I must confess to feeling somewhat disappointed." "Ha ha, as you wish," came Mizuno Emi's chilling laughter. Boom. Every dart exploded. A cloud of white mist billowed forth. "Oh!" Lin Chen raised an eyebrow in surprise. From within the mist, silhouettes emerged, each wielding a katana, slashing towards Lin Chen. The crowd erupted once again. 1, 2, 3. Good heavens, they were countless. Mizuno Emi, the ninja, was truly a master of substitution techniques. On the arena, Lin Chen nodded inwardly. 88 clones, quite intriguing. That is all the strength I possess. Young man, prepare to face a tempest. The 88 figures spoke in unison, their voices dripping with malice. Lin Chen remained unperturbed. The 88 Mizuno Emis charged towards him. At that moment, Lin Chen finally made his move. Swish! No one could discern Lin Chen's action. Suddenly, there appeared countless Lin Chens on the arena. Indeed, countless. Thousands of Lin Chen's afterimages surged forth, all rushing towards those 88 figures. A tidal wave of figures. Nanny! Mizuno Emi nearly froze in disbelief, her incredulous cry echoing throughout the square. 3 seconds later, Mizuno Emi lay on the ground, her expression devoid of life, clearly gravely injured. Her pride had been in her 88 clones. Yet this young man in black had unleashed thousands? Thousands. The disparity in their strengths was unfathomable, utterly incomparable. The man in the blue shirt was left in a state of shock. "Do you wish to continue?" Lin Chen's calm voice reached his ears. The man in the blue shirt jumped in alarm, realizing Lin Chen had somehow appeared before him. "Do not strike me. I concede." His face blanched in terror as he leapt from the arena. If even the renowned Mizuno Emi could not contend with Lin Chen, how could he possibly stand a chance? The best strategy was to retreat. In the private room, Hai Gu was left utterly astounded, nearly dropping his jaw in disbelief. The moment Mizuno Emi had appeared, he had already despaired, even calling for an ambulance. After all, everyone knew that Mizuno Emi was ruthless, determining both victory and life or death. She was a formidable woman. He had believed Lin Chen would either perish or be severely wounded. Yet, the outcome was entirely unexpected. It felt like a dream, a divine being. Peng Dehai muttered, lost in thought. "He is indeed extraordinary. I have won that bet." Yang Fan wore an expression of exhilaration, while Mu Lianqing finally breathed a sigh of relief, her worries dissipating. On the arena, I have lost. Mizuno Emi lay on the ground, gazing up at the sky, her face a mask of bitterness. She drew a dagger and aimed it at her abdomen, intent on taking her own life. Whoosh! A stone flew from afar, striking her dagger away with a resounding crack. "Why do you save me?" Mizuno Emi asked, her voice laced with despair. I save those I wish to save. There is no need for justification, Lin Chen replied coldly. My principle in battle is to determine both superiority and fate. Now that I have lost, I have no right to remain in this world. Mizuno Emi, devoid of hope, muttered, Oh. Lin Chen responded, Then go ahead and end your life. I shall not stop you. With that, he turned to leave. Lin Chen had initially intervened to urge her to cherish her life. But since she insisted on adhering to the warrior's spirit, he saw no alternative. However, before Lin Chen could exit the arena, Mizuno Emi's voice stopped him. Sir, please wait. What is it? Lin Chen inquired. If you would take me as your servant, then I need not die, Mizuno Emi proposed, her tone tinged with a hint of desperation. She did not wish to die. To be precise, she was afraid to die. Lin Chen smirked, mocking. Oh, are you afraid? Scared of death? Mizuno Emi bit her crimson lip, remaining silent. Lin Chen intended to reject her plea. After years of cultivation, while he had grown indifferent to national affiliations, he still believed that those outside his kin would harbor differing intentions. Moreover, Mizuno Emi belonged to that nation, so he had no intention of accepting her as a servant. Yet before he could voice his refusal, a booming voice interrupted, Mizuno Emi, I, Pang Dahai, am a subordinate of Mr. Lin. From now on, you shall follow me. The resounding proclamation echoed through the square. Mizuno Emi was momentarily taken aback. Lin Chen was also startled. Pang Dahai. Lin Chen smirked, wondering whether Pang Dahai was genuinely valuing talent or had ulterior motives. After all, Mizuno Emi was a paragon of beauty and grace. But beautiful women often come with thorns. A single misstep could lead to dire consequences. Lin Chen considered warning Pang Dahai, yet before he could speak, Mizuno Emi replied, All right. Oh. Lin Chen was slightly taken aback. Mizuno Emi was proud and aloof. Logically, she should not acquiesce to such an unreasonable demand from Pang Dahai. But he thought no further. Everyone had their own choices. Lin Chen descended from the arena, suddenly halting slightly as he felt a piercing gaze. A gaze filled with murderous intent. Is that the big shot from Lin City? Lin Chen stroked his chin, then grinned, raising a middle finger towards the luxurious private room behind him. I, the strongest immortal, fear nothing. If you're unconvinced, come and bite me. I wouldn't refuse a beautiful woman. Chapter 78. Investigating everything about him, however, before Lin Chen could retract his middle finger, the gaze filled with murderous intent vanished. The other party seemed too intimidated to meet his eyes. Incredible. Mr. Lin is truly formidable. In the private room, Pang Dahai exclaimed in admiration. This is rather ostentatious. Yang Fan and Mu Lianqing exchanged wry smiles and shook their heads. Not only did he defeat 3 of their masters, but now he is also giving them the finger? Such audacity is unparalleled. Pang Dahai, how do you plan to express your gratitude to Lin Chen? Yang Fan then turned to Hai Go, asking with a smile that was not quite a smile. Young Master Yang, you need not worry about that. Mr. Lin is my esteemed guest. Not only has he helped me resolve a significant predicament, but he has also secured a formidable ally for me. I will certainly not treat him poorly, Pang Dahai flattered. Mu Lianqing blinked her beautiful eyes in surprise. She sensed that Pang Dahai's respect and fear towards Yang Fan seemed to be no less than that directed at Lin Chen. Mu Lianqing was not foolish. If Yang Fan were merely Lin Chen's friend, then Pang Dahai would not exhibit such deference. This implies that Yang Fan undoubtedly possesses a considerable background. Moreover, a substantial one. Meanwhile, in another luxurious private room, a woman in her late 20s, exuding an air of sophistication, held a glass of red wine as she gazed downwards. It was only when Lin Chen raised his middle finger towards her that she averted her gaze. Investigate this man's identity, she commanded. Yes. The burly man behind her nodded in acknowledgement before stepping out. Shui Huime has surrendered. What do you think? The woman asked without turning her head. A middle-aged man in his 50s seated behind her replied respectfully, Shui Huime is likely feigning surrender. She is waiting for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow to Pang Dahai and the others. Incorrect. The woman shook her head. I am all ears. The middle-aged man replied. She has genuinely surrendered, the woman asserted. Why? The middle-aged man inquired, perplexed. Who among us, apart from myself, can defeat Shui Huime? The woman posed a question. None. The middle-aged man shook his head. Could I defeat Shui Huime in a single strike? The woman asked again. If taken by surprise. It could be possible, the middle-aged man replied. What about in a direct confrontation? The woman continued. I fear that may not be feasible. The middle-aged man answered hesitantly. Yet this young man below has indeed defeated Shui Yi Huimei in her prime with a single strike? The woman asked once more. Indeed. The middle-aged man nodded. Su Tian, do you understand that birds choose good trees to perch upon? The woman inquired. I understand. The middle-aged man lowered his head. However, it is truly strange that such a powerful and young figure has emerged in Yuhai City. The woman mused aloud. After a moment of silence, what should we do next? The middle-aged man asked. Do you mean to say that without that development zone, you cannot survive? The woman retorted. I see. The middle-aged man hastily nodded. Enough, you may leave now. The woman coldly instructed without turning her head. Yes. The middle-aged man dared not defy her command and promptly stood to leave. At that moment, the woman suddenly asked, Has there been any breakthrough with the Qin group? This. I fear not yet, the middle-aged man replied. They have provoked the eldest daughter of the Xia family. Fortunately, the true influential figures of the Xia family are still unaware of this matter. Otherwise, the Qin group would have perished long ago. The Qin group cannot perish. The woman murmured. Yet, once those prominent figures of the Xia family become aware of this affair, the Qin group is undoubtedly doomed. The middle-aged man expressed his concerns. He was unsure why the woman was so invested in the Qin group. I will say it again. Even if you face trouble, the Qin group must not falter. The woman declared, her tone authoritative. Everyone has their temper. The middle-aged man was no exception. He retorted angrily. Is the Qin group more important than I am? The Qin group has benefited me. The woman's words were succinct yet forceful. She then added, Furthermore, if you dare to ask such questions again, you will face the consequences. Boom. The rosewood table beside the middle-aged man exploded into splinters. The middle-aged man was drenched in cold sweat, hastily bowing his head. Yes, yes. Leave at once, the woman said impatiently. The middle-aged man hurriedly exited. In another luxurious private room, Lin Chen pushed the door open and entered. Peng Dehai approached him with a flattering smile. Mr. Lin, you are back. Are you hot? Tired? Not bad. Lin Chen replied indifferently. Peng Dehai, did you not just say Lin Chen is your elder brother? Why are you now addressing him as Mr.? Yang Fan teased. Aye. Peng Dehai scratched his head awkwardly. Is the big shot of Linhai City a woman? Lin Chen suddenly asked. Of course not. The big shot of Linhai City is named Su Tian, a man of stature. Peng Dehai was taken aback by Lin Chen's question, pausing momentarily before responding. Oh. Lin Chen nodded slightly, not pursuing the matter further. Mr. Lin, you are like my reborn parents. If it were not for you, I would have suffered a great loss this time. Tonight, I shall treat you. No matter the cost, we shall not return until we are intoxicated. Peng Dehai said, overwhelmed with gratitude. However, Lin Chen declined without hesitation. Why would I indulge in drunken revelry with you? Am I that idle? Knock, knock. A gentle voice called from outside. Is Mr. Lin present? Our pavilion master wishes to speak with you upstairs. Lin Chen's expression remained unchanged. Yet, Peng Dehai's face turned pale, incredulously asking, could it be Pavilion Master Morong? Indeed, our pavilion master wishes to invite Mr. Lin upstairs for a discussion, the gentle voice reiterated clearly. It seems the soundproofing of this room is rather poor, Lin Chen remarked with a teasing smile. Mr. Lin, Pavilion Master Morong, is one of the 8 kings of Yunzhou. Her strength is exceedingly formidable, Peng Dehai said seriously. The 8 kings of Yunzhou? Who bestowed upon them such a title? Lin Chen inquired with curiosity. I do not know. Peng Dehai shook his head. How do the 8 kings of Yunzhou compare to the 8 masters of Yunzhou in terms of strength? Lin Chen asked again. They're evenly matched. Peng Dehai explained. The 8 kings of Yunzhou were established to prevent the 8 masters from becoming autocratic. However, since their establishment, they have never contended with the 8 masters, so I believe they are on equal footing. Haha. Lin Chen scoffed disdainfully. Evenly matched? What a joke. For even the mightiest martial cultivators, prior to entering the Tao, though their strength may be considerable, they cannot rival the arts practitioners. Bai Ruxue, who had yet to enter the Tao, could still rank among the upper echelons of the 8 masters. This implies that the majority of those within the 8 masters have not entered the Tao. Therefore, the majority of those within the 8 kings should also not have entered the Tao. Since none have entered the Tao, martial cultivators are certainly not the adversaries of arts practitioners. Chapter 79. Lin Chen's unyielding directness. It is inconceivable that the 8 kings could possibly rival the 8 masters. However, Lin Chen had no intention of elaborating further. Yet, his silence did not deter others from voicing their opinions. The 8 masters had never regarded the 8 kings as worthy adversaries. Otherwise, these insignificant figures would have been obliterated long ago. What a joke, Yang Fan remarked disdainfully. Oh, Peng Dehai appeared somewhat embarrassed. Let us proceed to meet the curator, Lin Chen declared. Mu Lianqing, you shall accompany us. In truth, even if Lin Chen had remained silent, Mu Lianqing would have followed suit. Mr. Lin, what about me? Should I still go? Peng Dehai asked, his voice trembling. Do you wish to go? Lin Chen inquired. Peng Dehai immediately shook his head fervently. Then you need not accompany us, Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. Brother Lin, I shall join you. Yang Fan stepped forward. Though I do not recommend your participation, Lin Chen cautioned. Are you intent on causing a disturbance? Yang Fan's brows furrowed. Who knows? It seems likely, Lin Chen chuckled, shrugging his shoulders. Is that so? Yang Fan pondered momentarily before breaking into a broad grin, revealing a set of pearly whites. Then I must go, he affirmed. Underground boxing arena, top floor. The scent of expensive ancient wood wafted through the room, imparting a tranquil ambience conducive to relaxation and rejuvenation. Within the chamber, 3 individuals were present. A man in his early 40s sat in a plush chair, eyes closed in contemplation. Standing behind him was a man in a suit, his expression devoid of emotion. A woman, exuding grace and charm, lounged on a distant sofa, her legs crossed elegantly. Why did you summon that young fellow? The alluring woman inquired. Merely to make his acquaintance. There are no ulterior motives, the man in the plush chair replied, slowly opening his eyes. That young man undoubtedly possesses significant connections. Do you truly believe he regards you with any respect? The woman scoffed mockingly. Whether he respects me is inconsequential. What matters is that I hold him in high esteem. The middle-aged man chuckled, shaking his head. Your invitation was not merely for a casual introduction, was it? The woman narrowed her eyes. The man mirrored her expression but remained silent. You seek to provoke him? She pressed further. I harbor no grievances against him. Why would I entertain such thoughts? He replied, his demeanor calm. You wish to uncover the secret behind his remarkable strength at such a young age, she stated. Before the man could respond, she continued, Liu, I have taken a liking to that young man. I will ensure his safety, and you shall not trouble him. Oh, you are also curious about the source of his strength? The man asked, skepticism evident in his tone. I possess no malice. I merely see great potential in him. He could very well be the next Shen Tianlong, and I wish to cultivate a favorable relationship, the woman declared, patting her ample chest with a smile. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. Come in, the man said nonchalantly. A woman clad in a cheongsam, with a gentle appearance, opened the door but did not enter. Instead, she gestured for the guests to proceed. 3 young individuals entered, Lin Chen, Mu Lianqing, and Yang Fan. The woman in the cheongsam closed the door and withdrew. Lin Chen scanned the room, while the middle-aged man returned the gaze, lingering momentarily on Yang Fan. He then withdrew his gaze, inhaling deeply before addressing Lin Chen with warmth. Ah, young friend Lin, allow me to introduce myself. I am known as Wolf King. The curator here. He gestured toward the man behind him. This is my disciple, Qin Xiaodian. You may call him Xiaodian. As for this lady, he pointed toward the woman on the sofa. You may call me beautiful sister, she said, not rising but waving her hand with a flirtatious smile. I am Yang Fan. I am Mu Lianqing. Lin Chen, he introduced himself. With that, they had exchanged introductions. Young friend Lin, please have a seat. Wolf King gestured toward the sofa. Lin Chen promptly took a seat. What brings you to me? Lin Chen asked directly. Nothing of great consequence. I merely wish to observe a young prodigy up close. Wolf King replied with a smile. Now that you have observed, do you have any other matters to discuss? Lin Chen inquired coolly. Wolf King was momentarily at a loss for words. This young man was utterly unconventional. I have treated you with kindness. Ought you not reciprocate with similar courtesy? Why do you appear so impatient? What do you mean by this? How rude, chuckled the woman on the opposite sofa, clearly entertained by the exchange. She regarded Lin Chen with curiosity. This young fellow is quite amusing. Wolf King was about to speak when Lin Chen abruptly stood and stated coolly, if there is nothing else, I shall proceed to my own business. Wolf King was taken aback. Your business? You sought me for a purpose? Feel free to speak. Wolf King gestured, intrigued. The woman leaned in, equally curious about Lin Chen's intentions. Yang Fan narrowed his eyes, contemplating. Is he about to take action? Sure enough, Lin Chen posed a pointed question. You killed Mu Jiahuang, did you not? At this revelation, the expressions of everyone in the room shifted dramatically. Mu Lianqing was equally astonished. No wonder Lin Chen had insisted she accompany him. It was all for this matter. In other words, it was to protect her. Mu Lianqing felt a surge of emotion. Yet, soon after, concern began to creep in. Wolf King was not only the curator of the underground boxing arena, but also one of the 8 kings of Yuzhou. His strength and influence were formidable. Although Lin Chen was powerful, his youth, lack of experience, and naivety made him an unlikely match for Wolf King. Wolf King, too, was taken aback by Lin Chen's sudden inquiry. After a brief pause, he nodded. Indeed, it was I who killed Mu Jiawang. And you possess his inheritance? Lin Chen pressed on. Indeed, Wolf King narrowed his eyes. Very well, Lin Chen extended his right hand, stating with an air of authority, return Mu Jiawang's inheritance at once. It was a command. Wolf King was momentarily stunned. Then he laughed, a derisive laugh. Young friend Lin, I regard you as a distinguished guest, yet you treat me thus? Mu Jiawang was the previous curator of the boxing arena. His inheritance rightfully belongs to me. Why should I relinquish it? Why should I heed your command? Simply because of her. Before his words fully escaped his lips, Lin Chen waved his sleeve, summoning a gale that swept Mu Lianqing into the air. Indeed, he had lifted her. The scene left everyone in utter shock. My heavens, is Lin Chen a practitioner of sorcery? I thought he was merely a martial artist. What on earth was happening? Wolf King was equally flabbergasted. He turned to Mu Lianqing, his eyes glimmering momentarily before he regained his composure, crossing his arms before him. Who is she? I do not recognize her. Do not feign ignorance. You have already surmised her identity, Lin Chen replied impatiently. Chapter 80. Desperation. You have already guessed her identity, Lin Chen remarked. The Wolf King immediately lost his composure. However, as the proprietor of an underground boxing arena, he could not afford to display his shock in front of so many witnesses, so he stifled his astonishment. Just then, the woman seated on the sofa exclaimed, This is impossible. Mu Jiawang has never been married. When did he have a daughter? Before her words could fully resonate, she lunged at Mu Lianqing with a short dagger in hand. Mu Lianqing's expression shifted dramatically. Lin Chen appeared before her, flicking his fingers to send the dagger spiraling out of the woman's grasp, embedding it into the wall. Did I permit you to harm her? Lin Chen asked coldly. I merely wished to verify her identity. I had no intention of causing her harm, the woman replied, her brows furrowed in displeasure. Lin Chen remained silent, unwilling to repeat himself. No need for verification. She is indeed Mu Jiawang's daughter, the Wolf King interjected suddenly. Weren't you the one who claimed that Mu Jiawang had no family, no wife, and no children? The woman questioned, her brow knitted in confusion. I have seen this little girl in many photographs left by Mu Jiawang. I merely assumed she was a relative. I did not expect to be mistaken. The Wolf King sighed, shaking his head. Lin, Miss Mu, please wait here for a moment while I search for Jiawang's inheritance, he said, rising to head towards the door. A smirk crept onto Lin Chen's lips as the Wolf King opened the door, preparing to step out. However, a hand landed on his shoulder. Get lost. The Wolf King spun around and threw a punch backward, the air itself seeming to explode from the force of his blow. Lin Chen flicked his fingers again. With a muffled thud, the Wolf King was sent crashing outside, slamming against the wall. Yet, even in that moment, he grinned, revealing a devilish smile. You are all doomed. Before his words could fade, the Wolf King pressed a button in his hand. Boom. A black metallic door slammed down, sealing the room tightly. What? The alluring woman's expression changed, panic flooding her features. We are finished. We are completely finished. What is happening? Mu Lianqing blinked, bewildered. Before the woman could explain, the ceiling rapidly turned crimson, an intense heat radiating outward. We are like fish in a barrel, trapped and prepared for roasting. The woman exclaimed, agitated like an ant on a hot stove. Is that so? Lin Chen surveyed the surroundings, understanding dawning upon him. It seemed that from the moment the Wolf King recognized Mu Lianqing, he had begun plotting their demise. Now, he had locked them in this confined space and activated the heating, intent on roasting them alive. I have heard that this room is constructed from a special alloy, impervious to damage. I always thought it was for defense, but I never expected this scoundrel to be so sinister. The temperature from above grew increasingly oppressive, and the woman's face paled. Her gaze turned towards the man in black nearby. With a swift movement, she charged forward, seizing the man by the throat. You are the Wolf King's disciple, so you must be familiar with this place. Tell me, how do we escape? Otherwise, I will end your life, she hissed, lifting him off the ground. The man, however, wore an expression of calm indifference, even smiling slightly as he replied, You might as well give up. Unless a grandmaster of martial arts comes personally, No one can breach that door. As he spoke, his smile twisted into something more sinister. He was prepared to die alongside them. The woman's face turned ashen. A grandmaster of martial arts? What a joke. Each one of them is a formidable being. A master of the path. Even within the entire Yunzhou, it would be a challenge to find one. And given the urgency of the situation, where was she to find such a master? This was a dead end. Your master is truly a scoundrel, willing to sacrifice you to eliminate us. She tightened her grip on the man's throat, her hands growing firmer. Had the Wolf King taken this man with him, she might have sensed something amiss. But she had not anticipated such cold-heartedness, willing to sacrifice his own disciple to achieve his goals. What a wretched scum. The man in the suit was now choking, his complexion turning a ghastly shade. Yet he continued to grin, gasping out, "Dying for my master is an honor. You vile creature." With a swift strike, the woman delivered a blow to the man's neck, rendering him unconscious as he collapsed to the floor. The temperature in the room soared, quickly surpassing 40 degrees. The woman felt the air growing thick around her. "I never thought I would die here instead of the battlefield. How infuriating." She shed her outer garment, revealing her graceful figure, and kicked a wooden table to splinters, her fury palpable. Lin Chen, frightened, clung tightly to Lin Chen, yet she felt no heat. Rather, she found his embrace refreshing. However, Yang Fan was suffering, lacking the strength and feeling too embarrassed to cling to Lin Chen. Thus he was drenched in sweat. Why is there no signal here? Yang Fan pulled out his phone, only to find the signal indicator marked with an X, his face darkening as if it could drip with water. "Wolf King, let me out. If not, Lu Qianqian, will not spare you," she shouted at the camera, her voice diminishing, her face reddening from suffocation. "Stop yelling. It's futile," Lin Chen said calmly. "Then we can't just sit here and wait for death, can we?" The woman retorted, her gaze sharp as she looked at Lin Chen. Without a word, Lin Chen walked toward the metallic door. "What are you doing?" she asked, her brow furrowing. Lin Chen did not respond. He clenched his fist and struck the alloy door with all his might. Puff. The alluring woman nearly laughed, her face filled with disdain. This metallic door was exceptionally sturdy. Unless a grandmaster of martial arts intervened, it could not be moved. Did this little fellow think he could shake a mountain? Absurd. You're going to break your hand. Lin Chen's punch landed squarely against the alloy door, producing no significant sound. Puff. His fist pierced through the alloy door as though it were mere tofu, without any difficulty whatsoever. Chapter 81. Astonished, the woman gasped in disbelief. My heavens. Am I dreaming? Did he truly shatter such a formidable alloy door with a single punch? Just one punch. What in the world is happening? Could it be that the alloy's unique material and high resilience allowed it to be penetrated without being damaged? A spark of realization ignited within her. Does that mean his arm is now trapped and cannot be withdrawn? Observing Lin Chen's immobility only solidified her conviction. In truth, she was perplexed by her own feelings. If Lin Chen had broken the alloy door, her salvation would be at hand. Yet, for reasons unknown, a part of her deeply wished for the door to remain intact. Now, witnessing Lin Chen's inability to retract his hand, she found herself unexpectedly relieved. Lin Chen stood before the alloy door, which bore not a single crack. It seems I should not have exerted such force, he mused with a teasing smile. I thought this door was impenetrable, compelling me to use such strength. At that moment, the woman spoke up. What will you do about your arm? It can't remain stuck here forever. A true man knows when to bend and when to break. Perhaps you should just chop it off. Before she could finish, Lin Chen's right arm surged. Boom. The alloy door exploded into countless fragments. The woman staggered, nearly losing her balance. What? What just happened? It said that only a martial arts grandmaster could breach such a barrier? Aren't even bullets ineffective against it? How could it have just blown apart? Am I truly dreaming? As the suited man regained consciousness, he witnessed Lin Chen obliterating the alloy door. Initially stunned, he soon broke into a mysterious smile, muttering, It seems I am still dreaming. Perhaps I should return to slumber. He then reclined on the ground, closing his eyes once more. Fresh air poured in from the outside, invigorating everyone. Let us depart, Lin Chen said, leading Lin Chen and Yang Fan outside. The woman remained rooted in place, utterly dumbfounded. This little fellow is extraordinarily powerful. After so many years and countless encounters, aside from the legendary warrior from the military district, I have never encountered anyone who could rival him. In the surveillance room, Crazy Wolf was utterly terrified. Sipping his tea, he had anticipated relishing the sight of Lin Chen and the others being roasted alive. But he never expected Lin Chen to pierce the alloy door with a mere punch. A single punch. Crazy Wolf was nearly paralyzed with fear. This is beyond terrifying. Without hesitation, he sped off in his sports car, running red lights as he raced to the airport. He dared not linger in Yunhai City any longer. He needed to flee post-haste. In the underground boxing arena, in the corridor, Crazy Wolf's master sought the reason for Lin Chen's visit. A beautiful and alluring woman trailed behind Pang Dehai, inquiring, "So, what brings him here?" "Surely, it cannot be anything good," Pang Dehai replied. "How could you say such a thing?" The lovely woman was none other than Mizuno Emi, tilting her head with curiosity. An old saying goes, "There is no reason to visit the Three Treasures Hall without cause." Pang Dehai feigned seriousness. "Though I am not Chinese, surely that saying does not apply here?" Mizuno Emi blinked innocently. "Oh, the meaning is the same. Just understand that," Pang Dehai replied, slightly embarrassed. "Will Lin Chen be in danger?" Mizuno Emi asked. "Yes," Pang Dehai affirmed gravely. "Should we not go take a look?" Mizuno Emi inquired. "If you wish to live, do not go," Pang Dehai cautioned softly. "You are unaware of Crazy Wolf's ruthless nature. Lin Chen will undoubtedly face danger from such a man. However, as long as Lin Chen possesses a modicum of social finesse, he can turn peril into safety. Everyone understands the art of getting along, which entails yielding and compromising. In other words, if Lin Chen concedes, he will likely face no danger." "Oh," Mizuno Emi nodded, somewhat comprehending, yet silently lamenting. "Baka, Chinese is truly difficult to grasp." Suddenly, Mizuno Emi's expression shifted, and she knelt on the ground. "What is wrong?" Pang Dehai was taken aback. Ignoring him, Mizuno Emi bowed her head and uttered 3 words, "Lord Lin." Her tone was filled with deep respect. Pang Dehai shivered. "Lord Lin? Lin Chen?" He then exhaled in relief. It seemed Crazy Wolf had not troubled Lord Lin. What a stroke of luck. Lin Chen descended the staircase and inquired, "Did you see Crazy Wolf just now?" "Not at all," Mizuno Emi shook her head. "That fellow is quite amusing. He abandoned the boxing arena," Yang Fan scoffed. They had searched for Crazy Wolf several times, but found no trace. It was evident he had fled. Mizuno Emi was utterly baffled. What on earth are they discussing? Why can I not comprehend? At that moment, a loud shout echoed from afar. "Crazy Wolf, come out. I challenge you." Turning towards the voice, they saw a burly man in his 30s or 40s, clad in a white tank top, striding forward while bellowing. Pang Dehai approached him disdainfully. "This man is Li Xiong, a martial arts master known in Yunzhou. He has challenged Crazy Wolf numerous times, but has always retreated with his tail between his legs." Noticing Lin Chen and the others watching him, Li Xiong turned and approached. Pang Dehai quickly hid behind Lin Chen. Though he looked down on Li Xiong, he knew Li Xiong could easily overpower him. "Hey, did you see Crazy Wolf? Do you know where he is?" Li Xiong asked Lin Chen and his companions. "He has fled," Yang Fan replied. "Fled? What do you mean?" Li Xiong frowned. "What else could it mean?" "He was driven away," Yang Fan shrugged. "Driven away? Who possesses such capability?" Li Xiong was taken aback. Before Yang Fan could respond, Lin Chen interjected, "From this day forth, the owner of this boxing arena is no longer Crazy Wolf. You need not return here." The expressions of Mizuno Emi, Pang Dehai, and Li Xiong shifted dramatically. "What do you mean? The owner is no longer Crazy Wolf. Then who is it?" What shocked them even more was Lin Chen's next statement. "Mizuno Emi, since you have allied with Pang Dehai, I shall bestow upon you a parting gift. From this day forth, you are the new owner of this boxing arena." Lin Chen addressed Mizuno Emi directly. Chapter 82. Using a knife to kill from this day forth. "You shall be the master of this boxing gym." Upon hearing these words, everyone was taken aback. Mizuno Emi gaped in disbelief, her breath quickening due to shock. Pang Dehai's eyes widened as well, but soon turned to terror. He was astute. Upon hearing Lin Chen's statement and recalling Lin Chen's previous remarks, he had begun to piece together the unfolding scenario. "Kid, I warn you, do not act pretentiously in front of my grandfather. The owner of this gym is the Wild Wolf, and that is an unalterable fact that your mere words cannot change," Li Xiong scoffed. Lin Chen ignored Li Xiong. He turned his gaze to Mizuno Emi, who gradually regained her composure. Taking a deep breath, she knelt on one knee and declared with conviction, "I shall not fail in my mission." "Good," Lin Chen nodded slightly. "What a farce. One dares to speak, and the other believes. Are you a fool? Just out of the mental asylum?" Slap. A resounding slap echoed in the room as Mizuno Emi struck Li Xiong's face without hesitation. "If you dare to insult Mr. Lin again, I will destroy you," she hissed fiercely, like a lioness protecting her cub. Li Xiong stumbled back in fright. However, the next moment, he became enraged. How can a distinguished martial arts master like me be intimidated by a woman? You're seeking death. Li Xiong shouted angrily, swinging his hand to retaliate. Though the woman before him was undeniably beautiful, Li Xiong had never been one to show mercy. If she dared to strike him, she must be prepared for the consequences. However, just as his hand was about to reach Mizuno Emi, she firmly grasped his wrist, rendering him immobile. I can forgive your strike, but if you show any disrespect to Mr. Lin again, I will ensure your demise. With that, Mizuno Emi delivered a swift kick. Li Xiong's robust frame was sent flying effortlessly against the distant wall, crashing into it with a loud thud. Dust swirled around. In that instant, Li Xiong questioned his very existence. Mizuno Emi had taught him a lesson he would not soon forget. He was no match for her. Moreover, the most significant truth was that Mizuno Emi displayed profound respect for that young man, which only further intimidated him. Mr. Lin, this gym is no ordinary establishment. The transfer of ownership and related matters may be somewhat troublesome, Mizuno Emi said, glancing at Lin Chen with a hint of hesitation. Lin Chen turned his attention to Pang Dehai, who, recognizing the gravity of the situation, stepped forward confidently, declaring, "Rest assured, Mr. Lin's affairs are my affairs. I will handle this matter." Very well, Mizuno Emi nodded lightly. But what if the wild wolf returns? Pang Dehai suddenly inquired, a note of concern in his voice. Lin Chen shook his head nonchalantly, his tone exuding utmost confidence. Pang Dehai was momentarily taken aback. So confident? Yes, Lin Chen affirmed, and Pang Dehai dared not press further, merely nodding in agreement. Now, I assign you a task. Retrieve all the ancient texts within this gym, Lin Chen instructed. Pang Dehai and Mizuno Emi exchanged puzzled glances. Ancient texts? What is Mr. Lin planning? Yet neither dared to delve deeper. The underground boxing gym had been appended in such a manner that even now, Yang Fan found it hard to believe. However, Brother Lin, are you seeking those ancient texts for Miss Mu? Yang Fan inquired with a smirk. Mu Lianqing looked taken aback. For me? What do you mean? Before Lin Chen could respond, several individuals approached from the corridor. Leading them was a middle-aged man in his 50s, exuding an imposing presence. Upon spotting Lin Chen, his brows furrowed in a mixture of fear and hostility. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the distant Li Xiong and the cracked wall behind him, a smile breaking across his face. I didn't expect this kid to provoke Li Xiong. He truly is unaware of his own limitations. Those cracks on the wall must have been created by Li Xiong's furious fists, right? Haha, Li Xiong, my brother, how have you been? The middle-aged man greeted with a grin. Who are you? Li Xiong squinted, recognition dawning as he exclaimed, You're Su Tian? Indeed. I am honored that you remember me, my brother Li Xiong. Su Tian laughed heartily. Li Xiong returned a smile, though it was tinged with awkwardness. How could he be praised for his strength when he had just been beaten? It felt like mockery. You can compliment me at any other time, but please refrain from doing so now. However, considering Su Tian's unintentional oversight, Li Xiong chose not to press the matter. Yet, Su Tian's next words made Li Xiong's expression change drastically. Li Xiong, did he offend you? Don't worry, while I am here today, I will make him kneel and apologize to you. Su Tian boasted, thumping his chest with pride. Li Xiong's lips twitched in anger. Get lost. He turned and stormed away. Wait, Li Xiong, you don't need to fear them. Though they are numerous, they are nothing but trash. Feel free to deal with them. And I, Su, will surely support you. Su Tian shouted desperately. Lin Chen had encroached upon his territory and disrupted his plans, which infuriated him. Thus, he sought to incite Li Xiong, using him as a pawn to teach Lin Chen a lesson. However, upon hearing Su Tian's words, Li Xiong's face flushed with rage, and he walked away even faster. You too, hold on a moment. Yang Fan suddenly interjected. Li Xiong halted abruptly, and Su Tian turned to him as well. Li Xiong, your hearing isn't impaired, is it? Disrespecting him could lead to a slap in the face. Yang Fan remarked with a mischievous grin, pointing at Lin Chen. What is this kid saying? I cannot comprehend. Su Tian stood there, bewildered. In stark contrast, Li Xiong was trembling with fury, his expression shifting dramatically. Li Xiong, you need not fear him. Slap. Li Xiong delivered a resounding slap to his own face, the sound echoing cruelly. A bright red handprint appeared on his cheek. What the hell? Su Tian nearly lost his balance. What was Li Xiong doing? Had he gone mad? Li Xiong, are you unwell? I can take you to the hospital, and once you recover, you can deal with those trashy individuals later. Shut your mouth. Li Xiong bellowed, his voice filled with unrestrained fury, spitting saliva onto Su Tian's face. Su Tian's mouth twitched in irritation. Li Xiong, I have neither provoked nor offended you. What is this about? Su Tian, is it? A big shot in Lin City, is it? Quite impressive, aren't you? Li Xiong seethed, pointing a finger accusingly at Su Tian, his voice dripping with venom. If you dare utter another word, from this day forth, I, Li Xiong, shall declare you my enemy. Chapter 83. The Art of Wind and Thunder. Su Tian, is it? The boss of Lin City, is it? Quite impressive indeed. If you dare utter another word, from this day forth, I, Li Xiong, shall be your sworn enemy. Li Xiong barked through clenched teeth. Having said that, he turned and departed. Su Tian stood there, bewildered. What in the world was happening? Had he wronged Li Xiong in any way to warrant such enmity? Insanity. Su Tian, with his prideful demeanor, had never encountered such disrespect. He spat in disdain and retorted, if you wish to be enemies, then so be it. I fear you not. Damn it. In a fit of anger, Su Tian waved his sleeve and turned away. However, before leaving, he cast a glance at Lin Chen, his eyes filled with curiosity, fury, and a hint of murderous intent. As Su Tian walked away, Lin Chen, do you know who Su Tian is? Young Fan asked. A knowing smile on his face. The boss of Lin City, Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. Indeed. Yang Fan clapped his hands together. He is ruthless and unscrupulous. You have snatched his business today. He will surely remember you. So from now on, tread carefully. So, you just made him a formidable foe? Lin Chen inquired with a smile. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. That Li Xiong is not inherently malicious, though somewhat simple-minded. He is inconsequential in the grand scheme and can be utilized, Yang Fan explained. Lin Chen regarded Yang Fan with surprise. Despite his youth, this individual exuded a sense of calm and composure, acting swiftly yet without haste. One could only wonder about his family's background. However, Lin Chen did not dwell on it further. He never concerned himself with the backgrounds of his friends. As long as they were agreeable, they could become his companions. Yang Fan was certainly to his liking. Time passed. 1 hour later. Mr. Lin, all the ancient texts from the boxing gym are here. Peng Dehai and Mizuno Megumi announced, each holding a box. The boxes contained numerous books, the majority inscribed on paper, yet a few were astonishingly written on bamboo slips, hinting at their antiquity. Thank you for your hard work, Lin Chen said with a gentle nod. He then turned to Mu Lianqing. Extend your hand. Although puzzled, Mu Lianqing promptly extended her hand. Lin Chen waved his hand, and in an instant, a drop of blood flew from her fingertip, yet it was painless. Lin Chen exhaled towards the drop of blood. Buzz. Suddenly, the blood seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, flying directly towards the box in Mizuno Megumi's hands. Scatter the ancient texts, Lin Chen commanded. Mizuno Megumi, not daring to hesitate, promptly emptied the box of its contents. Dozens of books scattered like flowers cast by celestial maidens. By mere coincidence or fate, that drop of blood landed upon the cover of a book that was not too tattered. This is the one. Lin Chen's eyes brightened as he picked up the book. 3 large characters caught his gaze. The Art of Wind and Thunder. Lin Chen immediately began to peruse the text. What is he doing? Mu Lianqing inquired, knowing that Yang Fan was well informed. I am uncertain, but it should be for your benefit, Yang Fan replied. For me? Mu Lianqing blinked in surprise. Yang Fan refrained from elaborating further and curiously asked, did it hurt when he drew your blood? Not at all, Mu Lianqing shook her head. At that moment, Lin Chen unexpectedly handed Mu Lianqing a letter, somewhat worn. For me? Mu Lianqing looked at Lin Chen. He nodded. As she took it, she noticed the surface bore 3 unsightly characters, Mu Lianqing. This is my father's handwriting. Mu Lianqing's expression changed dramatically. Although over a decade had passed, she still recognized those characters. They belonged to her father. After all, Mu Jiuhuang's handwriting was notoriously messy and unappealing. There was likely no one else in the world with such a style. Her heart raced as she cautiously opened the letter. Moments later, tears welled in her eyes, and her body trembled. Stowing the letter away, she took a deep breath. I wish to learn the art of wind and thunder. It is a legacy from my father. Mu Lianqing extended her hand towards Lin Chen, her expression resolute. I must avenge my father by slaying the mad wolf. Not so fast, Lin Chen replied, shaking his head. Mu Lianqing was taken aback. The flaws in this technique are numerous. I must revise it for you, Lin Chen said, raising the book in his hand. Mu Lianqing's mouth fell open in astonishment. Revise a martial art? Is that really possible? Surely you jest. In the letter, Mu Jiahuang explicitly stated that the art of wind and thunder was an exceedingly superior technique, sought after by thousands, suitable for both men and women, yet particularly advantageous for women. How could Lin Chen claim it had too many flaws? For a moment, Mu Lianqing was at a loss for words. After a brief interval, Lin Chen finished reading the entire book of the art of wind and thunder. Grant me 3 days, and I shall provide you with a completely new version, he declared as he stood. Very well, Mu Lianqing nodded in agreement. Yang Fan, observing the exchange, felt a twinge of astonishment. He had heard of the art of wind and thunder, recognizing it as an exceptionally valuable technique. Yet now, Mu Lianqing was so readily offering this treasure? Was such generosity truly warranted? Their relationship seemed quite extraordinary, Yang Fan mused. As night fell over Yuhai City, the streets glowed brightly, bustling with vehicles. After exiting the underground boxing gym, Lin Chen and Mu Lianqing parted ways with Yang Fan, making their way back to school. However, they returned too late. The dormitory doors were locked. Mu Lianqing looked at Lin Chen with anticipation. Lin Chen sighed softly. We cannot sleep on the streets. It seems we have no choice but to go to that place. At a small inn near the school, 2 standard rooms, Lin Chen stated. Only 1 standard room remains, the innkeeper replied without looking up, her tone indifferent. We shall take our leave, Lin Chen said without hesitation, leading Mu Lianqing out. Young man, do not waste your efforts. Today is the day for new students to enroll, and every inn within 10 miles has been fully booked by parents. The single room I have is merely a stroke of luck. Once you leave my establishment, you shall find no other option, the innkeeper called after them, exuding confidence. Lin Chen still wished to decline. However, Mu Lianqing said, let us stay here. With her asserting her decision, Lin Chen had no grounds to refuse. How could the formidable supreme immortal find himself thwarted by a mere room? Lin Chen sighed. Unbeknownst to him, Mu Lianqing's cheeks flushed, her gaze somewhat dreamy. Chapter 84. You are playing with fire in the room. The sound of water echoed as Mu Lianqing was bathing. The hotel's facilities were quite rudimentary, with the bathroom not being a separate room, merely separated by a piece of translucent glass. Lin Chen could clearly see the alluring curves of Mu Lianqing's figure. Her silhouette was indeed impressive. He gazed at the glass with unabashed admiration. After a brief moment, Mu Lianqing emerged from the bathroom, her nerves palpable as she wrapped herself in a single bath towel. How could she not feel anxious? However, upon seeing Lin Chen with his eyes closed in meditation, she let out a sigh of relief, though a flicker of disappointment crossed her face. Lin Chen, I've finished bathing. You should wash up too, Mu Lianqing hurriedly said, diving under the covers, her shyness evident. All right, Lin Chen replied, rising to enter the bathroom. The sound of running water filled the air, and soon, Lin Chen's well-defined physique became visible through the glass. Oh my, Mu Lianqing gasped, covering her eyes with the blanket, though her gaze inevitably strayed toward the glass. Men typically bathe quickly, and moments later, Lin Chen stepped out, clad only in a towel. Mu Lianqing instinctively shifted her position on the bed, creating a significant space. Yet, Lin Chen shook his head. I won't be joining you. Then where will you sleep tonight? She asked, taken aback. I can sleep sitting up, Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. Sitting? That won't do. Mu Lianqing shook her head in defiance. You must come up and sleep. Oh, Lin Chen smirked, looking at her. Little girl, are you not afraid that I might do something excessive? Excessive? Mu Lianqing's cheeks flushed crimson, hurriedly covering herself with the blanket in evident embarrassment. Lin Chen chuckled softly, finding her adorably naive. Just then, a voice emerged from beneath the covers. Do you dare to act on it? Why wouldn't I? Lin Chen tilted his head, intrigued. You wouldn't dare, Mu Lianqing retorted dismissively. Little girl, you are indeed playing with fire, Lin Chen remarked, rising and striding toward her. Humph, men are all talk and no action. Mu Lianqing's voice trembled from under the blanket, uncertain whether it was from excitement or fear. Then let me demonstrate that I am not merely all talk, Lin Chen shouted, diving beneath the covers with lightning speed. Mu Lianqing gasped in surprise. How did he get in? I didn't see anything. Just as she was about to speak, Lin Chen pressed a finger to her forehead. Sleep now, he murmured, his voice seemingly magical. At that moment, Mu Lianqing's eyes fluttered shut, succumbing to fatigue and drifting into a deep slumber. Foolish girl, I know you mean well, but your provocation is rather juvenile, Lin Chen thought as he withdrew his hand, gazing at the peacefully sleeping Mu Lianqing, who, despite having removed her makeup, remained strikingly beautiful. Fortunately, Lin Chen was no ordinary man. Otherwise, the night could have taken a different turn. Yet, he mused, this girl was becoming increasingly enchanting. Standing on the floor, he reflected on how the prolonged lack of spiritual energy on Earth had left Lin Chen's body akin to a parched lake. However, having spent the day in Lin Chen's presence, absorbing the ambient spiritual energy, she now radiated even more vibrancy, her beauty elevated to a near ethereal level. After following me for an entire night, you must be exhausted. Did your mother not send you home for dinner? He remarked lightly, though received no reply. My patience is limited, Lin Chen spoke again, this time with a chilling undertone that sent shivers down one's spine. Huh, no wonder you could slay 2 second-tier assassins. Chinese people are indeed formidable, a voice suddenly interrupted from above. Looking up, Lin Chen spotted a man in a black mask, clinging to the wall like a gecko, fixated on him. Spider-Man? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Chinese, I am a gecko, not Spider-Man. The masked man roared in anger. Lin Chen was taken aback. What had provoked this sudden rage? A split personality, perhaps? Damn Chinese, I intended to leave you with a whole corpse. But now you dare to compare me to that man. The masked man bellowed. Remember my name, I am Gecko. Die. With that, he lunged toward Lin Chen. Lin Chen remained unfazed, casting a glance at Lin Chen, who still slept soundly, relieved she had not been disturbed. He smiled knowingly. A moment later, a bruised and disheveled figure knelt before Lin Chen, looking like a beggar. Clearly, he was the same man who had been so arrogant moments ago. Chinese, Black Widow will not spare you. The masked man growled, his face a mask of fury, only to be met with a swift slap from Lin Chen that sent him crashing to the ground. Be quiet. The girl is trying to sleep, Lin Chen whispered, pressing the man's head down with a firm hand. Have some decency. The masked man winced in pain, his mouth agape yet unable to utter a sound, rendered mute by the pressure. Lower your voice, all right? Lin Chen inquired. The man nodded frantically. Lin Chen then eased his grip, leaning back in a chair, crossing his legs. Now, tell me everything you know, he commanded. About what? The masked man exclaimed, realizing he was utterly immobilized, dread washing over him. Share all the information you possess. Lin Chen insisted. The masked man hesitated, loyalty to Black Widow running deep within him. How could he betray her? With a mere glance from Lin Chen, the man broke. I'll tell you everything. He stammered, terror etched across his face. Then proceed, Lin Chen encouraged with a benign smile. The masked man divulged everything he knew. He was a third-tier assassin known as Gecko, involved in many significant events, including orchestrating the upheaval in Syria a decade ago. Black Widow's stronghold was in Europe, and her organization was renowned globally. Their presence in China was due to a lucrative contract, a massive one at that. Chapter 85. The Enchanting Woman. 9 Tier 2 Assassins, 6 Tier 3 Assassins, 2 Tier 4 Assassins, and 1 Tier 5 Assassin. Upon hearing the words of the man in black, Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, contemplating. In essence, it means that you, the Black Widow, have already marked me. No matter where I go, you will dispatch increasingly formidable assassins to eliminate me? Lin Chen inquired. Indeed. The man in black dared not deceive Lin Chen and nodded submissively. I see. A glint of cold light flickered in Lin Chen's narrowed eyes. What do you intend to do? Sensing Lin Chen's murderous intent, the man in black trembled as he asked. It seems I must pay a visit to Europe. Lin Chen lazily stretched and remarked. What do you intend to do in Europe? The man in black was taken aback. Europe was the stronghold of the Black Widow. Wasn't he venturing there tantamount to courting death? Or was this fellow actually frightened and planning to go to Europe to apologize? It must be so. With this thought, a faint smirk crept upon the man's lips, revealing a hint of pride. Our Black Widow organization is indeed formidable. Of course, I am going to eradicate the Black Widow, Lin Chen stated nonchalantly. The man in black was momentarily stunned, and the next moment, the smile on his face froze. What? He exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief. Lin Chen extended his palm and placed it on the man's crown. What are you doing? The man in black asked in terror. Do not worry, I will not kill you. I merely require you to deliver a message for me. Before he finished speaking, the man in black felt a cool power surge through Lin Chen's fingers into his body. All done. Lin Chen retracted his hand, dusting off his palms. What message should I convey? The man in black asked, quivering. I have already conveyed the message to you, Lin Chen replied with a half-smile. Ah? The man in black stood frozen in place. Get lost. Lin Chen kicked the man out the door, breaking 3 of his ribs in the process. The man in black was overjoyed, disregarding the pain of his fractured bones, and fled in a frenzy. He had thought he would perish at the hands of this young man, yet unexpectedly, the opponent had let him go. As the saying goes, this person is truly foolish. Does he not understand the principle of letting the tiger return to the mountain? Like a panther, the man in black dashed through the night, swiftly distancing himself from the hotel. More than 10 minutes later, the man in black perched atop a giant tree, glancing back to find that Lin Chen had not followed, and he let out a sigh of relief. That fool did not follow me. However, I must return and clarify matters. His heart brimmed with delight, yet he did not dare to let down his guard, continuously taking winding paths. What should have taken him a mere 10 minutes ended up taking over 2 hours before he arrived at his destination. This was an abandoned factory on the outskirts of Yunhai City. The night had deepened, and stars twinkled above. The man in black, like a specter, scaled the high wall and entered a dimly lit room. "Gecko, have you succeeded?" A foreigner in white, sipping coffee, casually inquired upon seeing the man in black enter. His tone was remarkably calm, as if he had great confidence in Gecko. Gecko was among the top Tier 3 assassins, and even against certain Tier 4 assassins, he was not easily bested. Hence, the decision to send Gecko to hunt Lin Chen was made after careful consideration. Now, seeing Gecko return safely, he was certain the mission had succeeded. To his astonishment, Gecko raged, "Kill? That Chinese man is too terrifying. Not only I, but even the top Tier 4 assassins are no match for him. To deal with him, at least a Tier 5 assassin is required. You bastard. I have done nothing to offend you. Why did you send me to my death? I will definitely kill you today." Before he could finish, Gecko lunged at the man in white. The two engaged in a fierce brawl. Although the man in white was a Tier 4 assassin, he was entirely unprepared and was thus overpowered by Gecko. Without holding back, Gecko swiftly inflicted multiple cuts with his dagger on the man in white. "Fuck, Gecko, have you lost your mind?" The man in white barely managed to roll away, evading Gecko's blade, his face contorted with fury. "I haven't lost my mind. If it weren't for my good luck today, I would have been the one dead." Gecko charged at the man in white again, ruthlessly swinging his dagger, shouting, "I have long found you displeasing. Today is the day I eliminate you and take over as captain of the 8th team." Gecko was incredibly fast. The dagger was about to pierce the man in white's eye. Just at that critical moment, a fair, delicate hand appeared out of nowhere, flicking her fingers and sending the dagger flying. Clang! Because Gecko had gripped too tightly, the moment the dagger flew, his hand was painfully jolted, and he flipped backward, crashing to the ground with a thud. A pair of striking red high heels landed atop Gecko's head. "Lady Lily?" The man in white exclaimed, astonished. "You? How did you arrive? If I hadn't come, you would now be a one-eyed corpse." Following the red high heels upward, one could see her pristine legs, curvaceous thighs, slender waist, proud neck, cascading golden waves of hair, and ultimately, a stunningly beautiful face. This visage was unlike that of an ordinary Eastern woman. Her features were pronounced, with deep-set eyes and iridescent blue irises reminiscent of the ocean. Such a unique countenance, paired with her flowing golden hair, clearly marked her as a quintessential European beauty. With her foot firmly on Gecko's head, her weight was light, yet no matter how he struggled, he could not rise, ultimately forced to lie on the ground like a defeated dog. How I wish that instead of Gecko, I were the one beneath her foot. The man in white gazed at her enviously. Lady Lily was clad in a form-fitting dress, and Gecko, prostrate beneath her, must surely have a view of that enchanting scenery. "Clean up the mess on the floor," Lady Lily said with a flirtatious smile. The man in white, mesmerized, became like a puppet under her charm, nodding vigorously. "Yes, yes, yes." In mere moments, the man in white had tidied the yellow liquid on the ground, the result of his fright from Gecko. Once the area was cleaned, the man in white voluntarily knelt before Lady Lily, his face ingratiating. "Gecko, speak up," Lady Lily gently urged, retracting her right foot. Gecko's emotions had settled, and he would no longer take action against the man in white. He too knelt before Lady Lily, gathering his thoughts to recount the unfolding events. However, he had scarcely begun to speak. Chapter 86. The injustice of Mu Lianqing. As the lizard began to utter a word, an explosive force surged forth. A wave of visible impact radiated outward like a blade. Baiha's expression changed drastically, hastily pulling the man in white closer. A minute later, boom, the entire room collapsed. Amidst the ruins, Baiha pushed aside the heavy stones, struggling to rise. Her complexion was pale, her clothing torn in several places. and her fair skin marred with bloodstains. Beneath her feet lay 2 puddles of flesh. Oh dear. Though Baiha appeared disheveled, she maintained a smile, albeit one that was chillingly cold. The heel of her red stiletto had snapped, causing her height to diminish significantly. In the words of the Huaxia people, this could be termed a show of power. Baiha bent down to remove her high heels, but at that moment, her beautiful eyes suddenly widened. She had caught sight of 4 letters formed from flesh. Fuck. Baiha's expression darkened momentarily. However, it soon transformed into a radiant and seductive smile as she remarked, "It seems this is not a show of power, but rather a provocation. A blatant provocation." With that, Baiha stretched languidly, her bare feet stepping out of the ruins. "Then I shall personally pay him a visit." Yet, as she exited the wreckage, her legs gave way, and she fell to the ground. Although most of the damage had been absorbed by the man in white, the residual shockwave had severely injured her. At this moment, she possessed nearly no combat strength. "I should head to the hospital first." Baiha smiled charmingly, struggling to rise, and made her way towards the nearest hospital. In the realm of the Black Widow, it was well known that Baiha was somewhat eccentric. Her expressions were inversely proportional to her emotions. The happier she felt inside, the more indifferent her expression appeared. Conversely, the angrier she became, the more joyful her smile. Baiha grinned coyly, forcing herself onward towards the hospital. Meanwhile, in the hotel, Lin Chen, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them wide. His gaze shimmered with profound light, as if he could see far into the distance. "That woman is supposedly a level 5 assassin?" He then lowered his head, murmuring to himself, "Quite beautiful." A wicked smile spread across his face. Ding dong. His phone rang unexpectedly. It was a message from Pang Dehai, "Boss. Master Bai has secured a top 3 position among the 8 masters of Yunzhou." The 8 masters of Yunzhou held an annual internal meeting, which was more of a competition to determine their rankings. Top 3, that means 3rd place. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. He knew Pang Dehai well. If Bai Rushue had secured 2nd place, Pang Dehai would have said so, rather than merely stating the top 3. Bai Rushue had entered the Dao. Although her realm was not entirely stable, she was no pushover. Yet she still only managed to achieve 3rd place. Lin Chen pondered. It seemed that the strength of the number 1 master in Yuzhou might indeed be astonishing. Quite intriguing. Lin Chen chuckled. Time to sleep. He stretched and walked into his room. The night swiftly passed. The following morning, Mu Lianqing felt well rested, awakening naturally. How comfortable. She stretched and let out a soft sigh. It had been ages since she had slept so soundly. What a delight. Suddenly realizing she was in a hotel, she hurriedly covered her exposed upper body. How did I fall asleep last night? Mu Lianqing pondered. Where's Lin Chen? She had assumed Lin Chen was sleeping beside her. But the bed was empty. Where could he be? She spotted Lin Chen sitting upright in a chair, his eyes half closed, seemingly in a light slumber. Mu Lianqing paused for a moment. Didn't he come up all night? Why? I'm not afraid of you touching me. Do you truly dislike me that much? You're awake? Lin Chen suddenly spoke, opening his eyes and asking. Mu Lianqing did not respond, but her eyes brimmed with hot tears, and her eyelids were red. Lin Chen blinked. What happened? Why is she suddenly crying? She looks so aggrieved. Put on some clothes. I'll step outside first. Lin Chen sensed something amiss and rose to leave, leaving Mu Lianqing alone, pouting on the bed. Lin Chen settled the bill. Young man, you must have been exhausted last night. The hotel manager smiled kindly. Not too bad, Lin Chen nodded. Oh dear, that little girl has quite the figure. She must have worn you out last night. The manager chuckled, her cheeks jiggling with laughter as she took Lin Chen's hand. How about this, young man? Come find me tonight, and Annie will treat you well. No, that won't be necessary. Lin Chen glanced at the plump manager, gulping nervously, and hurriedly shook his head. After paying, he quickly dashed out. Young man, don't run away. Leave a contact number. My skills are quite impressive. The manager called after him. Lin Chen waited outside for Mu Lianqing. A couple emerged from the hotel. Lin Chen's brow furrowed. The young man, Zhu Hui, was a classmate he recognized. More accurately, a rival. Li Xiaoman was one of the top 10 beauties at Yunhai University, with countless admirers. Zhu Hui had pursued her in the past, but she had rejected him in favor of Lin Chen, which led to Zhu Hui harboring animosity towards Lin Chen. Seeing Lin Chen, Zhu Hui froze. Appa, what's wrong? Zhu Hui's girlfriend inquired, her cheeks flushed with curiosity. Zhu Hui remained motionless, fixated on Lin Chen. Appa, is this your friend? His girlfriend turned to Lin Chen, her eyes lighting up at his handsome visage. Yes, he is Lin Chen. Zhu Hui nodded slightly. So he is Lin Chen? The one who was dumped by Li Xiaoman. The girl did not finish her sentence, but her expression had already turned disdainful. Indeed, Zhu Hui smirked, looking at Lin Chen with an air of arrogance. Lin Chen, you've broken up with Li Xiaoman, and yet you still come to places like this? Do you even have the right to be here? Lin Chen remained silent. He understood that Zhu Hui was not inherently malicious, merely envious of him, which fueled his animosity. Lin Chen turned to leave, not wanting to stoop to his level. Just then, a cold voice interrupted. Are you implying that Lin Chen can only come to the hotel with Li Xiaoman and not with other girls? On what grounds? Mu Lianqing stepped out of the hotel. Zhu Hui turned to look, instantly captivated. So beautiful. Zhu Hui's eyes sparkled with admiration. His girlfriend, seeing Mu Lianqing's stunning beauty, felt overshadowed. Although she was not unattractive, she paled in comparison to Mu Lianqing in both looks and grace. It was no exaggeration to say that Mu Lianqing could easily eclipse her. Chapter 87. The abundance of scoundrels. Lin Chen, let us depart, murmured Mu Lianqing, wrapping her delicate arm around his with a gentle smile. Indeed, let us go. Lin Chen replied with a slight nod. He contemplated offering an explanation, as he was not Mu Lianqing's boyfriend, and her actions could potentially tarnish his reputation. However, he was even less inclined to engage with Zhu Hui. The two strolled away, arms entwined, leaving behind a pair of affectionate silhouettes. What a beautiful girl. Zhu Hui's gaze lingered on Mu Lianqing's retreating figure. What are you staring at? His girlfriend pinched him sharply, snapping him from his reverie. Wincing slightly, Zhu Hui returned to reality and awkwardly chuckled. I was merely pondering how that useless Lin Chen managed to attract such a stunning girlfriend. Are you envious? His girlfriend's expression darkened. Not at all. No matter how beautiful she is, she cannot compare to you in the slightest, Zhu Hui hastily reassured her. Humph. His girlfriend remained unamused, her delicate nose lifting with a disdainful huff as she crossed her arms and walked away. Zhu Hui hurried after her, but not before casting one last glance in the direction of Mu Lianqing and Lin Chen, jealousy unmistakably flickering in his eyes. Once they had distanced themselves, Lin Chen and Mu Lianqing released their linked arms. Li Xiaoman is truly something. Why must she resort to slander after a breakup? Mu Lianqing fumed. Lin Chen shrugged nonchalantly. You must learn to fight back, Mu Lianqing admonished him, her gaze filled with disappointment. Lin Chen merely smiled faintly. Only immature boys allow themselves to be swayed by the whims of scoundrels. A seasoned individual would simply laugh it off. Having weathered the storms of thousands of years, Lin Chen had encountered far graver tribulations. Aside from his fundamental principles, he adopted a nearly indifferent attitude toward most matters. For instance, when Zhu Hui had just insulted him. Others might have retaliated, but Lin Chen chose not to stoop to such levels. He deemed it beneath him to engage in petty disputes with Zhu Hui. This exemplifies the disparity in character. Of course, should anyone dare to cross his boundaries, he would ensure they regretted their actions. The hotel was not far from the school, and they soon returned to campus. Classes start at 8 o'clock. We should hurry back to prepare, Lin Chen said as he escorted Mu Lianqing to the entrance of the girls' dormitory. Reluctantly, she lingered, not wishing to part ways. Lin Chen, please send me your class schedule via WeChat, Mu Lianqing requested. Of course, Lin Chen nodded. With that, she reluctantly entered the dormitory, and he turned to leave. Upon checking his phone, he observed the course schedule, which included major courses, general education classes, and electives. Yunhai University operated under a course selection system, allowing students to choose their classes. In Lin Chen's class, which consisted of over 40 students, each had their unique selections, resulting in more than 40 distinct schedules. Although Mu Lianqing and Lin Chen were not in the same major, their general education and elective courses might still overlap. My first class is physical education. And I have swimming? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow at his schedule. Why on earth did I choose swimming for my first class on Monday morning? How odd. He sent a screenshot of the schedule to Mu Lianqing. She quickly replied, I also have advanced mathematics too on Wednesday afternoon for my first class. How coincidental. Indeed. Quite coincidental, Lin Chen responded. Advanced mathematics was a general course required for nearly all majors, and many instructors taught it. It was indeed fortunate for Lin Chen to share this class with Mu Lianqing. Logically, he should have completed advanced mathematics by his junior year, but as a struggling student, he had failed it twice, necessitating a retake in his senior year. She wouldn't look down on me for being a senior still taking advanced mathematics, would she? Lin Chen mused, stroking his chin with a teasing smile. How would Mu Lianqing perceive a senior still grappling with such a subject? He dismissed the thought and made his way back to the dormitory. Meanwhile, in Mu Lianqing's dormitory, She scrutinized the screenshot of the schedule on her phone. Only Advanced Mathematics 2 appeared on her timetable, leaving her feeling somewhat disheartened. She reviewed it several times, even memorizing the classroom number for Lin Chen's class. However, apart from Advanced Mathematics 2, her other classes were entirely different, and the classrooms were quite distant, dampening her spirits. Yet, reflecting upon Lin Chen being a senior still studying Advanced Mathematics, Mu Lianqing couldn't help but smile. It seems I might have the opportunity to tutor him. With this thought, a surge of excitement coursed through her. Not only would she have a chance to interact more closely with Lin Chen, but it also intrigued her that he was, in fact, struggling academically. Despite his remarkable capabilities in other areas, he seemed to falter in his studies. Previously, she had perceived Lin Chen as an exceptional individual, someone too formidable for her to aspire to. Now, learning of his shortcomings, her confidence blossomed anew. Perhaps there is hope for us after all. Lianqing, what are you grinning about? Her roommate, awakened by Mu Lianqing's laughter, inquired curiously. Nothing, nothing. Mu Lianqing immediately ceased her smile, feeling a bit flustered. Really? You wouldn't happen to have a crush, would you? Teased her roommate, elongating her words playfully. Absolutely not. How could I possibly have someone I like? Mu Lianqing fervently shook her head in denial. Haha, so you do have a crush? Her roommate laughed heartily, jumping out of bed and throwing her arms around Mu Lianqing's neck. Come clean. Who is this boy that has captured your heart? Is he both handsome and wealthy? No. Stop joking. Mu Lianqing blushed and protested. Hui, hurry up and get dressed. The curtains are still open. What if the boys outside see you? Though she spoke thus, her thoughts wandered. Lin Chen is indeed handsome and comes from a wealthy family, but it is not his wealth that I admire. Let them see. With my figure, I could make any of those foolish boys swoon. Suddenly, her roommate exclaimed, Lianqing, look. Your crush is peeking in from outside. Startled, Mu Lianqing turned to the window, but there was no sign of any man outside. Indeed, no one was there at all. She let out a sigh of relief. Goodness, Lianqing, have you truly developed feelings? Her roommate's eyes widened in disbelief. You, our dormitory's fairy, are you truly capable of such emotions? Enough with the fairy talk. Mu Lianqing rolled her eyes dramatically. This is serious. You must tell me his name, what major he is in. I need to gauge him. You have no idea how many scoundrels there are these days. They thrive on preying upon innocent girls like you, her roommate declared with newfound gravity. As if preparing for battle. Chapter 88. The reserved gentleman in the first lesson of swimming class. The instructor, a woman in her 40s, introduced herself succinctly, stating, My surname is Yang, so you may call me Teacher Yang. The robust woman proceeded to take attendance. Lin Chen. The students enrolled in this swimming course were primarily sophomores and juniors, as seniors typically had no classes. Lin Chen, being a senior, was the first to be called due to his early roll number. Here, he replied. Well, so this handsome guy's named Lin Chen. If I end up in the same group as him, I must get his contact information, several girls thought, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Li Xiu. Teacher Yang continued with the roll call. He is ill and could not attend, Lin Chen informed the instructor, handing her a leave of absence note. Very well. Teacher Yang acknowledged, collecting the note before continuing. Lin Ping. Muron Wan. Zhang Jiang. The majority of the 40 students in the class were female, with 28 girls and 12 boys. Once attendance was concluded, the 39 students formed a large circle. The task for our first class is quite simple. Self-introductions followed by group assignments. Teacher Yang explained. Lin Chen, you may begin. She turned her gaze towards him. Lin Chen stood up, stepping into the circle. Hello everyone, I am Lin Chen, a senior majoring in mechanical design, manufacturing, and automation. My hobbies include playing basketball, and I am proficient in playing the guitar. In truth, Lin Chen had intended to say, I am male and interested in females. But he opted for a more refined introduction. Wow, he can play the guitar. His voice is so pleasant, murmured a few girls. Mechanical design, manufacturing, and automation? What a lengthy name for a major. They whispered amongst themselves. All right, Lin Chen, we hope you will play us a song on the guitar sometime. Teacher Yang smiled as she concluded his introduction and called the next student, Zheng Xiao. The sound of the bell chimed. Each student's self-introduction lasted about a minute, and with 39 individuals, the class time quickly elapsed. Now that we have acquainted ourselves, please feel free to form groups during the break. We need to form 8 groups of 5, Teacher Yang stated before stepping out to the restroom. A girl with short hair immediately approached Lin Chen and asked, Can I join your group? Sure, Lin Chen nodded. Great. My name is Lin Ping. We share the same surname. Perhaps we are distantly related. The short-haired girl exclaimed cheerfully. Indeed, Lin Chen replied with a smile. Lin Ping, hailing from northeast China, was straightforward and unpretentious, a quality Lin Chen appreciated. Lin Chen, may I join your group? A shy-looking girl with long hair approached, speaking softly. Of course, Lin Chen replied without hesitation. I'm Moron Wan, a sophomore majoring in cultural management. I come from the south, and I have a younger brother. She introduced herself. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Noticing her self-introduction felt somewhat excessive. Haha, Junior, this isn't a matchmaking event. Why the detailed introduction? Lin Ping laughed, playfully draping her arm around Moron Wan's shoulder. I. Moron Wan stammered, unsure of how to respond. She appeared quite timid. Lin Chen observed her with mild amusement. However, he was not surprised. Freshmen typically only attended major-specific classes, while sophomores began to take public and elective courses, significantly broadening their social circles. It was no exaggeration to say that sophomore year was pivotal for personal development. Lin Chen himself had been shy and reserved during his first year, but had become quite articulate by his junior year. Hey, buddy, let's form a group. A boy in a white t-shirt approached. Sure, Lin Chen replied without objection. I want to join your group too, is that all right? A heavily made-up girl sauntered over with a charming smile. I'm sorry, but our group is already full, Lin Chen declined. But there are only 4 of us. The girl protested, her eyes widening. One of our members is absent, Lin Chen clarified. The girl fell silent, ultimately conceding with a huff before turning away. Dude, it seems you're quite popular with the ladies. The boy in the white t-shirt chuckled, slinging an arm around Lin Chen's shoulder. Just a coincidence, Lin Chen replied, shaking his head. I'm Zhang Jiang, also a senior. The boy introduced himself, then suddenly grinned slyly and asked, which girl do you think is the prettiest in our class? They are all quite beautiful, Lin Chen answered. In truth, he had quickly assessed all the girls when class began, rating them in his mind. He concluded that none were exceptionally stunning. The prettiest girl barely earned an 8 out of 10. Thus, he felt no particular attraction towards any of them. Naturally, even a perfect 10 might not have captured his interest, as he was not the type to be ensnared by mere beauty. Bro, I think that girl is the prettiest. Just look at her face and figure. She's absolutely stunning, Zhang Jiang remarked, pointing discreetly to a girl in a short skirt. Lin Chen glanced over, assigning her an 8.2 rating. Do you find her attractive? Zhang Jiang inquired. She's all right, Lin Chen replied. I didn't realize you had such a reserved side, Zhang Jiang teased, examining Lin Chen curiously. Why do you say that? Lin Chen asked. Come on, we're all guys here. I can tell you think that girl is gorgeous. Zhang Jiang scoffed. Lin Chen merely smiled and remained silent. Bro, help me out here. I want to get her contact information, Zhang Jiang implored. Why not just ask her directly? I support you, Lin Chen encouraged. I think she might not be interested in me. If she rejects me, it would be embarrassing. Zhang Jiang sighed. How can you know unless you try? If you let fear hold you back, you'll never get her contact information. Be brave, even if you're rejected. You won't lose anything, Lin Chen advised. Zhang Jiang nodded, absorbing the wisdom. All right, I'll go for it. I appreciate your support, Lin Chen urged him on. Zhang Jiang took out his phone, opened WeChat, and prepared to approach her. Yet, he hesitated again. I still can't do it. He laughed, his expression a mix of humor and despair. Then I can't help you, Lin Chen shrugged, recognizing that despite Zhang Jiang's somewhat unappealing appearance, he was essentially a good person at heart. How about this? You ask her for me since you look handsome. She definitely won't reject you, Zhang Jiang suggested earnestly. Chapter 89. Does he want to show off? You're so handsome. Surely you won't be turned down, Zhang Jiang exclaimed, his eyes darting around as he spoke. His comment was primarily an attempt to extricate himself from an awkward situation, convinced that Lin Chen would hesitate. Anyone can talk the talk, but few dare to walk the walk. This dashing figure in black before us certainly wouldn't have the audacity. Am I supposed to ask on your behalf? That seems rather inappropriate, Lin Chen replied, shaking his head. Come on, with looks like yours, you'll definitely not be rejected. Don't be timid. Zhang Jiang chuckled, his confidence unwavering. Observing Zhang Jiang's expression, Lin Chen quickly grasped his intentions. This fellow wants to use me as a stepping stone? He raised an eyebrow, a silent agreement forming in his mind. Without further ado, Lin Chen snatched Zhang Jiang's phone and strode forward. What on earth are you doing? Zhang Jiang was taken aback. Ignoring him, Lin Chen approached the girl in the short skirt. Hello, classmate, he greeted her. Upon turning to see Lin Chen, the girl was momentarily taken aback. Isn't he that handsome guy? What could he want from me? Surely, he is seeking my contact information? That classmate over there wishes to obtain your WeChat. Would that be acceptable? Lin Chen gestured towards the now gaping Zhang Jiang. Sure, the girl replied, still somewhat dazed, as she scanned the code to add Zhang Jiang on WeChat. Thank you very much. Lin Chen smiled slightly before turning to leave. The girl stood motionless, her mind slowly returning to reality. Did I just add the wrong person? She gazed at the pink puppy avatar on her WeChat page, her expression darkening. Done, Lin Chen said, handing the phone back to Zhang Jiang. Wow, you're incredible. Zhang Jiang gave Lin Chen a thumbs up. After pondering for a moment, he finally decided to send a message to the girl. Hello, beautiful. What is your name? However, the message wouldn't go through. A red exclamation mark appeared. The other party is not your WeChat friend yet. Would you like to add them? She had deleted him. Zhang Jiang froze in place, utterly shocked. What's wrong? Lin Chen asked, curiosity piqued. Nothing at all. Zhang Jiang quickly shook his head. Really? Lin Chen teased with a knowing smile. Fully aware of the situation, yet choosing not to elaborate. He merely wished to convey to Zhang Jiang that he should refrain from harboring ulterior motives in his presence, lest he face the consequences. Ding! The class bell rang. The second class commenced. Have all the groups been assigned? Inquired Teacher Yang. Yes. We finished a long time ago. The students nodded in unison. Very well. Now let us form 8 columns by group, Teacher Yang instructed. 39 students began to line up. There were a total of 8 groups. All but Lin Chen's group consisted of 5 members. Have you all chosen your group leaders? Teacher Yang asked again. Regardless of whether it was Lin Ping, Mu Rongwan, or Zhang Jiang, they unanimously elected Lin Chen as the group leader, which he accepted. As a senior, it was essential to embody the responsibilities of the role. However, some groups were not so harmonious, with all 5 members reluctant to take the lead, deflecting the responsibility onto one another. Teacher Yang had no choice but to personally select the group leaders. Soon, the 8 leaders were appointed. Lin Chen, your group is Group 1. Su Feng, your group is Group 2. Huang Jiu, your group is Group 3. Teacher Yang continued to assign groups. All group leaders, please lead your members to the swimming pool. Although we will not be learning to swim today, we will immerse ourselves in the water to experience its joys. Only by falling in love with water will you truly embrace swimming, Teacher Yang remarked, shifting the tone. However, you may only play in the shallow end. The deep end is far too perilous for novice swimmers like you. Laughter erupted among the students, creating a jovial atmosphere. Subsequently, the 39 of them proceeded to the swimming pool. Hey, do you think the girls in our class will wear bikinis? Zhang Jiang said, draping an arm over Lin Chen's shoulder, rubbing his hands together mischievously. What are you thinking? Lin Chen rolled his eyes. Bikinis? Dream on. Those girls will be lucky to wear even a modest swimsuit. Sure enough, upon arriving at the swimming pool, the girls had all changed into swimsuits, which were even more conservative than Lin Chen had anticipated. Honestly, these people come to swim but don't even wear bikinis. Don't they understand the principle that wearing a bikini is a fleeting joy but a lasting delight? Zhang Jiang sighed dramatically, clearly disheartened. Lin Chen's mouth twitched. What sort of twisted logic is that? Yet, he recalled why he had chosen swimming as an elective in his junior year rather than boxing, fencing, or track and field. It was indeed to see bikini-clad beauties. Reflecting on it now, that notion seemed rather juvenile. However, such thoughts were not uncommon among university students. Lin Chen also purchased a swimsuit for 88 yuan, feeling slightly pained, knowing that its production cost was at most 10 yuan. Students' money is indeed easy to earn. He mused. The girls removed their clothing, donned their swimsuits, and donned goggles before jumping into the water. The boys changed into swim trunks and also dove in. Lin Chen, being a novice swimmer, was utterly clueless about the activity. In the past, whether facing rivers or seas, he had always flown over them rather than swim. Many boys with better swimming skills had already begun to showcase their abilities, dog paddling, backstroke, diving, performing various strokes with flair. Lin Chen, however, chose not to enter the water, not even changing into his swimsuit. Instead, he stood on the shore, opened Baidu, and began to learn how to swim. For ordinary individuals, swimming relies on muscle memory developed through practice rather than mere theory. But was Lin Chen an ordinary person? He merely needed to skim through the material and memorize it effortlessly before putting it into practice. Was the title of the most powerful immortal merely a fade? Lin Chen, shall we have a competition? Suddenly, a tall boy leaped from the water, splashing Lin Chen, who stood on the shore. The boy emerged, showcasing his six-pack abs and raising an eyebrow at Lin Chen with a playful smirk. The intent to provoke was clear. Many girls gazed at him starry-eyed. Wow, six-pack abs. I have no resistance to abs. Lin Chen shook his head lightly, aware that the tall boy was trying to show off at his expense. He would not fall for it. Of course, Lin Chen had no interest in posturing. Otherwise, he would have readily accepted the challenge. At worst, he could use a hint of spiritual energy to propel himself through the water like a missile. Could he really be slower than this boy? Don't worry, Lin. I can teach you how to swim. The tall boy extended his dripping right hand, attempting to pull Lin Chen into the pool forcefully. However, he was astonished to discover he could not budge Lin Chen. After all, Lin Chen had yet to remove his clothing. Lin Chen furrowed his brow, but soon relaxed, effortlessly shaking off the tall boy's grip and smiling gently. Sure, why not? You can teach me. Chapter 90. Rescue. Lin Chen emerged from the changing room in his swim trunks, his eight-pack abs accentuated under the gentle lighting. In that moment, it seemed as though every girl's breath was momentarily suspended. Wow, eight-pack abs. My goodness. Not only is he handsome, but his physique is also extraordinary, truly a male idol. The phrase slim in clothes, toned out of them must have been coined for him. Oh dear, I feel myself falling for him. A chorus of excited squeals erupted from the girls. Young women, with their innocent hearts, are utterly defenseless against the allure of abs and chests. Almost all the girls whipped out their phones to capture Lin Chen's perfect form. Even Teacher Yang took a photo of him. That day, Lin Chen's images went viral on social media platforms like WeChat Moments, QQ Zone, and Weibo. Huang Ziyu glared at Lin Chen with a face full of envy. He was an incredibly competitive individual, unable to tolerate anyone surpassing him. Yet, Lin Chen was not only more handsome than him, but also possessed a superior physique. Huang felt utterly inferior in Lin Chen's presence. Lin, where did you train to achieve such a physique? Huang Ziyu approached and mockingly tapped Lin Chen's abs. I built it myself, Lin Chen replied. Oh, you managed to achieve an eight-pack all on your own without a coach? Huang Ziyu furrowed his brows, clearly skeptical. After all, developing abs becomes increasingly challenging over time. Huang had been training for nearly 3 years, adhering to a strict high-protein diet. Yet he still could not achieve his 7th and 8th abs. How could Lin Chen, without professional guidance, have managed to sculpt such a physique? It seemed implausible. A thought crossed Huang Ziyu's mind. Could Lin Chen's abs be a result of injections? However, possessing a certain level of emotional intelligence, he refrained from voicing this suspicion. Instead, he said, Lin, let us get in the water. I'll teach you how to swim. He planned to test Lin Chen later. If Lin's abs were indeed artificially created, then he was all show but no substance. Huang Ziyu pulled Lin Chen into the water, and Lin did not decline. The surrounding girls blushed and squealed. Huang Ziyu was not unattractive, and his physique was commendable. With him leading Lin Chen, the fangirls were nearly beside themselves. As they entered the water, Huang Ziyu spoke confidently about swimming techniques, breathing, and leg movements. Lin Chen listened attentively. After about 10 minutes, Lin, that's all the theoretical knowledge I have shared. There's a saying, knowledge gained from books is superficial. True understanding comes from practice. To master swimming, one must practice diligently. Huang Ziyu stated. He was ready to put Lin Chen to the test. But before that, he intended to show off. He demonstrated various strokes, including dog paddle, backstroke, and deep diving, then swiftly swam towards the deep end. Lin Chen frowned slightly. Teacher Yang had already warned against venturing into the deep water today. Huang Ziyu was being reckless. He glanced at Teacher Yang, only to find her asleep in a reclining chair. Lin Chen felt speechless. Huang Ziyu, eager to showcase his swimming speed, surged forward like a shark, splashing water everywhere. The girls cheered and screamed. Huang Ziyu swelled with pride. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his right leg. He froze momentarily, then his face turned pale. Oh no, a cramp in my right calf. And in the deep end, in a panic, Huang Ziyu swallowed a mouthful of water and began coughing violently. The intense pain in his leg rendered him powerless. He started to sink, soon submerged up to his neck. Help! Help! Cough, cough, help! Huang Ziyu shouted, raising his hands and splashing the surface. Chaos ensued among the onlookers. Being students, they had little experience with emergencies and were paralyzed with fright at the sight. A few boys reacted quickly and called Teacher Yang awake, who told him to swim in the deep end. The temperature there was low. It was no wonder he cramped up. Teacher Yang's face was filled with anger. Yet she did not hesitate, diving into the water without even removing her clothes, swimming toward Huang. But just then, Someone swam faster and more fiercely into the deep end. Lin Chen. Lin Chen, don't go. Teacher Yang exclaimed in alarm. It was important to warm up before swimming to prevent cramps, and the deep end's temperature had yet to be adjusted. It was risky to swim there without proper preparation. Lin Chen hadn't warmed up, and rushing in like that would likely lead to cramps. Moreover, even the best swimmers should hesitate to rescue someone in the water. It's exceedingly challenging. Unless one has received professional training, rescuing someone in water could lead to exhaustion or interference from the person being rescued, resulting in both parties drowning. Such tragedies were not uncommon. Lin Chen had certainly not undergone any professional training. He was courting disaster. However, as soon as Teacher Yang called out, Lin Chen had already reached the deep end. How could he swim so fast? Teacher Yang was taken aback. But there was no time for contemplation now. She had to rescue him. Without even removing her clothes, she frantically swam to the deep end. But the next moment, Teacher Yang was stunned into silence. Lin Chen was pulling Huang Zhiyu back. With a splash, Lin Chen hurled Huang Zhiyu onto the ground, face down, landing awkwardly. Lin Chen bore numerous scratches and some bleeding wounds, clearly from Huang's frantic grasping. Earlier, when Huang Zhiyu was in agony and gulping water, he had flailed wildly. Upon Lin Chen's arrival, he had something to grab onto and clung to Lin Chen desperately. Had it been anyone else, they would have likely been dragged into the water by Huang's panicked grasp. Cough, cough, cough. Huang Zhiyu lay on the ground, rolling his eyes as he coughed up water. Teacher Yang hurried to the bank, performing chest compressions on Huang Zhiyu. After expelling several mouthfuls of water, he began to feel slightly better, though he remained pale and clearly shaken. Huang Zhiyu, what on earth happened? I told you not to swim in the deep end today. Why did you go in? Teacher Yang scolded sternly. Teacher, I. Huang Zhiyu stammered, unable to admit, I went in to show off. Had it not been for Lin Chen, he surely would have lost consciousness in the water and ended up in the hospital. While she would face disciplinary action, what a double whammy. Teacher Yang seethed. If it weren't for Lin, you would have drowned. Do you understand the gravity of this situation? I understand. I was wrong. Huang Zhiyu admitted, hanging his head in shame. Realizing your mistakes is the first step toward improvement. In the future, listen to me. If I advise against something, it's for your own good, Teacher Yang emphasized. I understand. I will never do that again. Huang Zhiyu nodded vigorously. Teacher Yang's expression gradually softened. Lin Chen dressed and emerged from the changing room. Go, thank Lin Chen, Teacher Yang encouraged, patting Huang Zhiyu on the shoulder. Chapter 91. Lin Chen's rise to fame. Thank you, Lin, Huang Zhiyu said, his head lowered in shame, his voice weak. No need for that. You taught me how to swim too, Lin Chen replied with a gentle shake of his head. Upon hearing this, Huang Zhiyu's face flushed crimson. Although he had not witnessed Lin Chen's swimming speed firsthand, he had certainly heard the buzz surrounding it. The surrounding girls incessantly chattered, exclaiming how manly Lin Chen was. How his swimming speed was at least double that of Huang Zhiyu's, and how Lin Chen was so modest, not showing off his abilities. Such remarks continuously echoed in Huang Zhiyu's ears. The swimming prowess Huang Zhiyu had prided himself on now seemed utterly insignificant in comparison to Lin Chen's abilities. How could he have boasted about teaching Lin Chen to swim? It was laughable. Despite his thick skin, Huang Zhiyu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Lin Chen must have had prior experience in swimming. No, not just experience, but he was extraordinarily skilled. Otherwise, he would not have been able to save someone. Yet, Huang Zhiyu was mistaken. Lin Chen had never learned to swim before. It was all a matter of quickly grasping the essential skills. With the aid of Baidu Encyclopedia's swimming knowledge and Huang Zhiyu's explanations, Lin Chen had seamlessly adapted to the water, swimming with grace and ease. Dingling. The class bell rang. Line up, called Teacher Yang. The 39 students formed 8 lines. Classmates, something rather unpleasant occurred today, but fortunately, Teacher Yang spoke at length, finally concluding. See you next week, class. The students dispersed. Zhao Xiao, you have no class during the second period, right? Teacher Yang suddenly called out to a boy. No class. What's up, teacher? The boy replied with a blink. Did you record the video of Lin Chen saving someone? Teacher Yang inquired. Saving someone? I didn't film it. The boy shook his head slightly. But many others did. They've all posted it on their moments. As he spoke, the boy opened a girl's WeChat moments and clicked on a video. Let me see, Teacher Yang said, taking the phone. In the video, Lin Chen swiftly swam to the center of the deep water area, then expertly dragged Huang Zhiyu back to the shallow end, his movements fluid and seamless. Teacher Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Teacher? Teacher? The boy called out several times before bringing Teacher Yang back to reality. Xiao Xiao, send me that video, Teacher Yang requested, adding the boy on WeChat to obtain the clip. All right, you can go back now, Teacher Yang said. Okay, teacher, the boy replied. Though puzzled, he nodded and left. Teacher Yang repeatedly replayed the video. The distance, the speed, it rivaled that of international-level athletes, perhaps even surpassing it. Teacher Yang's face beamed with joy. Our school's swimming team has hope. Lin Chen had no class during the second period, so he returned to the dormitory. Upon entering, he found Li Ming still lying in bed, engrossed in his phone. How was the swimming class? Did you see any beauties? Li Ming asked. None. Lin Chen replied, shaking his head. In his eyes, the most beautiful girl was merely an 8. 8 out of 10, so there were indeed no beauties. I remember you had class during the first period too, right? Lin Chen asked. What class would a senior have? I doubt the teacher would fail me and prevent my graduation, Li Ming replied confidently. The typical behavior of a senior, Lin Chen shrugged in resignation. Oh. By the way, how's the third guy doing? Should we go check on him? Li Ming inquired. He had heard that Li Xiaoxiu had been hospitalized after a beating. No need, Lin Chen shook his head. Li Xiaoxiu had gone to a meeting all alone without informing anyone, which greatly displeased Lin Chen. If Lin Chen hadn't arrived in time, Li Xiaoxiu might have lost his life. What would happen to his family, his parents, if he were gone? Li Xiaoxiu's actions were utterly irresponsible. Thus, Lin Chen decided to let him experience the consequences alone in the hospital, hoping he would learn a lesson. Hey, wait a minute. Isn't that you? Li Ming suddenly exclaimed, sitting up straight. He held his phone up for Lin Chen to see. You've gone viral. Lin Chen glanced at the screen. It was a video from QQ Space showing him rescuing Huang Jiyu at the swimming pool. Likes, 20,000 shares, 8,000 comments, 789. Old 2, weren't you a poor swimmer? When did you learn to swim so fast and so skillfully? Li Ming asked in astonishment. Last semester. He had gone fishing with Lin Chen, who had nearly drowned due to his lack of swimming skills. Yet now, Lin Chen not only swam swiftly and elegantly but could also rescue others. It was as if he had transformed into an entirely different person. I learned during the summer break, Lin Chen replied. My goodness, what on earth did you do during that summer? Li Ming's eyes widened. Lin Chen seemed completely transformed. Old 2, you're truly famous now. Let me read some of the comments, Li Ming said, beginning to read aloud. This guy is so handsome, so manly. I want to have his children. I found out this guy is Lin Chen, a senior in mechanical engineering. His ex-girlfriend was the school beauty, Li Xiaoman. But she cheated on him, so they must have broken up. This video must be edited. It's too fake. Even an international-level swimmer couldn't move that fast. Li Ming read the comments with flair. Lin Chen, uninterested, opened his computer, put on his headphones, and began to listen to music while typing. He intended to modify Mu Lianqing's cultivation technique, wind and thunder technique. The wind and thunder technique was a legacy left by Mu Lianqing's father, Mu Jihuang, and was exceptionally suitable for women in martial arts, a coveted treasure for many. However, in Lin Chen's view, the wind and thunder technique had numerous flaws. It was merely subpar. No, it was slightly better than trash. Thus, Lin Chen planned to amend the wind and thunder technique based on Mu Lianqing's unique physique, making it more suitable for her cultivation. Indeed, it was not merely martial arts cultivation, but rather a path to immortality. While martial cultivators were undoubtedly powerful, they paled in comparison to immortal cultivators, akin to comparing a small fish to a great whale, with no point of comparison. Whether technique cultivators or martial cultivators, they were all inferior in the presence of an immortal. The wind and thunder technique might enable one to become a formidable martial cultivator, but it would never lead one to the path of immortality. That was its greatest flaw. Lin Chen aimed to eradicate this flaw. Last night, Lin Chen had read the wind and thunder technique multiple times and had it committed to memory. Thus, he began typing the revised technique directly. When one is engrossed in a task, time seems to fly. Before he knew it, it was already noon. The fourth class has concluded, and at last, he has completed his writing. Lin Chen stretched lazily. The Word document titled Revised Wind and Thunder Technique contains 38,000 words across 68 pages. Lin Chen found the title Revised Wind and Thunder Technique rather cumbersome and unappealing. After a moment of contemplation, he renamed it Nine Heavens Wind and Thunder Technique. The reason for this new title is that Lin Chen, building upon the foundation of the original wind and thunder technique, has infused the profound intricacies of the Nine Heavens Great Array, rendering it even more enigmatic, ethereal, and agile. Once Mu Lianqing achieves her spiritual refinement, she will possess formidable evasion capabilities. Within the same rank, as long as Mu Lianqing wishes to evade, her adversaries will find it impossible to inflict harm upon her. Chapter 92. Exercise moderation. Lin Chen stretched lazily and noticed that Li Ming was still standing behind him. Are you writing a novel? Li Ming inquired, tilting his head with curiosity. No, Lin Chen replied softly, shaking his head. What is it then? Li Ming pressed. This is an unparalleled technique, Lin Chen stated earnestly. Come on, I'm not a child. Li Ming rolled his eyes, clearly skeptical. Lin Chen merely smiled in silence. All right, you can't fool me. It's only been one summer vacation, and you've started writing novels? It looks like your writing style is quite good, Li Ming exclaimed. Dan Zhe, Dan also. Zhe also Dan. Only the Tao has no counterpart, hence it is named Dan. The heavens gain one to be clear, the earth gains one to be tranquil, the valley gains one to be full, and man gains one for longevity. You can write such complex phrases, it's simply impressive. Lin Chen was taken aback. Such intricate sentences, and Li Ming had memorized them? Have you seen these lines before? Lin Chen immediately asked. No, Li Ming shook his head. However, your novel, despite being somewhat flowery, reads quite smoothly. Where do you plan to publish it? Lin Chen didn't catch the latter part of Li Ming's question. He was fixated on two words, no. Li Ming had never encountered these phrases. This meant he had remembered them after just one reading. Lin Chen's gaze deepened, fixating on Li Ming's eyes. Li Ming felt uncomfortable under Lin Chen's intense stare and instinctively took a step back, crossing his arms as he stammered. Hey, don't look at me like that. I'm not gay. I have no interest in men. Lin Chen averted his gaze and remarked, exercise moderation in the future. Huh? What do you mean? Li Ming asked, puzzled and slightly embarrassed. Literally, Lin Chen rose and patted Li Ming's shoulder. Twice every 2 days isn't good. Huh? What are you talking about? I don't understand. Li Ming feigned ignorance, scratching his head, though his ears had turned red. Boss, you were quite clever. And fortune has favored you throughout your life. However, you must exercise moderation. Otherwise, you will never achieve the greatness you long for. Lin Chen said seriously while patting Li Ming's shoulder. Li Ming tilted his head, looking at Lin Chen with curiosity. Why does the second brother seem a bit cryptic? It's only been one summer vacation. What has happened to him? Lin Chen chose not to elaborate further and headed to the printing room. He had just discerned Li Ming's constitution. Although Li Ming's constitution was average, he was naturally intelligent with extraordinary memory. While he had not yet reached the level of photographic memory, he was close. However, his lack of moderation, averaging twice every 2 days, would undoubtedly affect his memory. Moreover, Li Ming's facial features indicated good fortune: a broad forehead, upward arching eyebrows, a straight nose, and fleshy nostrils. A broad forehead signifies intelligence. Upward arching eyebrows indicate decisiveness and capability. A straight nose represents integrity and financial prosperity, while fleshy nostrils suggest adeptness in handling interpersonal relationships and a constant presence of good fortune. Li Ming's features symbolized good luck. Yet, his lack of moderation was causing a change, manifesting as a bluish hue on his forehead, gradually undermining that good fortune. If he continued down this path, it would significantly impact his luck. While the concept of facial features and fortune may seem metaphysical, even from a scientific perspective, a man's lack of moderation could affect his emotions, attention, and memory, leading to irritability and volatility. How could someone prone to such temperament ever expect good fortune? Watching Lin Chen's retreating figure, Li Ming's lips twitched. How did the second brother know my private matters? He hadn't been here all summer. Did he perhaps install a pinhole camera in the dormitory to record my activities every 2 nights? With that thought, Li Ming promptly shut his door, drew the curtains, and activated his phone camera to survey the surroundings. To determine the presence of a pinhole camera, one merely needed to darken the room and then use the phone camera. If a red dot appeared, it indicated the presence of a pinhole camera. He searched 3 or 4 times, but found no red dots. There were no pinhole cameras in the dormitory. So how did the second brother know? Li Ming was filled with confusion. He realized that since yesterday, he could no longer see through Lin Chen. In the printing room, Lin Chen printed 68 pages on A4 paper, costing 10 yuan. The printing room owner handed him the bound copy of 9 Heaven's Thunder Technique, looking at him with a peculiar expression. Lin Chen was oblivious, feeling a twinge of regret over the 10 yuan, the price of a breakfast. As he exited the printing room with 9 Heaven's Thunder Technique, Lin Chen thought, I'll give it to her during our advanced math class on Thursday afternoon. The morning classes had ended, and students were streaming out of the teaching building, all heading to the cafeteria, which was now quite crowded. Although Lin Chen felt a bit hungry, going to the cafeteria now was clearly unwise. He decided to return to the dormitory and wait for a less crowded time to eat. Ding dong. His phone suddenly chimed. Li Xiaoxiu had sent him a WeChat message. Bro, I'll be at the dorm soon. Buy me a crispy chicken rice. And consider the remaining 10 cents as a reward for your trouble. Shortly after, Li Xiaoxiu sent a red envelope of 1 yuan. Lin Chen's lips twitched. A 10-cent reward. How stingy. He replied, go buy it yourself. I'm busy. Oh, and if you do go, buy me one as well. And I'll give you the remaining money as your reward. He sent Li Xiaoxiu a red envelope of 11 yuan. A penny for a reward. Lin Chen shut his phone, not wanting to be bombarded by Li Xiaoxiu's messages. Upon returning to the dormitory, he found Li Ming eating takeout. Seeing Lin Chen enter, Li Ming's expression seemed a bit unnatural. Second brother, do you have class this afternoon? Li Ming asked. Just one class, Lin Chen nodded. What class? Li Ming inquired. Our major class, Mechanical Innovation Theory. You have to attend as well, Lin Chen replied tersely. Oh, I forgot. Li Ming chuckled awkwardly. Lin Chen, noticing Li Ming's discomfort, inferred his inner thoughts. Though he appeared carefree on the surface, he was still a delicate and shy young man at heart. Lin Chen smiled slightly and decided to step out of the dormitory. There was no need to explain. The more one explained, the more awkward it became. If nothing was mentioned, perhaps in a few days, it would be forgotten. Leaning against the window in the corridor, Lin Chen gazed into the distance, his narrow eyes narrowing slightly. I need to accelerate my cultivation pace to reach the next level before the arrival of the Dusk Era, he contemplated. The Dusk Era, also known as the Era of Spiritual Awakening, would soon see the revival of spiritual energy on Earth, giving birth to numerous powerful cultivators, even shaking the entire universe. However, this awakening was not a blessing for Earth. Otherwise, it wouldn't be called the Dusk Era. The Dusk Era was, in fact, a cataclysm, a monumental disaster. Lin Chen's thoughts were simple. He sought absolute power before the calamity struck, not only to protect himself, but also to safeguard his family, loved ones, and friends. To protect everything he cherished. Chapter 93. Do you desire to become an internet celebrity? Lin Chen has completely risen to fame. In the morning, the video of him rescuing someone at the swimming pool was merely circulating among the students at Yunhai University. However, by the afternoon, the statistics were staggering. 800,000 likes, 250,000 shares, and 30,000 comments. This video not only gained traction within the student community, but also garnered attention from the outside world. Wow, bro. You've trended on Weibo, exclaimed Li Ming, astonished and envious. In an instant, platforms like Douyin, Weibo, and Kuaishou were flooded with videos of Lin Chen's heroic act. His rise to fame was attributed not only to his bravery, but also to his striking good looks. Ding dong, ding dong. Lin Chen's phone rang incessantly. Although he had registered on Weibo previously, he seldom used it and had barely posted anything, accumulating only a handful of inactive followers. Yet now, his follower count had surged to 10,000 and was growing rapidly. Lin Chen could only marvel at the power of the internet. Despite his Weibo account not being verified, netizens had managed to uncover his identity. Frustrated, he decided to uninstall the app, as the constant notifications were becoming unbearable. The night grants me dark eyes, yet I use them to seek the light, with sweat documenting my journey. Someone was calling Lin Chen. He glanced at the screen. It was an unknown number. Hello? Lin Chen answered. Hello, is this Mr. Lin Chen? A woman's voice inquired from the other end. Yes, who is this? Lin Chen responded. Hello, I am Qian Mei, the chief editor of Chaoxing You Cultural Media Company. I came across your rescue video and was greatly impressed. We would like to cultivate you into an internet celebrity. If successful, you could earn at least $1 million a year. Would you be interested? The woman stated methodically. An internet celebrity? Lin Chen furrowed his brow slightly. Indeed. But we at Chaoxing You do not create ordinary internet celebrities. If the branding is particularly successful, you could even star in television dramas and films. For instance, Feng Wan, the lead in the recently released Breakup Day, was developed by our team, she confidently proclaimed, exuding an air of superiority, convinced that Lin Chen would readily agree. After all, who would turn down such a lucrative offer? I'm afraid I'm not interested, Lin Chen replied, abruptly ending the call and blocking the number. He had no desire to become an internet celebrity, viewing it as a rather superficial pursuit. Everyone has their own path. Lin Chen's was to cultivate his strength. Li Ming's was to study diligently and work hard, while Lu Qianfan aimed to pursue higher education to benefit the nation. Regardless of the path chosen, it requires earnest effort and steady progress. However, becoming an internet celebrity is different, at least for the majority. While some may achieve overnight fame and wealth, who can predict whether they will remain relevant tomorrow? This is an era driven by fleeting trends, where many rise to prominence only to be swiftly forgotten. Lin Chen had no intention of entering such a volatile industry. Goodness, Kaoxingyu is a major company. The wildly popular Fong Wan is one of their artists. How could you refuse them? Li Ming's eyes widened in disbelief, expressing his dismay. I'm simply not interested. Lin Chen shook his head gently. Wow, you're incredible. Li Ming gave Lin Chen a thumbs up. The night grants me dark eyes. Lin Chen's phone rang again, another unknown number. He frowned. Hello? He answered. Hello. Is this Mr. Lin Chen? I am Sun Shi, the talent scout manager at Juxingui Media Company. I saw your rescue video online. How did you obtain my phone number? Lin Chen interrupted, curious. The other party fell silent, seemingly angered by the interruption. After a moment of silence, Lin Chen was about to hang up when the caller finally spoke. Mr. Lin Chen, major media companies are aware of your number. It is not considered private information to us. Their tone carried an air of condescension. Lin Chen frowned. My phone number is indeed my privacy. With that, he hung up and turned off his phone. Although he was in need of money, he had no desire to become an internet celebrity. And his financial struggles were merely temporary. Oh my goodness, Juxingui, Li Ming suddenly exclaimed. Juxingui is even older and more established than Kaoxingyu. If Kaoxingyu focuses on creating internet celebrities, Juxingui is all about nurturing true stars. How could you refuse them? Li Ming's face reflected his anguish. If Lin Chen were to sign with Juxingui, even a minor role in a film would be monumental. Think of the money and fame. But now, he had turned down Juxingui? Lin Chen had always been astute. Why was he acting so foolishly now? Rescuing someone was for the sake of helping, not for attention or profit, Lin Chen stated calmly. Li Ming was left speechless, feeling as though his ambitions were on an entirely different level than Lin Chen's. If he were in Lin Chen's position, he would never have acted in such a manner. In that moment, Lin Chen appeared almost heroic in Li Ming's eyes. Bang! Li Xiaoxiu burst through the door. Wow, Lin Chen, you're famous. He shouted excitedly, pointing at his phone. You're second on the Weibo trending list. Second. I know, Lin Chen replied, nodding at the disheveled man before him, who had clearly seen better days. By all accounts, Li Xiaoxiu shouldn't be this animated. He had witnessed Lin Chen's heroic act firsthand. Do you think Lin Chen can surpass the first position on the trending list? Li Ming suddenly asked. I doubt it, Li Xiaoxiu shook his head. The top spot is occupied by Li Zifeng and Wang Xiaoman's wedding. The two of them are a power couple, and their unexpected marriage caused Weibo to crash for 10 minutes. Their trending score is 5 million, while Lin Chen's is only 1.01 million. There's simply no comparison. I agree. Li Ming nodded in agreement. Moreover, the film featuring Li Zifeng and Wang Xiaoman will soon be released, and their backing companies will surely invest heavily in promotion, even buying trending spots. Lin Chen can't compete with that. The two men continued their animated discussion, gossiping endlessly. Chapter 94. A country bumpkin. The headquarters of Superstar Media Company is located in the imperial capital. How dare they hang up on me? A corpulent man smashed his phone to the ground in a fit of rage, shattering it into pieces. Leaning back in his executive chair with a grim expression, he declared, No one dares to disconnect my call. He is the first. Please, manager son, calm down. A provocatively dressed woman gently massaged the man's shoulders from behind the chair. That naive fool truly believes he can show off in front of me just because he has a modicum of talent? If I am angered, he can forget about ever entering the entertainment industry. Sun Ji stepped on the shards of his phone, fuming. Manager son, you shouldn't stoop to the level of a country bumpkin. What insight could a mere country bumpkin possibly possess? Soon enough, he will realize that rejecting you today is the gravest mistake of his life. The enchanting woman smiled as she approached Sun Ji, slowly kneeling down and playfully tracing her red lips with her fingertips. Now, let me help soothe your anger, Manager Sunday. You are a significant figure, unworthy of engaging with such a trivial character. Very well, Sun Ji replied with a mischievous grin, resting his arms on the top of the chair. Manager son, can I play the lead role in the drama Sweet Love, I Adore You? The woman asked hesitantly, her words slightly slurred. Is it possible for me to take on that role? Of course, it is possible, Sunji nodded with a smile. Yet internally, he mused, the lead role in Sweet Love. I Adore You has already been allocated to the acclaimed actress Wang Xiaoman. What qualifications does this 18-tier actress have to compete with her? Nevertheless, Wang Xiaoman should still be at the top of the trending list, right? After all, we, Superstar Media, have invested a considerable amount to secure that position. Sunji, feeling uneasy, glanced at Weibo. His pupils dilated in shock. How is this possible? Sunji exclaimed, leaping to his feet. The enchanting woman, who had been crouched on the ground, was abruptly knocked down by his sudden movement. Manager Sun, what's wrong? She asked, suppressing her irritation and forcing a smile. This cannot be. Sunji's lips twitched as he disregarded his trousers and rushed to the landline, dialing a number. Get me the head of the Weibo operations department immediately. I need to know what is happening with this trending list. Previously, the #1 trending topic was Best Actor Li Zifeng and Best Actress Wang Xiaoman's flash marriage, with a heat index of 18 million. Now, the current top trend is Handsome Student from Yunhai University rescues someone at the swimming pool, with a staggering heat index of 15 million. The marriage of the best actor and actress still sits at 18 million, a nearly threefold difference. What the hell is going on? This video should not have garnered such attention. Sun Ji's eyelids twitched. As the manager of the talent scouting department, he was exceptionally well-versed in the entertainment industry's dynamics. Therefore, he understood that the rescue video featuring Lin Chen should not exceed a mere 5 million in popularity. Yet now, it has soared to 15 million, tenfold. What on earth happened? Countless speculations flooded Sunji's mind. Ding ding ding. The landline finally rang. Sunji quickly answered. Manager Sun, they said everything is proceeding according to market standards. Upon hearing this, Sunji nearly smashed the phone. It was evident that someone had manipulated the situation for that country bumpkin. But who would be so lavish? A heat index of 15 million can dominate the trending list for at least 2 days. How much money could that possibly require? Could it be that this country bumpkin is backed by a major company? Sunji pondered. Could it be Huatian Media or Century Media? To invest in someone with no prior notoriety, their strength must be at least on par with Superstar Media, if not superior. However, even if we survey the entirety of Huaxia, there are only 2 or 3 media companies that surpass Superstar Media. So who could it be? Or perhaps this country bumpkin hails from a wealthy family, and it is their money funding him? Sunji's conjectures continued. Ding ding ding. The landline rang again. Just as Sunji picked up, a furious voice shouted from the other end. Sunji, what on earth is going on? Mr. Zhou, please allow me to explain. I don't want to hear any explanations. I only want results. Fix this immediately. The film is set to premiere next Friday. If you fail to manage this, you can forget about being the department manager. The call ended abruptly. Damn it, Sunji cursed under his breath. Nevertheless, as the manager of the talent scouting department, he was no stranger to tumultuous situations. The more chaotic it became, the calmer he remained. He promptly dialed another number and stated 3 tasks. First, investigate everything about that university student. Second, communicate with the Weibo operations head immediately. Third, contact the agents of Sister Wang and Brother Li to see if any more explosive information can be revealed. These 3 directives were delivered in a clear and concise manner. A victorious smile crept onto Sunji's face. I've been in this industry for 20 years. A mere fledgling cannot possibly outmaneuver me. He sneered, university student. Just wait to be removed from the trending list. At Yunhai University, the first class of the afternoon had already commenced. Mechanical innovation theory is a requisite course for mechanical engineering students. Thus, nearly all mechanical students gathered together. Naturally, a few audacious individuals were absent from class. There were only 2 girls in the mechanical program, which was quite pitiful. The instructor spoke passionately at the podium. In the front row sat the 2 girls. The second row was empty, as was the third. The 4th and 5th rows were occupied by 2 top students, while the 6th through 12th rows were filled with attendees. 15 minutes into the lecture, Lin Chen quietly pushed open the back door. Lin Chen, over here. Li Ming pointed to an empty seat near the door. With a swift motion, Lin Chen slipped in like a black loach. Did they take attendance? He inquired. No, they will likely do that after class, Li Ming replied, shaking his head. He then whispered, where have you been? Why did you arrive so late? Earlier, Lin Chen had come to class with Li Ming, Li Xiaoxiu, and Lu Qianfan, but midway, Lin Chen suddenly claimed he needed to return for something. Logically, the dormitory was not far from the classroom. and a round trip should only take 5 or 6 minutes. However, Lin Chen ended up being 15 minutes late. What could he possibly be up to? I went back to grab my notebook. I forgot to bring it, Lin Chen said, raising the notebook in his hand. Really? Li Ming frowned, somewhat skeptical. Did it really take that long to fetch a notebook? However, there seemed to be no more reasonable explanation, so Li Ming refrained from further inquiries. Lin Chen smiled warmly. In truth, he had just been in a scuffle. To be precise, he had taught 7 or 8 people a lesson. At that moment, Liang Tianyi, accompanied by several others, intended to confront Lin Chen. Who is Liang Tianyi? He is the coward who got scared stiff by a mere glance from Lin Chen yesterday at the boys' dormitory entrance. He had come looking for trouble. Yet Lin Chen dispatched all of them with a single slap, leaving none standing. Liang Tianyi was now utterly terrified. Even if he had 10 lives, he would not dare provoke Lin Chen again. Chapter 95, Trending Number 1. The essence of mechanical innovation lies in the design of solutions, which determines the quality, performance, efficacy, and cost-effectiveness of the product. To systematically elaborate on the theories and methods of mechanical innovative design, our school has established this course. The teacher, speaking in less than perfect Mandarin, stood at the podium and spoke eloquently. Below, the male students were sound asleep. However, Lin Chen listened attentively, taking orderly notes as a basic show of respect for the instructor. Lin Chen, what are you up to? Conceiving a novel? Li Ming inquired curiously, glancing at Lin Chen's notebook. I'm not writing a novel, Lin Chen corrected him. He had indeed penned a book titled 9 Heavens Thunder Technique, but to his surprise, Li Ming misinterpreted it as a mere novel. You actually pay attention in class? Li Ming exclaimed, his eyes widening as he examined Lin Chen's notes. Is there something wrong with attending class? Lin Chen tilted his head in confusion. This is an elective course for our major. The teacher wouldn't fail us. Li Ming remarked that he planned to review for a few days before the final exam week. Before Lin Chen could respond, Lu Qianfan shot a glare at the two. Focus on the lecture. Don't make a fuss. Lu Qianfan was the top student in the class. Yet he chose to sit with Li Ming, Lin Chen, and Li Xiaoxu rather than with the other top scholars. Li Ming immediately fell silent. During their freshman year, the three had established a rule. Anyone could disturb another's studies, but they must never disrupt Lu Qianfan. Otherwise, it would be a lesser concern to have no top student in the dorm than to lack homework to copy. The class continued. Lin Chen found the material being taught quite simple. It was easily comprehensible. Lin Chen had awakened, not just in terms of physical prowess, but also intellectually. It is no exaggeration to say that his intelligence now surpassed that of the vast majority. Li Ming, however, had no intention of paying attention. With nothing else to do, he scrolled through Douyin and Weibo. Suddenly, he inhaled sharply. His voice was louder than that of the teacher. Young man, what seems to be the matter? The teacher inquired, looking at Li Ming. Oh, nothing. Just got my foot caught under the desk. Li Ming hastily shook his head. Focus on the lecture. The teacher resumed his discourse. Li Ming leaned on the desk, holding his phone, and exclaimed, Whoa, Lin Chen, you're trending number 1. Before Li Ming could finish, Li Xiaoxu gasped audibly. Louder than Li Ming. The teacher's gaze turned toward the source of the noise again, noting it was from the same spot. His brow furrowed slightly, but he said nothing further and continued with the lecture. Lin Chen, you now have 500,000 followers on Weibo. Li Xiaoxu also pulled out his phone, pointing at Lin Chen's account in astonishment. Lin Chen squinted at the two phones, perplexed. Trending number 1? 500,000 followers? Although he was not well versed in entertainment matters, he understood that reaching the top of the trending list was no trivial feat. It required someone to operate behind the scenes. Yet here he was, undeniably at the pinnacle of trending. With a heat of 15 million, he surpassed the wedding of the film industry's A-list couple by 10 million. Who was orchestrating this on my behalf? Lin Chen pondered, his sharp mind brewing a suspicion, but he could not pinpoint who was behind it. Who could it be? This is utterly vexing. I have no desire for fame. Buzz. Buzz. At that moment, Lin Chen's old phone vibrated. Indeed, it was an old phone. He had purchased it for $100 at noon and had also acquired a new SIM card. His previous number had been inundated with calls from numerous entertainment companies, and he wished to avoid such disturbances. Initially, he planned to simply replace the SIM card, but since the old one contained important information, he decided to keep it for now, intending to back up the vital data before discarding it later. Fingers pressing the power and pound keys, he unlocked his phone. Rushua had sent him a message. How did she acquire my phone number? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, but soon relaxed. As one of the 8 masters of Yinzhou, Bai Ruxue had extensive connections, so it was not surprising that she discovered Lin Chen's new number. He opened the message. The stone mine in Suzhou spans 800 acres, and both the mineral quality and quantity meet the standards you provided. When do you plan to come and take a look? It appears progress has been made. A slight smile crept across Lin Chen's face. Recently, he had assigned Bai Ruxue 3 tasks. First, to prepare the materials for the Taishan Gathering Spirit Array. Second, to explore the stone mine and prepare for rock bedding. And third, to devise a comprehensive strategy to annihilate the Qin group. Bai Ruxue had executed these tasks admirably. However, Pang Dehai's performance was lacking. He had only been given one task, to prepare for the complete destruction of the Qin group. Yet his progress was noticeably slower than Bai Ruxue's. Lin Chen understood that Pang Dehai was constrained by external pressures, but he would never betray Lin Chen, which was why Lin Chen relied on him. For Lin Chen, obliterating the Qin group was not a formidable challenge. However, he did not wish for the Qin group's demise to be so swift. He wanted Qin Jianshu, Qin Fengwei, and Li Xiaoman to experience the taste of despair. Regaining his focus, Lin Chen replied to Bai Ruxue with 4 words, Friday afternoon. From Monday to Friday, he had classes and no time to venture out. In truth, Lin Chen would rather not attend class. He yearned to concentrate solely on his cultivation. Yet, to alleviate any concerns from Lin Zhongxiao, he needed to understand each teacher's temperament and adapt his approach accordingly. Otherwise, flunking in finals would lead to a severe reprimand from Lin Zhongxiao, who held traditional values. Lin Zhongxiao had once told Lin Chen, even if you become the world's richest person, you must obtain your diploma and degree. Otherwise, I would rather you not be wealthy. His father was a very traditional man. Thus, Lin Chen attended classes, learning each teacher's character to adjust his attitude accordingly. For instance, this male instructor was evidently rigid. It was crucial not to provoke him. Conversely, during swimming class, Teacher Young was a kind-hearted woman, and Lin Chen had already learned to swim, henceforth. Even if he skipped class, she would not fail him. Employing different attitudes toward different teachers was the primary reason Lin Chen attended classes. Buzz. Soon. Bai Ruxue replied, Understood, Mr. Lin. The flight has been booked. I will send someone to pick you up at Yunhai City International Airport on Friday afternoon. Lin Chen put away his phone and continued to listen to the lecture. In the city center of Yunhai, at a high-rise building, Miss Xia, that university student is now trending #1, reported a short-haired woman in a black professional outfit with great respect. If Lin Chen were present, he would undoubtedly recognize her identity, and Ku, the personal secretary of Xia Chuxue. All right, I understand. You may leave now. Ku, came a gentle voice from a graceful figure standing by the floor-to-ceiling window. And Ku exited the room. The figure stood alone by the window, her beautiful eyes gazing into the distance. Only by exposing myself to the public can I truly understand you, Lin Chen, she murmured. Chapter 96, Numerous beautiful female fans. After class, the 4 roommates walked along the road. Wow, Lin Chen, your popularity is skyrocketing, shouted Li Ming. Lin Chen glanced at his phone. He was still at the top of the trending list, but his popularity had surged to 20 million. Who is managing my publicity? Lin Chen pondered. My goodness, the best actress has spilled the beans again. It turns out she dated Su Chun before getting married. Li Ming exclaimed. Who is Su Chun? Lu Qianfan inquired. Su Chun is Mo Sinyu's ex-boyfriend, replied Li Ming. And who is Mo Sinyu? Lu Qianfan frowned, thinking to himself, the entertainment industry is so chaotic. Li Ming was left speechless. It was well known that Lu Qianfan never followed celebrities and was completely oblivious to the stars in the entertainment circle. And it seemed to be true. I can't help but feel that the best actress is deliberately leaking this information to overshadow Lin Chen's popularity, said Li Xiaoxiu, limping along the path. You're not the only one who thinks that. Li Ming patted Li Xiaoxiu on the shoulder, only to hit a bruise, causing him to gasp in pain. Though the best actress's revelations had propelled their popularity to over 10 million, it still paled in comparison to Lin Chen's 20 million. I'm heading back now, Lin Chen suddenly announced. After saying that, he dashed back towards the dormitory. Why the rush? Li Ming and Li Xiaoxiu exchanged puzzled glances. Look around you, Li Xiaoxiu replied. The two immediately surveyed their surroundings and noticed a large crowd had formed, most of whom were girls. More importantly, these girls were taking pictures of them. What are they photographing? Li Ming was momentarily taken aback, utterly bewildered. I think these girls find me handsome and are photographing my muscles, Li Xiaoxiu said, rolling up his sleeves to flaunt the bruise on his bicep. Lu Qianfan shot a disdainful glance at Li Ming and Li Xiaoxiu. You two fools. It's obvious they're taking pictures of Lin Chen, not you. After that, he walked away. Hey, fourth, wait for us. Li Xiaoxiu and Li Ming hurriedly followed. Lin Chen had truly become a sensation. At least half of the students at Yunhai University were now aware of his existence, and importantly, 90 of those students were female. At this moment, many people were gathered at the entrance of his dormitory. Inside the dormitory, Lin Chen was listening to music through his headphones. Lin Chen, aren't you going to go down and take a look? Li Xiaoxiu approached and asked. No, Lin Chen shook his head. Those are your fans. And I just saw a few particularly beautiful girls. Li Xiaoxiu wore a lovesick expression. Lin Chen kicked him away, realizing that Li Xiaoxiu had become overly infatuated. Li Xiaoxiu dared not provoke Lin Chen further. He could sense Lin Chen's aversion to fame. Not just a slight aversion, but a profound one. Li Xiaoxiu was baffled. Others were clamoring for recognition, some even resorting to demeaning actions for it. Yet Lin Chen displayed no desire for fame at all. Lin Chen sighed inwardly. If he were to become famous, paparazzi would follow him around, and he wouldn't even have time to practice. That would be counterproductive, wouldn't it? Moreover, the principle of quietly amassing wealth is paramount. While Lin Chen feared nothing, he simply did not wish for fame. After all, as the saying goes, fame brings trouble. And this wisdom has been passed down through generations. It would be wonderful if those girls were my fans, Li Ming said enviously from the balcony, gazing at the crowd below. If you were this popular. Li Xiaoxiu glanced at Li Ming's rotund physique. Then, if fame brings trouble, you've got both covered. What do you mean? Li Ming blinked. Nothing. Li Xiaoxiu shook his head. After a moment of contemplation, Li Ming's eyes widened, and he shouted at Li Xiaoxiu. How dare you call me a pig? I never said you were a pig. Li Xiaoxiu quickly protested. The two then engaged in playful banter. Often, the joy between boys is that simple. Lin Chen continued to listen to music when suddenly, he furrowed his brow, seemingly sensing something. He immediately stood up, approached the balcony, and drew the curtains. The room was instantly shrouded in darkness. What's wrong, Lin Chen? Li Xiaoxiu and Li Ming ceased their antics and inquired. Before Lin Chen could respond, Lu Qianfen interjected. Someone must be secretly photographing Lin Chen. Secretly? Photographing? Li Xiaoxiu was taken aback and blurted out, paparazzi? Most likely, Lu Qianfen nodded. With Lin Chen's Weibo followers exceeding 800,000, he had reached the level of a well-known internet celebrity. Furthermore, with Lin Chen currently at the top of the trending list, it was only logical for paparazzi to attempt to capture him. After all, if they could obtain any scandalous or exciting material about Lin Chen, it would undoubtedly generate significant buzz. For them, we live in an era driven by traffic. Whoever holds the flow of attention will remain invincible. And riding the wave of trends is the quickest and easiest way to gain visibility. Moments later, Li Xiaoxiu and Li Ming ceased their antics and began playing a game. They initially intended to invite Lin Chen to join them since they usually played together, even though none of them were particularly skilled. However, Lin Chen declined. At that moment, he had no desire to play games. Lu Qianfen also abstained from gaming. He had never been interested in it. His life revolved around studying, reading, eating, and sleeping, a simple routine. For instance, he was currently engrossed in a book titled The Weaknesses of Human Nature. Lu Qianfen had previously advised Li Xiaoxiu, Li Ming, and Lin Chen to embrace reading rather than immersing themselves in video games day and night. Yet, he eventually realized that his counsel fell on deaf ears. So he ceased his futile efforts. You all play your games. I'll read my books, Lin Chen stated, sitting calmly on a stool with his eyes closed. Engaging in breath control and meditation, fully immersed in a state of ethereal cultivation. Ever since mastering the Tai Xian scripture, he was perpetually in a state of practice. Even while eating, sleeping, or studying. This was one of the reasons the Tai Xian scripture surpassed other techniques, unlike others that required deliberate effort to cultivate. The Tai Xian scripture did not necessitate such exertion. Of course, the Tai Xian scripture also had its drawbacks, one particularly fatal flaw. It was precisely due to this flaw that in his past life, Lin Chen could never ascend to the throne and could only remain the mightiest celestial lord. The exorbitant price Lin Chen paid to be reborn was to rectify this deficiency.